it's, everything is an individualized basis right now.
Okay. And
Because
in listening to the interview that they gave, they said that the state isn't charging for the testing.
I can't answer any
It was on
questions about
Digger.
it. Yeah,
Anybody wants to go back and watch it.
also don't.
So,
The whole testing thing has been all up in the air.
Yeah, I can't respond to that.
Any other board questions? Kelly?
Yeah, I'm wondering, in the event that there is a school closure, hopefully that doesn't happen, but how will parents or people in the community become aware of that?
We use School Messenger just like we would use for a snow day. But again, I would be making sure that all the board knows, and again, my guess is if there are school closures here, it's probably going to be school closures around the state. We're not going to be an isolated, so we'll be getting advice through the Agency of Education, through the Vermont Department of Health on, yes, it's time. That generally, just like the flu, if we had over 50% of our students out and our teachers out with the flu, we would likely close. We did that actually in Guilford a couple of years ago, where we had huge numbers of people out with the flu. We couldn't staff because of the number of teachers, so we had to close for a couple of days. It would be the same type of thing.
And because we inhabit a corner of Vermont here, is there coordination between the Vermont Department of Health and New Hampshire? I mean, do we have anybody who lives over in New Hampshire, who has kids in the school, that's going to let us know what's going on? Just because.
And Massachusetts.
And Massachusetts as well. Yeah, I was going to say that as well. Like, is there?
I can ask the school nurses.
Because if it's happening in Keene, that's far more relevant to us than if it happened in Target in Keene. It's far more relevant than if it happened at at U32 or something in Montpelier. So.
I have a question. Do we have any contingency plan for, say there's a long-term, say there's a big outbreak and kids have to stay home for a long time. Do we have any sort of contingency to let them not fall behind in their classes?
That will be easier at the middle high school because all those students do have Chromebooks and are connected. Elementary, it's going to be much more difficult, and we do not yet have that. Not next week, the week after, I meet with superintendents, and that's one of the things that we'll be talking about. So what would contingency plans
But middle school and up, they would be able to
They
get some
should
lessons?
be able to, yeah.
Okay.
New territory.
Well, thank you, Lyle. I appreciate you letting everybody know, and I'm wondering if it might make sense to do another push about not sending kids to school that are sick, and just keep reminding us. I've noticed it's on a bunch of the school websites, but just because I know the temptation is there. You got to go to work.
Yeah.
And to teachers, maybe even more so than the parents, as teachers don't want to not come to work. It's more work when you don't come than
Yeah,
when you do.
it is very, yeah.
You
It's one of
drag
the
yourself
things,
in, but
I meet with all principals on Friday, and that is on our agenda, so making sure that we're keeping regular updates, and nurses are regularly updating both us. The school nurse at Putney did a really nice informational thing for the staff at Putney, and making sure that we're keeping parents informed as well. So, trying to stay on top of it. But
Yeah, that's a full-time job, but thank you
It has been a full-time job.
Well, I knew you were constantly keeping up with this. I appreciate you updating the board and giving people an opportunity who watch BCTV to be reminded as well. Use good caution and wash your hands.
Stay home when you're sick.
Keeping with the good news, as I mentioned before, keeping with fun things to hear about. That first copy was sent out with a draft. I got comments back from Sean. Thank you, Sean. My goal would be to get this in a place that it is kind of ready to go out for legal review by changeovers, so that or even maybe before, while we still have Tim Morris on board. So because it's helpful, I find it cost efficient to have a lawyer talk to a lawyer and then explain it all to me what happened. So, though you're not practicing, in the state of Vermont. You're acting as my
He's
or
a
the
play-
school
he's a
board's
play lawyer.
attorney.
Yeah,
He's
play
just
lawyer.
somebody who knows exactly what they said. He's a good translator. So if you could send comments to anybody on the policy committee, we can work on getting a next level policy together and hopefully get this in front of a lawyer sooner versus later, so we can be one of the first states to have this, which will be good. Also, sorry, Sean.
In terms of a timeline, you were thinking on the 18th possibly, or
Which I'd love to have it.
what do you mean?
Sorry.
I mean, well, this, all we have is tonight, then the 10th was the budget, and we're not gonna do it then. And
Well, I
next
think
one
the
is
committee would.
17th,
I
so.
think the committee could meet
Mhm.
and consolidate comments and figure out what makes sense with comments, and then we could have it either and take it, send it off to the attorney so we could get feedback before half of this policy and amendment committee is gone, but at least it's in a stage where you can go to the next phase with this and make sure procedures and everything else that goes with this, and however the process is gonna carry forward, but there's a solid document so that all this thought we put into it over all this time isn't, doesn't land dead in the water. It was my goal.
Yep.
I just wanna tidy up before I go.
Yes.
That's what it is, that's what
It's
it is.
likely that the whole board is gonna have the same conversation that we had in the committee as well, and probably the community too. But at least we'll have answers to all of the questions that we were trying to.
And it's a
sort
starting
through.
point for discussion as
Yeah.
well, because you see something on paper versus having to think of everything,
Yeah.
and we've spent a long time thinking of everything, so whatever we can do to kind of put that is my goal.
In terms of a timeline, though, it probably realistically would be April 1st.
No, I think you're probably
Yeah.
right before the board would see it, yeah. I meant like the 18th or after,
Yep.
but I'm just looking at that as a
Yeah.
hard stop for half the committee, or 2/5 of the committee.
And as long as I'm right there, I forgot to say that the next finance committee meeting will be April 1st at 5 o'clock.
That'll be, oh darn.
April Fool's Day Finance.
April Fool's Day Finance Committee, why am I writing that down? So I omitted E, but if you got a hard copy, I underscored instead of crossing out. So we're not reviewing the annually required updates from the superintendent to the board because we decided to push that to the next board. Yes, sorry.
I have a question about the Ruby Mackey from Putney. I am wondering how you are communicating, whether it's in draft form or even in the final, like the last reading, to the public about your policies.
They show up on the website, like it will be on the agenda, it'll be warned 10 days before a policy would be adopted. We'd be a long way from adopting that policy
Okay.
at this point. But 10 days before any policy, we'll be discussing it and we'll say, okay, we're gonna be ready to warn it on such a day. And it has to be 10 days before the final adoption. So the policy is attached to the agenda in its final form. There may be remove a semicolon in your final reading, but pretty much you have to be ready to go. So it's warned for 10 days before any policy is adopted. And it's discussed and approved at the full board level.
I guess I would just ask that, just if you could review, I feel like there haven't been, I don't know if maybe you have not adopted any policies in the last number of months, but it hasn't been appearing in the same way that you're describing, which it used to. And also just looking back, there used to be first reading, presentations of first readings as well. And so I just wanted to understand what the goal was in terms of, because it's, that policy in particular is like brand new. And it'd be an interesting thing to understand what you're going through when you're talking about.
So I know that every policy we warned has been warned 10 days in advance because I've checked every single one because I'm chair of policy. So it may not have been easy to find or something because I think our website's sometimes challenging to navigate and sometimes the policies have come at an SU level. So if you didn't pull up the SU agenda versus the SD agenda, so that might be at issue. But it's always in a live line underneath the warning, so you also may have thought it was something totally different, but it's sort of indented and underneath, so, because I've always checked to make sure because it's a statutory requirement. We had a practice of doing a first read and then a second read, and it turns out the statute is you need a 10-day warning. So just something you stumble upon when you read Title 16 sometimes. And you go, oh, wow, that's not right. So we have adopted our format to reflect statutory requirements that we need a 10-day warning. So, so that's how we've done it. There's usually 1 or 2 discussions at the board level. Some things are just, I will say the only time that was not true was when we wholesale approved all the ones we needed for the start of school. And it's like, we're just taking them, we can't do anything with them, but they have to say the district, and they have to apply to the schools that we're working here. But other than that, we have chunked through. When we got into budget, we did not. Policy, it's the same cast of characters on budget that were on policy, and we spent a lot of time on the amendments. So policy was a little burnt out, and we were working on budget. So we took a couple months off, and now we're back in swinging at policies and trying to get through them. So, would that be a fair assessment of our process, fellow policy committee members? So I wanted to just get a touch base if people had feedback from town meeting, any leadership, how'd it go? We got different communities yes, Sean.
The Leadership Council in Guilford made a really nice presentation. John was on the stage with them. And they had a really good little slideshow and a description of every class in the school, and it was very well received. The only downside is that there wasn't any place to put it within the confines of the meeting. I thought it was going to be under business, which would have been nice, because we lost some precipitation of the town members. But I think all in all, it was a very well done Leadership Council presentation, especially with the slideshow. Somebody put a lot of time into that. So I thought it was really good.
So or Tim, do you want to talk a little bit about me here?
Well, I'm not sure I have that much to say. I ran into a similar thing where the town manager had suggested I come and say a few words, and I responded that all I could really say was to promote the annual meeting and maybe talk about factual things we've done, but nothing moving forward because I won't be on the board in part, and also, due to the board rules. And then it turned out that the moderator, rightly I think, said this isn't town business, so it shouldn't be under other business. So it got pushed to after the meeting, people were starting to leave, and then the principal, Herb Pelletier, got up and gave a presentation in which he talked about the annual meeting, etc., and I thought there wasn't much purpose for me addressing the crowd beyond that, and it was thinning out greatly at that point.
Yeah, Sean?
I would say, I think next year what I'll do is, because we had Becca Balin and Sarah Coffey were there and gave a nice presentation on the legislature, and I was able to take this and ask them specific questions about the WIGD study on 2019, and they had a nice response, both of them, so they're really well aware of that. But I think what I should have done was ask to have a WSESD presentation right after them, which would have been within the town meeting, because it would be the same as Becca and Sarah. So I think next year, that's what I'll ask for.
We should add that there was a motion at Putney's town meeting to invite a representative from the SD board for next year's meeting, but then ultimately it was amended to make it a leadership council member.
Let me just, and so in Dummerston, our leadership council had a few meetings, but I think a full presentation, whereas Guilford had, so many board members and has been going for a long time, so I don't think it was quite ready for prime time that way. I did a 5-minute, this is when it's happening, this is what's going on. 5 minutes max presentation. I got to do it under the business, so hopefully they don't talk. But the other thing was it was short and sweet. So our moderator called on me first so that everybody hadn't left. because it was, you could see people leaving, so, it was 3 o'clock, you know, so, which you used to be able to do 2 municipalities by 3 o'clock, so, you know, it's like a gas, it will expand to fill whatever time you have, and so, good, you all know science, excellent. So, that might be an interesting path. I know one town in Vermont held a meeting at 9:30 of the board and did their presentation early, so families who wanted to do that, so that might be an option going forward. And that didn't seem to ruffle feathers in that community. But we're dealing with different moderators, different select boards, different communities, so I think if we go gently and are, trying to find a way to make it work, something will be better next year, so.
Yeah, it was a little awkward at Guilford because I was actually told that I would have a time to speak, but then when it came right down to it, nobody corralled that moment. So what I did is everybody was standing up to leave, I jumped right up to the podium, went to the mic and said, sit down, I have something else to say, and people reluctantly sat back down and listened to my little rap for 5 minutes.
Oh,
Couldn't be better.
and I don't know when the legislators
And
came to
also-
see you, but I got 4 legislators with my waiting study. Jody Normando spoke up when the legislators were there, loud and clear, and asked them to support it in no uncertain terms. So they got at least a triple barrel because they were trying to, everybody in town cleared away. I was carrying a piece of paper and I'm like, don't mess with me, I'm getting to that legislator. So they got it. They got an earful on the waiting study from a bunch of people face to face, which is great.
Yeah, the legislature both said that it was very unlikely that there'd be state money for projects within the schools, within the confines of the timeline that we need to make the changes at the academy. So that was a little dubious,
Yeah.
but they were not, they were definitely interested in the weighted study. So that would make a big difference.
Well, I think that's something, and Becca felt very strongly about it and was really,
Yeah.
I think there's some will on the Senate side, so I had a good, we shall see, but at least I think it was helpful, and a lot of people were writing down, how to contact, so hopefully we'll get a little more push. And any other board members have any updates?
This is Adams Putney. So one of our select board people is going to bring it before the select board to have the school piece at the very beginning of town meeting. And I'm pretty sure they'll do it. I was really struck by how few people actually showed up at town meeting. And I think that's related to not having the school board there and that interaction. So that's something that, our leadership council can work on, outreach to the community, but I'm pretty sure Laurel will get it through, that we get to talk first. It won't be a big, long thing, but that way people won't leave, or we won't have to wait until there's like 15 people left there.
Yeah, I think we'll work it out if we're thoughtful with, our requests and just think about how long anybody wants to be there. So it's a learning process. And then for Brattleboro, it's the twain shall not meet. So, there's an advantage in the small towns there for that opportunity that we'll have to think about going forward. How does that happen in Brattleboro? Because there is no mechanism now for that at all in Brattleboro. So let me call on Sean first.
I would just like to interject, Guilford did have a very robust turnout for the town meeting. And we're definitely not on life support in Guilford.
Good to hear.
Well, you had something to give.
So, Jody?
I just want to add to what you said. We were very fortunate. We had our 2 senators there and we had our 2 representatives there. I spoke with one of the senators and one of the reps after the meeting. I spoke during the meeting, but the rep said this is going to be, and actually emailed me just yesterday and said this is going to be a long session. I mean, it's going to take a long time to put this together, which was kind of what Jeff Francis had said. The senator said, we've got to get on this. So it remains to be seen what would happen. What I wanted to say at the beginning of the meeting to put in here is that I also ended up counting ballots at the end of the meeting. And it was very obvious and very frustrating that people, after all the letters, the Facebooks, the whatever, still did not understand that they could vote for everything. And I think what it did, because it said like, let's see, the competition was in Brattleboro and Putney, so it said blah, 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 and it said Brattleboro, and blah, 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 and it said Putney. Those 2 sessions were blank in, probably half of the ballots. And we had almost 800 voters. So, I think because of the presidential stuff. So if the board can somehow figure out how to get to them and maybe get to them the day of the vote, that they can vote for everybody, I don't know, because it was frustrating to see that.
It's also on the bottom.
So I'm
Yeah,
also
it was on
wondering.
the
It was on the very bottom.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah, I think we're gonna, the leadership council is gonna have to be the structure to do that, because we can, we don't have, other than the media, there's really nothing we can do. But I think if it just, when people get used to it, hopefully they will. I'm surprised that many people didn't vote, it's really unfortunate. But I also can understand it, because a lot of people said to me, I don't know who to vote for, who are these people?
It was also, it was way down the bottom too. You have to go all the way down.
so
I mean,
We'll
I
learn
sent
next
that
year.
stuff out,
Yeah.
and there was all kinds of stuff in the paper and everywhere else, and people just didn't pick up on it.
bigger fonts. Yeah, Judy?
Ruby McAdoo, Putney. My experience at Putney, actually, I actually thought that it was fairly robust as well, but as was mentioned, we had very few people for the final portion. But the reason I'm bringing this up is that I feel like it's really interesting to hear all of the different towns' meetings. I only have Putney's experience, and I would really like to, I don't think there has to be complete uniformity in what the presentations look like, but I think having some recommendation or standard that's promoted or encouraged by the board would be good. And I think in the same way that Guilford came to naturally the idea of placing a school section around the time of when you have your legislators come, that's where Putney landed, and I think that's a good recommendation. With the Leadership Council in Putney, multiple of us were told by our town clerk and our town select board to do a certain thing, and we did those things, and we got shot down by the moderator both times. And so there was a lot of frustration around that. It would have been, I think if there was a push from the school board to say, hey, this is what we like, that would make it easier for the Leadership Council and even the individual school board members or the principal to insert themselves in that way.
It's an interesting thought, and so some boards might react one way to another, so that might be helpful in some situations and less helpful in others. So I think it's something to kind of feel our way through. And I think, in my case, it worked to have the, could we, and it'll be quick, and that really worked. And it would be different if we were looking for a half an hour because everybody was getting tired. And so I think having some constraints on it, because different communities are going to have different interest levels, and then poor Brattleboro's got nothing. So we'll have to figure out your town meeting, date, for elections and things. But something for next year. If we did everything this year, it'd be so boring for you, the rest of you. So with that, I would like
Before
to ask.
we do that, I just got a text from Keith. Is there a way you want BAM set up for the informational meeting next week so that he can make sure that it's ready for us?
He's right here.
He's right here. Can we talk about Keith's
I think how you had it for the amendment thing was great. So if we had handouts, that was nice to have the projector there.
I don't remember what.
So we had a bunch of chairs out, and then there was a projector, and so we could just kind of speak to the amendments, and so if we could have a projector so that if people want to go over a page of the budget, we could maybe get that up so that we can all see what we're doing. I think that's probably all we need, right?
So just like a table for the board up front and then just.
Sure, yeah.
Just seating.
Just
for
seating.
50.
10?
Well,
You know, I'd
that's the
say that,
reality usually, but.
What, like 80 last year, isn't it?
no, just for the
Oh, for the
information
Oh,
center.
God, yeah.
20.
I'm gonna say 20, but if we could have a way to find another 20
There are
seats.
plenty of chairs.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're stacked in the
All right.
back, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Are there any public comments on non-agenda items?
Ruby Matthew from Putney. Jamie Contois from Putney could not be here, and so she texted me to and let the board know that she's sending you an email that's specifically related to some kind of a press release about the pupil waiting study hearing. That I think that there's fairly quick turnaround in action because the hearing is on March 11th. So I know that's been referenced before, but she asked me to tell you, so I'm telling you.
And we empowered the Communications Council to do that with the approval of Ann and I, so when that final thing comes through, we're good. But thank you, Jamie. If you have a thought about it, call either, contact someone in the Communications Council or Ann or I. Being that, I would move that the board moves into executive session under 1 VSA 313A1A to discuss a contractual matter, 1313A7 student matter, and 1313A1F a legal matter. Do I have a motion? Thank you, Tim. Do I have a second? Second. All those in favor of moving into executive session as listed, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Nays or abstentions? The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. We will move into executive session in the acoustic room. Isn't it too early?
Let's rock and roll. It's 10 after. Why don't we start getting going here? Good evening. I'm Mike Smith, Secretary of Human Services of the Agency of Human Services. To my far left is Nancy Hogue, who's the Director of Pharmacy Services at DEVA. She's a pharmacist. And to my immediate left is Carrie Phillips, a pharmacist from the Office of Professional Regulation at the Secretary of State's office. And to my right is Ina Backus, the Director of Healthcare Reform at the Agency of Human Services. Thank you for coming to share your perspective not only about the rules that we'll be talking about, but about prescription drug importation in general. Today, we would like to hear from you generally regarding prescription drug importation from Canada to Vermont. We are also inviting your input on the notice of proposed rulemaking issued by the Federal Department of Health and Human Services and the Food and Drug Administration that would allow states to legally import drugs from Canada. We'll submit comments on this rule by Monday, March 9th, 2020. So your input is valuable in terms of us submitting those comments. This is a listening session for us, and I will encourage us to listen to the things that you have to say about this rule or about drug importation. I will also ask Ina Backus to briefly describe Vermont's proposed importation efforts, as well as the notice of proposed rulemaking framework, which would enable states to submit applications for approval of drug importation from Canada. So Ina, would you just take it from there, give us a short sort of snapshot of what we've done and what the rule allows us to do?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all for coming. Vermont law, via Act 133 of 2018, permits the importation of drugs from Canada, subject to federal approval. Vermont was the first state in the nation to pass this kind of and enact this kind of legislation. In November of 2019, Vermont submitted a concept paper to the Health and Human Services Department and to the White House, which described our approach, or a contemplated approach, to a program of prescription drug importation from Canada, and the ways that the program would guarantee the safety of the drugs imported from Canada, as well as guarantee savings to consumers. Vermont's proposal envisions importation that would be a program where commercial insurers would participate to start, with the possibility of phasing in participation by public payers after the launch of the program. This program design is based on savings analysis completed both by Medicaid program as well as participating commercial payers in the state of Vermont. And it was determined that the savings would be substantial to consumers, or could be substantial to consumers, through commercial purchase of drugs imported from Canada, whereas with the Medicaid program at this time, that savings opportunity is not as significant. The state of Florida has proposed a program that is only for Medicaid beneficiaries, and it differs from Vermont. We selected early analysis, our first analysis, which was submitted along with a report to the legislature at the end of 2018, included information provided by 2 participating commercial health insurers in Vermont, and estimated in a first analysis between 1 and 5 million in savings if drugs from Canada were available to their customers. New estimates show that the savings could be at least 3 times this much. Canadian wholesalers would, the program looks at Canadian wholesalers selling to United States wholesalers who would make prescription drugs available to participating Vermont pharmacies. Vermont has proposed new categories of licensure for these wholesalers. In addition to following the necessary tracking and tracing procedures, safety measure protocol would include that the manufacturers of the drugs would need to be FDA approved. The systems would be required for verification and handling of suspect or illegitimate product. Drugs subject to FDA would be subject to FDA examination at the border, and licensure, again, would be required for eligible participants. The federal government issued on December 18th a notice of proposed rulemaking, making a pathway available for states to pursue importation programs for the first time since the federal government allowed the potential importation of prescription drugs from Canada via Section 804 of the Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act. This rulemaking, notice of proposed rulemaking, as Secretary Smith said, requires that any comments be submitted by March 9th of 2020. I will now describe briefly the framework that the notice of proposed rulemaking lays out for states or for entities that would be pursuing prescription drug importation. Section 804 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act allows HHS to promulgate regulations that would allow pharmacies and wholesalers to import certain FDA-approved prescription drug products from Canada if certified by the HHS Secretary. According to the notice of proposed rulemaking, Section 804 would be implemented through time-limited Section 804 importation programs, which HHS are referring to as SIPs. Each importation program would be authorized by the FDA in 2-year increments and would likely be managed by states. Importation programs may request extensions or additional 2-year periods. A state may submit a proposal independently or with a co-sponsor and must demonstrate how the program poses no additional risk to the public's health and safety and would result in significant reduction in the cost to the American consumer. The proposal must identify the foreign seller in Canada that will export the drugs to the state, as well as the importer in the state that will be responsible for distributing eligible prescription drugs. The FDA would decide whether to authorize a proposal, and per the notice of rulemaking, the FDA may not necessarily approve all proposals that meet certification requirements, depending on the FDA's capacity to conduct oversight of programs.
I would welcome any comments on drug importation in general, or about this specific program, or about the rule that notice of proposed rulemaking framework that we have.
And I should have mentioned that in the packets available at the door, you will find the rule itself, a summary of the rule by the state of Colorado, as well as Vermont's concept paper for importation.
Sir?
Can I share a quote, or is that?
Do it.
Okay. So,
we don't have a lot of people here. Do what you want to do.
I thought this was interesting in terms of putting sort of context to it. Medical Society of the State of New York, 1818, a uniform system of preparing and compounding medicines throughout the United States would contribute much to the satisfaction of the practitioner. The traveler finds different preparations under the same name in almost every village, town, or city. For so multifarious are the names of medicines, I love big word spectrum, that a name which is common in one town may be unknown in another, or what is worse, be applied to a very different medicine. Therefore resolved that it is expedient that a pharmacopoeia should be formed for the use of the United States. Anderson L. and Higby G. J. The Spirit of Voluntarism. It came out of a quote on medicine. And I thought it was very interesting because it got at, sort of, way back then, what this rule is trying to maintain, which is we need our medicines, but we also need safe medicines. So in reading the rule, I came across an executive summary, Part B, summary of the major provisions of the proposed rule. FDA proposes approved by Health Canada's Health Products and Food Branch, HPFB. Eligible drugs could be sold in Canada or United States with appropriate labeling. My question would be, does the labeling tell, or my comment, does the labeling tell the consumer the info that is needed as to it is from Canada, approved by Canada, and lets the consumer know if quality control is as good as it was approved by the FDA. So that there would be an education of the consumer that this actually does work and they can have confidence in it. Paragraph 5, 6, 7 mentions relabeling of the drug. I'm concerned what consumer relevant information is on the label at the time of purchase when you start talking about relabeling. Under section A, purpose is stated. Purpose of the rule is to lower prices and reduce out-of-pocket costs for American patients. Additional language that the quality is as good is also important. I think the two have to stay together in terms of how it's described to the consumer. I'm taking the whole thing from a point of view of what does the consumer see when he's there at the counter or she and buying what they're buying. Under C, legal authority, does the state certified to Congress pose no additional risk to public health and safety, results in significant reduction in cost of covered products to the American consumer? That is one of the goals. If I and I'm trying to paraphrase as I go along. To clarify what is significant reduction, and I think you started to get to that in your comment, because there could only be a few drugs, there could be several drugs. If we can get a savings, we're for it. We want the savings if the quality is there. But the consumer will ask the question, can I afford it? That's a very common question the consumer will ask it. So what is significant reduction to whoever these companies are, and what is a significant reduction to the consumer? There is also a question. How do we get the info for the costs and benefits? When I get to that section, we need estimates, at the very least possible market effects, even if just a list of benefits, adverse effects. I came across that section that sort of said, we don't know anything. And that's where that comes from. And I'm thinking, okay, then you go out and you find the information. We still plow ahead with this. Consumer opinion, we go out and we work it. The second paragraph strongly suggests administration or operational costs. That sounds a little bit like the ACO. Do you keep the operational costs within 2% or executive fees, wherever it is, administrative? I think we actually do know that one. You have to watch and make sure that that isn't eating up your savings. Let's see. Reference is made to importation will not, yes, it actually said importation will not create better costs to the consumer, and I simply comment, was that a biased statement? That was within that section of it. 79% of the drugs would be found unreasonable in cost, and I'll simply say, okay, I read it. I'm not sure exactly why it was giving me this information. Thank you very much. I'm still not intimidated. It was in there. I just don't know exactly what it was trying to get at. And the background information, you also find a positive attitude. This may work through state implementation. And I think that is a strong point, state implementation. What is the cost of the work that needs to be done? How long will it take? And how do we test the process as we go? Those seem like very relevant questions in terms of where we do go. I will simply add, in 2003, I was immigrating to Coburg, Canada, or to Canada. I actually have visited hospitals up there. I heard a little bit of the conversation on the other side of the border. What was very intriguing is they said they were never allowed to talk to the United States because the drug companies would penalize them in terms of the cost of their drugs. So to go from that to we have gotten to this, wow, you've already made great strides going forward compared to conversations I was hearing back in 2003. That's it, that's all I have for comment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do have to apologize, I have to catch a bus, so I have to go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any comments on the rule or drug? For some reason in 2005, when I had this issue before, I called it reimportation. I'm trying to train myself importation. Any other comments?
What further information needs to be gathered to understand the operational design of the structure? Because it goes from a distributor in Canada to a distributor in Vermont. One distributor or multiple? It's a question. I don't know what the rule demands.
Right.
We, the state of Vermont, do need to gather further information to understand that and to understand the universe of willing distributor partners on both sides of the border. Wholesalers and distributors. Or wholesaler distributors.
Anything else? I'm expecting,
You've heard our comment before, it's just that we want more, the federally qualified health. Speaking on behalf of the federally qualified health centers, participating before the meeting, that we just wanted some additional details on how it interacts with that program. We understand that it's not going to bring prices down below that, and they're expected to operate in parallel. And also there's the challenge of not being able to participate in group purchasing, other group purchasing schemes if you are a 340B provider. So it was just a question of how the money flows work. If that chunk got knocked out, I trust that was part of the analysis that was previously done. It was just questions on the details of how that works.
We're doing more work to gather information about the interaction of a program of this kind and the 340B program.
Any other comments, questions? This has got to be the shortest public hearing I've ever been at. Okay, going.
Do you have wholesalers that have expressed an interest on either side of the border?
Not yet, and we haven't reached out, to be honest. We haven't reached out to either sides of the border, either side of the border. I will say that I think the Canadian government is starting to get interested in what is going on here. In fact, they have reached out to us to find out what this program would look like in terms of what's going on. I think they have some, they want to just stay abreast of what's happening. I don't know if I'm supposed to be saying that, but that's what it is.
Well, it's good to hear.
Yeah. I don't know if that's good or bad, by the way.
Well, to be talked to.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the or the wording rule, does it limit the types of medications that could be imported?
It does.
The federal law, section 804, that allows HHS to approve any state for an importation program. In that law, there are limitations on the types of drugs that can be imported. And those limitations include
controlled substances, biologics, infused drugs, IV drugs, drugs that are inhaled during surgery. I believe that's the list.
Yeah.
So, for example, subcutaneous drugs administered by an individual would not be prohibited.
Well,
Unless it's a biologic. A lot of them are biologics,
Unless
but
it's a biologic.
yeah.
it depends on how it was the FDA approved as a biologic or as an NDA. That it got approved through a BLA or an NDA. So you can't say all special drugs or anything like that. It goes by application.
Yep.
Anything else? For, where you just walked in, we're just taking comments sort of ad hoc, and we're pretty much down to you.
Happy to share.
Oh.
My name is Catherine Fulton. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Program for Quality in Healthcare. And it would be, of course, an area of interest from a quality perspective because folks go without their meds due to cost, access, location, geography, all kinds of different reasons. So anything that can improve access both geographically and financially would be, I think, an advantage to Vermonters. So I would follow the issue and the actions from a quality perspective in those terms.
Thank you. Anything else before we wrap up?
Thanks for doing this.
Oh, well, thank you for coming. I apologize there's not more to listen in, but generally we had one this afternoon. There was general support for this, and we'll put our comments together for March 9th and go from there. I think there's a lot of work that has to be done, both with the comment sections that we're going to do, the rules, the final application that we make in terms of our plan in July, I think it is.
Yes.
That we'll have to do, and as I said, I think the Canadian government will want to be talking with us. Matter of fact, I know they want to be talking with us, and we'll also look at other states and see where they are and what they're doing as well, and try to be coordinated with this.
If comments come to anyone's mind after the hearing, you're welcome to email me, ena.backus@vermont.gov. We'll take your written comments into consideration as well.
Well, I'll conclude this public hearing, and thank you so much for coming out. I hope the weather doesn't turn on you as you go home, but it's not looking good as it starts to get these warnings that we're getting here. So, oh, it's Wednesday night.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
yes.
I think tonight's Wednesday night. So.
We're good tonight.
Okay.
Tomorrow night maybe.
Okay, thank you so much.
it out that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the, what is this, the 362? The 362th, 362nd edition of Energy Week, which comes from my blog, geoharvey.com, which you can go to, or you can click on we're listing the entire show online now, so at BCTV and other places, people can click on the basically the script of what we are talking about and just follow it. How about that?
They can get the script now?
Yeah, the thing that we get from or they can go to the blog that you and I share.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, there are a bunch of different ways of doing this.
Well, some of them are worth doing.
Yeah. Having said that, and by the way, that's geoharvey.com. Today is the 13th, it's 12th. I'm losing my numbers here. Today's the 12th. So we're starting.
Let's see what my watch says.
A week ago.
Yeah, it says it's the 12th.
On the 5th. We're starting on the 5th. By golly, I was right there. We're starting on the 5th. I'm confused here because I'm going to be talking about something that's not part of the script, and that is what's been happening with energy stocks, and particularly energy stocks in the fossil fuels industry. I'm looking right now at the Dow Jones Coal Index. Now, the coal index hit an all-time high in June of 2008.
Okay, yeah, I think we're going to talk about that.
And that was about 750. That was with George W. Bush in the White House. Interestingly, by the time he left office, it had fallen from 750 to 160.
Okay.
Which set the stage for Obama's war on coal.
Okay.
Coal recovered a lot of that, going above 500 in Obama's first term, but in the second term it fell down to 45. That's
quite a drop.
That's quite a drop, but it's not as big a drop as the 750 to 160. And Donald Trump, when he took office, it was 45. Today, it is right now at 4.74. So it's lost 4.74. It has lost over 90% of its value under Donald Trump. That's coal.
Well, I don't think you can really blame him. I mean,
no, I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying the
coal,
people, the people who
cost too much to use.
Yeah, the people who were blaming Obama. Obama has, if you're going to take the numbers and just throw them at the president, Obama's numbers are the best of the three. So that's coal. Now, oil and gas, and this is important for other reasons too. The Dow Jones Oil and Gas Index right now is at 249.67. And when Donald Trump took office, it was 625. So it's lost over half.
Fossil fuels aren't doing very
not well. It's lost over half of its value with Donald Trump in office.
Wow.
Now, it had actually made money. It had gone up with Obama in office. But the important thing here is the money that was used to put, this promotional money that came from Freedom Partners. They announced in 2015 that they were going to put almost $900 million into a campaign to get the Republicans to control the House, the Senate, and the White House. That money was very largely, the people who came up with it were people who had a lot of money in fossil fuels.
I guess, yeah.
With Donald Trump in office, they've lost over half of what they had in fossil fuels.
That's interesting.
Now, do you think they're going to invest in Donald Trump?
Again? Well,
Again.
they're not going to invest in Bernie, I don't think.
I don't think they're going to invest in Bernie, but I think they'd do better under Bernie than they would under Donald Trump.
I think they would too.
But if you were to face the question of Donald Trump versus Joe Biden,
Well, we'll find out after they...
having been burned by Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not saying that Donald Trump did this. I'm just saying that
It happened on his
it
watch.
happened on his watch, and so it's kind of natural for people to say, yeah, it's all his fault. So I'm projecting that onto other people. Another thing that we should consider here is stuff that's happened in the last couple days. The coronavirus caused a downtrend in the use of oil.
That's happening.
It started a little bit ago.
Today's news.
Yep. And then what happened was Saudi Arabia and Russia had a falling out.
And they're playing games.
And they're playing games, and they're going to pump as much oil as they possibly can. And my understanding is that Saudi Arabia can deliver oil that it pumps for $3 a barrel. So they have
I would say 10, but for 3?
That's what I read. And it cost them $3 a barrel to get the oil.
To pull it out of the ground.
And they've already got the wells in place.
Well, in Saudi, the oil bubbles to the surface.
Yeah. Now, here's the thing. Vladimir Putin also apparently can go a long ways delivering oil cheap.
Can he really?
And he is very mad, apparently, at Donald Trump and the Americans because Russia was the biggest exporter of oil.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, under Donald Trump's watch,
It's
the United
USA.
States. And why? Because of shale oil and fracking.
Yeah.
Well, I got news for you. Shale oil and fracking both depend upon a high price for oil. I'm talking about upwards of $50 a barrel.
Yeah, I was just going to say $60, but
Yeah. And so if they're delivering oil at $30 a barrel, those fracking companies go out of business.
they're going to go out of it. Well, we will be talking about that
That's
this
right.
show.
So that's where I wanted to start the show. And I should close all this stuff down and go to, here we are, Energy Week, number 362. Today is the 12th of March, 2020. And you can go to the places that I've already indicated, geoharvey.com, and also the link that is on the show posted. We're starting on the 5th of March, which is a Thursday. And also, because of the coronavirus, Italy is in lockdown.
Yeah.
Whole country. And Donald Trump is not permitting travel from Europe to the United States for the next 30 days, except by Americans and residents of the United States.
That's going to have some economic effect.
It's going to have an economic effect, but the coronavirus is already here.
It's already in Vermont.
Yeah. So, although not badly. I mean, there's...
As far as I know this morning, there's two cases.
Two cases.
One in Bennington and one in Chittenden County.
Oh, okay. And no doubt somebody who is an illegal alien who will be transported to Mexico, even though he came from China, you know. And by the way, Donald Trump is not the only guy who's done that. 20 years ago, I read a story about a man who was a naturalized American who had come from India. He was a physician, and he was found by law enforcement people in Texas without any identification. And so they just said, "You're Mexican."
Send him back to India.
And sent him back to Mexico.
Oh, Mexico.
Unfortunately,
they don't know the difference between Mexicans and Indians.
They got this all wrong. He's an American citizen who has an accent. For crying out loud, you'd think that people in Texas would understand enough to know what Spanish-speaking people sound like. Nevertheless, people make mistakes sometimes, and which, you know, I'm heading at something here. Wonderful Italy. How would you like a vacation in Venice?
Well, I think we're going to start right off with a picture of that.
Here is a picture of...
Let's get that picture.
Here's a
up
picture
there.
of an outdoor cafe in Venice. How about that? Now, I think that was not staged, and...
well, Oh, they are drinking wine. I thought they were
They-
drinking coffee.
Well, some of them are probably drinking coffee, but if I were sitting
That
with...
first one there, that's
They're
definitely
drinking
wine.
wine. If I were sitting with my feet in a flood, I might be drinking wine instead of coffee too. Tom thinks this was staged. Not the water, just the people. You know, go out and get a bunch of people and have them sit at the tables and give them free wine or something.
Something like that. Yeah. Well, let's say I think it might very well be.
Okay, this is
So
from...
that is a picture of people flooding in Venice.
Yep.
And they look happy enough. I don't know.
I don't know. That guy with a funny hat looks miserable to
He
me.
doesn't look too happy.
This is from
the,
Clean
the,
Technica.
the caption on the photo is interesting. Climate adaptation is about accepting reality.
That's not the caption I put up, so that just says outdoor cafe.
No, that came
their
from, that
caption
came from
was,
the article.
yeah, I'm glad you said that. This is from Clean Technica.
Well, what it says here is extreme heat is killing people now.
Yeah.
Coastal residents are losing value on their homes now. Species are going extinct now. The climate crisis is here now.
Yeah.
We can't keep doing things the way we've always done them.
Absolutely. And the title on this that I was fishing for in those murky waters was, "What does climate adaptation look like?"
I'm supposed to say that.
I thought you were reading everything else. Climate adaptation encompasses a wide array of actions that help people and nature cope with present-day harms of climate disruption and minimize future harms. Ideally, adaptation allows us to move beyond just surviving the climate crisis to thriving in a fundamentally new world.
Well,
the picture says it all.
Hope that's not the new world. I hate to see Brattleboro like that.
Well, Brattleboro is not likely to look like that.
It has been like that. I lost a car in a flood.
Yeah, I know. The Whetstone Brook flooded and caused a lot of damage. But most of Brattleboro is pretty high above rivers and
well, once you get up to High Street, that's why they call it High Street.
yeah, I know. But I mean, that flood was pretty much confined to Elliott Street and Williams.
It was down on the bottom. I was parked
Yeah.
in a municipal parking lot.
Oh, man.
Right down on Elm.
Yeah. Okay.
Aha! Utility investors risk billions in a rush to natural gas. Is it a bridge to climate breakdown?
This, by the way, about investment, comes from Forbes, which is known for information about investment. Natural gas is commonly considered a bridge fuel. Now, electric utilities must face the mathematical reality that fast-falling clean energy costs mean the bridge only leads to climate breakdown and destruction of shareholder value.
Which is interesting. Now, this is Forbes saying this. So
Yes.
They know what they're talking about.
Well, we hope.
Usually.
Yeah.
Well, natural gas infrastructure is incompatible with a low emissions future.
Yes.
And we've talked about that. And faces intense economic competition from clean energy.
Yes.
Which is happening as we speak.
Yes.
Okay? Clean energy right now is a more affordable, less risky alternative.
And the price keeps going down.
That's interesting. Well, you don't have to pay for fuel.
Because of Wright's Law, the price is going
Yeah.
to continue going down.
Well, the U.S. is on track to spend roughly $1 trillion on new gas-fired power plants by 2030.
Yes.
That's in the pipeline already. Despite utility-scale wind and solar now being the cheapest sources of new electricity.
But the natural gas that's in the pipeline is not necessarily going to be built. And that pipeline gets smaller every month.
That seems to be the trend.
Yeah.
Well, we got
Okay.
a picture here of
We do.
something looks like, to me, like horses.
That's, I think, what it is. I think that's what it is.
And the title says it's a bushfire, and I'm not sure where that picture was taken.
I think that picture was taken in Australia, but I could be wrong.
Well, the article's about Australia, so let's read about it.
Okay.
The climate crisis made Australia's wildfires at least 30% more likely.
This is from CNN. The wildfires that burned across Australia recently were made far more likely and intense by the climate crisis, an analysis shows. Scientists found that the chances of the kind of extreme weather that triggered the blazes had increased by more than 30% since 1900.
Well, more on the same, slightly different math, but it says conditions like this are at least 4 times more likely than they were at the start of the 20th century.
Yeah.
Human-caused climate change has loaded the dice, and more fire seasons like this one that you're looking at in the picture
Right.
are likely in the future.
Right. Okay, should we go on?
Yeah, we got Friday, March 6th coming up.
Yep, and we have an article from Renewable Energy Magazine.
Solar energy storage breakthrough unveiled in a drive to deliver affordable round-the-clock renewable energy to millions. This is a very clever idea. I hadn't heard of this one before.
I hadn't heard of it either, and it is very interesting. Energy storage startup Azelio integrated a unique energy storage system at the world's largest solar power plant, the Noor Solar Power Station in Morocco. Energy stored as heat runs a Stirling engine.
Well, Noor means light, by the way, in Arabic.
Yes.
Okay, and a Stirling engine is an external combustion engine.
Yes.
It doesn't use any fuel. It relies on heat from another source.
It doesn't even need combustion. You can buy models of these things that you can hold on your hand.
The sun will do it.
And your body heat will do it.
Okay, I was thinking of the sun. I know they got sun power.
Yep, they do. But in this particular case, it is wind power or solar power heating up a big block of aluminum.
And melting it.
Do they melt it?
Absolutely.
I forgot that. But they
changes from solid to liquid. That's called melting.
I think it is, yes. And then it's used to run a Stirling engine.
Well, I got a little bit about that came from the article. It's using a heating element powered by solar or wind.
Yes.
Okay. Aluminum is heated up to 600 degrees centigrade, changing from solid to liquid.
Yes.
Which they store.
Yes.
Okay. Using a heat transfer fluid, thermal energy is transferred to a Stirling engine.
Yes.
Which doesn't care where the heat comes from. Okay. And runs solely on heat. And the Stirling engine in turn runs a generator to produce electricity with zero emissions and at low cost. This is pretty clever. This is really a good scheme.
If it is as efficient as a battery, a thing like this could last a good deal longer than a battery.
I would think. And
it's basically physics and mechanics driving this thing. Okay.
Somebody had their thinking cap on for that one, I think.
Yes, I think so. Well, the Stirling engine, if you look at it, look it up in Wikipedia.
They've been around for a long time.
They've been around for a long time, but look it up in Wikipedia and you discover something really interesting.
Yeah?
It's just how it runs. It's one of those things that you look at this and say,
hey, kid.
How do you do that?
like lifting itself by its own bootstraps, huh?
That's what it looks like. It's got a piston which doesn't have a piston ring, I can tell you that. The air just flows around the edges.
Well, let's start off with a picture here.
Oh, let's do that.
Okay.
This is air pollution, and the article comes from Clean Technica.
Who'd have thunk? The article says that an air pollution pandemic, and they use that word, is worse than wars, parasitic diseases, HIV, AIDS, and smoking.
Yeah. Air pollution is taking 3 years from your life on average worldwide. Now that includes.
Sneeze about.
No, this includes people in Vermont. Your life expectancy is shorter.
Yeah.
Now it may not be 3 years, but that's the average worldwide.
That's an average.
And Vermont's air, by the way, is not all that clean.
Well, it's not Vermont air; it's Ohio air.
That's right. It's used air that came from Ohio and Pennsylvania, and Illinois and Wisconsin and Michigan and New York and okay. Air pollution is taking 3 years from your life on average worldwide. No one is exempt. A study found that about 2/3 of premature deaths worldwide are attributable to human-made air pollution, mainly from the use of fossil fuels. 2/3 of premature deaths. Now that would include deaths in automobile accidents, deaths in...
They're not isolating the deaths by cause.
No.
They're just saying the total amount of... Which is kind of a little bit funny, because I don't think that air pollution has too much to do with automobile accidents.
No, but it does have to do with emphysema and
for sure.
lung cancer and other kinds of cancer.
Well, I'll touch base with that.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
This came from the article. Air pollution causes damage to the blood vessels, through increased oxidative stress, which then leads to increases in blood pressure, diabetes, stroke, heart attacks, and heart failure.
There you go.
So they got it all. They've got the vectors there.
They do.
We must eliminate, and that's from the article, the toxic cocktail of molecules and lung-clogging particles cast off by burning oil, gas, and coal.
Yes.
5.5 million deaths a year are avoidable. And there is one giant solution to the pandemic: switch from fossil fuels to clean, renewable energy for both transport and electricity
Which will
generation.
save the environment from climate change, and it'll save us from spending a whole lot of money that we don't have to spend.
Well, that's the message that they're trying to get across.
You know, as I think about this, they say that the people who are defending the fossil fuels companies in court are the same law firms that defended the tobacco companies.
I read that.
And I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, you know what? Fossil fuels are an addiction, just like tobacco is. And
you certainly could call it that.
There are a lot of things in common there. But one thing about fossil fuels is even people who are not addicted are dying. And one of the things that I keep saying is that, you know, the American Lung Association in California did that study that found that our transportation in Vermont produces medical expenses that cost us $300 million a year in Vermont.
That's just Vermont.
That's just Vermont and just transportation, which is less than 50% of our fossil fuel use and considerably less than 50% of our emissions. And
this is pretty complicated.
Well, basically what it comes down to is that we're losing, $300 million is $480 per person in Vermont. But when you expand it to include the other sources of pollution, it's going to be $1,000 per person plus.
Wow.
And that means if you've got a family of 5, you're supporting, through your taxes, through your medical insurance, at the doctor's office or the hospital, about $5,000 a year in expenses that you don't want to spend.
A lot of people can't afford to spend it at all.
And the reason is because we're addicted to automotive transportation. And, you know, you could just go down this list.
Which is partly by design.
Yeah, I think it actually is. There were people in the 1930s who said, we want to have everybody have a car in order to recover from this.
And they bought up all the railroads and closed them.
Yeah.
Well, we'll move along here.
Okay.
Europe has the warmest winter by far on record.
This is from EchoWatch. Europe just experienced, by far, that is in quotes, the warmest winter since records began. The EU climate change observer Copernicus announced the average temperature in Europe between December 2019 and February 2020 was 3.4 degrees Celsius warmer than average, and that 3.4 degrees Celsius is
about 5 degrees, isn't it?
About 5 degrees Fahrenheit. So,
by the way, that Copernicus is not a guy. It's
Yes.
the Copernicus Climate Change Service.
Yes.
I was wondering about that.
Yes.
So I thought that name was used.
I thought maybe, you know, like there's a guy
Reincarnated?
There's a guy in Spain who's an admiral whose name is Columbus. Because they
interesting.
have a hereditary admiralcy for Columbus. And I thought, you know, when I first saw this, maybe there's a Copernicus out there who runs this thing, but you got it. Okay, we're up to Saturday, March 7th.
Well, we got a quick takeaway from here.
Okay.
The average temperature was also 1.5 degrees above the warmest winter ever.
1.5 degrees Celsius.
Celsius.
Which is over 2 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, yep. Well, this comes from Saturday, March 7th, and we're coming a little bit closer to home.
Closer to home. From the
And
Gotham
there's a picture
Gazette.
there. I'm going to throw the picture up.
Yeah, this is from the Gotham Gazette.
New York has already moved beyond Indian Point nuclear power.
Here's where we're headed.
And that's the Hudson River.
That's the Hudson River.
And that
complete
looks like
with a boat.
it looks like an excursion boat, doesn't
Yeah, it does. New York will have replaced the power it needs to replace Indian Point's output once it closes, the New York Independent System Operator says. And it can be done with clean energy transmission improvements and energy efficiency. How about that?
Very good. I was reading this article. I was reminiscing. When I was a kid, Indian Point was a park.
Yes.
And it had this huge swimming pool. I do remember that.
That's called the spent fuel pool now. Sorry.
It was a nice park. I mean, the way to get there, and that was part of the whole trip. You'd take a subway down to 125th Street, walk west to the river, and get on a Hudson River Dayline boat, which would take you up to the park. And the boat was an excursion boat, you know.
Yeah.
So there was a band on board and a restaurant. And you could go either to Indian Point or you go to Bear Mountain.
Oh, Bear Mountain is wonderful.
Which was a different kind of place. Indian Point was an amusement park.
Bear Mountain.
Bear Mountain had a zoo.
Just beautiful.
Oh yeah, it was a lovely place.
Okay, we are up to.
Well, let's see. We got something here.
Got something?
New York has already moved beyond Indian Point nuclear power. Did I say that?
I think one of us did. Okay.
Indian Point is one of the oldest and most dangerous reactors in the country. Well, it's closing, but
It's
it
closing.
is. It's still.
It
It's
is
surrounded by a large population.
Yes.
Well, it's very dangerous.
And
we simply cannot take further risks and must close these reactors, which are in the process of closing as we speak.
yeah, when Fukushima had the meltdowns, American citizens were advised not to go within 50 miles of it. How much of New York City is more than 50 miles from Indian Point?
Indian Point is very far from New York City.
There's a couple of blocks in Staten Island that are 50 miles away.
Is that it?
That's it.
The rest of the
The
city
rest
is all
of
within
the city,
50. Yeah.
not just New York City, but also a bunch of other cities, including Newark, and all those cities
Oh, yeah,
on the New
yeah.
Jersey side of the Hudson. It's really Indian Point. Well, but nuclear plants were built at a time when there was greater transmission losses than there are now, and they had to build them all on rivers. And of course,
Yeah, they needed that water for cooling.
our cities are all built on rivers. And
Sure.
so the result of that was most of those nuclear power plants were built about 35 miles from some big city because they didn't want it too close in case it had an accident, but they wanted it close enough that most of the power wasn't lost in transmission.
When this was a building, my cousin, who was about 10 years older than me and who as a kid I idolized,
Yeah,
was working in General Electric for
yeah.
public relations,
Oh, okay.
you know, advertising.
Yeah,
And I remember him giving me this medallion
yes.
that had a little hole in it, a little chain on it, and a little cobalt magnet. And the
Oh,
medallion
no.
said it was magnetized by current from the Indian Point generating station. And I still have that.
Isn't that funny? Yeah, okay. Now we have an item from the Environmental Working Group.
Senate bill would end tax credits for renewables and EVs, but boost coal, gas, and nukes. Huh?
Huh? The U.S. Senate is likely to pass legislation that would fail to extend credits for renewable energy and electric vehicles, but includes financial incentives for coal, natural gas, and nuclear power.
Duh.
This is the exact opposite of what we need. You know, there was an article today about the fact that somebody in the Trump administration has let it out that the administration is planning on subsidizing oil and gas in the United States because it's taking such a pounding. And interestingly enough...
What happened to the free market?
Yeah, interestingly enough, the head of the American Oil Whatever Institute went on record saying, we don't want a bailout.
That's interesting.
Isn't it?
That is interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let's move along. We got a picture coming
We
up
do,
again.
and I've got that picture up, and you can put it up.
And there it is.
This is from Clean Technica. That's another wildfire.
That's another wildfire. I don't know where it is particularly, but I wouldn't want to be there.
I would not. That's U.S. Forest Service. I would bet that's from California.
Senate bill.
Nope.
No, I read that.
You read that.
Yeah. Duh.
Duh.
Spreading like wildfire.
In
An
case
interest in making electric power public. This is an interesting
It
article.
is an interesting article, and for the viewers, in case you take a look at Tom and see that he looks like a deer with it in the headlights, it's not because there's anything wrong with him mentally. It's because he's trying to multitask while I'm doing the simple stuff. He's doing the controlling of all the pictures. Okay, Investigators show that mismanagement of PG&E, which of course is California Pacific Gas and Electric, made wildfires more likely and led to the utility's bankruptcy. California legislators and community members are calling for a public takeover of the electric utility. Similar calls are happening in many parts of the United States.
Well, this is a kind of a convoluted thing. I mean, in most parts of the country, the wholesale electricity is taken over by a controlled monopoly.
Yes.
And part of the deal is they're supposed to get a fair return on their money, which they have been. But it's a monopoly.
Yeah.
And monopolies are always subject to a little bit of abuse, if you will.
Yes.
You know, because they got a position of power. Well, there's a lot to take away from this article, and I've got some notes here, so I'll
go
just
through
read
it.
them, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to put us up so they know who I look like.
Looks like a deer in the headlights.
Prioritizing shareholder returns over maintenance budgets has increased the risk. The bankruptcy, when we're talking about PG&E now,
That's right.
presents a unique opportunity to buy grid infrastructure and redirect investment into public goods like resilient solar and battery storage rather than private profits. So what they're talking about is creating a public utility that will handle the wholesale end of the business. More than 2,000 public utilities already provide power to about 45 million people. So this is nothing new. I mean, there are public utilities.
They've been
There's
around.
even public utilities right here in Vermont, like in Reedsboro.
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up north there's more, but Reedsboro's just down this way.
Yeah.
Despite the time and money required for a public takeover, communities across the U.S. are taking this step toward local energy self-reliance. And in the article there's a list, the future of public power in U.S. communities. That's interesting.
Yes.
You might want to take a look at that one.
Okay, we're up to Sunday, March 8th.
And we got a picture coming
We
up
have an
again.
item from
Already there's a
PG
picture.
Magazine USA.
There we go, by Joe.
That's
Looks like a house.
rooftop solar panels. There's a lot of panels in that picture.
I would say.
One roof that's pointing the wrong direction.
Well, they've had something up there on that roof. You can tell by the different color tiles.
Yeah, but I have no idea
I don't
what
know
it is.
what's going on. Germany's electric generation was 60% renewable in February, with wind power replacing lignite usage.
Actually, it was a little over 61%, I think.
I think
the article
so.
says. These were the set of new records.
61.2.
61.2. There were a set of new records set in Germany for monthly electric generation during February. Wind power generated 45.8% of German electricity, almost half. Solar power contributed 4.2%. So without other renewable sources like hydro and biomass, you've got 50% of the power right there.
Well, lignite is like very, very, very soft coal.
Yeah.
And it's very polluting. It's really nasty stuff.
And the amount of electricity it generated fell to 11%, which is a new low.
Well, what it's saying here, 11 is exactly right. Biomass reached 8.3%, and hydropower was 3%.
Yes.
Okay, electricity from lignite was just not profitable.
And it's,
And overall, renewables had a 61.2% share.
Yeah.
The times they are changing, folks.
Lignite is so inefficient as a source of heat that the power plants that use it are all built right next to lignite
Right next to the mines, exactly.
Because they can't afford to ship this stuff. It drives the price up. As those power plants get old and retire, those lignite mines close.
They got no choice.
They got no choice. And that is, just part of the reality of lignite in Germany. And Germany has been dependent on lignite for a long time. Okay.
Well, they got a lot of it.
Yes, they do.
And let's burn it all around. Let's burn it all off while we can. And we can't anymore.
We reported on a couple of years ago a story about a German lignite mine that was opening up not far from the Polish border, and the mine was opening up. There was going to be a plant there, and that mine was twice the size of Manhattan Island.
It was big mine. I remember
Big
that.
mine.
Vaguely remember.
And there were
that.
whole medieval communities, you know,
Yeah.
little
The whole thing
towns.
is the mine.
These old medieval buildings were being torn down for a lignite mine. Okay, we have an item from the Guardian.
Expensive and underperforming. Energy audit finds gas power running well below capacity.
Now, this is, I think, one of the really interesting articles of the week. Energy analyst Hugh Sadler from the Australian National University's Crawford School of Public Policy found that combined cycle gas plants in the national grid, the ones described as baseload, ran at just 30% capacity over the last 18 months. That is awful. I mean, these things are just not doing anything.
Well, I had to look up what combined cycle meant.
Yes.
Okay? Because, you know, it's one of those words you read and you go, you don't even think about what it means.
Right.
But it's actually 2 generators in a row.
Right.
And the first one is running on the heat from combustion, and the second one is running on the hot exhaust.
Right.
And it's a good idea, really.
It's a great idea. It's a very efficient way of using gas, and these combined cycle natural gas plants produce electricity that is far cheaper than the natural gas peaking plants.
These are the bigger plants.
They're
too.
big
all pretty
plants.
big plants.
They're baseload, and they're running at 30% capacity.
That doesn't make sense.
It does not make sense. In the United States, a baseload natural gas power plant is probably going to run at 65% capacity.
Or higher.
Or higher. And that means these guys are running at about half the time that they would like to, very probably. And the reason for this, the baseload natural gas plants, combined cycle plants, are the cheapest fossil fuel source of electricity.
Peaking plants are very expensive.
And these things are just not running. And why? It's
They're not making money.
They're not making money.
Duh.
What can you say?
Oh, we got another picture coming up here.
We
Let's
do
look at it.
indeed.
Let's look at that
This is a picture of
Looks
pollution.
like a smokestack to me.
You know what it reminds me is a picture that we had a couple of years ago that was a smokestack with a cloud like that, except the cloud had a funny shape to it. And when I asked Google
There's a face in that cloud.
to do I asked Google to do a search on the image for the cloud, it came back with Donald Trump.
Oh boy, that's not Donald Trump. But
No,
I see a
it
face
didn't look
there.
like this, but the shape of the cloud was like the shape of Donald Trump's hair. It took Google a couple of days to figure out that that was not a picture of Donald Trump.
Well, the article's interesting. The
Yes.
headline says, Pro-Trump climate denial group lays off staff amid financial woes.
This is from the Huffington Post. The Heartland Institute, an influential climate denial think tank bankrolled by President Donald Trump's far-right billionaire donors, has laid off nearly a dozen staffers amid financial troubles, according to 3 former employees. Now, that's about half their staff, from what I could gather.
That's what it says. A little more than half.
And the Heartland Institute, you know, is in the habit of getting millions of dollars every year to support its group, but that money apparently is not going there anymore. And the president of the head of the Heartland Institute is being blamed. But honestly,
they're calling it mismanagement.
They're calling it mismanagement. I think it was mismanagement of a different kind than what they're insinuating here, because it looks to me like he was doing this with the expectation that he was going to get the donations, and they just never arrived.
It's an interesting takeaway from the article. Not a takeaway, really, but it's an aside. Heartland is the think tank paying for the far-right German woman anti-Greta.
Yes, that's right. Anti-Greta. We talked about
It shows
her.
that Greta is effective if they have to come up with an anti-Greta.
They've got this anti-Greta who's I think I read that her mother was was involved in some, not a neo-Nazi organization, but almost.
No, I think you're right. I think
Was
I
a
think
neo-Nazi?
they mentioned that her family has neo-Nazi ties.
But getting back to this story, as I was saying earlier, the stock market with the stock market, these people who are invested in fossil fuels have lost half their money. Are they really going to, they're facing a dilemma here. Are we going to put a lot of money into trying to deal with, to stop climate denial? And honestly, it's kind of like trying to stop people coming into the U.S. from Europe. The cows are out of the barn, and so now we're going to lock the barn doors.
Good idea.
Good idea. And here, the money's been lost. Are we going to put more money into something that is not making us money?
Interesting world.
Interesting world.
Well, we got an interesting article this time. Renewables generated more electricity than coal in the U.S. last month.
This is Monday, March 9th, and it comes from Sour Energy. In the dead of winter, renewable energy sources, solar, wind, hydropower, generated more electricity than coal plants in the United States. According to data from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, the EIA warns that the data is not final. But dead of winter is when coal has its greatest use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the numbers here are renewables generated 57 terawatt hours during February, while coal produced 55.
And a terawatt hour
is bigger than a gig.
1,000 gigawatt hours.
1,000 gigawatts. There's much more to come. There's 90 gigawatts of new, no fuel cost capacity in the pipeline.
There's a lot of renewable energy in the pipeline, and as I said earlier, I've been watching these pipelines month by month by month, and every month the amount of natural gas in the pipeline declines. And it has declined by over half in the last 2 years.
Well, unfortunately for the gas, it's not living up to expectations.
No.
They're running out much faster than they thought they would.
They fracked gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in order to produce fracked, you know what, Tom? If the fracking companies go out of business, who's going to get the gas out of the ground? And if the gas doesn't come out of the ground, what happens to the price of natural gas in the United States?
I would say it goes up.
This is not going to be a stable marketplace, I don't think. I'm talking about natural gas. Okay.
No, as I already said, it's not living up to expectations,
No.
and that is going to have dire effects.
That's going to have effects. Okay,
Well,
we've got
a
an
picture
item
coming
from
up
Clean
here.
Technica, and there is an airplane, and it's an interesting picture because you're a little bit above that airplane, and what's below it? Sky. Maybe it's flying upside down. and they flip
That's an
the
interesting
image.
picture because it's an artist's conception.
Yeah.
But there on the wing is about 7 motors.
Yeah, and if you look, there's on the tip.
Oh,
of
on the
each
tail
of-
there's about 4 more.
There's a tip on each of the
Yep.
wings back there. It's, it's
A lot of little motors.
a lot of little
instead of
motors.
2 big ones. Yep.
And they're called jets, but they don't sound
They're not
like
jets. No, well, they're sort of jets, but a different kind of jet.
They're a different kind of jet. Okay, what do you got for a title?
Wright begins developing propulsion system for commercial electric plane. This is an interesting article.
It is an interesting article. Wright Electric, an electric plane startup based in Los Angeles, has begun developing the propulsion system for the Wright 1, an electric 186-passenger commercial aircraft.
So it's a good size, regular size plane.
Yep. The propulsion system will reportedly have 10 to 14 electric motors.
Let's pull the picture up again and take a look at that.
Yeah, let's do that. And you can see very clearly that this plane is flying upside down, and they've inverted the image because the sky is down.
Well, Wright Electric is partnering with EasyJet, which is a company that runs these planes.
And by the way, calls the engines jets. That's why it's called
Yeah.
EasyJet.
To make the 1,000-mile range Wright 1. This is a 1,000-mile
1,000
range.
miles.
So it's no fluke here.
Yeah,
Wright will conduct flight tests in 2023, so it's not there yet.
yeah.
And introduce its flagship, the Wright 1, that you're looking at the picture there. The Wright 1. I didn't catch that.
The right one.
That's a pun,
Absolutely,
isn't it?
yes, it is.
It's going to introduce it sometime between 2027 and 2030.
Yeah.
Batteries will be quick swapped at the airport terminal.
Which means you can fly them in and fly them out.
Basically, it's 20 minutes to change the batteries.
Which is
So they're not going to recharge the batteries in
how long does it take to fill a commercial jet?
probably
line?
about as much.
I would guess maybe longer. I
Well,
don't know.
the right one will be initially used for short flights between U.S. cities like New York to D.C.,
Yep.
L.A. to Vegas.
Yep.
You know, they're not going to be crossing the ocean with these things.
We're
just
going to
yet.
have to speed up here. We've got 14 minutes and
14
7
minutes
items.
left to go.
Okay, our next item is from Clean Technica.
Oil prices plunge as OPEC countries fail to reach agreement.
The nations that make up the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries met to craft a response to the coronavirus pandemic, which, by the way, the WHO now officially calls it a pandemic, in hopes of keeping the price of oil from falling. They failed largely because Russia refused to cut its production, CNBC reported.
Well, I was reading a little bit about this morning, and it's very confused.
Well, but basically what happens here is I think Vladimir Putin wants to crush the American oil industry, and he knows he can do
I
it.
think he does, yeah. Well, low prices will put pressure on expensive extractions such as fracking and tar sands. Less oil would impact the pipeline business.
Right.
So we got a chain going on here. Less production will benefit the environment.
Yes.
From fewer emissions.
Yes.
Many oil-producing nations, and this is important, depend on income from oil to survive.
Yes.
A decline in revenue could destabilize them politically.
The Nigerians are very, very upset because they're going to be losing a lot of money.
Well, what they're talking about here is the ones that could be destabilized. Iran.
Yeah. Iran.
Iraq. Venezuela, which is destabilized already.
Well,
Brazil.
Yeah.
Plus Russia. It could destabilize Russia.
65% of, or at least this was true a year ago, of Russian foreign trade was based on its sales of fossil fuels. 65%.
65% of Russia, that's a big hunk.
When Donald Trump was saying the United States is the biggest exporter, the Russians were not happy to hear that because he was talking about succeeding in competition against them.
Yeah.
Now it's their turn to succeed in competition against us. And
Well, they got it a lot easier because they only have to bring that oil from Russia to Germany or something.
absolutely.
Like that, you know?
I mean,
They don't need boats.
we've got a trade war going on here between Saudi Arabia and Russia, and guess what? Both of them are hurting the United States.
Interesting, isn't it?
Isn't it? Okay, we're up to Tuesday.
And they're not
March-
working together either.
No, they're not. They're going against each
Well, we
other.
got a
We're up to
picture coming
Tuesday,
up
March
here, kinda
10th, and we
interesting.
have an item from the Irish Times.
I'm going to put the picture up first.
Yes.
That's the Templeberry Wind Farm.
And those are visitors.
They certainly look like it to me.
Tom and I went to the Sheffield Wind Farm, and I was thinking about that when I looked at this picture because those people are standing on stairs, and the Sheffield Wind Farm, I think it was like one step or two steps up into the mast of that wind turbine that we went to.
This is over in...
This is in Ireland. You can get the whole crew.
No, I'm talking about the one we went to. Was
Yeah.
near Bennington.
Yes, that's right.
Applications are open for community wind and solar farms, and we're talking about Ireland now.
Yeah. Communities across Ireland can now get into renewable energy business by submitting bids to build their own wind and solar developments.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Successful applicants will be awarded state contracts to generate green power for the national grid.
Well, what the article says is communities building solar or wind farms generating between 1 and 5 megawatts of power can participate.
Yeah.
Okay, it is expected at least 10 community ventures will apply.
Now, 5 megawatts is, which is the top limit of this,
Yeah.
is the size of the solar array that we have on our landfill.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? It's just
So,
about
you
the
know.
same thing.
Okay.
More than 3,300 gigawatt hours of renewable energy overall will be auctioned. Okay, so this is no little thing. For all renewable technologies in the auction, most of the opportunity to buy auction, that's what they're selling, opportunity to buy, will be granted to big providers. So the big guys are getting in, but they've opened the door for the local
communities.
guys.
Yeah. Okay, we have an item from Inside Climate News.
We do that. We do that. Honolulu sues companies for climate change damages. I saw a map of that, and Honolulu is in danger.
Yeah.
I mean, they're right on the seashore.
Honolulu city officials lashing out at the fossil fuels industry in a climate change lawsuit filed on March 9th accuse oil producers of concealing the dangers that greenhouse gas emissions from petroleum products would create while reaping billions in profits.
Well, the lawsuit says climate change already having damaging effects on the city's coastline. The city is right on the coast.
Yeah.
Okay, sea level rise, heat waves, flooding, and drought, putting its residents and property at risk. The industry has known that these impacts could be catastrophic, yet did nothing. So the lawsuit seeks to hold fossil fuel companies accountable for the costs and damages. This is an interesting article.
Yeah.
If you got a chance, it's a long article. If you got a chance to look it up, it's worth looking up.
My parents lived in Honolulu. They loved it.
Did they? Oh, yeah?
Yeah, they had to leave because there were some mean people who kind of drove them out of the place.
Oh, Japanese?
My father was on a destroyer mine layer that was stationed in Pearl Harbor when the bombing happened.
Okay, you've mentioned
And
that.
my mother decided, I'm not going to stay around here.
We better get out of here and
Yeah,
go
that's
to
right.
go to someplace.
She
a little
went to
safer.
San Francisco. Okay, we've got an item from Utility Dive.
And we do that. Democratic senators push to include FERC reform in comprehensive Senate energy bill. That Senate word is important because it's
Yeah,
the House is operating on its own energy bill, and they got to get together
right.
with both of them, which I think they will.
Yeah, Democratic senators filed amendments to the American Energy Innovation Act that would have prevented the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission from carrying out some of its controversial recent orders. The bill would make FERC more politically balanced. FERC is supposed to be politically balanced by law.
It is supposed to be, but
And
they haven't been doing
They
it.
haven't been doing it. They've been doing stuff that's very politically divided.
Well, the orders that they're talking about favored baseload resources such as coal and natural gas, while limiting the ability of clean energy to compete.
Basically, what the order says is, if you have a state that has incentives for wind or solar or whatever,
we're going to limit it.
We're going to force you to spend money on that fossil fuel that is equal to what is spent on the cost. The cost of electricity from renewables will have to equal the cost from fossil fuels in order to render them uncompetitive.
That doesn't seem to make sense.
They're doing this on purpose. They're
Yeah,
trying,
they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, they
Okay. We're up to Wednesday,
Well,
March
this is the
11th.
This is the last.
Last
day of the week.
Yeah, that's a Norwich solar technician putting
got a
in
picture of it.
Putting in solar energy.
If I can find my. Here we go.
There it is.
There we go.
You know, the cursor gets lost every once in a while.
Yeah.
We
well,
have a cursor that moves across 3 monitors. Okay.
so we got a picture coming up there.
We
or
have a picture
is
up
there already.
Okay. And this is from 7 Days, which is a Vermont publication.
Yeah, it is. It's about the article's about Vermont.
Yes.
So. A call to double Vermont's renewable energy capacity ignites debate.
A bill requiring utilities to get 100% of their electricity from green sources by 2030, up from the existing 75% by 2032, is viewed by many lawmakers as one of the session's most consequential pieces of environmental legislation. But the bill has opposition from some important groups.
Well, as you just said, regulations have reduced profits for solar power. Okay? And the issues around boosting in-state renewables are complex.
Yes.
The costs to ratepayers are uncertain. Storage might be needed. Well, storage would be needed.
Storage is going to be needed, but
Okay.
storage is also a lot cheaper than natural gas peaking plants, which is the
Yeah,
way.
it is, right.
I mean, we talk about wind and solar needing backup. Baseload power needs backup. It cannot function without backup.
And the backup tends to be expensive.
It's expensive.
Storage is probably one of the cheapest forms of backup.
That's right. Okay, we've got an item here from CNN.
Well, I had an article
You
about
had,
here.
you had things to say.
I just did a quick one here.
Oh, okay.
There's an opinion here.
Yeah.
The industry's estimates of huge costs to boost in-state renewables seem like the latest in a long line of efforts to convince people they can't afford to address climate change. It's politics, Billy.
Yeah,
guys.
that's what it is, and we can't afford not to address climate change. Okay,
But
and
it's a hoax.
Yeah, right, and so was the coronavirus until Donald Trump told people they couldn't come here from Europe. Okay.
Well, why Russia and Vladimir Putin are waging an oil war with America? Just touch base on this.
This is where I started off. Vladimir Putin knows America's fragile oil industry is built on a mountain of debt.
Well, yeah.
Moscow's refusal to join OPEC to mitigate oversupply is aimed in part at drowning U.S. shale oil companies that compete with Russian oil but rely on higher prices in a sea of cheap crude.
Well, yeah. What they're saying is if the prices go too low, we're not going to be able to come up with shale oil.
The shale oil companies are all mostly pretty close to broke already.
Some of them are going bankrupt already.
If the price of oil is $30 a barrel and it costs them enough to produce it that they have to sell it at 50,
it ain't gonna work.
It's not going to work. It just isn't. And historically, what they've done is they've produced and sold at a lower price in order to keep cash flow going. But they were doing that 2 years ago.
Well, they got to pay off the loans.
They have to pay off the loans, and nobody's giving them loans.
Did we mention that last week?
I think we did.
I think we did.
Yeah.
Well, there's a quick takeaway here.
Yeah.
Putin's goal is to cripple the U.S. shale industry because it's competing with his exports.
There you go.
Okay. And he wants to wrest market share back from American frackers.
Right.
So that's what Putin's up to. Now, Saudi Arabia, I don't know where they're coming from. They contributed to this by launching a price war.
Well, actually, from their point of view, Russia launched the price war because they were saying we've got to stop producing so much, and the Russians said no, we're not. So the Russians all of a sudden are saying we're going to keep producing oil, and if the price drops, that's fine with us.
Well, the Saudis have the cheapest oil to produce in the world.
Yeah.
I mean, it comes out of the ground sometimes without even a well.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we're up to our last item. We have a very interesting picture here.
Let's see if I can't find the picture.
What you need to find is the cursor.
There we go. I need to find my mouse.
Those things that are growing on what looks like a green rock.
Yeah, they're purple sea urchins.
They're purple sea urchins. And
those things in the background are seals. Or are they sea lions?
I don't know. I don't know the difference, to tell you the truth.
I don't know the difference either, but they're pretty enough looking things.
Yeah. This is from the BBC.
Purple food changing California.
Since 2014, parts of the California coast have lost more than 90% of their bulk kelp forest due to problems related to climate change. Losing the kelp forests could mean an ecosystem cascade that would devastate many species and local economies. The solution to this may involve our eating purple sea urchins, those purple things.
Where they're coming from there is the purple sea urchin feeds on kelp.
Yeah.
Okay, and it can form ravenous feeding fronts or urchin barrens. The creamy gold roe from sea urchin is highly prized in Japanese restaurants.
Right.
Okay, so environmental groups are reaching out to chefs to convince more people to give it a try. And this is a quote here. Just like you'd go into an oyster bar and get live oysters, you could order a live sea urchin and eat the roe straight from it. That doesn't sound like fun.
Well, it's, it reminds me of descriptions I've read of or heard of people eating live animals, which all just turned me off very badly.
Well, we eat live oysters, we eat live clams.
Oysters don't, most of these things...
They don't have eyes.
They don't have eyes. They don't have brains. There's no brain in an oyster. I had a office mate once who was an ocean biologist, and he told me, scallops have eyes, lots of them.
Do they?
Yeah, but they don't have brains. And if you put a starfish in a tank full of scallops, the scallops get very excited and start swimming around.
Is that so?
Yeah, they go like that, and it propels them. But They don't have brains. Okay, time to go, Tom.
Yeah, I guess
And our
it
advice
is
to the-
interesting
to-
stuff this week, though.
Our advice to the viewer is have a magnificently idyllic week. Why don't you put us both up and we can wave?
Well, I guess I can do that.
You can do that. There you go.
I will
So
wave goodbye.
come back next time and have a good week. A magnificently idyllic week. I think that's an oxymoron.
I would like to call to order the Select Board meeting of March the 9th, the first meeting after town meeting day. We'd like to welcome our public. We've got former Select Board member Gordon, we've got Mary Ann Lawrence, and our road foreman slash road, possibly road commissioner, Dan Zabrowski. And for the time being, we're going to skip over the rules of procedure as we'll get to that in a moment. Do we have any additions from anyone? Yes, Zon?
I'd like to.
Yes.
I'd like to consider an addition of, to talk for just a second about the Conservation Commission's plan to do community values mapping, and how the Select Board might be engaged in that along with the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And I have an addition to schedule a meeting of the Select Board, Guilford Cares, the Emergency Management Director, to discuss Guilford's response to the coronavirus.
Okay. Any changes to the agenda order from anyone? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to move on. I want to just welcome Select Board members who were re-elected. Zon Eastes and Veranda Porsche were both re-elected to their respective terms. And new Select Board member, Rusty Marine, welcome. And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Looking forward to working with you.
I'm looking forward to working with all of you also.
Thank you.
And the next, the first real step of new business is to elect a chair and vice chair. And does anyone wish to make a nomination for a chair?
I'll nominate Richard Brzezinski.
Okay. Anyone
Need a
else?
second?
Yeah, I need a second, sorry.
Second?
Okay. Any discussion? Any other nominations? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Okay. Motion carries. Sorry, I also have to take minutes at the same
Thank you very
time.
much, colleagues.
And Richard, you want to take over for electing a vice chair, or do you want me to finish it?
No, I'll do that. Can I do, is there a nomination for vice chair? Do I hear a nomination for vice chair?
I'll nominate Miranda.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Is there any discussion?
Must be a sign.
All those in favor say aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimous. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Veranda. Thank you, Richard. Conflict of interest statements, Peter.
Yes, so this is something we have to do every year, is that all the select board members need to complete a conflict of interest to related party statement and questionnaire, and answer the questions and sign it. It generally takes 10 to 15 minutes, and so for the sake of time, and Richard, I have a copy printed for you. For the sake of time, at the moment, we won't do it during the meeting, particularly since we have a relatively lengthy meeting at this time. But if you folks could kindly get those back to me this week, it would be appreciated.
Okay, on to our next agenda item, which is the readoption of the select rules of procedure. The rules of procedure, which are on the table there at the end of the table.
They actually aren't, because you need to readopt them.
Are the rules which basically govern how the select board interacts with the public. They are rules which govern basically civility in terms of questioning and answering. And in order to reenact them, I guess we need a motion.
That is correct, to
Okay.
re-adopt them.
Do I have a motion to re-adopt the rules of procedure?
I shall move that we re-adopt the rules of procedure.
And do I have a second?
I will second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Randy, you're being new, you're certainly at liberty to read the rules of procedure at your leisure. But as I said, they govern how the public and the select board interact during meetings. All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye, please. Aye. Any opposition? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. The select board annual goals. I hope you've all had a chance to read them. Those are the 2019 annual goals that you have that were in your folder. Why don't I read them out just to be articulate? The first goal was implement the town capital plan. The second one is strive to be a place where young individuals and families can live and build a sustainable financial future in our town. 3, hear regular reports from the various town commissions. 4, be aware of the needs of elders to age in place based on our town plan. 5, facilitate collaboration amongst Guilford nonprofits and community organizations. 6, for the select board to continue to be active, open, and transparent. 7, to implement a social media program for town communication. And lastly, 8, traffic to oversee or to improve, I would say, traffic safety in Algiers Village and Guilford Center. So what we want to do, given those, I mean, you can see that some of them I see have been met or mostly met. We've been working on the capital plan, certainly. We have worked on traffic safety in Algiers Village and Guilford Center. We've heard regular reports from the various town commissions. We've invited them to address the select board. It's a question, I suppose. It's not for us to say, I guess. I think that we have tried our best to be a select board that is active, open, and transparent. And I know that in regard to a social media program for town communication, we have a renewed and revised website that is more active. Do I have any comments from the select board or the public in regard to these goals?
I have something. I don't have the document right in front of me because my computer is having a hard time getting online. I think that the goal of making Guilford, what was it, attractive and affordable and, you know, for young people, individuals, and families. I think that the goal is sort of awkwardly stated, and I think it's also something that I'm really interested in working on collaboratively, you know, having the select board work on it, and each of us has probably something different to bring to the table, to this table, about our experiences of living here and how to make this a welcoming and affordable and et cetera, you know, for people. But I'd like to see that given equal priority to some of the other, you know, worthy goals.
Miranda, could we request that you draft that goal more eloquently or more directly, if you
I
would?
can certainly do that, and I could work on it with anybody else who wants to, and also if anybody wants to work on some action steps that we can do that are maybe a little different from what we've already done.
I for one would be happy to work on sort of brainstorming some action steps that we could bring forward to the select board and the community.
Richard, Sheila has her hand up.
I see Sheila, thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I think that the goal originally was to support the town plan's goal. And that the select board would be in support of the town plan's goal to make the town a more welcoming place where, and that's what's missing in the beginning of that sentence. Oh, What we don't have, what we haven't had is action steps that are aligned with the 2015 town plan. And you might want to go first to the town plan and then see what they're doing for the 2020.
Good
Yes.
suggestions.
Thank you
That's
so
what-
much, Sheila. I shall do that. No,
I'd like to make a suggestion, and I'd like the select board to tell me if they think this is sensible, but in regard to the first goal, implement the town capital plan, I would like it to read implement and monitor the town capital plan. Does that, and by monitor, I mean that we would be much more involved in the capital plan and overseeing and watching how it is implemented. Implementation without kind of monitoring, it doesn't make as much sense to me. If I think we should be monitoring it as well as implementing it.
I would agree. Yeah, that was something on my mind as well. That we should remain vigilant in, ensuring that the capital plan is advanced forward as planned.
So why don't we make it, Brenda, when you're redoing these, maybe you could add monitoring to it. Is monitoring the right word, select word, do you think? Without objection then, let's put in monitoring, and if we want to change it,
I'm
we
thinking,
can.
not enough time to think.
Implementing?
Evaluate?
Evaluate?
I don't know, I'm just suggesting,
Well, let's try those couple of
monitor.
words.
By monitoring, I think we would, that means to evaluate, I think,
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments about the goals? But I think that Sheila's advice to put these goals up against the town plan and see where we come out in terms of language and possible subcategories is a very good one.
I do have some thoughts that I think it would be great to put. Maybe it goes in number 2, I'm not sure, but the coming communications union district ideas need to be in here somewhere, I think, as a way that we're actively engaged with that. So I don't know if that's just inside of ideas that come along with number 2 to make our community sustainable and affordable and all of that. But
I would be in favor of making that a separate goal.
okay.
So would you like to word that, John?
Yeah, not right now, but yes.
Okay.
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 Thank you, that's a good suggestion.
And what about, then another thought I have, I mean, again, it's in the capital plan, but this work that we're doing on the town garage, that will just become part of this? Is that part of the monitoring we'd be doing at this point, or does that want a separate entry?
I almost feel like maybe it could, would justify a separate item. Infrastructure, facilities.
Sheila?
So I think when you have implement and monitor the capital budget, the capital plan, budget and plan, you already have the plan, you have a timeline, et cetera, and what you maybe want to do is put some more specifics under that goal. I think we're a couple years behind in the town garage. I think maybe 1 year behind in the museum. And so you would not only have tracking the projects that we laid out some time ago, and maybe assigning, responsibility for monitoring and who's going to be the project lead and stuff like that, but also ways of keeping up to date on what money you've spent and what money is left to spend and where the resources are. So it's kind of
That's what I meant by monitoring.
Could we build a sort of a time frame into this? I mean, can that be part of the goal, like to meet on this quarterly or something like that?
Yes, and it's probably my blame, but I don't know if all the select board is aware that we do have a capital improvements plan that is in our documents, and that is a timed document, which hypothetically anyway, which shows what money needs to come out of in regard to the capital plan and where it's coming from, and which years it's dedicated to. So if you looked at the town garage, you would see that there was money set aside for that. You would see what years the disbursement, at least at the time that the capital improvement plan was devised, we thought that the money would be expended. So are you aware of that, Michael, of that document?
No, I don't think I have seen it.
Okay, so I mean, that's something that I would like to bring up and have in the minutes, that we need to make sure that our select board knows that that document exists, and to study it well.
Yeah, so I might suggest, Richard, if you don't mind, that, I mean, if Michael doesn't know it, I don't know it.
I definitely don't know it.
That maybe as part of the select board's learning process, that part of our monitoring would be a kind of regular paced review of the various aspects of that project, of that program.
Yes.
So we can all come up to speed and be in a similar place.
So I think that perhaps in every maybe third or fourth meeting of ours, this is just a suggestion, that we have that on the agenda, just to take a review to see where we are with capital projects and capital expenditures and capital revenues. And Peter, can you be mindful of that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Great.
And it's a very clear document. It's
Great.
not intimidating.
Right. Now, one suggestion that I have, and I'm not sure about whether this falls under the purview of the select board or not, but certainly events of this year have led me to think that can a goal be that the select board assures that town meeting is organized and prepared for, and that it runs smoothly? Could that be one of our goals? Or my question is that a responsibility of the select board? And I guess I have to turn to Peter for that in terms of the legal issues involved.
Well, I certainly
Miranda?
feel as if, I mean, what we had talked about prior to town meeting was to have a town meeting committee that reported to and collaborated with the select board. And the public part of our town meeting was the work of an ad hoc committee. And, you know, probably those people would continue to support us. And the part that the select board is really responsible for having all of our ducks lined up, you know, that's something we can certainly promise the town we will do.
So what do other select board members, you make a compelling case for this to be a goal, Miranda. Do other select board members agree with that?
Yes, I
do
as well.
there's room for improvement, I think, for
Miranda,
organization.
the way that I've just put it in my notes is assure that town meeting is organized and runs smoothly. I'm sure that you could come up with more articulate language in that, but that's what was in my mind.
Accessible, I think I would add the word accessible.
Okay, good. So if you could sort of, when you're redrafting the goals, add that one. We're going to say that we are going to add that goal, and I think that that will help us tremendously in making sure that we make sure that our town meeting has lunch, has childcare, and microphones, not to mention other things that we're going to get to later. But thank you very much. Do we need to vote on that?
On just adding that one thing, or the entire plan?
I guess we need to vote on the entire plan again, don't we?
Well, do we want to fine tune it a little bit before we vote on it?
Yeah, that's
I mean, I'm happy to work with Peter and anybody else who wants to have input, and you, Richard, on wording in the next, you know, between now and our next meeting, and then we can vote on it
And I guess, you know, we can have Peter circulate the draft the best we can do, and I welcome input, even from
Okay, so that would be an
the
action
public
step
as
that we want
well.
to have, that we are aware of.
And do we have any preliminary thoughts on how to go about organizing the town meeting committee? Like, would we appoint
I think
individuals
that,
or put a call out for volunteers?
I'll handle it. You know, I was already working with people on each issue, and those people will probably be willing to participate, and we could put something in Front Porch Forum, and if anybody on the select board wants to be involved.
That's great, but I wonder if it's one thing for you to handle it, which makes it appear and feel like it's a select board responsibility that you're handling, as opposed to a committee of people that have come together to handle these various things in collaboration with the select board. You see the
Well,
difference
I'll
I'm
be happy
suggesting?
to convene a committee.
All right, so
Okay.
essentially.
Right, and so the
person-
committee, because the select board established this committee, either last meeting or this meeting before that, this town meeting committee will, at the appropriate times, report on their progress in regard to the 2021 town meeting.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, Miranda.
Is there time for one more
Yes.
question? I just would like to understand a little bit, I guess it's the one that facilitate collaboration among the various Guilford nonprofits and community organizations. I see that it's aspirational. Can someone speak to what the hope was, or what might have been happening, or what might happen?
But one thing I know is that we would, I think that the inspiration for this was the Broadbrook Community Center, and how various nonprofits in town, that was just one moment of thinking about this, where the Broadbrook Community Center was going to be working with nonprofits in the town, and nonprofits were going to be using that space. Does anyone else? So that's one memory that I have of that goal. Gila?
So if I remember, it also related to the fact that over the past several years, there have been several very active nonprofits, including Broadbrook, but also Friends of Algiers Village, Guilford Preservation, Guilford Cares, and that there was some concern originally that everybody was operating in silos, or relatively speaking in silos, and that it would be perhaps one of the roles of the select board to try to make sure that people were aware of what they were doing, what these different groups were doing, and also communicating with the different commissions that were related as well. So it's kind of just knitting the community together a little bit more as it comes together, as it's acting as a community.
Sandra, would you like to see that more specific? Is that what you're getting
Well,
at?
This is very helpful to hear this, and I don't know if there are actions. I mean, it's the kind of thing that totally appeals to me. This is what I love to do, and so that's why I ask, because I don't know what's been done, or if more could be done, if the select board would like more to be done. So.
Very good.
Richard, Ann has her hand up.
Yes.
Hi, Richard. One of the goals that I think I heard was about welcoming new members to the community, but I didn't hear anybody mention the concept of the handbook for new residents that has been under the auspices of the Planning Commission. And I know they haven't dropped it. I know they've been focused on the town plan, but I would think that would be important to mention as a subset of that goal, that was one of the mechanisms to get that to happen.
Right, that's a really good suggestion, and I have a few ideas as well about welcoming people, and certainly the handbook will be an important part of that.
Any other comments about the goals? Great, so where we are with this, just to summarize, is that Miranda's going to take the goals both as they exist and
With the support of other select board members.
And the ones that we've added, and create poetry out of them, of course. At our next board meeting, this will come up for approval or not. So that we will reassert or reconfirm the select board's support of our goals, and they will be goals for 2020.
One.
The newspaper of record. Currently, our newspaper of record, Peter, is the Brattleboro Reformer.
That is correct, and it's been chosen because it has regular circulation 6 days a week. The town has attempted to use the Commons in the past, and it didn't work because it's only a once weekly, and so I would personally recommend the select board continue to use the Brattleboro Reformer. They have provided a great service to us. On occasion, when we have public notices to post in the newspaper, they will do that for free. Other items, we do get a quote-unquote government price for it. So they have always been really wonderful to work with and very responsive to our needs. So I would recommend them.
Do I have other comments or a motion?
You know, there's nothing wrong with the Commons aside from the fact that it's only published weekly, and that doesn't meet the needs that the select board in the town has based off of state statute at various points in time, unfortunately.
Does this require a motion?
It absolutely does.
Okay, so moved.
Do I have a second?
Go ahead, Rusty.
Thank you, Michael. Any discussion?
I think Rusty seconded that.
Oh, Rusty, thank you. You're
Hop in.
first.
I know, well, I'm trying to get up to speed here.
No, you're good. You're good.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much. Peter, would you like to speak to G, annual select board appointments?
I would be very happy to. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
So every year at this time, at the first select board meeting after town meeting day, the select board makes their annual appointments. I have a list here that I would like to read out for specific offices and recommendations for people to fill those offices. First is road commissioner, and that would be Dan Zabreski. Delinquent tax collector is Penny Marine. Constable, we have a new Guilford resident who has volunteered to both be constable and dog officer. His name is Adam Raven. He was formerly a deputy sheriff in Maine. He and his wife recently moved to Guilford, and he is now training to be a deputy game warden in the state of Vermont, and that training overlaps with some of the training required for constable. And what doesn't overlap, he has already said that his schedule is free enough that he can arrange a time when the State Police Academy is offering the courses that are required to be taken in person, and he will attend in person. So he's very enthusiastic. He's a young man, and so Penny and I met him last week. I've had very extensive email communication with him. He's very, very quick to respond, and has a really great, positive, cheerful attitude. So I think he's going to be a great choice for this.
He has a great name, too.
Yeah, boy.
So he's for both of those positions. Fence viewers will be Dan Zabreski and Dan Ingold. For the Conservation Commission.
May I jump in here? Sorry,
Yep.
Peter. I just want to ask before we go through the commissions.
Yes.
I see these people being, that their terms are up and they're to be reappointed. Is it just a foregone conclusion that the select board will reappoint the people that are in seats now?
No, so I have contacted the people who are up for reappointment and first inquired if they are willing to be reappointed. They get the first choice. And if they say no, then, for example, for the commissions, then I go to the commission chair and ask if they know of anyone else who has interest to be appointed, and then they make a recommendation to the select board that XYZ individual would like to be appointed. Now, the select board can choose whomever they want, but Guilford has a tradition of
the commission's appointing.
The commission's making a recommendation and going with their recommendation.
Okay, I just need to understand that.
Yep. So for the Conservation Commission, standing members Bill Jewell and Stephen Sosniski both need to be reappointed. For the Planning Commission, it is Lynn King, Thayer Tomlinson, and Nathaniel Mathiasen. For the Recreation Commission, it's Taj Keir, and a new individual so the select board moved to increase the Recreation Commission by 2 commissioners to a total of 9 because of the amount of work that they've been doing, as we discussed at previous select board meeting. They really needed the extra help to spread out the workload. And so Wendy said that a woman called Ashley Kane has been volunteering as a citizen volunteer with the with the Recreation Commission for just over 3 months now, and she's very interested in being appointed as a new Recreation Commissioner. So they're all very enthusiastic. If I remember correctly, she has a child in the school as well, so it's a really good fit.
And the Rec Commission is actively recruiting another.
That is
member.
correct. I was also told that the Conservation Commission is also actively recruiting to fill their vacant spot. Do you know, Michael? Have you heard of
Conservation?
That's what Linda told me. Linda Hecker told me that they hope to have it filled in April.
Yeah, I'm not sure they have someone who's actually volunteered.
Okay, that's fine.
Step up. But I think they had somebody in mind though.
Yeah, that's what she said.
Yeah.
Okay. For the other roles, we have the Wyndham Regional Commissioners, Gabby Ciafreda and Steve Lemke have both enthusiastically volunteered to continue in their roles. For the town pound, Marianne Lawrence, who is here today, has also enthusiastically said yes, which we greatly appreciate.
Thank you.
We have a floodplain administrator. Steve Lemke has also agreed to do that again. Our energy coordinator, well, we now have an energy committee. We don't have a coordinator at the moment. They're trying to see who has free time to take that role on. For Green Update Coordinator for this year, Ellie Myonin has agreed to be reappointed. Tree Warden, again, Dan Zambreski. For Wyndham Solid Waste Management District, Michael Becker is the primary and Cheryl Franklin as the secondary. The Bullock Education Scholarship Committee, Catherine Mason has agreed to continue for another year. And Rescue Trustee, Gordon Little has agreed to continue for 1 more year. And for the Emergency Management Director, I would be willing to continue for 1 more year.
Excellent.
Those
Do
are
I have a motion to accept?
Can I ask one question going back
sure,
to Constable? I mean, I'm thrilled we have someone who's interested. Do we do a background check? I'm just thinking of someone who potentially uses firearms.
We have to, yep. Yeah, so the firearms, that is, depends on their level of training. And that is dictated by state statute. So initially, it is not, in the 2020, it's not commonly done by constables. There are a few towns where the constables do carry sidearms, but it's not common. They have to get to a level 3 certification at the police academy in order to do that. And prior to that, they're not allowed to carry a firearm. And for level 1 and level 2 certification, they have to be accompanied on a call by a level 3 or higher certified law enforcement officer. So, but yes, we do have to do a background check. So,
just curious.
Yep, absolutely, good question.
Thank you, Michael. Do I have a motion to accept the appointments?
I'll make a
Select
motion.
board appointments? Who
Yes,
was that?
Michael.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I'll second that.
Rusty second.
Rusty beat you.
Rusty second. Okay, is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion carries unanimously. On to something that I put on the agenda, which is now called the Budget Review Committee. And let me just give a little explanation of what my idea of this is. First of all, I think that after our problems and there were problems with the budget in the town report, the highway budget in the town report, and and also the fact that some of us on the select board, I'm not mentioning any names, are not budget whizzes, and we have new members on the select board who are not familiar with the ins and outs of the town budget. It occurred to me that there could be a committee that would be an advisory committee on finances to the board, who are people, and we would hope that that committee would be constituted by folks who had experience both with budgets generally and Guilford's budget specifically. When this idea came to me at town meeting, there were volunteers already who were volunteering, and three of them are in this room tonight, who would have volunteered to be on what Sheila has Sheila suggested, actually, and I thought it was a good suggestion, to call it not the Budget Review Committee, but the Finance Advisory Committee. And certainly when I was on boards of directors in the past, that was a fairly common name for an advisory committee. Usually it constituted board members, but this would be an outside Finance Advisory Committee. And we don't have a mission yet, but generally what I would think the mission is, and I'm going to say something else, which is that I would hope that if the select board agreed to have a finance advisory committee, the finance advisory committee would meet and suggest what its role could be. But generally speaking, what I had in mind when I thought of this was a committee that would really give a very scrubbing look at the numbers that we present, both in the capital improvement plan, in our general budget and our highway budget, and help us to make sure that we have precise numbers, and particularly at the time of town meeting, to act as a vigilant committee, very vigilant, to make sure that what is published, the numbers that are published, are the correct numbers. So that's what I had in my mind, very vaguely. Any comments?
So, may I comment?
Peter, please, yes.
So a couple of points. So per VLCT, one of the sole responsibilities of the select board is the creation and approval and maintenance of the town budget. And the purposes of so Rusty, being new, you're not aware of this yet. So in the fall through the early winter, the select board has regularly scheduled public budget meetings. And so that is frankly, that is the time for the public who are non-select board members to come and give input. So while a budget review committee per se, as stated, is not quote unquote illegal, the budget is the sole responsibility of the select board.
Right, and that's why, just to speak to that particular point, that's why this would be an advisory committee. They would not be creating the budget, and the word that I used originally was review, so that the budget would basically have been created, and that it would then be reviewed by a financial advisory committee. I just think it's another layer of protection for the select board and the town, of course.
Well, we did have members of the public come to our budget meetings. I mean, I like this idea, and I'm glad that there are veterans of the select board and perhaps others who are interested in supporting our process. And in talking with Katie Buckley, she was mentioning that other towns did have, a support group for the budget process, and I would support a support group for us, especially as we have people who are willing. It's a big job.
Yeah, there wouldn't be much difference. I mean, the public is invited to come to the budget workshops. This would be a specific number of the public who would come, who would join us possibly at that time as a committee to talk about the budget and most importantly though we want review, I think, of the budget. And Katie Buckley was another volunteer, by the way.
Yes, so if I understand you, Richard, what I hear you saying is that the law requires that the select board put together the budget and that the public be engaged or invited to be engaged in that process. So in putting together the budget, it would come together and then perhaps this committee would have some kind of overlap maybe toward the end of that process to help us get it to a point, the next stages in the process. Is that
Yeah,
right?
that's what I was thinking of. Yeah. Any other comments, Sheila? Did you want to say something?
Yeah, this is, Peter's right, this is, the town finances are the select board responsibility. I think one of the things that we need to recognize is that life gets ever more complicated in terms of regulations and expectations and what the community can bear and what the community understands. And so I think having Katie involved and somebody like me, and I think Gordon has already also volunteered, and is something that can help with the bigger picture, and also making sure that funds are in line with where they should be and being applied or used where they should be, just to provide another set of eyes and some guidance and recommendations to the select board. Certainly not to do the select board's job.
Right.
And not to make the budget. I mean,
Another set of eyes.
Well, and it's also history and continuity, which is important to me. I mean, when I think about just the people in this room, that Anne, represents, among us, we have, more than a decade of, and how long ago was it?
It was 2001 when I started.
2001.
2000,
So
yeah, 2001.
we've got ballpark 20 years of select board responsibility, fiscal responsibility. And I would personally welcome that, both in casting the numbers accurately and responsibly, and also in communication, how to communicate succinctly with a view toward what people have understood and what's different about what we're doing now.
Is there any further discussion? Or
I'd like to just say,
Yes,
I'm sorry, go
please.
ahead, Peter. I'd like to just say one thing quickly, that still is a totally new member of this, and even though it's great to begin to understand this, I totally am heartened by the idea that there are these community members who are willing to help us through this process, and so it feels very good to me.
And Richard, if you don't mind, I took a moment this afternoon prior to the select board meeting just to review the state statute regarding one of your last comments when you first gave your overall review of your idea for this topic. And that is that the town report, specifically the financial portion of the town report, is the sole responsibility of the Board of Auditors. So the Board of Auditors are technically an entirely separate board. We now have 3, thankfully. And it's their responsibility. And VLCT has a very good write-up about this, if anyone would like to see it later on, about who can really interact. And it's very limited, so that they basically are elected individuals who compile the report, and by state statute, they're only technically required to compile the financial side of it. That being said, most towns throughout the entire state have a very long, wonderful history of including many other things in the town report. So we just need to be careful that 2 of the few positions that are in conflict per state statute are the select board and the board of auditors. So you cannot tell them what to include, unfortunately.
Right, but no, but we would be talking about, I'll get to you in a moment, Gordon, but just to be clear, what we're talking about is a finance advisory committee for the select board. The select board then turns those members over to the auditors to correct. So we're not getting, this committee would not get in the way of the auditors.
Okay, I apologize. Maybe I misunderstood your statement earlier. I apologize.
Yeah, no.
Are we talking about something that's spread out like throughout the year, or something that just happens during that budgeting
No, it
period of
it
time?
would be spread out toward the year, but I think what we need to do, in my idea, is that we have the general outline of this advisory, finance advisory committee. I would like the finance advisory committee to meet, and the volunteers who came forward to me personally to say I would like to be on this committee, for them to call a meeting of themselves and to outline in draft form what they believe their mission is and their time frame, and then bring that forward to the select board, which could approve it or not. How does that sound?
Good. It feels like a lot to ask, but it's good. Okay.
So Gordon wanted your attention.
Actually, my question seems to have been answered by that last exchange, that you answering Peter's.
Okay, thank you, Gordon.
So thank you.
Do I have a motion and the motion would be for the select board to establish a finance advisory committee?
Yes, I so move.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, is there any discussion? All those in
Wait,
favor?
Anne has.
Quick question from what you were saying earlier. Is this a self-selected committee? You talked about people willing to come forward. Is this a committee appointed by the board? I wasn't clear about the process of...
I think that it would be a committee appointed by the board, yes, and it should be, but I was sort of overjoyed that we had such skilled folks who had come forward already to volunteer to be on that committee, which the select board is grateful for, at least from my perspective. Sheila?
Would there be a member of the select board who participates on this committee?
I think there should be. Yes. So do we need to add that into the motion?
No.
I
I don't think you need to. You can just have a select board member who volunteers to be the liaison to that committee.
Yeah, as in other committees in town. So is there any further discussion? Yes, Ann?
No, that was me trying to kill a bug.
Okay.
I guess I would just offer that the gentleman who caught the error in the town report offered his services.
Tim Harris.
Yeah.
What's his name? Tim Harris?
Tim Harris.
I don't know him very well, but I met him at a gathering
And
this
he has
weekend.
already stated that he would like to be on that committee. So we don't want to forget him. Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries, and I think it's going to be a very important benefit for the town of Guilford, and thank you very much for unanimously agreeing to that. On to the
approval
the minutes of the meeting of February 24th. Do I have a motion to accept those minutes, or do I have any commentary about them?
I do have one question. The additions to the agenda, should they have come before this? 2 additions to the agenda?
Oh, it doesn't matter. We can put them in wherever you guys wish to.
All right.
So no, it doesn't matter.
Do I have a motion to accept the minutes of the meeting of February 24th?
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I mean, is there any discussion? I'm sorry. No discussion? There being no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 I'm abstaining because I wasn't there.
Okay.
I mean,
Although
I
you-
read the
You
minutes.
technically can approve them even when you were not present.
Okay, well, I read the minutes, and I assume if everybody else approves, I will approve too.
Okay?
I mean,
Okay, it carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
Could you
Danny,
please
on to
sign this?
the general update on the highway.
Well, we've been,
trying to smooth some roads up, hauling some gravel. We're cutting some dead trees around town. Just the way things are going right now, I think we're not gonna have a bad mud season. A lot of towns around have posted their roads, and I'm not gonna post them right yet until if they fall apart the next meeting, then I'll come to the meeting and say, it's time to post our roads. And right now, some of them are getting dry and dusty already, so.
Wow.
But I think, keep our fingers crossed, this weather tomorrow and a little rain tomorrow night will dry them out even more. I know I was on the backside of Green River Hill today, and I couldn't believe on how it's holding up right now, so.
Fantastic.
Good news.
Thank you. That's the highway update. There was an addition to the agenda which we can talk about now. Is that correct, Peter?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, wherever you wish to insert it.
And that addition was to schedule a meeting, and this was Veranda's suggestion, and I think it's a very important one, to schedule a meeting as soon as we can, bringing in the key folks to talk about Guilford's response to the coronavirus, and this is of course, in the realm of preparedness. So we're not talking about what the meeting should be, we're just talking about having the board approve that we can schedule a board meeting, an emergency, I guess you would call it, select board meeting, to discuss Guilford's response to coronavirus. And that would include Peter, of course, is the emergency management director, and Guilford Cares, and I'm not sure what other organizations or persons should be involved in that. But I think we do need to schedule a meeting. Sheila?
Peter had something first.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I would also, a couple things. As far as individuals to include with that, I would also recommend Jared Bristol to be included in that.
Yes.
Should we get to a point of having an emergency, he would be the incident commander, so I think it's important that he would be there. Richard, as I spoke about with you during our planning meeting last week, and Brenda and I spoke prior to the meeting, I've received, in the past, since last Wednesday, I've received a huge amount of information from both the state and from VLCT regarding this topic. Due to other tasks the select board had assigned me to do, I haven't had the opportunity to analyze all of that information, but I'm going to do so and present that information to the select board, because part of it, the information from both the state, Vermont Emergency Management, as well as from VLCT, has recommendations for steps and actions for select boards to take.
Yeah, and I'm very strongly in favor of us being aware of that, of that commentary and those descriptions. Yep. and processes, and so
and secondarily, tomorrow evening, Jared and I are attending a planning session at the Brattleboro Fire Department for EMDs. Select board members are welcome to attend if you wish.
What time is that?
It's from 6 until 8 p.m. at the main Brattleboro Fire Department on Elliott Street.
Right, so you can report out on that.
I will certainly do so. You don't actually need an emergency select board meeting, but it would be a special select board meeting.
Special select board meeting, okay, thank you. Sheila?
I just wanted to point out that Guilford Cares has, as of late last week, a video on how to deal with coronavirus at home. It might be worse. It's a YouTube video, and it's prepared by a Guilford resident, Richard Griffiths, who's done a lot of studying on viruses and pandemics and epidemics, and he's been working.
We should invite Richard. Also, Richard
He's a member of Guilford Cares, so he's put this up on their website. But it's worth looking for that on the website. Yeah.
Oh, Richard, can I just ask Sheila something?
Go ahead, Miranda.
Could Guilford Cares post that video, let's say, on Front Porch Forum, so that, is it like that?
No, I think it's possible. I think you just need to ask, or somebody needs to ask. There's no reason not to post the link on the town website and on the Front Porch Forum. I don't know if there's any legal repercussions at the state level with this, but...
in this instance, no, I mean, if it's on YouTube, and the select board feels that it's appropriate content and that it's reliable content, I can post it without any problem.
Oh, great.
Okay.
And obviously, coming from the individual it's coming from, I would venture to say that it is reliable.
We don't need a motion to do that.
Absolutely not. That I can just do that if that's something the select board desires.
So Peter, two things then. Would you post those videos, and would you also then convene, query people on when this meeting, this special meeting can be convened?
Absolutely.
I just recommend you
thank
check
you.
with Richard.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I was going to do that. I was going to get his permission.
Yeah.
Don, did you have something?
Just out of courtesy.
Yes. So the planning commission has, they're moving forward with a plan, and one of the conservation commission at the last planning commission meeting went to the planning commission meeting and proposed that as part of the planning process that the planning commission is currently involved in, there's an offer to do a community values mapping workshops. And so the folks, Linda Hecker and Linda Lemke, were there from the Conservation Commission asking that, or inviting the town of Guilford actually to get engaged in that. So in that process. So there was a lot of enthusiasm for it. As Linda Lemke presented it, the Planning Commission thought it was a great idea. It essentially it's an offer from, where's it coming from? I don't know. But the Wyndham Regional Commission, I guess, is one of the partners here in a grant process they've gotten. And it's about the fact that Guilford is in this connector from the Berkshires up to the Green Mountains, the Southeast Corridor connector, it's called, to for the Northern Appalachian region. So these asset mapping evenings, there would be 2 of them to complete this process. The Planning Commission felt it was a very good thing for them as part of their process to do. Other communities are finding it's just a great time for people to sit down and talk about what they envision for their communities over the next number of years. So it's a free way to get this work done, and it can go into some planning, into some thinking. So there was a request that I would just bring it up at the select board meeting to say that we're in favor of this, that we would, if we are, and that we would perhaps attempt to have a member or 2 from the select board meeting attend these meetings to show our support.
So could you just explain briefly what is meant by asset
mapping? Yeah, it's a technique that's used in community building oftentimes, where groups of people sit down and they talk about what are the strengths in a given community, what are the values of a community, and how can we build on those, how can we structure those up together, what are people's ideas for building them up. And oftentimes actions come based on positive notions of your community rather than what's wrong with our community that needs to be fixed. But moving from the point of view of what's positive. And
so Don, what is your request to the select board?
Just simply that we become part of the consortium that's saying yes, we would like it will strengthen the Wyndham Regional Planning Commission's intention to come here. And the request that we'll be making, or that the Planning Commission will be making for these workshops.
Okay. Yes, Anne?
But just apropos of that, the town visit that the Vermont Council of Rural Development did would be a huge piece of information that would be of value to that, because that whole process started by saying what are the positive things about our community, and how will we use those to make a plan. So it sounds like a real logical piece of that.
Building on that, yeah.
Right.
So can we have an enthusiastic sort of assent to getting the select board involved in the asset, was it asset planning? Was that what it was?
Asset
mapping?
Values.
You said community values mapping is what you said.
Community values mapping.
I'd be willing to participate if we're looking for a volunteer.
Yeah, and they have a
Can we
day.
say that we strongly support that?
Yes.
Select board?
Yeah.
Yes. Good. All right, moving along.
Let me just say, sorry, Richard, one more thing, just quickly, so we know, so it's all on the table, we know. The first meeting looks like it'll be March 30th.
Okay.
I don't know what time yet or anything, but it'll be March 30th.
So is this a planning meeting or is this the first values mapping meeting?
It's the first, it comes as a package into your community. There will be 2 sessions. March 30th is the first packaged event. So we don't have to plan it or think it up. It's all done. We just come and participate.
And are they looking for broad participation by the public or?
They require 25 people to be present at the meeting, and Linda's sure that they'll be able to get 25 people from Guilford to attend.
So we should be all advocating for attendance then?
Yes, and we just want to get the word out.
Yeah, I'll go too.
March 30th is a Monday, folks.
It's the 5th Monday of this month.
Yeah. Okay, I'd like to move on now, if we might. And we're on to the old business. No, there was one other agenda item, wasn't there? There was a new business?
Nope, we covered both of them.
We did, okay, great. The broadband survey, Peter, I've been just looking for sort of a report out on where we are in regard to getting Guilford residents to fill out that survey.
Yes. So as Richard and I spoke about at our planning meeting on Thursday, due to things from last week and tasks the select board gave to me, getting the surveys mailed out to every single household in Guilford was put on hold. That being said, I was spent quite a bit of time working on it today. Got some help from our assessor Lisa in putting together that mailing. If anyone else would like to volunteer and come in and assist with stuffing envelopes, a total of 938 of them, it would be much appreciated. The intent is to hopefully get them mailed out. It would be great tomorrow if I could get some help. If I don't get help, it'll probably be Wednesday because I need to, I think a priority should be evaluating the data on the coronavirus, unless the select board feels otherwise.
I'll come tomorrow afternoon.
Any time of day would be immensely helpful, and any amount of time. I mean, Lisa only helped me for half an hour, and she got a huge amount done, so.
No, I'll do
I'm
that.
not sure I can, but.
I'm sorry, I can't be there because that's
Yeah,
how
I have to work.
do this stuff.
I may try. I'll
And
try.
eggplants.
Okay. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Well, I just would like to say that I looked at the data, the mailing data. We got a quick report. That's a few of us, and so far over 100 Guilford households have already. That's great. That was as of 4 or 5 days ago. So our goal needs to be around 300 households to make it viable from the point of view of Guilford. And we're actually, just looking quickly, we're ahead of some of the other towns as far as numbers of applicants or submitters. Yeah, compared to, and some of those other towns are actually already actively engaged in developing a CUD. So we're doing well without knowing quite what we're doing.
So I hope everyone in this room is filled because that would help. And also, Peter, I would strongly, I mean, if it's going to be next week, that's a little bit too close, I think, to the deadline, which is March 15th. If I'm not mistaken.
It's March 17th is the deadline to complete the survey.
So if you're talking about next Wednesday?
No. I was saying Wednesday of this week.
Okay.
As in 2 days from now.
Right.
If I can get some volunteers to help stuff envelopes, we could hopefully get it done tomorrow. I mean, if that's more of a priority for the select board than the information on the coronavirus, that's fine. I'm happy to do what you wish.
I'll try to step back for a little while.
Okay, so we've got.
I think I can be here. I think sugaring is going to be.
So
and I said this last week. I was happy to come in.
Yeah, so we've got 4 or 5 volunteers.
What time do you get in the morning?
I will be here between 7:30 and 8.
Yeah, okay. I'll be here then.
So yeah, we have 4 or 5 volunteers right now. So that would be immensely helpful. She was coughing.
Oh, okay. All right, moving right along then to the town garage analysis. And Michael, I think you all received Michael's bullet points that I thought were very well done, which
Did you have a chance to see
in
Russ?
a different direction
No,
than we thought we were going. So Michael, do you want to present to us your sort of counter to what we thought we might do?
Sure. I mean, am I free to distribute to the public as well, or okay? Well, let's start with Danny.
you want
We
us to
can
share?
pass them around.
Sure.
I'll keep one or two. There we go. So, I mean, in my past life, I've worked for several firms that have worked on town garages, and I just got to thinking, as this question of should we commission a structural inspection came up. I think that's sort of what is before us here. I'm going to ask that we take a step back and consider kind of looking at the big picture a little more before we kind of hyper focus on, you know, a few trim boards here and a cracked concrete slab there. And really, what I'm getting at is I think we might want to consider a planning study. And for the people who have been here before me, let me know what has been done, and sometimes it might be considered a feasibility study. I'm kind of thinking not about solely the building, but the entire facility, the site, the fact that we're up against a wetland. So all these bullet points are just sort of questions in my mind that are things we might want to kind of look at. And I say at the end, I mean, I think we probably would have a structural inspection further down the road, but my thought is to bring in professionals, and it might be a team of an architect and an engineer who would bring that knowledge of how to work with the site as well as the building together, and kind of take a big picture approach to what we have and whether it suits us adequately now. We know there are some concerns about the vehicles not fitting and some fire safety concerns. I mean, that was one of the big ones for me is, you know, we should probably fix that. So I'd love to hear Danny's thoughts on this. I'm very open-minded about it. I'm not insisting we should do this, but it just was something
So
that...
Michael basically is proposing that instead of doing the study that we were going to carry out, which is the same as we did for the capital improvements plan, the CNA.
But slightly more in depth, Richard.
Yeah, that we do a planning study which gives us which studies different aspects of the garage and consequences of the garage.
And I would certainly want, you know, the people that work in that building to be first and foremost, you know, at the front lines of the, you know, the process. I mean,
Well, for one, I will say I'm happy to defer to Michael's expertise and professional experience. If he has studied this question and thinks that a planning study is much more in the interest of our town than the other study. I don't know, what do the select board members think?
Well, why don't we hear from Danny?
I mean, what you got here on this paper is we're pretty much like we have an alarm system over there. We do have a fire system that detects smoke, and if we have set it off before. You know, there's some other stuff here that could be addressed, you know, like an expansion for putting on maybe another couple bays or whatever, but we're pretty limited to some of the space we have over there. And like now we have the sand shed, all our sand's inside. We have a salt shed, which is all inside. Before it was all down near the brook, you know, and if Irene come through, it jumped the culvert down below, and if my sand pile was still there, we wouldn't have had a sand pile because it would all been down the brook. So I mean, there's some stuff here that can be, it wouldn't be a bad idea to restructure it and go through it again.
And part of what I'm thinking about is if we do come to the conclusion that a small expansion is needed, I'd hate for a brand new roof to go on
Yeah.
And then we come to the conclusion that we might, take off a quarter or a third of, the end of the building to reconfigure it and to take a step backwards to
Pretty limited
peel the roof off.
on the building, on where you can go with it. I mean,
Yeah.
as far as a new roof on it, I wouldn't hesitate putting a new roof on it, or fixing it. Because the way the building sets and the way the room that we have, you'd have to go, well, as you're driving in, you'd have to go straight to the right-hand side of the building, in between the building and the salt shed. Because when we
So
put
the
this,
question before us is really, that Michael is posing, is that at our previous meeting, we had agreed to investigate the engineering study from the same group that had done the capital needs assessment on all of the town's properties. Michael is sort of countering that and saying, before we do this engineering study, we should look at a planning study lens, which includes an architect, and what the potential, what the current conditions of the building are, and what its possibilities for the future are. So what's before the select board, I'm just trying to sort of characterize what's before the select board is, do we want to change our mind about, because Peter went out and got the bid from the folks who had done the CNA, do we want to change direction and now look into this planning study way of looking at the garage? Have I made that clear? I mean, that's the question before the select board. It's not to talk right now about what's going to be done in the garage. It's to talk about which way we're going to study the garage, either through the engineering study or what Michael is suggesting, the planning study.
And Richard, the engineering firm are expecting a response from the select board this week, so since they've already been waiting for 2 weeks.
So what is the select board's response to Michael's suggestion?
I'll just jump in and say that I appreciated reading this, and I would value this step back. I would personally. I think it would be helpful, but I don't. I would like to hear if there are reasons why we should not do it. If there's somebody who could say why we shouldn't do it, why we shouldn't go forward in this direction.
Well, my concern is the structural inspection. We're gonna hear, the roof needs replacement, and then we're gonna end up following that recommendation, putting a new roof on a building that we can't fit the trucks in.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
And then we're gonna come back and kind of potentially reconfigure the doors, and that could have structural implications. And
Well, like Danny said, aren't we restricted anyway in putting other buildings there, right?
yeah, I mean, I guess I'm advocating for a sort of hard look at, not just what we need next year, but
On down the road.
Yeah.
This is an opportunity to look out
I
10
also
years.
brought up our Emerald Ash Borer situation, and I know we may need more space for
you can
that.
stop over and I'll give you a tour.
Yeah,
So you'll have a little better idea of what we got, and I can tell you what's weird and
yeah.
where everything is, and I think you'll get a little better picture of how much room we have, and so.
Okay, so back to the question that's for the select board. Do I have any consent that this is a more pragmatic and practical way to go to assess the condition of the garage's current use and its future use for the highway department in Guilford? Do I have consent that we should go through at least get a bid, Michael? And Michael has said that he knows several places who would respond to a request for a bid. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm sort of curious to hear, what the rest of the board feels.
Well, I just feel as if I don't really understand enough. I wasn't here for the first presentation, and so what I'm understanding is that with this project, with the road crew, we're looking, the highway department, you're proposing that we look at the whole site, think about what our highway department may need in terms of like 5 years, 10 years down the road, and whether we can meet those needs by doing something on that site. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, well, I'm in favor of that.
Okay, do I have any other favorable comments or non-favorable comments? Should I just poll you each? Don, what do you think?
I agree. I mean, I said at the beginning, I'm in favor of doing this, unless someone can compel me otherwise.
I agree also.
Okay, Michael? We know what you think.
Yeah, I think we should.
And I've already stated at the beginning of this conversation that I think that that this is a good way to go. So, Peter, can we ask you to work with Michael to
Absolutely.
Put out what we're looking for, a bid on a planning study?
Yep.
And I like that word planning study because it indicates or implies that we're planning for the future of Guilford's highway department.
Yep, I'd be happy to work with him on that.
Okay,
And then just for the, Richard, just for the purpose of the minutes, how would you like me to note down just that the select board is declining the proposal from CLE?
Do we have to decline it, or can we put it in abeyance? Can we just tell them that we're not ready to make a decision?
They were expecting some form of decision this week. I mean,
Well, I would say that we
and
may.
you can decide whatever you wish. I mean, I'm just saying that I need to give them some kind of response out of courtesy.
Well, we've not decided yet, and they will hear from us anon.
Okay, I don't know how long that bid is good, or that cost is. Yes, thank you, Miranda. How long the offer is valid for?
Well, maybe you can find out and report back
Okay,
to us.
I just wanted to make sure it's recorded appropriately.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Okay, on to the next subject, which is under old business. I'm sorry, the discussions and updates, town meeting debrief and request to auditors. I thought that given the circumstances of the town meeting this past last Tuesday, that it encouraged discussion from the select board, and so I would just like to hear people's thoughts. I will be very candid to say that I was very disappointed that in regard to the budget, highway budget presentation. I come from a school where that I was taught by the president of the organization that I worked for that you never put anything in writing, particularly numbers that were incorrect and didn't match with what other materials that people were looking at. So I felt really badly, and I think that it's our responsibility as the select board to talk about that and to work it through. We've given 10 minutes, and I don't really think that this discussion should go on for ever and ever, because it could, but I would like to at least initiate the discussion tonight. So I've said what I have to say. Ann?
I think you put in place some good steps for not coming to this kind of situation again at another town meeting, because you're right. I think not only was it, I'm sure, hard for it to be sitting in the select board's chair, but I think it was confusing and upsetting for town members. Mm-hmm. That it's a big vote of no confidence when the numbers don't make sense. So I think that what needs to happen for this year's budget that was misprinted and was still passed, there was a huge vote actually of confidence when people passed the budget with the numbers not making sense. But I think in some form a corrected budget should be put before the public with an apology, and that would go a long way towards helping people have that confidence that this will not happen again. And I think with what you put in place, it's doubtful that it will. But you talked about clarity and transparency. I think I still can't figure out the budget because I didn't write down the numbers, Peter, as you were saying them, and I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people.
I failed to mention that there is a plan in place of how to handle this, which is exactly what you're saying, which is to send to the town the corrected highway budget with a memorandum that doesn't go into a great deal of detail, but which says due to technical difficulties, the budget was an error, or we haven't worked out the wording quite yet, and that here is the corrected budget.
Good. Yeah,
I would just second Ann's, that I think what I heard you say is good, Richard, but I think there needs to be an apology. It shouldn't go out without an apology.
Right. So the memorandum would say the select board apologizes and due to the technical errors, and here are the right figures.
So
thank
please,
you for bringing that up, Zon.
Please remember. I just need to interject here. Please remember that this is a request that the select board needs to make to the auditors. This is not something that I think that Ann's suggestions are great, and I fully support them, and will do whatever the select board needs me to do to assist in this matter. But we need to remember, we need to request the Board of Auditors to make this action.
And I can report that the auditors have already agreed to this plan.
Okay.
So Richard, I would just like to reiterate what Ann said. One, I'm here tonight as an ex-select board member who was a part of this budget and who was as deeply mortified as everyone else at that table that this happened. So one, that's the most important. Two is the corrective action of why it happened. Explain very succinctly, and yes, we can explain it to the auditors, but my conversation with the auditors has been very clear. They appreciate, I think, the select board's diligence in figuring this out. So explain what happened. It is a technical error, but it happened. Human error is part of the process. But the numbers that were decided at town meeting and approved are all correct, thanks to Peter went through that. But I think it's really important to explain just that simple fact that when everything was transposed, FY21 got shifted, to the left and didn't show up. And the only reason we had such few corrections is this budget is not, massaged and looked at every bucket doesn't change annually. There are, certain things that tend to change a little bit. And that's why Peter was able to isolate those changes so that the town needs to understand what they voted on was correct. Those, those totals were correct, but everything in the middle was totally cloudy. And people have come up to me over the last, 3 or 4 or 5 days, and I had questions. And once I understood what the error was, it's very simple to communicate what happened. And that's why some of these buckets look so, distinctly different as we go from year to year. So I think that will go a long way in a very simple form explaining, we're sorry it happened, this is what happened, and we will move forward with the correct numbers.
Thank you, Gordon, and I think that we agree with that. Brandon, you have your hand up?
Well, we have no authority over the auditors, but I wonder if the auditors need somehow more support in getting it right. And I know that there were a number of people in the audience who were adding up their numbers, and one Guilford friend of mine said her husband was, adding up the numbers, and he's retired now, and he would be willing to, serve as an auditor. And I just wonder whether they need, just different and more support. And yes, we have no authority over them, and yes, I appreciate that. Are they doing like a volunteer job?
Yes.
Right, and so...
Similar to the select board.
Do we need to give them some kind of support and encouragement to get more help themselves?
Can I partially respond?
Oh yeah.
May I respond to that, Richard?
Yes, please.
I think that's legitimate. I would like to say that we just had a new young woman elected as our third auditor. Her professional experience for the past 15 years has been in graphic design, editing, and proofreading. And so this is what she does day in and day out.
That should be a great point.
I think that this is going to be an enormous help to them. And and frankly and sadly to replace the void that was left by Neil's passing.
Well, that,
Right.
But that's what I have.
Sheila, Sheila, did you have a question or comment?
Ann and Sheila both do.
So mine doesn't relate to the audit committee. It's another issue about town meeting, which was kind of the timing, which in effect, maybe that does relate to the audit committee, because I don't know when they got the numbers and I don't know when they came back to the select board to check and stuff like that. But the other thing is, there are a large number of people who did not get the town report in time, and there was a discussion about this, not getting it on Front Porch Forum. I don't know if there was any response from the town office to say, if you don't have it, come to the town office or let us know and we'll get you one in the next. But there were people who went to town meeting who had no chance to look at the numbers before they sat down in town meeting, and then there weren't enough books for them to see. Wow. So somehow timing of production needs to change. This is not the first year, and I think maybe it's the third year that we've had people who didn't get books delivered for whatever reason. It's second or third, I can't remember.
Let me speak, please. Sheila, I forgot to mention that in plan that we have been discussing, that the town report as a whole would be sent out to Stage Road residents, and what was the other road?
River Road.
Oh, you mean this year's?
River Road, because we know for sure that the Numwood got the town report on those roads.
Yeah.
May I respond to Sheila's statement?
Yes, please.
So just informationally, so unfortunately, this has been a long-standing problem for many, many years, long before I had been employed by the town. And I would like to give credit to the auditors and the work that they did, in that in my 3.5 years with the town, this is the earliest that it has been mailed to residents. It was delivered to the post office on February 7th. This is a week earlier than I have seen in my other 3 years. Yeah. So I think that's really excellent. I think they worked very hard to get to that point.
Thanks for that point of information. We remember, folks, that we've established this evening a town meeting committee, and the town meeting committee is going to be concerned with the town report and the schedule of producing the town report. I mean, Neil Quinn is in so many ways, I'm almost crying just thinking of Neil, but you know, a loss for our town. But this is one of the ways that we feel his goneness. Ann, did you want to say something?
Well, you kind of touched on it. It was really about the timing of getting the material to the auditors to get back to the select board, so that there's this reiterative process of people looking at it. It goes to the auditors, it goes back to the select board and Peter to be checked before it goes to print. That all of that, you would do that as next year, as you do your committee, make a timeline so that it is allows enough time for that to happen.
And from your experience and in your mind, what is the last sign-off on the budget numbers in the town report, as far as you understand?
Well, the last sign-off was really, I think, of the select board. When the auditors got it, and when Neil got it, he would get it back to Katie, who would run it by us for the last time. At which point we would sign it, and then it would go kind of back to the auditors to go to print. So
that process has to be really scrubbed in and analyzed very carefully, so that we make sure that we have a process like that next year. Any other comments? Oh, I do have one other comment. Some people, when it was intimated that there was a trouble or that the town meeting didn't go well, say, what are you talking about? It was a great town meeting. So I want everybody to know that. I mean, you probably have all heard that it went very, to a lot of people, it went very well. So let's not, I mean, we need to kick ourselves, but not, not to the point of unconsciousness.
Well, and as I said earlier, the fact that the town voted on the budget as was presented was a huge vote of confidence, because they discovered problems, and yet they voted to support, and as several articles passed with extremely positive energy. There was a lot that was really good about it, and I don't come to trash it. I think it's what you had said about, let's make sure we put things in place so it doesn't happen again, and also acknowledge the mistake with an apology and clarity, and then move on, because I think that was very positive.
Right.
Oh,
Moving
right.
on. Yazan, do you have any?
Sorry, quickly, 2 issues, and they can just be put on the table. I just want to make sure that that it's in the right place. The whole notion of the increase to the fire department budget, that we're keeping track of all that, how that's going to work, and all the steps there. I don't want it to get lost in the shuffle.
No,
Because
that's
recorded
already
in
attended next meeting.
It's recorded in the minutes, and when Richard and I met on Thursday, it's an agenda item to form a committee to positively move forward to make sure that happens the way it was discussed at town meeting.
Okay, then thank you. Then the one other thing is that I had a few people talk to me about the idea. We all anticipated that this meeting might have taken an hour and a half. I think that's kind of what we were thinking about. So a few mothers came to me after the meeting and said this didn't work for us. The families, why not? If we're just going to have a report from the school, why not put that first in the day?
I was asked
and
that.
just let that happen. That's a timed thing. We know how long it's going to be. It's not up for this questioning thing that the meeting, the timing and the scheduling. So we might want to consider that for next year to start off with.
Okay,
if there's
so
an
that would be
educational
something
report.
that the town meeting committee should take up.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Miranda has her hand, and I'd like to say something when she's done.
Yeah, I mean, one other thing just about the town report was that there were names left off, John Dixon's name, Katie Buckley's mother, there was somebody else who died who wasn't in the town report. And while we're putting out our apologies, I'll find what the other names were.
Kathy already sent them to me.
Oh, really? Okay.
Okay, so we can apologize for that at the same time.
Well, it's a different kind of serious from quirky numbers.
May I recommend to the select board that you make an official, someone make an official motion to request the auditors to send out the items that you have just discussed? Just to be formal as well as to be respectful of their rules.
But it's the select board who's working on it, and they'll send it out. So but we need the auditors to approve it and approve its sending.
No, they are the ones that have to do, it's the other way around from what you just said. They have to do the writing, they have to do the sending. This is an action by, because the report is the report of the auditors. It's not a report of the select board.
But the draft, okay, well, they let them draft the language for review by the select board. I mean, we have to be very careful.
There's no way in which the two can kind of fit together and send out a report or a statement to the community. I'm just asking.
I mean, because technically each of you are separate boards, and you can each make separate statements if you wish.
No.
But, I mean, technically, it's a report of the Board of Auditors.
But we can work with the auditors who are our friends to craft the language of this.
Yeah, but I think, so maybe what Peter's suggesting is we just have to do it the other way around.
I will, after this meeting, I will share the state statutes and the information from VLCT with all of the select board members, and I'll let you make your best judgment.
Okay, so you're doing your due diligence and telling us what the statute is.
My personal understanding of the statute, yes, based off of reading the statute as well as reading information from VLCT. But it's the final decision is yours.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure. Yep.
All right, that's that for that. Okay, now we're on to communication, the warrants, please.
Oh, the warrants, okay. I move that, and thank you.
Let me just, excuse me, Brett, to thank you, public, for attending this meeting and for your astute comments.
Thank you.
Bye, Jenny.
Okay, I move that we pay the following warrants. Payroll week, March 1st, 2020, for the sum of $7,968.10. Payroll for March 8th, 2020, for the sum of $11,967.73. And expense warrant number 2017 for a sum of $37,582.67. And of the expense warrant, there was $9,000 for road salt, there was $12,000 paid to Passive for quarterly insurance, and $4,000 paid into the retirement fund, which happens every other month. Correct, Peter?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay, so that
Do I have a second for the motion?
Yes. Did you give the total?
I'm sorry, I did not give the total. This is my first time as a warranter. Okay, so for a total of $57,518.50.
Second, Brad. Seconded by Zahn. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Are there any communications, Peter, that you want to present to us?
I do have 3 brief communications, yes. So we received a letter in response from the Department of Taxes, from the Division of Property Valuation and Review, from their director, that they have filed the agreement that the select board made with them from 2 select board meetings ago for the adjustment that they recommended. So anyhow, so they have now, they just wanted to inform the select board that that adjustment has now been submitted to the Department of Education for readjustment of school taxes. The other 2 are slightly briefer. Communications 1 is from Vermont League of Cities and Towns announcing their Spring Select Board Institute. I would strongly encourage any select board member who has not attended yet to consider attending. That is on Saturday, March 21st from 8:30 a.m. until 3 p.m.
Rusty, if you can make that, that would be very...
I have to work that day. Penny told me there's one on April 1st.
Isn't there other options?
That, at least on this flyer I have at the moment, that's the only one, but we'll look into it.
Yeah, because she told me April 1st. I can make that one.
Okay, they often will do 2 of them.
Yeah.
So the second thing is...
Definitely worthwhile.
Yep. The second thing is the Town Officers Education Conference, which I know Veranda and Sheila and I attended, and it's very well worth it. This is put on by UVM Extension Service. One option is April the 8th at Lake Maury. The second option is April the 15th in Burlington. This is very, very well put together conference and very informative for the roles and responsibilities of select board members, other town officers, and town employees.
Are you going to that, Peter?
Yeah, it's been 3 years, so I was going to speak with you next time we met to consider attending again, because they've changed the format and the options available slightly this year. So
You said that it's for town officers?
Yes, you are a town officer.
I'm a town officer, so I could consider going?
You
absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Don, you're a town officer.
Truly?
Richard, that is all that I have.
Okay, thank you. So can we move, can I move so that we want to go into executive session about a personnel matter,
Yep.
but can we summarize the actions from this meeting and review the actions from the previous meeting so that we can end with our executive session?
Well, you still need to adjourn after the executive session.
Right.
Mr. Chair, just for BCTV, however you choose to do it, I'll shut off the camera when you enter executive session, but I will need to capture you coming out of it, even if it's just to adjourn, to get the last bit of open meeting.
And we'll have to sign the warrants, remember?
Yes.
Oh, okay, so then let's move into executive session now, is that what you're saying?
So, as usual, we need to have 2 motions. Veranda, would you like to read the first motion? I'm not trying to tell you to, but...
No, I'm happy to. Okay.
Premature knowledge.
Okay, so the select board...
Well, remember this is written as minutes, so you would move that...
Okay, so I move that we move into, just exactly...
No, that premature knowledge...
Okay, I move that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at significant disadvantage.
Full stop. So that's the first motion.
So I have a second for that?
I will second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Say aye. Aye.
No idea what it
Okay.
means.
That motion carries unanimously. And the second motion, Miranda?
Okay, move to enter executive session to discuss personnel matters as per VSA 313A1.
Do I have a second for that?
Second.
I second it.
Rusty seconded it.
Okay, thank you, Rusty. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. So let's stay in this room, and if
And
Peter
it's-
and
Yep,
Ian could leave, that would be fine, and we'll come and get you.
and it's 8:10 PM that you're entering.
Okay. The Select Board of Guilford is exiting executive session at 9:20.
It's
I'm sorry,
8:38.
9:40.
It's 8:38.
8:38. You can see I'm getting tired. Okay, so, and we have taken no action. Now, so let's see, it's up to, we're waiting for an adjournment motion.
Would you like to maybe to review actions?
Yes, please.
Okay, the action summary from the previous meeting of the 24th of February was Peter to contact Criteria and Lancet Engineers, which we already know has happened. We received back information from. You moved and approved to add 2 new recreation commissioners. You moved and approved the town administrator and administrative assistant job descriptions. You moved and approved edits to the personnel policy, and you accepted the redetermination of equalization from the Department of Taxes. As far as actions from this meeting, Richard was appointed as chair, Veranda as vice chair. The select board rules of procedure was readopted. The Brattleboro Reformer was selected as the newspaper of record. The annual select board appointments were made. You have created a finance advisory committee. Minutes, I guess we passed those up. And you decided not to move forward for the moment with the, informally decided not to move forward with the proposal from CLE. And that's all, unless I missed something.
Let's see, I'm going,
Oops, 2 things. Do it one more time, Richard.
Didn't we establish a town committee?
a budget of the Finance Advisory Committee.
He said that.
Oh, he did that. And then the other thing was that together with Zahn Easties, I'm going to redraft the select board goals in advance of the next meeting.
And so my question is, did we not establish a town meeting committee?
We did that before.
At the previous meeting.
Oh, we did that.
We did that before town meeting, and I said that I would convene people, but not be in charge of them. I'd be a member of the committee.
Okay, now we're looking for a, you know what motion we're looking for, Michael?
Motion to adjourn.
Do I have a second?
Sure.
Any discussion?
Seems like a fine time.
It's 8:43, we're adjourning.
And we have to sign the warrant.
And sign the warrants, but.
Okay, I'm gonna shut the camera off.
Thank you, Richard.
All right,
Thanks, Richard. Bye.
Oh, and
Also,
we have to
minutes.
sign
Did you
the
sign the minutes?
conflicts of interest.
in terms of background, you'll see that this is going to be a committee bill because this is something that the language, the Attorney General's office requested language on this issue, and it came in too late in terms of me actually introducing the bill. So that's why this is what I expected. And David Sher from the Attorney General's office will be here, but I thought Michelle as a drafter could help us understand the title we're in, just some high level basically what these laws pertain to, and generally what the bill is attempting to do. I'm really glad to be able to do this in light of Tom's announcement about his son.
Yeah.
Who is
my son is now a detective with the Seattle Police Department on the Internet Crimes Against Children Division. So.
More power to him, right?
Yeah.
Right. So
He made his
tough
first
job.
arrest last week. So.
Oh, right. So anyway.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so for the record, Michelle Childs, Office of Legislative Counsel, and as the chair mentioned, this would be a committee bill. And I'm just going to give you kind of a broad overview because, again, as Representative Grad mentioned, this is a proposal that is coming from the Attorney General's office, and David is here, and so if you have questions about, well, why do we need that, or why this thing, or whatever, that's all coming from them. I'm just more kind of took what they wanted and put it into the right drafting format and things like that, so I'm going to set you up for the discussion. So what this is doing is it's amending Chapter 64 in Title 13. So Title 13, your criminal title. Chapter 64 is entitled Sexual Exploitation of Children. Most of what's in here, there's a number of crimes, but a lot of what's being amended is around when you think about child pornography, sexual performances. So we'll go through and I'll show you the changes. So starting out in section 2821 in the definition section, you'll see the first changes on page 2, and this is amending the definition of sexual conduct. And you'll see on line 14 the new addition of any simulation of any of the above described conduct. So it's going to be encompassing anything that's A through F. And any simulation of that. Next changes on the definition of sexual performance. So you'll see it means any performance or any part of a performance which includes sexual conduct. And right now it's by a child, and this adds by, with, or on a child. So I think probably the AG's office can talk to you about why they need that expanded and the types of conduct that might fit under that, and why the current definition is not adequate for their purposes. Top of page 3, next change is to the definition of promote. And so this is adding, you'll see on line 3, that making the material available would also fall under promote. And then also on line 4, by any means, it talks about under current law, including electronic transmission, and this includes adding file sharing or peer-to-peer networks. So again, something that we see, almost every year is some type of legislation that's updating criminal laws to reflect the evolution of technology, right? So I think oftentimes when you look at a lot of the statutes, it may not, with everything changing with cell phones and cameras and all those kinds of things.
I'm not looking to go backwards, but why isn't the file sharing and peer-to-peer networks included under electronic transmissions?
I don't know. I would say, my guess is that the AG's office in prosecuting these cases is coming up into these terms and maybe feeling as though they're having to argue that it should cover certain things and perhaps is not, and so they want to be explicit and clarify here in the language. Next, I'm sorry.
I guess I'm really naive. What does sexual performance mean?
The definition is on the bottom of page 2. So it's any performance which includes sexual conduct by, with, or on a child, and then the definition of sexual conduct is right there in subdivision 2. So it's any of those things. So if you look at the top of page 2, from like line 1 down to line 14. So there's a number of places in this chapter where there's just a technical amendment around how we talk about age, and so I won't mention those, but that's just a technical amendment in section 2822. There's no changes to 2823, but I'm amending the whole chapter, so I just have everything in there. I think it's also because of we amend the penalty section. I wanted to have all parts of the chapter there so you could look and see how the penalties all fit together. Page 4, top of page 4, it's section 2824, and this is promoting a recording of sexual conduct. And again, this is adding where it talks about sexual conduct by, under current law, by a child. This is adding with or on a child as well. So we see that earlier on the definition of sexual performance. Next changes are on page 5 in section 2825, and so this is the penalty section. This is an old chapter, and so it's a little unusual in the way that it is. It has all the different crimes in different sections, and then it has one penalty section that then refers back to all those particular sections, rather than oftentimes when you're looking in a section, it'll say, you know, here's the crime, here's the elements, and here's the punishment if you do it. So, but we're looking at 2825, and I've reworked subsection C. There's a new misdemeanor crime added in there. There's one crime. There's an area of crimes that's increased from a 2-year misdemeanor to a 3-year felony, and then the 5-year.
Where's that now?
This is in subsection C. I'll take you through it subdivision by subdivision, but I had to kind of rework it all to add the new stuff in.
Mm-hmm.
So you see in subsection C for the penalties, and this is referring to 2827, which again, it's the way that the chapter is kind of structured is weird because the penalties are before 2827. But if you look on page 7, you can see when we're talking about 2827, we're talking about what's currently labeled as possession of child pornography, and the proposal is to change it to possession of child sexual abuse materials. So when we're talking about subsection C, we're going to talk about that particular section, and here's the penalties. So under subdivision C1, it creates a new misdemeanor for a year maximum if the violation of 2827 involved a visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed, and the visual portrayal is, and it has to have all of these, it has to be unrelated to the sale of a commercially available legal product, has to be used for purely prurient purposes, and have no serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. Okay. Yeah.
So, we're starting to see more and more, like you had mentioned with the change in electronics, people using tools to voyeur. Either publicly or at their own home. So the act of that would fall into that category.
It might. I would say if you're talking about like voyeurism and secretly filming someone. We have a specific voyeurism law that's in another chapter. So if you remember when I was talking about the prostitution bill, there's 2 sub-chapters in that chapter, which is it's lewdness and prostitution. The lewdness sub-chapter has a specific crime of voyeurism, and that's where either people are kind of the peeping Tom stuff or using some type of device to record someone who is partially clothed or engaged in a sexual act, and so that's a separate crime.
But being a child.
But being a child, yes, and so possessing those images, so it could be that somebody might be able, depending on the circumstances, they could be charged under voyeurism, but then they could also be charged under having and being in possession of this material. Yep. So that's a 1-year misdemeanor. Subdivision, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Okay, so number 1 on line 12 down through A, B, and C is a new crime.
Yes.
And, well, it's kind of I would say kind of a new crime, because if somebody's doing these things now, I'm gonna assume there's a penalty for it.
Well, I think
And-
that would be for, I think for David to answer.
Okay.
Again, I'm assuming that these things are coming and being proposed by the Attorney General's offices because they're not either clearly prosecutable under an existing provision of law, or they want another tool there. But I think that's going to be more of a question for David.
Okay.
So subdivision C2, and this is a 3-year felony for possessing a clearly lewd exhibition of a child's genital or anus or other than a depiction of sexual conduct by a child. And that is currently, you'll see at the top of page 6 where the language is struck, that's currently a 2-year misdemeanor. And so this particular crime, again, is on the books, but it's a 2-year misdemeanor, and subdivision C2 is increasing it to a 3-year felony. And then lastly, page 6, subdivision C3, and this is, looks like it's a lot of change, but it's really not changing anything. I just had to do it in the context of subsection C, which is that if you're violating 2827 and it involves possessing material that involves sexual conduct by a child, again, going back to your definition of sexual conduct that's in subdivision 2 on page 2, then that is a 5-year felony, and that penalty is not changing. Next changes are on subsection E, and so this is for a violation of 2828, which is luring a child. So if you just want to look at the existing language and what conduct that includes, you would look on page 9 for luring a child. And so the current penalty for luring a child is a 5-year felony, but there's 2 new carve-outs for that have increased penalties. So you'll see in subdivision E2, if a person is convicted of luring under 2828, but the violation involved the person physically traveling to meet a child who's under 16 years of age, or another person who they believe to be a child under 16 years of age. So if it's a law enforcement officer doing something, kind of a sting operation, and the person thinks that they're meeting a child, then that would be a 10-year felony, not a 5-year felony. And then subdivision E3 is that if someone has a subsequent, so if they've already have one conviction for luring, and then they get a second or a subsequent, then that would be a 10-year felony. Page 7, so going to the possession of child pornography section, so you'll see on line 16, so right now it talks about no person shall with knowledge of the character and content possess, and then this is adding or knowingly access with the intent to view. Again, I think what David can talk about is what they're seeing in terms of using electronics and using the internet, and whether or not people feel as though, I could see that the word possess would be a little ambiguous when you're talking about people accessing something on the internet. You'll see on line 18 this language that we've already seen in a couple different places when you're talking about sexual conduct by, with, or on a child. Line 19, bringing in the provision we talked about before, which is visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed, if the visual portrayal is, and then talks about that it's not related to commercially available product, it's used purely for prurient purposes and has no serious literary, artistic, or scientific value. And then I think that's it in terms of substantive changes. I think the rest are just technical, and then it has an effective date of this July. Questions for Michelle?
Yeah, just look with the, just kind of jog something, with visual portrayal of a child who is nude or partially clothed. What if take Facebook. What if somebody posted a picture of their 3-year-old son from the back, and that was nude just because they thought it was cute to show a butt picture of their son.
Right. I mean, I would argue that that's not being used for purely prurient interests.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And that's the purpose of that is to be like, look how cute my kid is, rather
Right.
to my family, rather than trying to arouse sexual interest in someone.
Right. Certainly something I would promote because it could be used, but I.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, these are very, very tricky issues, and when this committee has grappled with the voyeurism law, with the revenge porn law, with all of these things, is trying to look at and say, well, what images constitute, something, what crosses the line is it takes a lot of discussion, and to be able to accurately identify it for purposes of the statute and make sure that you're not sweeping in things that you don't intend to, whether it be artistic or scientific or literary, or somebody just sharing pictures of their kids with the most innocent purposes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So it seems a little ambiguous and unclear. I'm looking at that used for purely purposes. That something could be put out innocently and then somebody actually uses it for that purpose.
Right.
See, why, I would suggest, and maybe this is way too early in this, but I'll ask David, why wouldn't we do something like intended for use for purely creative purposes? So there's an intent element to that of the person actually sending it out.
Yeah, I did not choose that language, so you would have to ask as to why.
I think we're going to hear about how these cases are successfully or not successfully being prosecuted, and the challenges that,
To me, I mean, what Martin was saying sounds a little clearer.
I mean, it could be as to having to, whether or not you have to be proving the intent of the person. Did they intend to just share it, and then they say, well, I intended, to share it like very innocently, and they say, well, how do you prove that they intended it for prurient purposes?
I guess you just have to make clear who's using.
Let's hear David and others, yeah. Great. Thank you. David.
Good morning, David Chair with the Attorney General's Office. Thanks for having me this morning. This proposal is coming from our criminal division, and to give the committee a little bit of background, our criminal division has dedicated investigators pursuant to some federal funding called the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force, and federal government funds, I believe, the sort of equipment and technical parts of that, what they need to provide, and then the state of Vermont funds the investigators, and there's also some investigators in the Department of Public Safety who work on this also. So our office ends up doing a large number of these prosecutions, and that's why it is us who are coming to you today with this proposal. And I should also say, we posted, I believe Mike was successfully able to post a series of articles from the New York Times last fall that do a very good job of describing the scope of the problem. Certainly our investigators and our prosecutors are somewhat overwhelmed with the volume cases and issues that they spot. So this is partially in response to what the New York Times did a very good job of describing in terms of the scope of the problem.
So where are the leads coming from?
Where are leads coming from? So I should also say, it's as a partial answer to that question, we wanted to have investigator Matt Raymond come in and talk to you today so that he could talk about exactly those types of technical questions, and also, frankly, talk about some of the practical obstacles they see, which this bill attempts to answer.
Will he be coming in eventually?
Assuming the committee is okay with having him, yes, he will be available. He's at a conference right now, so he just isn't in the state. But next time this gets taken up, we'd love to have him talk to you and answer some of those questions. And he can tell you more about the process of investigation, which produces those leads. So going through the bill, I will go to page 2 here and talk a little bit about some of the policy concerns. And some of the stuff that we're talking about here is pretty uncomfortable, just to give people a heads up, which I'm sure you realize. The simulation of any of the above described conduct, and which is the line 14 amendment, the amendment on line 14, and the amendment on line 20, which includes the with or on a child. These were both amendments aimed at getting around loopholes, if you will, that attorneys are using and defendants are using when prosecutions are being brought in instances where there's clearly sexual conduct occurring, but the sexual conduct may not have been caught with somebody touching somebody else. So, for example, a video depicting somebody masturbating onto a child. That's actually not, that because there hasn't been the physical touching that's described in this performance definition, the hope is that by including both of those amendments, that type of behavior will be more clearly captured by the definition. Another example that they have given where they've had, and these are all coming from specific cases where they've had difficulty with prosecutions, even though, again, there's clearly some bad behaviors happening. They've seen videos and images, there's been videos and images found where there's an erect penis that's very close to, say, the mouth or genitals of a child. And again, without that intentional touching piece of it, the definition currently doesn't include that. And the hope and the belief is that by including in the definition the simulation part of it and the with or on a child part of it will both encapsulate that behavior more effectively. Again, this is stuff that a common sense observer would say clearly this is child sexual abuse material, but there's some technical legal loopholes that have been exploited by people in these cases. Moving on to the next page, page 3. This is really about updating it to take account for modern technology. And Representative Bratt, you had a specific question about that, which was well taken. And it's, what are we doing here? Why wouldn't the peer-to-peer file and file sharing networks already be covered? And again, when you look at it carefully, peer-to-peer networks and file sharing means that somebody isn't necessarily in possession or has arguably not procured any of the images or videos. They are just watching a stream of them a streaming of that, but the information, if you will, is being stored somewhere else, on some other computer, some server somewhere else, and they're accessing it in a manner such that it's not in the device that they are in possession of. So right now, arguably, streaming isn't covered by this, and that's been an argument that's been successfully made in cases where we're trying to...
So something that's stored somewhere else, but, so this is covering somebody who might be watching it, but it's not loaded in their computer.
Right.
So like a Dropbox or something like that?
It would be like,
because I know, not that I have a lot of information, just talking with my son, that some people will store their stuff in Dropbox. Is that the reason that maybe some laws don't cover it as well as we intend to?
As long as what's happening is the remote accessing of it, and I'm actually not sure about Dropbox in particular. The examples that come to mind are actually old examples from back in the days when streaming music was very popular. Spotify's kind of killed off the illegal aspect of that industry, but like LimeWire and Napster, thank you, were the prime examples of that, and those were peer-to-peer file sharing networks where the music you were listening to was not on your computer, it was somewhere else. but you are able to access it. And the same types of technology are being used for the dissemination of child pornography, and I should say child sexual abuse material. And the other aspect of this is that when you are accessing those, the way this technology works is when you're accessing those videos and watching them, you are, by doing so, making them available to other people. The way the peer-to-peer networks operate, as I understand it, and I'm not an expert myself on this, is that the act of watching it makes it available for other people to, it opens up the network and makes it more available for other people to access as well. So you are both accessing it and you're disseminating it in the act of doing so. So the usage of these peer-to-peer networks really expands, very rapidly expands the ability for people to access the material. So that's why that's being added, and again, these are coming from specific prosecutions that have run into trouble because of the definitions not covering things that a common sense observer would say clearly that was intended to be covered by the statutes. On page 4, the what they're on is that's the only change, and again, that's repeating the change made on the prior page. One other nuance I will put in here, my understanding is that in addition to what I already mentioned, the with or on clarifies that the child doesn't need to have agency in this. When you say conduct by a child, it makes it appear as though the child has some agency here, and the point is, however you want to look at it, they don't. And just clarifying that that an element of the crime is not trying to prove that the child had some sort of agency in participating.
Make sure folks understand where agency is, where you're going with
No.
it.
Couldn't somebody in this day and age, because I'm not tech savvy, but can't they go and set up their own stuff by taking different parts of something and going and actually making something that didn't happen, and go and use that if they want to get somebody?
You mean like creating a false document and then planting it or something like that?
Or a video or something. You know, you go and you see these, I don't even know what they call them, but where they're doctored up and, you know, for like funny thing, what do they call them? Those minis or whatever they are and all that stuff. I mean, can't they do that same thing on stuff like this?
I'm sure they could, I'm sure they do. I think part of the underlying policy goal here is to make a market for this as difficult as possible.
I understand that, and I'm all for that.
And,
I got it.
and one of the fixes that we have here is the simulation piece that we talked about on the prior page, or page 2, sorry, thank you, on line 14. And part of the point of that, any simulation of the above described conduct, is to capture those types of videos where a defense may be raised that this didn't actually happen in real life, but we took an image of a child and an image of an erect penis, which is an example that I used already, and put them together. And that still is frankly satisfying the interests of people who want to get at this material. And the point is to really make that something that's difficult, make that market a difficult one to access and maintain.
Okay.
Yeah.
What happens if somebody was to go and look at something and they didn't even know what they were looking at, and then all of a sudden they go on to something that is just as disgusting as this is, and they didn't mean to even go there, or they had no idea what they were.
Intent is always a defense in criminal law. If it genuinely was an accident and it's not something you repeated, that's the defense you could bring up if you end up getting caught up in some sort of, or a person got caught up in some sort of investigation and there was a genuinely no intent to access that material. I think that would be a defense, but that would be a factual case-by-case inquiry.
So in terms of agency, do folks understand the term agency that David was talking about, that there's no agency? Folks get that?
Go ahead.
Where are you at now?
school, for example, line 3, the reason why it had just said sexual conduct by a child, and so the words with or an and. So they're wanting just.
Yeah, so the concept we're getting at there is making sure it's very clear to judges and juries and so forth that the child doesn't have to have been intending to engage in this or have meant to engage in this or was trying to engage in this. When you use the word by, it makes it seem, it arguably makes it seem as though you have to find that the child had some sort of purpose in doing this, and this is to make it clear that that is not something that is intended or needs to be found. It's just the fact of the child being there and being abused in this way is sufficient. So moving to page 5.
David, before you,
yeah,
and this pertains to nothing you're talking about at this point. What was the investigator's name that?
Matthew Raymond.
Matthew, okay.
And we'll have him in here next time you take it up. He'll be back. He's back in the States starting Monday. I actually think it might be a little easier if we hold the penalties section because of the strange design of this statute. Hold the penalties section for a minute.
I thought about rewriting all of it, and I thought I was going to make your job a lot harder. So I didn't.
That's fine. Let's jump ahead to page 7 if you don't mind, and then we'll come back to the penalties, just because normally that's how we would talk about these things. So, on page 7, line 16, this is again another fix aimed at the live streaming peer-to-peer network type of issue where we're talking about possession. Somebody who's live streaming it, certainly we would view as just as culpable as somebody who has it in their possession, and this is just making clear that live streaming is also illegal.
I think this goes to Ken's question as well earlier, where it talks about knowingly access.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
Yeah.
that's where there has to be intent to actually access material, knowing that that's the kind of material.
Line 16.
Yeah, thank you. That's a good point on that. Goes right to that issue. The next. Oh,
thank you.
Good to go. The next chunk I want to talk about is this additional category of behavior that is basically being proposed as a new crime that's being criminalized. This is getting at what is sometimes termed child erotica, and will sometimes be images, oftentimes, or I should say, the cases that are concerning to investigators are instances where somebody has possession of a very large number of photographs of children who may be nude or partially clothed, or are clothed in very sexually provocative positions. And currently that behavior is not unlawful under the statutes because the child sexual abuse material is narrowed to the sexual conduct, is defined by the sexual conduct parts of it that are in statute that we went over earlier on pages, mostly on page 2. So this gets at that behavior. Our prosecutors and investigators would acknowledge that this is going to be an unusual charge. It's not likely to be able to be brought because the carve-outs are broad, and that's appropriate. The point here is not to criminalize things like the picture of the child in the bath that's an innocent family photo, which is a good example that you brought up.
And one thing that was going through my mind is just thinking back to the John Benet Ramsey case. I mean, what was she, 8 years old or something, but just all made up, and not in any provocative clothes, but even kids that age, they sometimes when they have their pictures taken, if it was an adult woman posing in the same way, would be considered sexual. So,
right, and again, I think the caveat on line 1 of page 8, used for purely prurient purposes, is intended to really keep out those types of behaviors. I will also say, in the interest of full transparency, our lawyers have been looking at this section again over the last day or two, and we are considering proposing some changes to this piece of it, because we do understand some of the concerns that have already been raised with respect to potentially being overbroad. This is actually taken almost directly from a current West Virginia statute that is good law. There's a Texas statute that's quite similar that is good law. So we believe that this is sort of constitutionally permissible. We also want to make sure that we are really within the confines of what's constitutionally permissible in terms of what you can regulate and make unlawful. So we, I would say, are likely to come back as soon as possible with some proposed amendments to this piece, just to make sure we're not stepping onto shaky ground, because it's certainly not our intention to propose something that might be unconstitutional. So we'll probably come back and narrow this a little bit, redefine it slightly. Just want to let the committee know that we are cognizant of that issue. So having said that, let's actually jump back to page 5 and the penalties. We can jump down to line 9 here, and again, this is the same change we already went over on page 7, where we're trying to cover live streaming and peer-to-peer networks. And then the structure of, if we move further down, this is, as Michelle noted, just the way that this statute is written. We had to import the entire definition of this new offense into the penalty section to make it work. That being said, if the other thing changes, this will change too. So if this is redrafted to make it narrower and more clearly defined for, to make certain that we are within the constitutional boundaries, this will also change. And then, as Michelle noted, the penalty structure changes slightly, such that this becomes hold on one second. This becomes a 3-year felony, and on subsection 3 on the next page, there's a 5-year felony. That actually isn't a change. That's the same penalty that existed previously. But there would be a bump up from a 2 to 3 year for the possession sections.
So, on line 18, imprisoned not more than 3 years or fined not more than 5,000. Oh, or both, okay. I'm good. I hadn't read it all the way through.
Yes.
So can you say why it would move up from 2 to 3?
I think the concept was that if they're going to include this new crime for a different set of behavior, it made sense to have this be the lowest penalty level and then move the arguably more severe violations up one level. That was the violation. I will say, again, perfectly transparent, if the committee has different ideas about how they want to structure that, I don't think our office is particularly concerned about the precise years here. The main goal of this bill is to make sure that the harmful behavior that's happening is captured by our statutes. So I'd say that if you want to have a discussion about that, we're fine with having a discussion about that. The real thrust of this bill is the stuff that happened, the stuff that we're proposing with respect to file sharing and simulations and so forth.
So I take it, so when I first looked at this bill, I mean, it's just like, wow, right? So it's really mind-boggling. But I take it most of you in this room have dealt with this bill before, or this content before, correct?
Might be mixed.
Yeah,
Tenure on the committee.
I don't think we've done anything
in a while, right?
6, so it's been this way for a long time?
There was one aspect we did.
Well, David had one,
Now, we didn't touch on a little bit of this, the tiny piece of this in human services when we were there. I don't remember that.
Yeah, Michelle.
I don't think.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
I think my recollection was the last time that really much of this chapter was really kind of tinkered with was kind of when Eric was new, which was,
I think 1999 according to.
I was gonna say, that the 1999 was his first
And not the
year.
Sexton stuff.
Yeah. So it was,
I don't think
I
that was
remember,
covered.
you know, grappling with it still.
It seems like that's involved in a conversation someplace along the way.
99 would have been the start of file sharing, so just for music and stuff. So it wouldn't have been the technology that we would have been thinking about.
Yeah.
But that was like in the Napster years.
I don't even know what Napster is. That's how out of date I am on this stuff.
You missed that completely.
Yeah, and it sounds like I'm glad I did.
Well, Napster was fun.
Oh. Well,
Anyway, but
okay.
So I'm happy to answer any questions. That's the presentation, and as I said, we will come back on that one piece in particular.
I don't have any questions about it, but I do have just a timing thing here. I see why the bill's being brought forward, but I'm a little bit, unnerved at the coming forward as a potential committee bill. If this isn't were these issues that came up within the past couple of months since we've been in session?
I can't speak to the sort of introduction of the bill piece in terms of the committee bill piece. I'm not as familiar with how that happened in this situation. I mean, I can tell you
it was not brought to the attention of the committee until after the bill drafting deadline.
That could well be, and I actually wasn't the person who in my office, so I can check and get you an answer on that. I will.
I'd hope that your office in the future would seek to, especially given the fact that we have about 60 bills on the wall that representatives were hoping would have a hearing, that they could take some time to make sure that all the issues they need addressed have the time to get introduced in the proper manner.
I will certainly remind folks that that is how we need to do things.
Speaking of building on the wall, would you consider or think about whether the result of the task force that looked into grooming, which suggested a change to 2828, which I noticed is in this bill, whether that might be included in here. It's currently in H659,
right?
Which is exactly the language that task force recommended. And I think you were on that task force.
I was on the task force, yeah.
So ponder whether that fits into what we're doing here. And I'd ask the chair of that as well. But since I noticed that section, that task force suggested amending as part of this bill.
Sure, and I will check with our criminal division and see how they feel about pulling that in and get you a clearer answer on that next time we take it up.
659. And Matt's not gonna like it because my name's on it, but the point is that it is exactly the language that this particular task force wanted, and nobody else apparently thought to try to get it into a bill.
Well, it's basically the same as 618 at the top too, right?
It's not.
No? That's what I love about you lawyers. Grooming and minor.
How am I getting blamed for that?
Prohibiting grooming a child.
There's the 618 has to do in the context of human trafficking, so solely within human trafficking and what constitutes, I can't remember what we're defining, but adding grooming into the definitions for human trafficking. And this is on an amendment in chapter 64, so in another area of law. So.
Thank you.
Shall we call this meeting to order? This is the 7 o'clock, Monday, the 9th of March. Select board for the Jamaica. The first thing we're going to do tonight is the organizational meeting, and then we'll have the regular meeting after the unregular organizational meeting. First, we should welcome our newest regular person. Jessica was recently elected and will now be sitting in that seat until she gets thoroughly fed up and runs. All right, first order of business is the selection of officers. I'll take this opportunity to nominate Andy for the president, the chair. He did it he's been the vice chair for 4 years, so it seemed like that would be a good growth. Andy, do you want to accept that nomination?
Can I speak to it?
Sure.
I appreciate being nominated, and I'd like to tell you that I had expressed some interest in it, and think I'm qualified enough to do it. I served on a nonprofit back a few years ago for about 12 years in the organization and the business part of it, chaired committees, was a representative for Vermont, for North America, blah, blah, blah. I went back and forth with it, and I think that for personal reasons, I think I'm going to take a pass on that, and I'd be glad to stay vice chair if I could.
I accept that. I accept that. I know you got a backbone history.
Me.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to read Greg Nealman's the
Another nomination for Greg
Nealman? Yes.
Okay, so I see a lot of nodding faces, so do we need to get formal? All in favor of Greg Newman?
Melman.
One job I've got tonight. One job.
I'll second that motion.
All right, so thank you. Just to say that I really appreciate the years that you served, you helped me with this, and I'm getting, go ahead, Paul, shout out and vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm suddenly
Somebody
opposed.
is.
Yeah. Sam Davis, leading.
Thank you all.
Welcome.
Good. All right, so Mr. Millman, which I mispronounced many times, but I hope I got it right.
Melman's. It's easy, like mayonnaise.
Hellman's. I told you.
Having said that, your choice, sir. Would you like to continue the organizational meeting, or would you like me to just wrap that part of it up?
You could go ahead and wrap that part of it up.
Okay.
I mean, I think I've got some guidelines from previous meetings, but if you're...
Well, we're just gonna make some appointments and stuff, we can do that.
Right, yep, and I'll chime in. I guess I'd like to start by nominating Andy to be the vice chair.
I'll second that.
I will second, I said that. All in favor? All vice say aye. We've got hands waving, so Andy, yes, please continue in the vice chair position.
Okay.
And I hope he serves you as well as he served me, because he did a good job keeping me on shore, right? With the exception, of course, the part that Tom took over to remind me to vote. But other than that, you guys
Whip, I think that's all.
I'm gonna add that to our list. Okay, the next order of business is for the appointments. We don't have a select board secretary as such. We've been graced with thank God, for our town clerk who's been taking the minutes and acting for the most part like the secretary. And I think that's a really, really good, it's worked out really, really well for us. I hope it's okay with everybody. Is there anything we'd like to do that's different?
It's okay with you?
Choice.
Where you go? Yeah,
No, I don't.
But for this particular position, you do
No,
have...
no, I just want to make sure everybody understands the progress of the party. All right, so we've got a list of town appointments that have, let's talk about the one that's the most problematic right now. And this is the town health officer. It's down the list of ways, but let's talk about that for a second. I was in communication with the health department today about I'm currently working town health officer complaint. As of today, the chair of the board becomes a town health officer, the AU. And I talked to her about, can I continue to finish this project? And she said, after hemming and hawing, well, as long as it's clear what you did and when you did it, and then you can help him or her, because I totally could have been her, the new person, as long as I document exactly what I did, but I can't sign it as of 5 minutes ago. So if it's okay with you, I'll continue to be your assistant, not assistant, because I can't be your deputy without getting appointed by the state. And that's a 3-year gig. I'm only going to be here for another year. But I can help you as long as I'm clear about what's going on and that you are the signer of the paperwork.
Absolutely fine with me, I don't need help, I'm sure.
Yeah, well.
The select board is the Jamaica Board of Health. So.
Exactly, the select board is.
We all learn.
Yeah, anyhow, so if we decided to, we could do that, but I'm trying to get this thing worked as best I can. I hope it'll be finished by tonight, but it's not going to be. But just so a heads up on that, we do, for those of you in the viewing audience, we do need both a town health officer and a deputy health officer. They're appointed for, it's a 3-year gig, appointed by the state upon the recommendation of the town select board. That's how they do it. And then, and it's awkward, but there's a class and there's paperwork and you just follow the checklist and let's face it, if I can do it, how hard can it be? Okay.
There's a stipend.
And there's a stipend for it, I heard.
$350.
How much?
$350.
Oh, good, $350. I wonder when that stops. Anyhow, but we could certainly use some help in a variety of areas. All right, continuing on with the organization.
And that doesn't need to be someone on the select board, correct?
Correct. It does not need to be someone, you do not have to have any medical training. You just have to be a reasonable person.
Any Jamaica resident can volunteer for this position.
Exactly. Yep. And both the deputy position and the health officer position are both open. All right, moving on. Next item, we have a fence viewer as a town appointment. Historically, we've appointed Steve Clark. His primary qualifications is he doesn't come to these meetings so we can say no. I think we've talked about it before. He's agreed to that. All right? You want to go down these one at a time or do them all?
No, just go down.
We'll do them all, and then if there's a problem, we can make an exception.
Okay.
Animal control officer is Rob Willis. He is our constable, and he has said that he wants to continue doing that. Surveyors of wood, lumber, and the weigher of coal, that position is vacant, has been for a while. We don't survey coal too much anymore. Weigh coal. So it's not like it's a critically
the other position.
We usually just skip it.
Land. We just skip that one.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and move on from that one. The tree warden is Ben Williams. He told me he's interested in continuing. Health officer is now vacant. It belongs to the chair. By virtue of the Vermont state law, it goes to the chair unless we appoint somebody. Unless we make a recommendation for the town to appoint them. The deputy health officer is also vacant, as we just talked about. We have cemetery sextons. We have East Jamaica, Jamaica Village, and South Wyndham cemeteries. Bruce Chapin has been on there, and it's my understanding he's not here to say no. So I think he wants to continue. Been doing that for a while. West Jamaica, South Hill, and Pikes Falls, Karen Amadon. My understanding is she's still interested in that.
Yes, I talked about this.
Okay, good. Rossendale is Nelson Coleman.
That's correct.
Yep. Emergency Management Director has been me. Unless somebody else would like to do it, I'm willing to continue that ongoing thing. Rescue Inc. rep is Stuart Barker. He represents the Select Board 2 Rescue Inc. and theoretically back and forth communication-wise. Energy Coordinators, I've got Tom Toller.
Yeah.
You willing to continue that position?
Most definitely.
Okay. Flood Zone Administrator is Lou Brusso. He told me he's willing to continue in that position as well. Wyndham Regional Commissioner, Joe Blooming and Andy Coyne. Do we have any changes in that?
I think I might change committees, but
But that's within Wyndham Regional, right?
Okay, I don't know how to.
Well,
tell you that, or
we appoint you to the commission and then you guys.
right, I can't make those meetings and then come here
Yeah.
after working.
Okay.
4 o'clock, Brattleboro here,
That's
and I'm on the same committee as the other commissioner when I
Okay.
get there.
So.
A mystery commissioner.
A mystery commissioner. So that.
Spread the wealth.
How, we, the town appoints you to Wyndham Regional and then you negotiate your committees with those.
Yes, I have one in mind.
Okay.
Take it up with them.
And Joel, are you still on? Yeah. Okay. Planning Commission and Zoning Board of Adjustments. We've got 2 opens. Christopher Robin is on. Brian Zeroff and Patrick McQuillan. I assume he still wants to be.
Yes.
Now you guys are on opposite Mondays. But Rebecca Ohm, who we will miss, we thank her very much for her service, and we talked about Jason Cass last time, two valuable members, but their schedules and the situation didn't work out. So we do have two openings.
I have somebody who is interested, but he just sent me his letter today, so I didn't put it on the table for tonight. I think that I will share this with everybody so we can review.
We can do it again.
He's got his letter of introduction and brief background. He's been a second homeowner in town, and in the past year has been a full-time resident of the town.
Okay, so we can do that next session?
Yeah.
Okay, circulate that, we can make, because you guys are meeting every other Monday still? Chris, yeah, by the way, I got a letter from you. Yes, thank you for volunteering again. Clearly, we have not reached your level of absolute maxed out, we can't stand this anymore. Thank you for hanging in there. Okay, so we'll take this up next week, or next session. Okay.
We still need one more.
Yep.
Pending this one.
Yes, doing public. Recreation Committee had Bob Johnson, Carolyn Pearsons, and Greg Moments.
Hey, right
Why do
now,
I say that wrong?
Caroline at the meeting said she was dropping out.
She did?
I talked to Bob at luncheon, and he said he would continue. And I think we put Greg on there as a representative from the board. I was on it for many years, I'm not anymore.
Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding. I will remain there. I don't feel that I can probably
Well, I mean,
bring that group forward.
it's another situation where we need parents or grandparents with young children who want to volunteer and coach and help out with uniforms and so on and so forth. So without it, we're not going to have teams. Now, I was talking with someone from Townsend who was saying, well, maybe we could merge, all the towns could merge into one rec committee and kind of have one league and all this stuff. Because basketball and soccer pretty much do that anyway. It's really baseball that's different. I said, that's great, but it would take some coordination to contact all of the rec coordinators and then have this agreement of all these people coming together. So I don't know where that's going to go, but I've had that conversation.
Okay, well, let's get it out so people understand it's coming
Yeah,
up.
but it's a situation where if people aren't doing it, the kids are not going to have coaches and the ability to play these sports.
Yeah, it'd be a shame.
It would be a shame.
Because things are kind of quiet around here. It'd be nice to have something for the kids to do that's constructive. Village Beautification, I have Karen Avedon, Joe Dumas, and Alexia Clark. Not yes? Yes, I read that as yes. Do we know about Karen? Yes. How about Joe? Do we know?
Yes.
I see her head nodded, so apparently we're going to leave that alone. Have we heard anything to the contrary on anyone? So we'll leave that alone unless we hear otherwise. Fire Warden is Stuart Barker. I understand he's continuing that. Assistant Fire Warden, we do not have one. Do you know anybody in the department? It was Joel Beckwith, but we haven't.
It's
I am already. Oh, you're already the assistant?
Yes.
Yeah. Where did you do this?
Thanks, Phil.
Somebody see you paying attention around here. Thank God this is my last kid. Sorry, Bob, I didn't have you on my list.
I've been deputy since June.
Since June? Where was I?
Yeah.
Who treated you? I now remember it. I didn't have it on my list. Sorry about that. The 911 coordinator we have is Erica Bowman. Do we know? I think that she's inclined to stay with it.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything different. Senior Solutions, Janine Stone. WSWMD, Wyndham Solid Waste Management District. Did you see I can do that without having to look at it? No, I know I've been here too long. That's Greg. Are you still interested in that, Greg?
Sure.
Because you're also kind of honchoing the transfer station too.
They kind of, I think those kind of went hand in hand.
They seem to, yeah.
Looking for an assistant though, if someone wants to. I mean, as of now, it's only really for filling in if, if I can't make something or anything like that. So.
Well, it's a good idea to have two people in case something happens, you know.
I'll step down as assistant if Jessica wants to she should have an appointment.
I'll accept.
Assistant to what?
Assistant to the transfer station.
Transfer station.
Oh.
Wyndham Solid Waste.
Sure.
I'll transfer that over to her. She can jump into the.
So the transfer station assistant is Jessica.
And I can put that down, I mean, there's no real work involved, but just from an educational standpoint, I'll put you as the assistant for the Wyndham Solid Waste Management.
Yeah, both.
As a
Right, it makes
representative,
sense.
and
Right.
if I can't attend a
Yeah.
meeting or something, you'll get all the announcements and whatnot.
Okay, perfect.
This also has the advantage of you getting really close understanding what's going on there, because that's the one that's caused us the most grief and will be giving us more grief
Yeah.
with the changing in policy.
Regs, yeah.
Yeah, so that would be good to have. Very good.
Thanks.
We also have the newspaper of record. We've used the Brattleboro Reformer. Anybody interested in making a change to that?
No,
No? All right.
I'm not.
So, are we all happy with the?
What about town hall? Town hall?
Oh, it's not on this, let's talk about that for a second. There
I
are
used
some,
to do that, Judy was doing that, I'd
Yep.
like to take that over.
okay, so we'll put town hall.
And what about police liaison, because I'm willing to give that up. I don't do a whole lot with the police department in common. So I know these were positions that were in this list.
They're not in this list.
But then
This is
you're
the one I
listing-
have
Another one,
last year.
too.
Hmm?
There might be another one I'll bring up in a minute.
Okay.
Do you have on your list?
I don't know.
Robert, I have, it wasn't on last year's list, but I know we talked about it, so.
Yeah, town hall.
These may be kind of things we do sort of.
Yeah, Judy was doing the town hall, so
Yeah.
I would like to take that.
Okay.
Because I'm involved in that with the arts council and such that.
Do you want me to take the police liaison?
Well, I take it if Jessica doesn't want
Yeah, that's either,
Okay.
I don't want to.
if you want
it.
it.
He asked me before, but if you want.
That's fine, no, I didn't realize you were volunteering. My hand goes down, yours goes up.
Thank you.
And
I've always wanted to do that.
Oh,
7 years.
please.
I went over, got the tour.
I've never done it
I
before.
went over, got the tour.
Well, I toured that
Yeah,
police
with the
station.
old jail.
Remember kids.
There's another one that's not on here that I did notice, and that is historically, we've had a member of the select board be a liaison with the town office, with the town clerk and the treasurer.
That's what I was gonna bring up.
Oh, that's one, why, bring it up?
Last
Bring it up.
year, I brought that up and we never really, who did that?
I did it. You know, it's been me primarily because I'm here more often than most. Hopefully that'll change. But it's just somebody who knows what's going on and is available to them easily. They can get a hold of me pretty quickly because I'm usually here. I'm obviously winding down, but I'm still available if that's something that the board wants to continue with.
If you're gonna be here most of the time still.
Well, I still got the emergency management director thing. I still got the piece of the town thing, and I still got 2 or 3 other things.
Kick it down, kick the can down the road.
Right, right there.
Sure.
No one else wants to do that?
What's that?
No one else wants to do
I'm
it?
not around to do it.
The tricky part is just being here, you know?
I was also gonna say it's probably more just to have a contact and not necessarily that you're here every minute. I mean,
No.
you can certainly wind down and
Exactly,
You
and
guys
and
can
I've
get
got a pretty
work
good
done
sense
without
of what's going on here, only because I've been upstairs over it. Plus, I've been bribing them with chocolate for the last year.
It's not working.
It doesn't seem to be, I'm trying. Okay.
Well, as the chair, I'll stay, that maybe you and I can work on making sure that it's
Okay.
smooth operation.
That's a great idea. They like you better than me anyway, so they'll be happy. All right, anything else that I've overlooked that we need to think about? I think that's, for an outfit that's as tightly organized as we are. So all in favor of these appointments going forward, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Then these will stand as
Is
they
it
are.
unanimous? I guess as a chair, I'd also like to say that we record our votes. I mean, that's something that's in the, since we're kind of segueing into my portion of the meeting.
Yes, we certainly are.
But, that we record the vote, not who voted for what, but how many voted affirmative and
Okay.
just 3 to 1 of.
Can I write all in favor?
All in
that okay?
favor is fine. Yes, yes, yes.
Now, the rest of this package, do you want to give it to you, or just want to point to me and have me do things?
Either way.
It's up to you, sir.
Is there more than what's on the agenda?
It's all yours now.
There is now.
Well, I'd like to call the next part of the meeting together.
Well, first thing would be the late agenda, I'd like to do that from my seat. I put these in order of their appearance on here.
Perfect.
So this is the first, the next thing is the minutes, after we do the agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
Any additions to the agenda, I've got it.
Yeah, that's
Thanks, Paul.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Just keep doing this, thank you. No, aren't you relieved you don't have to remind the folks?
I'm
get on Bratt.
Okay.
Okay, I will call the regular portion of the meeting together at 7:18 and ask if there's any additions to the agenda.
I have some.
Paul?
Yes, since I produced the agenda, we've had 3 excess weight permits have come in. So I've given them to you, so we now have a total of 5.
Okay. So
Down item number 5. And there was a question about the MOU for the mill building project, so I added that as a discussion item.
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry. Oh, yes. Oh, one more to add. Yes, the broadband, update on the broadband survey. Chris. Okay, then we have a few others. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the February 24th select board meeting.
So moved.
Did I give you my copy? I did, didn't I?
You did?
Is there any red marks on there?
There are, is. I'll hand it back. Then I also, I guess, is there a second? In order to open it up for discussion, correct? Is that how we do it?
Oh, yeah, there's one, I have a amendment.
Any second?
Second.
Second, Andy seconds. And Paul, you had,
Right. On page 2, number 4, I mean, number 9, we said that the new draft has been sent disregarding hazard mitigation plan. The new draft has been sent out by email, and the select board has until March 16 for amendments. It should be March 16 for comments. We can't put in amendments, but we can put in comments. And then it goes to the public.
okay, and I did have one also. Under the discussion of the new Casella interim contract, which is also later on in the agenda, but last week we, this brought to our attention that, and I would propose scratching the first line, which says the Casella contract pricing has been extended until June, and replace that with Casella has terminated our agreement with the town and is proposing a new rate schedule for hauling of solid waste. And then would continue, the prices have increased since Casella bought out TAM, and we're reviewing a bridge, a temporary contract for March 1st through June 1st, so as the rest of the minutes state. So just replacing that first sentence. Kind of I rambled a little bit, sorry.
Say that first.
So we've replaced the first sentence with Casella has terminated the agreement with the town and has proposed a new rate schedule for hauling of solid waste, beginning March 1st.
A new rate.
Rate schedule?
Schedule.
Okay.
Anything else? Any other? New motion to,
I'm to accept February 24th select board meeting minutes with changes made.
Second?
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, perfect. And as done before, we will move the sign off of all the paperwork, whatnots, to the end of the meeting, the boring part. If people want to stick around, they certainly can. So we're on to number 5, review and approve now the total of 5 excess weight permits. Da-da-da-da. We have one here. I guess this is the first time I've seen them, so I'm gonna just double check. I think they all have their checks with them. I'm gonna assume that portion. First one's Allen Brothers Oil. There is a check. The next one is from New England Quality Service. I'm not sure who that is. I do not see a check on there.
There's a receipt on the top.
Okay, yeah. Perfect. Next one is for Colton Enterprises, also with a receipt. Next one is for Gurney Brothers Construction with a receipt of payment. And we have Dead River Company, with a receipt of payment, and that's the rest of them for later. Those are 5. Motion to accept those overweight permits?
And yeah, I make a motion we give those to the Road
Road
Commissioner.
Commissioner. And second? Tom seconds. All in favor of handing these over?
I just have a question.
Sure.
How come some of the fees are $5 and some are 10?
Because some are fleets and some is just a single vehicle.
It's $10 for a fleet?
Yes.
Okay.
If you just, am I still the road commissioner?
As of now. Would you like to pass it on?
If you just put them over by Sarah.
We didn't have that.
You didn't vote that in?
That wasn't on the list, no.
That wasn't on the list. Should fix that.
Oh, that's up too?
It's every year.
Yeah.
I didn't even realize it was every year.
And it was on my
It's
list.
not a lifetime job.
No.
I would make a motion that we appoint her for life, that we reappoint us.
Why don't we, hold on a second.
Are we still doing
Why don't we
that?
finish the vote?
Thought we were through that one already.
Okay, good. It has been seconded. Andy had a question. Any other comments? All in favor of approving the 5 overweight purpose?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you for Tom for keeping me in order.
Just trying.
Keeping this.
I
Okay,
have no authority. I just-
so do we want to circle back to the road commissioner or put that as another agenda item later in the?
Can we add it after we've already asked for additions, or?
I would say sure.
Of course we can.
It was missed in the first part of it. I mean, it was supposed to be.
We'll call that
Like an oversight then.
Oversight.
So it's not a real agenda item, and not an addition.
No, it's part of the previous organizational meeting, and I apologize for not putting it on there. I sort of think of Lex as a perennial asset to the town, and think of her as just being here forever.
Well, I'll make a motion to make Alexa Clark the highway commissioner for one more, for this year.
I'll second that.
Any discussion? Are you still interested?
Yes.
When are you going to plan to retire at one of these days?
One of these days.
All right.
This keeps me young.
No one else wants to do it?
Any other? No?
Oh, that's what I should say, it's somebody else.
All in favor of Lexa for another 1-year term as highway commissioner?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now back on to the regular, now Lexa again, I guess, discuss the improvements on Under the Mountain Road.
Okay, at the last, I think it was one of the last meetings, Jared, Lyndall, and Willoughby Britton applied for update of, not an update, but to renew, to fix the trail number 8 near the Under the Mountain Road. And I sent you a copy of the agreement that they had signed, and then a question came up, which I sent to our attorney. He in turn sent it to their attorney, and the homeowners or the landowners, to add a paragraph which I emailed to everybody. Did everybody get a chance to read that last paragraph? It was very important to have that in there. Thank you, Jessica, for bringing that
About
up.
themselves, if it was sold?
If it's going to be sold, right, so that that agreement continues on, otherwise it sort of just stops.
Leaves the town open to risk that we would become obligated to maintain the road. And this way, we close
Great,
it.
that
closes the
paragraph's on the
gap.
back of the whole package.
Yeah.
So the contract's there, and then the extra
Yeah,
paragraph.
I have the contract.
Yeah, right,
And then I
right.
have
There it
a
is.
contract for you to sign if you so wish to. 'Cause these folks would like to get
And so we
going
would be signing it on our behalf with this.
with this. Yeah, I have it
paragraph
here.
Pending.
I have a new one, yes.
That they would then sign.
Yeah, and I've also talked with Keith, he couldn't be here tonight. He has spoken with the Londonderry Road Foreman and Road Commissioner, and they will be, all 3 of them will be working with Wesley Amadon, who's doing the construction, if any questions come up, so that both towns will be working together, the proper folks. So I don't see any reason not to approve it. I think it's cut and dry, really.
Makes sense to me. Paul, question?
It is, it's our understanding that this is at no cost to the
It's
town.
no
to make
cost
it
to
all.
the town at all, no.
It makes sense to me. And they seem to be working within the guidelines and whatnot, and it's a great, I've met them independently of the meeting.
Yeah, one question came up we had about when Wesley's proposal, the culverts. And I talked to Keith about it, and it has to be 18-inch culverts, not 12 or 16. And I've already told the folks that bought the property that that's what it had to be, so they were in turn going to talk to Wesley. And so everything's moving forward, and they're very adaptable to what we want and what Londonderry wants, I believe. So.
Super, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any motion to accept the contract?
Make a motion to accept the contract.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thanks.
Then I can, you sign.
So I'll sign off on that
I'll
one,
sign off on that.
and then you'll take it with you, or we have to go there?
This is tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You can leave it on my desk. Thank you.
Okay. Next item on the list is to review and discuss the new temporary contract with Casella. So that's me. As from the last meeting, Casella had sent us a termination of our contract. They're continuing to haul our waste, but basically they were increasing their fees. And our contract with them expired June 1st. We had discussed getting a temporary contract to run from March 1st through, I guess, May 31st. With these new fees, and in that time period, we would then put it out to bid to line up with the renewal date of June 1st. So I had floated this out to everybody. They had made the one change, so it actually does list the town of Jamaica now as the customer. It seems to me that it's pretty boilerplate as far as this type of contract goes. It's very similar to what we had before, other than the new rate structure. Any other motion to accept the contract?
Make a motion to accept the contract.
Second?
I'll second that.
Yep. Any further discussion or feedback or anything, comments?
It's just interim until we can get
Interim.
an RFP out and back.
And it's pretty much, I mean, they're gonna continue doing what they've been doing and
Not a lot of choices.
just bumping the fees up. So we will put this out to bid within the next couple months.
And will they be one of the ones we put it out to, or is that what they want to do, period?
No, I think they would be one of the ones we put
We're
out.
gonna shotgun it
Who
out.
writes that? Terry would write the RFP?
Yes.
To clarify.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think she's done it in the past and definitely
She has
has
done it in the past.
Yeah, she has.
a few of them. Okay, all in favor of accepting the contract? Did we get to that point yet? No.
See, you thought it was me. It's the job that makes your brain turn to jello.
Huh?
We got a vote?
I know, that's what I said, all in favor. I asked if we
I'm in
got,
favor.
yeah, all in favor
Aye.
of accepting this temporary contract?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. I will get back to them. Next was discuss new computers for the town clerk and treasurer.
So I've been working, I was working on trying to upgrade the computers from Windows 7 to Windows 10. Ran into some issues with encrypted hard drives, which I could not figure out. So the idea was floated that we just get, and since these are older computers, that we get brand new computers for the treasurer and the town clerk, of which I said, okay, we still have the listers computers, and we still have Lex, and she left. I was going to ask her if she has a computer in the back too.
She's going, she does the bookkeeping with, but I don't know if it's linked into all the other, is it, do you know what it's
We
linked
don't
into?
know. I can call her. So in any case, I called up Dell Computer, and they gave me the name of our local government rep for computer sales and such, and he got me a quote. We can get the computers for $646.36 a piece. So we could do the math if you wanted to. If we wanted to get 4, if we want to get 2, the price is the same. We could whatever you guys want to do. I also priced out monitors. I wasn't certain if the monitors were decent. They seem to be okay, at least for those two computers. Monitors are $83.29. So if we were to get the two computers, it would be a total of $1,459.30. Obviously, if we would go with 4 and replace the 2 Lister machines that are older, it would be double that. So it comes out, I don't know why I did that real quick, but it was 39 something. It had been said that there was funds in the in capital for technology.
There is an
This is an easy.
supply
I mean, this is it's sort of an easy solution. This will come with Windows and such. Now, what I still need when I'm still researching and I'm still trying to get a hold of someone at Microsoft is converting over to Office 365. I contacted them. They were going to send someone my way. They never did. Then they got back with me and said, "Oh, did anyone ever call you?" And I said, "No." So then they said they were going to get them, and I haven't had time to get back with them and say, "Hey, I really just need a governmental price on Office 365, and then figure out who would get that." I'm assuming it would just be the 2 or maybe 3 licenses, and that's usually, I think it's about $5 a month per user. So,
So do we know if the listers need new computers?
It didn't sound like it from my conversation with them. It sounded like the treasurer and the town clerk.
So this would just be 2 new computers?
Yeah, because they're on them all the time.
Right. I would
that is the other piece.
I would think that way too, that the listers don't need to have 3 computers for one person that's in the office. So.
I would agree with that. Lou has a newer computer.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're in once a week.
Right.
Windows 10?
I don't think so, so I'd have to take a look at
So
that.
that's a security risk.
It is a security risk, yes. So I have to look at those and see what I have not looked at the listers machines. Like I said, we were trying to work on some. I took a machine home. It's sitting in my dining room, and I worked on it. And it's Dell, encrypted by Dell at the factory, and I couldn't find anything that's encrypted. Like, where's the key to unencrypt it? And it's not around. So
Since we don't save any money, we can certainly take the first action, which is to replace the critical ones that are where I know firsthand, right? They're struggling daily, and then we can entertain a separate motion with respect to the remaining.
I'm potentially taking those computers, if I could wipe them out and load Windows 10 from scratch, and then put those on, because if they're only using again 1 day a week, they're not going to be.
Right.
Just put a new hard drive in.
That's possible. So there are cheaper solutions, but I support getting 2 new computers for the lister, and not for the lister, for the town clerk and for the treasurer.
You might need to upgrade the video card, and that's usually the obstacle.
And those other ones, you mean?
With Windows 10, that's usually the obstacle.
It could be. Yeah. I don't know. Again, they say these machines are 10 years old or 9 years old. I'm not.
They probably do not have an adequate video card to run Windows 10.
So I'll take that as Tom made a motion to.
So I'm making a motion to purchase 2 computers from Dell for the town clerk and the treasurer.
And
for the amount
associated software?
And yes, well, that's gonna have to be separate.
Okay.
But if you want to approve that, I think we can approve that. I don't have a dollar amount again on the Office 365 yet. But the total amount for the 2 computers combined is $1,459.30.
I'll second that motion.
Oh, second.
And I mean, it'll probably take. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, any further discussion?
Yeah, this probably will take a few weeks to get in, and in that time I can look at the Office 365 and figure out. And that's just a subscription you can sign up online.
Yeah.
So if at the next meeting we can decide to do that, and then it'll go fairly quickly.
Can I just say that to the public, that this is Tom's thing, this is what he does.
And thank you for your personal time to do this.
We didn't just ask him to look into this because he knows about computers.
I do something.
Right. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time.
Yes, right.
All in favor of replacing those 2 computers?
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
So do I contact Terry with this quote, and then she can coordinate getting PO? Or
Yeah.
I will do that.
Yeah, 'cause she's gonna have to work the pay orders and that sort of stuff out.
Yeah.
Okay. Good, thanks for that research.
Yep.
Okay, number 9, discuss the possible community email lists and possible upgrade to our WordPress program, which is the software that we run.
This is my line item as well. It's tool faceted. I'm going to start with the WordPress. We're way behind on our WordPress version. Every time I go into to make changes on the server. It says you should be upgrading, version 5.4.5.7 or whatnot. I don't know, we're at least 2 or 3 versions behind. Most of the plugins in the system do not work anymore because they're also behind. So I was gonna take a stab at it, but I just wanted to get the select board's blessing before I go in and click upgrade. What it does, it takes, it'll take the site offline for a little while. It should upgrade everything, and then in theory, it's gonna come back up, and the site will look the same, we hope, if nothing breaks. I mean, that's always the risk. So, also, the interface to do stuff is probably gonna look different as well. And I don't know how this, I don't know what that means, but I'm assuming that it will look different because we're moving up a couple of versions. So, I was gonna do that in the coming weeks. I was gonna say this weekend, but I have plans this weekend. But I can do it, and we can see what happens. I guess, I'm sure there's a possibility to roll it back.
Right, so there's certain things that are on the website, while not purely legal per se, they do satisfy requirements that we have. Is there any way, not to have a redundant site, but is there a way to do the upgrade? You know what I'm talking about.
No, there's not that I know of. I don't know. Well, I mean, and when we're talking downtime, we're talking an hour or so. I mean, they say what happens is it goes into maintenance.
It's if there's a crash.
Well, if there's a...
Right.
What I can do is do a little more research, see if there's a way to back it up, make sure that there's a way to back out the upgrade if we need to. I mean, I'm not going to just go in and click a button and say, let's see what happens.
That's
although I have done that.
Hoping to avoid, right. If you don't mind doing that,
I
that would
will
be
try to do as
wonderful.
much due diligence,
Right.
and then what I can do is report back to the board in 2 weeks of what I discussed.
Okay.
But clearly it does need to be upgraded. I mean, that's a.
And it's very important piece of our communication.
I was trying to reload some software, and it's like you're not on a version that allows this plugin, so basically we're stuck in time. The second thing I wanted to discuss.
Before you go on, could you please, for the people who don't know what you're talking about, explain what WordPress is?
WordPress is an online system that allows you to build web pages, and that is the system that the town uses. So there's other ones. Wix is another one, and there's another one. But WordPress is one of the older first ones that allows you to basically, it's just a cloud-based page which allows people to go in and customize a web page. So
pretty well
I'm not certain
established
who,
and simple to use.
yeah, I'm not sure
A lot of people use it.
who originally built the website, but I'm assuming someone went in and originally built it. And I go in and maintain it to some degree, and I know that Sarah does as well, goes in and posts things. I try to get the videos up at town meeting. I got town meeting video up there. I've got gotta get the select board meetings up there. And if other people ask me to do things, Lou has asked me, Chris has asked me to put things on. But the whole structure of it hasn't really changed since I've been on the select board, and that's,
So, my question then, this is the town's webpage?
That is correct.
Can we make it clear
Jamaicavermont.org.
we do not have an official Facebook page at all?
It's not Facebook, this is a web page.
Webpage, so
this
this
is
is make it clear because this is the only official one we have. The rest of the stuff are.
Warnings, like I said, information about the town, there's a calendar on there, there's, posts of events that are happening, minutes of meetings, so on and so forth, agendas of meetings, all that comes off the website.
Excellent, very good.
Okay, the second thing I want to talk about is the email list. So at the town meeting, a number of people said, hey, Jamaica used to have an email list, we really liked getting all of this information, and how can we facilitate that? And I originally started looking at it at the WordPress, but I'm talking to my girlfriend, Jackie Brown, who lives in town here, and she had shown some interest in potentially starting up a newsletter and using more of a marketing tool like MailChimp or something like that. The town could send, basically what I would work with her, she would be the marketing pro, and I would help her a little bit with the technology. But basically our idea is that we would then contact the leaders of community organizations. We'd come up with a name, nothing's set in stone, if it's Jamaica Community Mail or Jamaica whatever, community events. We contact different organizations in town and have them, send us emails, send us events that are happening. The town could use it if they wanted to send us events. We could potentially eventually open it up to business. But then every month, or every week, I don't know, we haven't, again, all this is very much up in the air, we haven't really discussed the details. We could go through, and there'd be an email that would be sent out to all these people with all these events. If you go to the Win Hall Library, they have a very good, the person who does that has an email that they send out with all the events from the Win Hall Library. And we're kind of looking at some design like that. And this is her brainchild, and I'm again helping with some of the technology on it. But so we're trying to start that up. It wouldn't be necessarily related to the town.
That's what I was thinking. I mean, it doesn't
No,
have to be, and in
but
some
we-
ways
but-
it's better.
So we were going
Which is
to,
ideal.
right, which we, Terry didn't want to have the responsibility of choosing what's on there and what's not on there. Eventually, we could put businesses on there if we wanted to do that and charge. We don't even, again, it's in its very early stages of thinking about the ideas and figuring out what would work.
Well, one of the key benefits is that if any email that would be supplied by an individual to the town would actually have to be part of our transparency obligations.
Right.
So you couldn't keep your email private if you're supplying it to the town for an official town mailing. So this way, we don't have to deal with that issue.
We're opting in, people can opt in, they can opt out, there'll be a web, hopefully, I believe that MailChimp has a web page that we would publish, and people could go in and self-register. Yeah, they would self-register, they would get the emails then, and again, we could talk about events at the mill, we could talk about town things, any events that were going on in town, and then send out this email that would have this information, and then they could also click on a link and go to a website. Karen could put that website on the Facebook site for Jamaica, and it just get more information out to people, because I think that's what people have been looking for.
That's
So
what they're looking for. It's
we're
not
willing
just
to volunteer.
town governance information, they're looking for
All kinds of stuff.
Everything.
Yeah.
So it's independent of the town. We're still trying to work out how this would look, and Jackie's out of town right now, so when she gets back, we're going to sit down and look through the technology, and then she's going to start working on the marketing piece.
I think it's wonderful, and obviously she can go do it on her own, but it would be great if she or you or her, a group came to us and proposed, and then we could endorse it.
That's fine. And we can, once we get some more answers and some more things figured out, that definitely can happen. And then, of course, like I say, the goal is initially to reach out, obviously the town's part of it, but also to community organizations that would be interested, like Jamaica Community Arts or the Women's Auxiliary or something like that. Even the church potentially would have events and they want to put on there Jamaica Old Home Day. I mean, all these people can put things out there. So just trying to get more information out to people.
The only thing, I'm detailing what she said, the concern that I would have had before tonight, was that we make sure that it's not insulated from the town employees. So that the town clerk isn't doing that, because it becomes open office, as you said, open.
Right.
And then it just gets to be a nightmare. So if we can insulate the information, and especially the mailing list, from the town clerk and the treasurer, so that they're not involved with it. That would solve that problem.
The way that I envision this, it's her and I, and a separate organization, so to speak, handling this, of which the town would have access to, and we would hope that the town would support us in this endeavor and say, thank you.
The town being the select board? How's the select board tied into that?
I think only to you.
Or is it at all?
Probably not at all.
Not at all.
That's all I want to know.
It's not at all. I mean, there's no the responsibility.
We can endorse it.
No, it's just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, so. But just wanting to get you guys to say, yeah, that's a great idea, and we support it, that's all.
I think that meets the, what people were looking for. I mean, they weren't looking for us to send out necessarily more information. I mean, they can we do have to put some obligation on people to go find information. I mean, they go to the town website, and that's why it's important to have that be, easily functionable and all that kind of stuff.
And maybe you could even put a link on, a link to that on the town website.
Right,
so that people
absolutely.
click on
Yeah.
the town
It's a
website,
two-way
click on
street.
it, and it would switch to the independent website, so.
Yeah.
But just wanted to give everyone some information about what Jackie and I, maybe Jackie's looking to do, and hopefully we can, we'll be starting in the next couple of weeks.
Good idea.
And maybe get something out, I wanted,
Because clearly
April or May.
the town's asking for it, we're just trying to figure out how to do it, so we don't make more problems than.
So what it takes though is for when people who want this information, they need to sign up, and we'll have sign up posters at the, maybe with little tags on it where they could go to a website, at the post office, at Karen's, at the town hall perhaps here, just so people have that, could get in and self-register.
Cool, thank you. So we'll wait to hear back more.
Okay, yeah.
I guess I forgot maybe where we left it with WordPress. You're gonna continue to research that a little bit to see if
I'm gonna
that's.
see if I can back it out, how easy it is to back out. It'd take me a couple hours to research it.
Yeah, okay.
Can I shoot you guys an email with that?
Yeah.
Because I may want to act quicker than,
Yes.
Then
I
wait
want to
to
get
hear.
moving.
Maybe we'll make a motion that, somebody makes a motion that we authorize Tom to move forward with updating the backbone of the website. if that wasn't already.
If
I make that motion. Second?
I'll second it because there's a conversation we need to have about that. When you do that, whatever we do email-wise amongst us, we can give out information, but we cannot have a discussion.
That's fine, I will give information of,
Yeah.
and if the information is I could not find an easy way to do this, then I would say let's
Just-
put it
I
on
just wanna make the
let's put it
caveat.
on the next agenda for the next meeting.
And that's why I made the motion to have authorized Tom to.
Right, and if I say, yes, this will work, I'm moving forward, then I'm moving forward, that's just informational, that's not a discussion.
All in favor of that motion, authorizing Tom to move forward? in that direction?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Okay, next on the list, Chris, want to give an update on the broadband survey?
Thank you. Chris Robbins. As of March 6th, we had 61 responders to the survey. Of all but 3 of those indicated they were definitely interested or probably interested. There were 3 who were unsure. Nobody said no, so
That's good.
but that's good. There were 414 cards mailed asking people to take the survey. So the threshold, the 20% they're looking for is 83 responders. So we have some 22 to go.
By when? Is it by?
Yeah, when is that? That's cut off.
It's the 17th.
17th.
But we should
Tomorrow they're due.
Week, okay.
Yeah. It's important.
Everybody's watching everybody.
Yeah, I'd like to make an appeal to anybody who's watching the video of this to, if you haven't taken the survey, please do, and please reach out to your friends and neighbors and ask them to take it. I can't think of anything
Yeah,
more
if you get 20 people, that's very easy,
significant.
that's each one of us asking one.
If I can make a comment too, I think there was some concern with someone at the town meeting, I'm not sure what her name was concerned about, 5G and electromagnetic and all this. This is not anything to do with wireless. These will be fiber connections. Fiber is light that runs through these very thin strands of glass, and there's no electromagnetic implications of that. There's nothing to do with wireless or 5G or anything like that. So if town people are concerned about, I'm trying to escape all of this electromagnetic background noise, this will not create anything in the area for that. That's mainly created by wireless.
I missed that. I thought she was talking about information.
She was talking about is it creating some sort of electromagnetic, and it does not. Fiber is probably the most benign because you're basically shooting light through glass. So.
Yes.
I took the survey on my desktop.
Yes.
What if there's another household member that has a phone? Does that count, or is it just per household?
It's keyed by a 911 address, so one per address. And I should have mentioned at the town meeting that, and it slipped my mind, but Sarah consolidated the list, so if there's more than one voter in the house, they only got one card.
Right.
But anybody in the household.
Either person or any person in the
Any
house.
person that can take
Once.
Once.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, if you own a business and have a business address,
That's kind of what I was.
Earl, there's two properties, so there's Peter Anders, he's got 6 properties, right?
you can then do your business.
Well, then she could then, she has.
Can you do
I
it?
have a business, I've got internet on my own,
Yes.
and then she has a business.
Well, each 911 address can and should take the survey.
So if I have 2 addresses, one is a business and one is.
You can take 2.
You can take 2.
Okay.
There was one more issue that I'd like to mention, that there was some talk at one of the training meetings about affordability for people that might not take the survey because they just were concerned that they couldn't afford it. And there was discussion for providing financial assistance, especially for parents of children that are receiving free or subsidized lunches, because this is so important for the kids.
Right.
And the answer from Wyndham Regional was, we're thinking about it. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what they said. I asked Sarah, Susan Westa, again, you know, did they have anything to say about financial assistance? And I haven't gotten an answer back. But when I do, I'll put it on the town's, on the Facebook page. And
I'll bring it up at the next meeting, which is Thursday.
yeah, well, that would be very good.
And if you take the survey, doesn't mean that you have to subscribe.
No, it's not a commitment, and they worded the question, what do you think you should pay, as opposed to what will you pay, to dance around this issue. So, by all means, take the survey, whether, you know, it's an affordability issue or not, because I'm pretty sure some kind of accommodation is gonna be made.
David, did you have a question or no? Okay. Oh,
I did, Greg. Regarding, I filled one out for the fire department, on behalf of the fire department, but the way that it was worded, it looked more like residential. So I did it on handwritten, and I gave it to Sherry over there. I just want to make sure you got it.
Yeah, I haven't, but I know where it is.
Where it is?
I'm gonna collect them before next Tuesday and get them within.
Okay.
So if the firehouse has a 911 address, I don't see why you can't take them.
And those paper forms are not included in the 22?
Yeah, they are.
They are already.
The first one, well, I only did one so far, but I did that anonymously pretty much. I never put a name down, just my street address.
They don't care what your name is, they want to know what your address is.
Right.
Because it goes by physical locations.
So you know.
They're mapping it.
You're out of it now.
Anonymous.
Well, they can look it up. But
Right.
For those who are concerned, you don't have to put your name down, right?
And my sense
And,
is,
it is confidential. It's only going to be used for this project. It's not going to be sold to any marketeer or anything like that.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, next item that was added on here, the memorandum of understanding for the mill building. And I guess I brought that up just out of curiosity. We've been working, an independent group has been formed, working on the old town garage or the former mill building. And we've actually submitted our application, everything to the Secretary of State to form a nonprofit. And that's where, out of our last meeting, it came up, well, let's get the memorandum of understanding. And I realized I didn't have the most recent signed one because we were going to address revising it to state that we weren't the mill committee anymore, that we were the Friends of the Mill at Jamaica, a 501(c) organization, and that's where this all came about. So that's, I don't know if there was questions regarding that, but that's kind of what where we're working toward. To be independently financed, seeking grants, things like that. The good news of the whole project is the project started today. They started putting the roof on, or at least tearing the old one off, nearly 2 years after the wind first tore it off. So that was insurance monies that was paid out. There's no town monies going into this, and our vision is to have a community center there, like a 3-season more or less. I don't know if that answers the question. I know there's some other, so that's kind of why we were trying to dig up that memorandum of understanding. Just make sure we had the most recent one, because we will come back to a future meeting to suggest changes.
I think the important thing that was covered in the previous meetings was to, again, insulate your project from the town finances. As long as it's clear that it's a self-financed thing, the way you guys are doing it, I think we're all on board with the work you're doing.
Yep, and that was our mission, and that's one of the reasons why we had this memorandum drafted up from some other organizations around the state that are doing similar projects. So, yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you. Dave?
Who carries the liability insurance on that, the town or that organization?
It would still be covered by the town as far as the physical property goes.
Yeah.
We are looking into covering the cost of liability, if there's an event in there, things like that, someone breaks their foot and that kind of thing. So, and that was leading toward some of this revision, is that we may look into doing a lease for the bit that we would lease it from the town, so there's a little bit more formal structure, just to define what the town's obligated for, basically just the physical property, and then all other actions and whatnot would fall back to our group.
Yeah, the work they're doing on it right now, it's covered by our liability.
Well, I remember I had some concerns about that, being mold and mildew and workers working in there. If any one of them contracted a lung disease, town would be liable for that for the rest of their lives.
And I did do some research with the Vermont League of Cities and Towns to make sure that they were covered through our insurance policy, so it didn't come directly to the town. Obviously, the town is self-insured through those policies, but that's really how all insurance works. So it's a member organization with every town being insured through there.
Are you talking about work, like the roofers?
No,
Okay.
cleanup crew.
We had a volunteer crew in there one day.
Yeah, I mean, you have waivers or anything like that. And you assume some of the risk. I mean,
Right, the roofers do have their own.
Those are very,
That's
they're
part of
very
the reason why we
limited,
had to go
if
through
they
the
don't,
contract.
waivers don't do the work.
yeah, they can be eliminated in court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, any other discussion questions on that?
We actually agreed to do this back in November. Do we want to make a motion to do this new and just make sure it's all polished up the way you want it? Make a motion to have this signed by us tonight for you to go forward with, just to make it updated for you?
Well, I think we don't have it, this is not new. This
Correct.
is still the old one. I was suggesting that we would come back in the next month or so, a couple meetings, with a revised one. This one still holds
But
true.
if you don't have the signed copy of it, you need the signed copy of it to go forward with your,
They want to update the information on the MOU, and then we sign it.
I got that part just now, but I
Okay.
thought you said you were working on something that required you to have a copy of the MOU.
No, I was just looking to make sure I had the most recent one that we were gonna then make revisions off of.
Okay.
Yeah. Nope,
We
don't
don't
need
need to do anything right now.
Don't
This
need to do
information
anything
all
right
worked
now,
out.
no.
Good.
Okay, time for public concerns, I think we went through it all. Any additions? Bob?
I got one, right? Bob Somsky, Fire Chief. After the last town meeting and stuff, there was a lot of people that couldn't attend the meeting and stuff, and they wanted to know if it'd be interest to the select board, if they would like to look into possibility of holding a meeting at night instead of mornings and stuff. I think you get your crowd, your after work crowd, people that would come out who would definitely be interested in attending meetings. So figured I'd throw it out now, give you plenty of time to research it before the next.
Yeah, I mean, that's happened in other towns. I mean, there's always a debate of whether or not less people can come, because some people, I mean, there's pros and cons. I think what has to happen is that has to be warned for next year's town meeting, and then approved to happen the following year's town meeting.
But we approved the time at the last meeting,
Right.
so we may have to go and somehow
Well,
have a special.
though it actually would be,
Times.
wouldn't be for the, it would be 2 town meetings from now that it would actually
Right.
occur.
Unless we could somehow change next year.
Well, I think we'd have to have a
Okay.
special town meeting to
Yeah,
vote
special
whether or
town
not
meeting
we
to
were gonna
change the time
have
for
to change the
next
time, yeah.
The other piece I know people were talking about was childcare, and people who had, school-age children are out of school, and when you're not, when you talk about preschool, grade school, they can't get to the meeting. So having some sort of childcare either at the church or at the school, I think would be very beneficial to residents who could then.
The only thing I can think of right there, and this is, again, the people who are going to be at next March meeting will be the ones who can be there in the middle of the day on a Tuesday, as opposed to the ones who can't be there. So the ones voting are the ones who are already there, as opposed to the very population that you're trying to attack to get it to the people who can't get there to vote. So we're asking the people who made it to vote about, oh, we can't make it. Well, that's their problem.
Well, the other process is to go through an Australian ballot process, which
That-
then also takes lead time, but then everybody can vote.
Can't there also be a warned special meeting to do it?
There could be.
And can it always also not necessarily evening, but also Saturday?
A weekend.
Talking about, thrown around on Facebook, I know after we had a lot of discussion about attendance, and And those were the concerns. People couldn't make it, people with school-age children couldn't make it because they didn't want to bring their kids to town meeting when, they're just gonna be running around disrupting things, and the other people saying, I work. And if you can't get off of work, then you're not gonna be at town meeting. So I think that's something, you're right, that we need to address and figure out how we can make it more accessible to the town.
Instead of waiting to the end.
But,
Yeah.
that would call a special meeting, and we have
Yeah,
about a
special
year
meeting,
to
then
do
we
it,
can
so.
change next year's meeting.
Yeah. But thanks, Bob, for bringing that up.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Ellen, I was gonna call and ask you about 5G research, so let's see.
On your cell phone, were you? No.
On my cell phone.
Ellen Shaykowski, Office of Legislative Counsel. I am here on 5G preemption and issues related to that. So I'm going to give you some of the legal framework related to the Federal Telecommunications Act. So the Telecommunications Act of 1996 established the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, as the body that has authority over wireless communications. The Act clearly states that the FCC has the authority to regulate wireless communications, but it struck a compromise. So it left state and local governments authority over siting of wireless telecommunications facilities. So I'm not really talking about 5G here, I'm talking about all wireless, and that technology does fall under that category. So the state and local governments retain authority over the siting. However, this authority is subject to 5 limitations in the Act, and this is sort of where the preemption comes in. The federal government recognized that the state and local governments are in a position to have some say over the physical location because, all areas are different, but there are some sideboards on it. So there are 5 limitations to the ability to regulate the siting. First, you can't flat out prohibit wireless service, and you also can't have the effect of prohibiting wireless service. And there's a lot of case law around what that means. Next, state and local governments must act on an application for the siting of wireless telecommunications facilities within a reasonable time. And since 1996, there have been a number of documents and pieces of guidance issued by the FCC stating what is a reasonable amount of time in which an application has to have a decision. 3, denials of permit applications must be in writing, and they have to be justified with evidence. They have to be supported by evidence. I'm going to skip 4 for a second, but 5 is that an aggrieved person, either that has been denied a permit or that feels that they have been prohibited entirely, can bring a suit against the state or local government. But number 4 says that state and local governments cannot regulate wireless telecommunications facilities on the basis of radio frequency emissions. So, state and local governments can regulate the physical location of telecommunications facilities, but the FCC has set radio frequency emission limits. They have explicitly kept that from the state and local governments and have set their own limits. So those limits are established, and every telecommunication facility has to abide by those limits. In December, the FCC voted unanimously to uphold the existing radio frequency emission limits, so they did revisit it recently. And yeah, so I was also asked what other states are doing around 5G. So I can tell you that 21 states have passed laws to streamline and facilitate the expeditious deployment of 5G. No states have passed laws regulating 5G based on radio frequency emissions because the preemption is clear. The state of New Hampshire in June did pass a law establishing a study committee. It set up a study committee to look at the potential health effects of 5G. Their report is due in November. The state of Connecticut also set up a study group to look at issues around 5G. The state of Massachusetts did have a bill introduced last year that called for the ban of dangerous wireless facilities. That bill had one hearing and hasn't moved since. But there are a number of municipalities that have enacted ordinances attempting to limit the deployment of 5G. So most of them are in California, and there are a number of them primarily in Marin County, which is just outside of San Francisco. But San Francisco has a long-standing ordinance related to aesthetics and development and design that the California Supreme Court recently upheld as a type of ordinance that could be used that was not inherently violating the sort of regulation of 5G. So there are some ordinances in California that have been enacted that are related to aesthetics and design and physical location of wireless facilities.
I assume since it's San Francisco, that's an urban setting.
Yes, and their design requirements are very detailed, and they've been in existence for a long time. So one of the other things is that there are a number of these California ordinances that are related to 5G and small cell deployment do mention the radio frequency emissions. However, there is a difference between the precedent in California for this and in Vermont. So there is a Second Circuit case, which Vermont is in the Second Circuit, that held, there is some case law out there that said if a municipality or a local government attempts to regulate the placement of these facilities and lists the emissions, the radio frequency emissions, as one of the reasons they're attempting to regulate, as long as there is another justification related to aesthetics or physical location, that's okay. However, the Second Circuit found that having the RF emissions be any part of the consideration is a violation of the Telecommunications Act. So Vermont is preempted from regulating based on
Radio frequency. We can't ban it. We can't make it so difficult that it is in effect to ban. We can't just delay permits forever. All right. Okay. And California sounds like some more urban aesthetic ordinances, which we probably couldn't transfer here. We could do our own that says you've got to screen it.
So the ordinances do make use of spacing requirements and physical appearance and aesthetics. If you are concerned about aesthetics of small cells, we in Vermont have state land use laws that regulate aesthetics. Acts 250 and 248A have to do with the physical location of facilities. So
they all involve public input.
Right. But having the conversation about radio frequency emissions makes it
a no-no.
Yes.
Okay. Starting to sound like Vermont Yankee and safety.
I think what you're also saying, though, is that enacting restrictions that are ostensibly based on aesthetics as a fig leaf to deal with radio emissions would be struck down. Is that a fair statement?
There would be a strong case. But there is also a strong case that there can be aesthetic concerns when you are installing telecommunications facilities.
Okay.
But if you are, yes, fig leaves are probably at risk of being challenged.
Okay. But I assume we could say you need to screen the pole. I assume there'd have to be neighbors that would see it. Screening it from the deer probably wouldn't pass muster. So it would work better probably in a more rural, a more urban setting where the poles, they're there. I mean, they're in neighborhoods, there's just nowhere else to put them, whereas we have an awful lot of rural facilities, which is why I think they told us because of the shorter span that 5G covers, it's not likely to come to rural Vermont soon. But soon can be a relative term.
Ellen, can you talk a little bit more, I don't know if you have the language in front of you, of what the study committee for New Hampshire entails, what was their charge?
Sure. They do specifically list looking at the potential health impacts. Okay. this is, so establishing a study committee to study the environmental and health impacts of evolving 5G technology. Let's see.
Well, we asked for the Department of Health to do that.
Right.
We got that.
Who sits on that study committee?
2 members of the Senate, a member of the public, the Attorney General, 2 members of the New Hampshire Technology Council, a member of the Business and Industry Association, a member of the New Hampshire Medical Society, a member of the University System of New Hampshire, a member, and I'm paraphrasing, this is
Yes.
A member of the cell phone and wireless technology industry, the Commissioner of Department of Health and Human Services, and 1 member of the public with expertise in biological effects of radio frequency emission.
When is that due?
November.
It's November, okay, so
Next, yeah.
I'm sure we can borrow. It will be posted and it'll be interesting to see what they, it does not seem to have a lot of medical personnel on it. Okay,
So one question on screening.
yeah.
So if we legitimately felt the need to screen these things for aesthetic purposes, is there a case law or something that sort of attacks the legitimacy of that concern if we hadn't done it for a similar other device?
Can you repeat the question?
I guess I'm just asking, assuming some of us had a legitimate aesthetic concern about these cells, at least one way to approach it would be to screen, to mandate screening, not to ban them, but to say, we want some screening around. I'm just wondering if we hadn't done that previously for other kinds of cells, would that be an issue?
That is an interesting question. So we do currently regulate the aesthetics of wireless facilities under 248. Not all, because there is a jurisdictional threshold of size. I don't know if I have an answer because I have not delved deep into the case law, but we do have an existing permitting program that relates to aesthetics. And it would have to be, it couldn't be focused on a particular provider. And so if you were interested in that, you'd have to be very careful to make sure it was not having disproportionate impacts on a particular provider. There's case law on that. I don't have a complete answer for you.
I assume a lead screen would be, it would block waves, would not pass muster.
What was that?
A lead screen would not pass muster.
Oh.
Would have to do trees or lead, yeah, lead fig leaf, or a whole bunch of them attached together. That it would have to be the same scope type of screening that we've done with everything else, which is generally plantings, bushes, fake tree things that look like fake trees on the top of mountains.
So the limits on emissions established by the FCC haven't changed. So they have to comply with the limits that have been in place for almost 20 years. So I cannot give you scientific or technological explanations about the emissions, but there are existing limits, and there are differences in this 5G that are I cannot articulate. But
no, we did have the health department in, and they did do an update of the literature, and I think they said at this point the biggest concern was for installers that got close and could get some skin burn, that 5G does not penetrate your skin, which 4 and 3 and other Gs do. But they didn't see any major concern at this point, but it's new technology, and I think that's what makes people uneasy. We don't know. I think it will be interesting to see what New Hampshire, we said Massachusetts was studying.
No.
They've got a bad, Connecticut
does have
so
a
it'll be
study.
interesting to see what they come up with, and if they, open up a new road for inquiry.
I know a couple weeks ago you and I talked about the DC circuit, and I don't know if you have time now, I don't know how much time we have.
We have no idea how much time we have, but I think we're over time at this
Okay.
point.
Can you just give a brief summary of the DC circuit rulings? So I know my folks back home are watching this closely.
Sure. So so the FCC in general has really been focusing on speeding the deployment of the new technology. So last year they issued 2 orders clarifying language under the Telecommunications Act in order that did sort of diminish the state and local role a bit more. So they clarify in one of the orders, they defined reasonable time in which to respond. So it's either 60 or 90 days, depending on the application. So they set a clear time limit on when a local government has to respond to the permit applications. The other order attempted to exempt all small cell from going through both NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act review, and National Historic Preservation Act review, as well as changing the way that tribes participate in the input. So there are different fees that the tribes charge for when they consult on these applications, and so both of those orders are currently being litigated, although the DC Circuit Court did release a decision on the second order I talked about. So the DC Circuit Court found that the FCC couldn't have a blanket exemption for small cells to go through the NEPA environmental analysis or the National Historic Preservation Act analysis. So small cell facilities that qualify, that trigger either of those acts, do still have to go through them, although at this point many of them aren't triggering NEPA because they're part of co-location already. So that doesn't often trigger NEPA review as it is. But both of those orders were an attempt to sort of clarify that state and local governments can't slow down. They have to be sort of keeping this process moving. So the FCC is focused on fast deployment. There is another issue related to the amount of, they also capped the amount of fees that state and local governments can charge.
Oh, they figured out we do that too. Okay. All right.
Did I get all the points? Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I think gives us some specificity to things we've been being told for several years that we can't regulate. And there might be a crack in here somewhere, but we'd have to look pretty hard to find it. All right.
to its resting place for a vote, maybe today, maybe this afternoon. We're going to hear from a few folks, so if we don't do it by this afternoon, it'll be tomorrow morning. Okay? Okay, thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome.
Do your folks need to go through the whole bill, or you just want to go through the corrections? The changes, rather?
I thought the whole bill, but, I mean, at some point before we vote on it.
What's your timing? You have a half hour now?
No. You guys have a half hour. Why don't we just go through the changes?
Okay.
Before we vote for it, we'll go through the whole thing.
Okay, yeah, okay. So, for the record, Jim Damery, Legislative Counsel with...
Katie McLean, Office of Legislative Counsel.
Go. We're walking through draft 8.4. On the statement of purpose, we've made some changes. So it says this bill proposes to realign regulatory oversight by the Agency of Education and Agency of Human Services of pre-K ed programs. So the realign is a bit vague, and we can get more specific on that. But the idea, of course, is that what you're doing now in this draft is you have dual regulation by AOE and AHS. Thank you. Early. Of public pre-K programs. Of private pre-K programs. You have sole regulation by AOE of public programs. When it comes to monitoring those programs, therefore, you've got dual monitoring by both agencies of private programs, but only AOE is overseeing the monitoring of public programs. Keep that. Okay? Yeah, so you'll see that as we go through, but that's what the realign means there.
So we're very specifically sort of unshackling the public programs from the dual.
Correct. And the privates remain basically status quo.
Okay.
The public's, and we have joint rulemaking still, right? Okay.
And this also gives the other committee an opportunity to say, we've got this one, we want to take a look at that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
We have questions for you?
Well, should I say statement or ask a question?
Ask a question.
Okay, well, I want to change that, the bifurcation.
Okay, so that's a really big thing that
Right.
you're talking about. Right. So I will hold that you want to change the bifurcation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then a small change in line 11 to reference simplify and clarify the program qualification criteria for pre-K providers. And then we've added a few more details here. Require reports on the availability of qualified teachers for pre-K programs and how to ensure that students who attend out-of-district pre-K programs continue to receive special education services. And 5, create a grant program to fund regional pre-K coordinators. Okay. Then we go to the definition of pre-K child. So based upon AOE's recommendation, we have taken out of the exception for 5-year-olds students on a 504 plan. So now you can attend pre-K and get the voucher if you're 5 years of age, but not yet enrolled in kindergarten, if the child is on an IEP program and the child's program team recommends that the child receive pre-K education services. The 504 has been taken away from this exception. Pre-K education now is defined as having the same meaning as defined in Section 11. So what's happening here is we've had dual definitions that have been inconsistent. And in the previous draft, we aligned those two definitions to be the same. This one, though, rather than having two definitions, cross-references so we don't get out of alignment going forward. That's the idea. And we'll come back to that definition at the end because it's been revised. Okay, so none of this stuff has changed. I made one change here that the committee did not ask for, so to point that out, on line 12, this is the notification by a school board to private pre-K programs that the board intends on expanding or beginning a pre-K program. We heard that open meeting law requires agendas to be posted 2 days before the meeting. So we had 2 days here, so I put 1 day, so at least you have some notice.
So they have to send them the link that they created, basically, it makes it easy.
Yeah. So, but 1 day rather than 2 days before.
Yeah, Mom's on Vermont.
Okay. Then we go on. The next part is building. Yeah. So let's have Kay cover this.
Okay. So if you remember, we had a conversation about where the qualified providers are going to be listed, and the existing, not existing, but unchanged subdivision A talks about the Agency of Human Services posting private providers on their website. Subdivision B shows the Agency of Education posting public providers on their website, and then subdivision C has been rewritten to read that Bright Futures, using the lists posted on the two respective websites, would post on its own website a list of both private and public providers that satisfy the program requirements, and it specifies on line 6 and 7 which shall be searchable by program type and geographic region.
Okay. Then we go forward. So you see this language here, jointly developed, on line 2 and 3, jointly developed and implemented by the Agencies of Education and Human Services. This refers to the statewide rate that has to be established, and they are doing that jointly, so we unstruck that language to keep it back in the statute. Okay. So we are now in the section that deals with regulatory, I'm on line 9, regulatory oversight and rules. So this says, and it's unchanged, on line 10, the Agency of Education shall have sole regulatory oversight of a pre-K educational program offered by a public provider, with the exceptions of CFAP and STARS, as we talked about before. That's unchanged. Now, though, it says on page 12, the Department for Children and Families Child Development Division and the Agency of Education shall have joint regulatory oversight of a pre-K educational program offered by a private provider. That's where you get into that change there. And then it goes on line 4, unchanged, but just to point out that we've got joint rulemaking here still. So line 6 shall jointly develop and agree to rules. So that's unchanged. And the rules pretty much are the same as they were before until we come to monitoring. Okay. So the monitoring section has changed because now we've got to deal with dual regulation on one side and sole regulation on the other side. So now it says on line 1, they have to establish rules to establish comparable monitoring systems that are designed to promote optimal results for children that support the relevant population level outcomes set forth in the statute, and to collect data that will inform future decisions by which the AOE and DCF shall jointly monitor and evaluate the implementation of publicly funded pre-K education programs offered by private programs. And the Agency of Education shall solely monitor and evaluate the implementation of publicly funded pre-K education programs offered by public programs. Okay?
Just don't move on. Yeah.
Okay. Then,
Hold on a second. Larry?
So again, it's
AOE.
joint monitoring with private, sole AOE.
correct. That goes right along with that
Okay.
bifurcation we talked about earlier.
Right,
Right?
okay.
Yeah.
Larry, did you go?
Yeah, okay.
I had the same concerns.
Yeah. It's a bit of a little tricky corner in there, right?
You have to pay attention.
Yeah, well, because of the wording, that publicly funded programs offered by private programs. Right.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry, just got hung up for a minute.
Yeah. If we can clarify the language, we're happy to, but that's the intent. Okay, and then it says on line 8, which is unchanged, line 13, that the agency and department shall be required to jointly report the results of the monitoring. So, despite the fact that they might do something separately, they're jointly reporting. And then the requirements for monitoring on line 16 are unchanged. So, same as before. Okay. Then we come to, I put this in because we didn't have a rule requirement that said this. And it says that the rules have to establish a process to verify that public and private providers satisfy and continue to satisfy the program quality requirements, which are the STARS ratings or the teaching. So we didn't have it before, so I thought we should put that in.
Okay, great. So that gets into the PS goals as well. PS goals as well? Or that's how the kids are doing. This is how the program is.
This is just making sure that there are rules in place for the agencies to have a process for verifying that these are actually qualified programs. That's all. And then we go to okay, this gets back into the definition of pre-K child. So this is the definition we're in, section 3 here on line 5. We're amending section 11. Section 11 are the definitions used throughout Title 16. So there's the definition already of pre-K education on line 10. So all we're doing here is saying when we were in the section on pre-K, we cross-reference this section, saying pre-K education means what this says. And what this says is that it means services designed to provide developmentally appropriate early development and learning experiences based on Vermont's early learning standards to pre-K children as defined in 829, which is the pre-K section we went through. So that's basically saying, again, 3-4-year-olds to 5-year-olds if you are on IEP, right? So that's just, again, to make sure we don't have this issue going forward of having two sets of definitions that aren't aligned. Then on page 18, we moved out the date for this, for the secretary to develop uniform forms and processes. It had been over this summer. They want more time, so it's now March 15 of next year. But the idea here being, after they do that, then all the school districts have to have time to use those uniform forms and processes before the next school year. So hopefully that will give them enough time to do that. Then we come to okay, so we have section 7. You want to go this one?
Sure. So this is the study that we've been looking at the availability of instructors moving forward. So the new language is that by December 15th of 2020, AHS and AOE are to study and report and submit that report to Education, Human Services, Health and Welfare. First, their 5- and 10-year vision for kindergarten. Secondly, pre-K.
That's my fault, but actually there might be 2 of these here. That probably should say pre-K, I believe.
That's write that down. Yep. In subdivision 2, the capacity of public pre-K for children 4 years of age.
Pause there for a second. That's what I think, sure, what you asked for, but should that be kindergarten? Because we've been talking about expanding kindergarten down to 4th grade.
Yeah.
So should this say kindergarten or pre-kindergarten?
Kindergarten. Probably kindergarten.
Kindergarten, okay. Yeah.
Well, could we say kindergarten for children that are 4 years old?
Yeah, that's what it would say.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay.
It'll be like junior kindergarten.
Okay, okay, so we'll clean it up, okay.
Okay, so you want it to read the capacity of public kindergarten for children 4 years of age.
We'll just switch out those words.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And in subdivision 3, bridging the gap between childcare, early education, work supports, and parent education.
Should be engaged, just thinking it should be parent engagement, I'm sorry, that's my fault.
Okay.
Ah, that was my question.
Yeah.
I don't understand parent education. Okay.
Engagement, that was my fault.
Okay.
This was late last night.
Yeah.
Going back and forth with language. Okay. So that's, so this report here, just note, is by the two agencies that report by December 15, 2020. The previous section has two agencies reporting on the same date of all the teacher qualification stuff. And we didn't want to, I didn't want to at least combine this report here in 7 without the teacher stuff, because the teacher stuff is so specific.
Right.
So I didn't want to muddy that water. So we have a separate report,
Yeah.
same agency, same timing.
Yeah, thank you.
On this.
I'm sure that people are gonna have some thoughts about that.
And then we come to the new grant program. So
Sorry, the part we just skipped over, I know that's new, but that's the special ed affordability study, basically. the
yeah,
part
that's not new. That's been there.
Okay.
That's the advisory group, and they are saying two things. Just to remind you, it's one is how to ensure portability of special education services when the student goes out of district, and the second is how to ensure that the funding for pre-K is not doubled because of the census grant. Right.
Can I ask? Yeah. If a special ed student left the district, their home district, and went to another school, could the IEP and the funding follow them?
Could. It could. It's not a parental, there's no, unless the parent takes a student away from the recommendation of the IEP team in the supervisory union, which is the LEA, then the FAP goes away. But it doesn't mean that money can't follow, but it's a choice at that point, not a requirement. Okay, so section 9, just read through this. This is a new grant program to encourage regions to hire pre-K coordinators. So it reads, A, creation, the pre-K coordinators grant program is created to enable SUs to work together in a sustained and targeted manner to retain pre-K coordinators on a regional basis. In recognition that supervisory unions or regions within the state that retain pre-K coordinators deliver pre-K educational services in a more effective and coordinated manner than those SUs or regions that do not have this resource. This program is designed to assist SUs that work in collaboration by providing funding to retain pre-K coordinators. Administration, the Agency of Education shall administer the grant program and shall determine the applicable, the application and the work criteria, provided that applicants shall represent not less than 3 SUs that agree to work in collaboration to coordinate pre-K educational services through a pre-K coordinator who serves the region represented by these supervisory unions. The Agency of Education shall inform SUs of the availability of grants under this section and provide technical assistance to eligible applicants applying for these funds. The Agency of Education shall also advise SUs of other sources of funding that may be available to advance the purpose of this section. Program funding, agencies shall award grant funding under the program up to, and it's a bracket, I'm not sure how much you want, per application, to successful applicants. The amount of this funding shall be used, shall be based on the applicant's proposed budget and total availability of funds. And then I'm not sure there should be a second year of funding, so it's a question mark for the committee to consider. And then D, on or before December 15, 2021, the Agency of Education shall report to the General Assembly and the Governor on the impact of the grant program. The report shall be made publicly available on the agency's website. And then notwithstanding any provision of law to the contrary, X amount is appropriated from the Education Fund to the agency for fiscal year 21, designated for program grants under this section. And then again, the agency shall include in its budget request for next year more money if you're doing a 2-year program. I wasn't sure. And then the agency can't spend more than 2% of funds for technical assistance and not more than 2% of funds for the report. And that's it.
Thank you. Peter?
This grant program, we'll get a couple questions. I'm on what we were just looking at here, page 28. Basically my question is, the agency essentially will design this. They'll make the rules around it. They'll say, we're only providing 30% and you need to provide a 70% match, or do we need to be prescribing some of it?
Well, this is a call for matching funds, so I don't think we have the authority here to demand matching funds.
Okay.
This, unlike the grant program for literacy, which is very detailed, all they're doing here is retaining a coordinator. So it's a much simpler program, I think, to administer than the other one. We have lots of goals you want to see.
We've got models too.
I was trying to think through sort of the same thing. So is the 150 intended to be salary and benefits for that person for 1 year?
I think that they can use it in any way that they wanted to use it. It's not defined how they use it.
Well, but the purpose of the section is to retain.
Yeah.
It doesn't say employ or contract with, it says retain, which is a more vague term, but somehow get the services of pre-K coordinator for that region.
The hope is that what they're going to do is here's your seed money to get started, and then you're going to realize this is such a good idea that you're going to start to put it in your budgets, and you're going to be able to spread it out throughout supervisory units.
Because I was assuming that, so I'm thinking about the 2-year thing, because just trying to think through the timing, if this new person starts in September, and then budgets are due in January, you're not going to have time to show that person's impact before you're trying to build them into the budget. So it's sort of like, we've got this great new person, she's working across, she or he is working across 3 SUs. Yeah, and we're already trying to, move that cost over to the SU's budgets when the person hasn't had a chance to show any impact yet. So that would be my thought on that. And I don't know how to fix that, but just a 2-year program would be, I think, preferable to give this person time to really make some changes.
So add the option for a second year. Just money. Yeah. Would you like to do that? I need some kind of physical.
Well, I want to do that.
How many would like to do that?
Well, we're getting a counter argument here.
Okay, counter argument.
All right, so I totally get what you're saying and understand that. However, I think the model has existed long enough in other areas that the argument to put it in the budget the next year is an argument that can be made. I hear what you're saying, but it's really a superintendent and the school board that's got to sell the idea, or so then the coordinator has to prove how effective they are.
And we do have someone who recently walked into the room who actually started a program with 12 SUs, so we might be able to ask her how long it was.
Okay.
Just hold that because we're going to want to talk
Okay,
with
because I think this is a
you
great
at some point
new
and how
section.
long it took you to get your 12 SUs going. We'll just hold on that, okay?
I guess I feel like 1 year, this is the kind of program that really needs to be owned by the supervisory unions.
Yeah.
That's why I was asking about, matching funds, because I believe there needs to be skin in the game. So I guess I'm comfortable with 1 year. I suppose I can always come back and ask to have it be extended.
Should we keep it for 1 year for now?
Yeah.
I would. Keep it for 1 year for now and go through from staff.
Should we do matching funds?
Well, we don't want, I think Jim made it.
I think there's room for matching funds.
But the AOE
here,
can
right?
describe it as, they can do it.
They can do that?
However
Yeah.
they want to do it.
Oh, they can do that, okay.
Yeah.
They're going to design the grant.
And that's what happened before. They were matching funds. There are organizations that would be very interested in
Is that what you said?
No, it's the opposite of what I said.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
Now, I know
And-
James said that they can't because they can't require matching funds to do it so simple.
I think unless we say, we've had language before that allows or requires matching funds.
Yeah.
For grants, it's been expressly a statute.
Yeah.
I don't know that the agency would have authority to require matching funds unless you say it.
No, I don't think we were talking about requiring matching funds, but it's possible for SU to take in money from another organization.
Yeah, and there's language here about having the OE help them find funding.
Right.
That's here.
Yeah.
But requiring matching funds is not here.
No.
You could draft this to require it, or you could draft it to give the agency authority to do it.
Right. But if the agency said, okay, these are $30,000 grants, matching funds is assumed. In other words, they don't have
They
to
would
fully
need it,
fund.
in other words. They
Yeah.
don't- yeah.
They don't need to, the agency isn't required to fully fund a position. They're required to fund the grant amount that they said that they would give.
Yeah.
And it may not be enough to fully fund something, which
Well, it's gonna
implies.
be, the language though is up to a certain amount, so right now it's bracketed 150,000, but we base upon the budget that they actually come in with, right? So if they come in with a budget of 100,000, they'll get 100,000 under this language, I believe. And unless the agency comes up with rules that make it more of a competitive process, we may be.
I'm sorry, per application.
Yeah, yeah.
That's $150,000 total.
No,
No,
that little blank
that's
space.
a
Yeah.
That's what that's for.
That's a bracket because that was just the amount you had in your literacy bill. So
Yeah,
it could be whatever you want.
I don't know, 500,000.
And how many regions are like
You think more like what?
30,000.
No, that's total matching funds, the total thing.
Oh,
This is
total.
a- Yeah, this is 150, this you figure, this is 3 SUs that are getting together. So that's basically 50,000 each. That they're, well, no,
Yeah.
you know what I'm trying to say.
Yes, it would be 50,000
Yeah.
each, sort of.
Each sort
Which,
of.
yes, which.
Or if it was 12.
Right.
Yeah.
How many regions again? 4?
3 or more, right?
3. No, the region, the regional. Didn't you say there was like 4 regions? Is there no?
Superintendents have, I think they have that 4 regions. I think.
5.
They've got 5.
Jeff Francis, Vermont Superintendent Association, 5 regions.
They have 5. But that's not a state-defined region.
Correct. Just because of time, I'm happy to come back to this after we have time to think about it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, general sense? Sarita, do you want to hear mine?
Yes.
Okay. Briefly, to say you have a concern about this, we won't discuss it, but your concern.
Okay, so this is my concern that I've been thinking about all weekend. I've heard from probably 5 superintendents who, one, are really concerned about the joint overseeing of the pre-Ks.
Yeah.
They find it confusing. They find policies being administered differently by different individuals, not out of, just because it's.
So this one, yeah.
So that's one. And, what was really pointed out to me was the issue of equity and access, which I think is the foundation of the public school system. And a feeling that AOE should oversee the education portion of pre-K for both private and public.
That's what this does.
Everything you're concerned about, this addresses.
No.
Yeah.
The Agency of Education oversees it in privates?
Along with.
No.
Along with AHS.
No, without,
I
we don't
hear
want
you.
to do that, okay. Okay, so
So
that.
anyway, that's could be for the committee upstairs.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep, and just I'll finish that, that the AHS be in charge of safety and health for the privates.
They always are.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
we've
Well, here, so
come a
we've
long
got,
way.
we've got some time now to hear from, we have the Bs, as we call them affectionately, and Let's Go Kids, LGK, to hear from. So thank you very
You're
much. We
welcome.
have 2 just to hold, because they're going to, let's not do the next draft quite yet.
Okay.
On those little things.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
keep you from too much busy work.
Okay, great.
But there may be some others, and we're going to need to fill in that bracket as well. Okay.
dangerous.
Yes, it is, extremely.
Jay, are you speaking for the?
Yes.
Okay.
Rebecca, yeah, sorry.
Did you happen to see what we added in section 7?
He walked in just as it was, up there on the-
I heard what you said, but I haven't looked at anything else.
Yeah.
So we'll give our testimony on 6.2 as we last saw. Okay? So Jay Nichols, Vermont Principals Association. I'm here representing the organizations that are on the board behind me. This is joint testimony from us. Thanks for having us here today. On behalf of our organizations, we welcome the opportunity to testify. We want to really focus today on reemphasizing our long-standing calls for equity, quality, and simplicity in whatever pre-kindergarten delivery system model we have. And we want to provide feedback on draft 6.2, 166. So first,
So as we go through, let's do the check as to whether it was addressed or not.
you guys can tell us if you addressed it. We've got, down below, we've got whether it was addressed on 6.2.
Okay.
The original 6.2 that we saw. As you know, creating and maintaining any effective system requires a willingness to make adjustments. One of our concerns has been, since the enactment of the law in 2014, despite a memo from Secretary Holcomb and Secretary Gobet, respectively, of AOE and AHS at the time, in 2017, I believe it was, there have been no adjustments made to the Act by the General Assembly. And there are persistent reports from the field of major concerns. I want to do a quote from Kate Rogers, AOE Early Education Manager. She provided this definition on January 18th of 2020. What defines Vermont's universal pre-kindergarten education is the implementation of high-quality, effective instruction by licensed educators who use evidence-based practices within intentionally designed early learning environments. We agree with that wholeheartedly, as does all the research. The House Education Committee's recent phone conference with the National Institute for Early Education Research provided clear guidance. Vermont has focused on access, and we've received a lot of credit for that across the nation. It's now time to focus on quality. The research is compelling. The credentials of both the lead teacher and the assistant teacher affect child outcomes. And I'm going to take a drink because I'm battling a sore throat.
Don't touch anything.
I know. I'm a lot better than I was 3 days ago. As we noted in our January 23rd testimony, the core principles that guide our recommendations, again, are equity, quality, and simplicity. By simplicity, we mean to take a complex law and make it as easily implementable as possible. So our main points are, students with disabilities do not have equitable access to educational services when compared to their peers who do not have disabilities. That's a huge equity issue for us. There's inconsistency in the requirement of direct teaching time for credentialed staff. That's an equity issue. There's insufficient child outcome data necessary to evaluate the system. That's a quality issue. And there are many challenges with the system's oversight and administration by the state. And that's the issue when we're talking about simplicity. That's what we're talking about. We do not support draft 6.2, previous to the one you just put up there, because we haven't seen that yet, as it does not make sufficient improvements to equity, quality, or simplicity in the pre-K delivery system. So here's our assessment, and again, you can question me on these.
Chris, did you have a question?
Can you scroll back up a smidgen?
Yep.
A little bit more. There we go. It says the research is compelling. Credentials of both a lead teacher and assistant teacher affect child outcomes.
Yep.
And then right below it, you say there is insufficient child outcome data necessary to evaluate the system.
Right. There's national research about programs where you've had teachers teaching and the results that have come into play. In Vermont, we haven't tried that yet. We haven't looked at that. What we have in Vermont is two completely different systems. And we have no real assessment of how those systems are doing. That's the point we're trying to make.
So how do we know there's a problem?
We don't probably.
We don't have the information to make any real judgment on it. What we have is national data that shows that kids with quality teachers show great improvements in terms of kindergarten readiness, outcomes, how long their percentages towards graduation, those types of things. But we don't have Vermont data. That's our point. We need Vermont data. We need to look and see what the difference is between kids who are getting quality instruction and kids who are getting licensed teacher instruction versus kids who may not be getting that.
Thank you for that distinction.
You're welcome. Yeah, I hesitated there a minute.
On fire.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to do that. I'm not trying to rile anybody up today. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, enough.
Okay. So implementation goals not met in 6.2. Consistency across the delivery systems for settings and the licensed teacher qualifications and contact hours with kids. In draft 3.1, this was addressed by requiring a licensed teacher to provide direct instruction during the pre-kindergarten hours funded by the school district. That is a fundamental thing that we believe has to be in any bill. It should be licensed teachers providing instruction if it's going to be using education funds to pay for it. Draft 6.2 moves away from this goal by omitting any reference to increasing direct licensed teacher
So, and you know that what we do in this bill is we study that. We don't have the data on it,
Yeah.
so we start to get that data.
Okay.
Chris?
That,
Yeah.
no, that's
Yeah,
just.
we're gonna get that.
Right. And what we have is national data, like as I just said. We don't have any state data.
So we,
Yeah, is there the capacity to put a license, like,
No.
if, you know, we came into millions of dollars, is there the capacity to put a licensed pre-K early educator in every private institution?
I don't know.
Right, but that's, I'm asking him.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
Okay.
I have no idea. I'm just saying quality needs to be attended to.
We
So,
know that a teacher needs to be present, we don't know what present means.
we would say present means actually working with kids.
Yeah, but the interpretation around the state is very different.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Again, so research clearly demonstrates the importance of having a high-quality teacher providing instruction to pre-kindergarten children. That's national research, and you folks all heard this in your conference call. And a qualified educator is what distinguishes pre-kindergarten education from early child care. So we want to make sure you recognize the difference between the two. We also had a goal of elimination of joint oversight. 3.1 addressed this objective by establishing regulatory oversight by AOE for public providers and oversight by AHS for private providers. And then they would do annual reports together. We believe that the advantages of bifurcating oversight with proper interagency coordination will prove better for both public schools through the AOE and private providers through AHS. Joint oversight has not worked well thus far. There's no school leaders that will tell you that it works well. Draft 6.2 requires due oversight for the quality rating system. Monitoring quality and accountability, which we touched on a little bit. Draft 3.1 addressed this by requiring program operators to notify the respective agency and school districts within 5 calendar days when it no longer satisfies one or more requirements. We think that was a good step. And draft 6.2, at least the version that we've seen, requires the Secretary of Education and the Commissioner of DCF to establish a process for remedial action. The language doesn't have any timelines, provides no requirements in terms of actionable responses to serious violations by AOE or AHS. This is a special concern to us since it's been 5 years and we still have not seen an introduction to a pre-K monitoring system, and that this new system that we're hearing about has not been introduced to the field as of yet.
So then you look at 8.4.
Okay. Remember, we haven't seen 8.4 yet. She's saying you fix that? Maybe?
According to me.
We will look at it. We will look at it, Madam Chair. We will definitely look at it. Then we also felt there were some implementation goals that were partially met in 6.2.
You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, special education portability for providing a free and appropriate public education. So we support the inclusion of a special education study to examine the matter of equity. However, in draft 6.2, takes no immediate action to address the inequities experienced by students with disabilities and their families. This has been a 5-year ongoing problem. We're discriminating against our disabled students, and we continue to do that. We support an analysis, as we've said, and we also think the analysis should include but not be limited to pre-K pupil weighting, census-based block grant, and the Triple E grants. Implementation goals met in 6.2 should be retained in any subsequent draft. Excuse me. The 2 years of pre-K eligibility, you've made that much more clear. We think that makes perfect sense. We agree with the removal of the 3 stars with a plan. Moving to 4 stars as a minimum. We support any enhancement in quality requirements. Removing liability of public school systems for private provider actions. That language that removes the liability makes sense. That's a positive step, as public schools should not be liable for actions of private providers for whom they have little, if any, oversight or authority over. In conclusion, while we appreciate the efforts the committee has made to improve Act 166, coined by it, version 6.2, we cannot support draft 6.2 because it does very little to address equity, quality, and simplicity, which would improve the quality of instruction and programming for pre-K children in the state of Vermont. And I've got a team here with me, and any of us can answer any questions you might have.
I think it would be really helpful if maybe you guys could huddle while we're on the floor forever. And just look at 8.4.
Okay.
I'm happy to hear from you again. It looks like we're going to be on the floor for the rest of the day. I'm hoping that we'll be able to come back.
Many of us have a meeting with the AOB at 1 o'clock, so from 1 to 3 we're going to be tied up.
What do we do? We've got to be overrun to start some of the other things. So let's go kids. And you have not, you're not speaking to 8.4.
Right, yeah, sorry.
I'm really sorry. Got this sorted out this morning.
Yes, I'm just kind of responding in the moment to a number of things. So Sarah Kenny from Let's Grow Kids. Thanks for the opportunity to be back here. I'm going to be very brief because I find myself in the rather uncomfortable and entirely unexpected position of agreeing with the position of both the agencies, which is a new thing for me to say on this topic. That the bifurcation that's proposed in the bill right now is not the best remedy to the situation we have now. It's not a small tweak. It's actually a very major change to the system, and that it's not advisable at this time when so much has been happening that the agencies have been doing together in terms of the monitoring system and the rules process that's underway. But I have already talked to you all about that, so I'm not going to belabor that point. Just a couple of thoughts that arose as you all just walked through the latest draft that I just wanted to flag. On page 8 of the new draft, where you're talking about Building Bright Futures being the one who administers a publicly available listing of all programs, I would, again, highly recommend that you all actually talk to Building Bright Futures about their capacity to do that and what their work looks like. It's very possible that that does make sense. I don't think any of us can speak on their behalf. So, and on page 25, the new section 7, which is the report on sort of the vision from the agencies, the language that is in the bill, especially the third bullet, I think, I'm not looking at it right now, but talks about bridging the gap and work supports, and I don't actually know what any of that means. So I would recommend adding some additional guidance to the agencies on what exactly it is that you're looking for them to report back on. I do think that it totally makes sense, and it is time to have an evaluation from both the agencies of under their current leadership about what do they see as the future for public pre-K, that is a conversation that should be done in consultation with lots of stakeholders, including everybody in the room right now. We would also, I think it would be really wonderful if that also included a parent survey of parents who are currently enrolled in, whose kids are currently enrolled in universal pre-K across all the settings. Some, yes, yeah. But I think it would be interesting to hear. What I've heard from you all and from lots of other stakeholders is that that data was not what you were looking for or not reliable somehow. So I think it would be great to, again, evaluate sort of what are parents thinking about, and especially parents with kids who are in the categories of children that we've been talking about, so students who don't seem to have equitable access right now. What would actually work for them? I think what that survey didn't get from parents was, does 10 hours a week work for you? Would you prefer more hours? What should the future what should the future of the system? Well, I think we make a lot of assumptions about, we know that many working families need full day, full year care. And so the question is, what would the best scenario look like for families? Do they need 20 hours a week? Do they need 50 hours a week? I think that's information that we don't have from the survey that was done. At least I haven't revisited it in a little while, but so I do think fleshing out that sort of the vision section for what the agency should be reporting back on would be really helpful to make sure that you all get the information that you're looking for, and to ensure that other folks are engaged in that conversation as the report is developed too. And that's all. Oh, sorry, the Universal Pre-K coordinators, I haven't honestly had a chance to really ingest any of that language yet, so I would love an opportunity to have some other folks I work with look at it.
So section 7 is something that I worked with our alleged counsel to add last night. And part of that came from one of the reasons that I thought it would be a good idea to address 166 was to look at stabilizing what we have now for the present 3, 4, and 5-year-olds, stabilizing that, but also keeping track of perhaps this isn't the model that we want and there's another direction to go. So the intention that I held, which I'm going to check with the committee and see if this is a total committee position, stabilize now and look to the future as to where we're going. And the thought of we get caught up in a struggle between public and private programs that I don't think is really anything that those of us, all of us in this room, really care about 3 and 4-year-olds, think is helpful. So are we right now? This is a public education program. That's what 166 is. But it may not be meeting the needs of what else we're talking about: childcare, early education, parent engagement, workforce, all of those things. Is there another model, perhaps, that we're looking at going forward that we haven't considered that maybe puts 4-year-olds in public school? Maybe. I don't know. It's going to be for someone else to decide. And maybe we need to be looking at our child care, for infants and 3-year-olds. Maybe we need to have a different model that doesn't get all tangled with the problems that we've gotten in with this. I don't know what that future is, but I know that there are certainly smart people out there that probably do. And I looked at what's happening around the states. Even though I had a nice weekend away, I of course had to go in and look at what's happening around the states. And the governance structure around the states is different everywhere, and everyone is dealing with this. And it's amazing. Some have everything in AOE, and some of them have a whole separate department. Some have mixed, some have it all in their Agency of Human Services. It's all mixed. So it's not like we are alone in struggling out how to years ago, kindergarten, schools didn't have to do kindergarten. Who needed to send to kindergarten? Maybe we're at that question again. I don't know. But, and then I'll stop here because we have 10 minutes. But to say, stabilize now and work towards the future. And if there's other language in this, I think when I look at, we're asking AOE to come back with this by December 15th. That might be a little ambitious. AOE and AHS to come back with that. That might be a little ambitious. But I think we do need to have a conversation about what our picture is for our 0 to grade 3.
Yeah, I think you raise an excellent point, Madam Chair, and I think the question is this study just looking at what the state does for 4-year-olds or 3 and 4-year-olds, or is it, because the way this is structured right now, it doesn't seem, it's not clear to me that it's looking across the full, like how do we support children prior to kindergarten more globally?
Yes, that's the intention.
So we're not looking at, I think you raise an excellent question about, we don't want to be looking at universal pre-kindergarten in a silo as completely separate from the rest of the supports that families rely on, and the early care and education that every kid in Vermont deserves.
So this was language I came up with last night, and I'm really happy to talk. I'm also happy to say maybe we're out of time and that language gets discussed upstairs. I think that there are different things that we could do, but I think we do need to remember that we are in transition, stabilize now, and figure out what we're doing.
I appreciate that, and I think that's some of the concern that we have with the bifurcation proposal is that it seems actually destabilizing as opposed to stabilizing, and I will belabor that one. So.
I appreciate that.
I'm just wondering, I'm not saying this.
Well, I just did a whole bunch of things, so go ahead.
Yeah, can we, if we send something upstairs, can we put strong, that the committee strongly recommends something?
We can say anything we want.
Because we're lawmakers.
And they can choose to change it, and then we can agree or not agree.
So will it come back to us?
After that, it depends on how they structure it. Okay. Yeah. But we will have a vote, a committee vote on what they do.
Okay.
And then we can amend what they do on the floor. That gets into a whole, that's complicated.
Okay, just want to know what the options are.
So you said bifurcation would be very destabilizing.
I don't think I said we fear that it could be destabilizing as opposed to stabilizing.
And are you referring to the what we're calling now a realignment under 8.4, or are you referring to the full bifurcation under the previous version?
I'm thinking about 6.2. I didn't see that changed significantly in the draft you just looked at, where AOE is exclusive. AHS has basically no involvement with public school programs, right? Yeah. So that's the concern.
they do.
Where CCFAP is.
Yeah.
Right.
So tell me why that's destabilizing.
I think it's one more really big change in the field. I think it will, it'll feel different for folks out in the field. I think it will feel unfair for private providers. And I don't want to dive deeply into this conversation because I know you're anticipating that Human Services will talk about sort of the private providers' impact on this. I feel like I've said a lot about our concerns around the pace of change in the early childhood universe. And the fact that the agencies have just finally gotten to a place where they have developed a joint monitoring system. They spent the last year reviewing rules and regulations, looking for duplication with a whole, couple dozen public schools engaging as a part of that process. I think we've just reached this place where the agencies are actually being proactive and thinking about how to solve problems together, and to just sort of decouple all of that very quickly will be really problematic. That's
I
my
could have
fear.
heard that it was helpful, I think I would feel differently.
What's that?
If I had heard that having
Mhm.
AHS involved was helpful in the public schools,
Mhm.
I would probably feel differently, but I didn't. And I
I
just
hear
would
that.
just add one thing. I came into, I got my license late 70s, early 80s, I believe, right around the time that Public Law 94-142 came in, which was the new special ed, which was basically the basis of IDEA. At that time, we had a place called Brandon Training School. Brandon Training School was definitely the only place you should put children with developmental disabilities. That's the only place that they could be served, is in the institution where you had professionals. Well, we found out maybe that wasn't such a good idea.
Right.
Maybe there were other things that could happen. So they started to come out, and we put them in special classrooms. And back in the day when I was there, they had signs over the door that said TMR, EMR, and multiply handicapped. So that was trainably mentally retarded, educably mentally retarded, and multi-handicapped. And they were in their separate rooms, and that was going to be the best thing we could do, because that's the only way that you can make sure that these kids are getting served. Well, somehow, it took a long time. It took 25, 30 years to realize that they actually are doing really well in the classrooms. And they're members of the classrooms. And they're not only learning in the classrooms, they're socially engaged, and they're teachers of children without handicaps. So I guess I have more confidence in the public schools' ability to handle this than I think perhaps you do.
I'm not saying that I
Yeah.
don't think the public schools are able to handle this at all.
Yeah.
I think the Agency of Human Services, as we've discussed, brings a depth of expertise in terms of the early brain development, 0 to 5. I don't dispute that there are incredibly highly qualified, wonderful people working in both kinds of settings, across all settings. And I think kids benefit from that level of expertise. We have said that we support a licensure, we support credentials for folks across the board, and we're not just talking about pre-kindergarten. We're working on many fronts to support development of credentials across, from birth to 5. We do believe in the research that indicates that the credentials of the teacher and the training and professional development of the teacher in a classroom, whether you're talking about in a public education pre-K classroom or you're talking about in an infant room, that person's ability to have the professional preparation that supports them doing a great job is one of the most crucial things we can do in the settings across the board. And the Agency of Human Services also supports that and has been working really hard to support that across the board. So I do think that there's benefit to maintaining that vision. I also think that the concerns that the chair just raised related to what are the impacts of what we're doing in public schools and in pre-kindergarten, public school pre-kindergarten programs, what are the impacts of that on the rest of the system and on everything that families and children need, is better considered with both agencies being engaged in that conversation together. So I agree with you, and that's that's the big part of why the focus of our legislative work this year is not in this room, but is in the rest of the building and in this room, talking about the supports that we need to be able to continue to increase the credentials and the level of quality in terms of what we're providing to kids birth through 5 all around the state.
Questions? Thoughts? Since I just violated my own rule, right?
Chair gets certain priority.
Yeah.
Prerogatives.
Prerogatives. I leave those rules.
Yeah, I just want to say that I think it's important to have an evidence-based conversation when we're talking about anything in this building. And, you know, the research, again, focusing on what's best for kids for research. And again, I'm not saying to overthrow it, but I think it can't just be people's, you know, like you said, at the Bradford School, Brandon School, right? It can't be that we just think that this is what's best. You know what I think, and I think technology is at the point now that we can really focus in on what advances learning. So I'm just suggesting, you know, that we continue to look at evidence-based outcomes as a, you know, and try to stay away from anecdotal or opinion or kind of that, and look at what actually in data says is the best program for all children. So that's all.
Okay, committee. In terms of this draft, are we going in the right direction? Are we going in the right direction? We're almost
So this year, there is no school district portion to our meeting due to the consolidation of school districts. And so, the Dummerston Town Meeting is hereby called to order. Please rise if you are able for the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very often.
I'd like to begin again this year with an invocation that originated in Danville, Vermont. We are gathered together today in civil assembly as a community in a tradition that is older than our state itself. We come together to make decisions about our community. As we deliberate, let us advocate for our positions, but not at the expense of others. Let us remember that our neighbors with whom we disagree are good people with hopes and dreams as true and high as ours. And let us always remember that in the end, caring for each other in this community is of far greater importance than any difference we may have. Can I ask for folks in the back to be a little quieter so everyone can hear the meeting? Thank you. We have lost some members of our community in the last year. I will read their names and then we'll have a brief moment of silence. Neil Quinn, Tom Johnson, Jonathan Flackus, Callan Latham Tyler, David Koski, Stephen Brown, Claude Goen, John Carter, Nelson Gilson, Dick Tuttle, Art Snarski, Bob Carg Sr., Lynn Billington, Paul Nelson, Janice Duke, Priscilla Smith, Shorty Ferret, Leslie Pierce, Bunny Hazelton, and Martha Chamberlain. Thank you. Let's acknowledge and thank the scores of people who work to make our town as special as it is. On page 1 and 2 of your town report, if you have one, all of our elected and appointed officials are listed. If you are one of those folks, or if you serve on our road crew, volunteer fire department, or rescue squad, please stand. Thank you. I'll remind you of the Adopt a Book program in the school library today. Please adopt a book and consider volunteering to keep this important program going. Childcare is available today in the first grade classroom, which is out that door and the second door on the right. This meeting is being recorded by Brattleboro Community Television. You can watch it later this week on Comcast Channel 1085, Southern Vermont Cable Channel 10, and online at brattleboro.tv.org. For anyone speaking at the meeting, please stand and state your name every time and speak directly into the microphone so that the viewers in the room and at home can hear you. Thank you. Please put your cell phones on vibrate. In order to speak at town meeting, you must be a registered Dummerston voter. It's our tradition to make an exception for those who represent Dummerston at the State House. Accordingly, I will give the privilege of speaking to our legislators and will interrupt our proceedings when they arrive so that they may present their reports and answer your questions. You also must be a registered Dummerston voter to vote on any issue today. If you have difficulty standing, you have the option of holding up a card when a division of the House is called. Please raise your hand now if you would like a card and haven't yet received one. If you need one later on, let our mic numbers know and they'll come and get one for you. If there's no objection, we'll break for lunch around noon. It's provided by the good folks at the Grange, headed by Larry Lynch Jr. and Sally May. Because we anticipate a shorter meeting, the menu is soup and sandwiches. The cost is $5 for all. I was nervous when I didn't see pie in there. I thought we might have a riot on our hands, but it sounds like we're getting another kind of dessert that sounds equally wonderful. So you have to stick around to see what that is. Lori Frechette, our town clerk, has prepared a helpful summary of the rules of town meeting. Copies are on the table in the back of the room, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with it. Please remember to state your name every time you stand to speak, otherwise I'll interrupt you and ask you to do so. Lori's in the back of the room helping with people who are registering to vote today. Eliza Greenhoe is a new assistant town clerk and is taking minutes today. We need to make sure that she knows the name of each person that makes a motion and the name of the person who seconds it. So I know many names, but not all. So make sure we know your name if you do one of those things. A few highlights. Robert's Rules of Order govern our meeting. To speak all together now, raise your hand, wait for the microphone, and then state your name. Even if you have a commanding voice, please wait for the microphone so that people watching from home can hear you. We have 4 able assistants today, mic runners. Thank you, Ellen Rago, for gathering this great crew. Starting out, oh, Kyle, are you starting out instead of Sadie, or is Sadie still here? There you are, ready to go. Okay, starting out are Sadie Mills and Michael Thibault, right there, and we're going to have backups from Kyle Megiolaro and Zadie Olmstead, and then there are other 8th graders doing the babysitting. So, good citizens already. Thank you. All motions and remarks should be addressed to the moderator. That's me. If you have a question for someone, you still address it to me. We're not supposed to have conversations going back and forth between people. I ask the members of our Board of Civil Authority to be ready to count if a division of the House is requested. My job is to help you, the voters, accomplish your will. If you're not sure how to do something, ask me. I go to a training for moderators every year. This year, again, we were reminded that questions are supposed to come to the moderator, and this includes, under Robert's rules, there are no conversations between members of the body. You are the body. We have found only one error in this year's town report. In the meeting minutes from last year, on page 64, we approved a tax exemption for the West Emerson Volunteer Fire Department for 5 years, not just 1 year, which is why you don't see it on the warning again this year. And now we begin. You will find the warning on page 66 of your town report if you have one. There were a few on the table in the back. I don't know if there are any left, but feel free to check it out if you don't have one. Page 64 shows the minutes from last year, so I'll borrow Zeke's funny line and ask you to open your hymnals to page 66. Article 1 refers to the election of town officers by Australian ballot and so requires no action by this body. Article 2, to act on the auditor's report of the town accounts. Is there a motion? It's not on. Peter, can we get your help? This mic doesn't seem on.
Madam Moderator, I move that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts.
Is there a second? I second that. So Terry Chapman and Louis White. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. Any debate? Seeing none, I'll assume you're ready for the question. It has been moved and seconded that we accept the auditor's report of the town accounts. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have accepted the auditor's report. Article 3, to see if the voters will vote to authorize their select board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Zeke and Lewis. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to authorize the Select Board to appoint a receiver of delinquent taxes, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and the Select Board is so authorized. Article 4, to see if the voters will vote to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs.
Is there a second? Maria Lewis. Lewis, you're doing great. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. This is the raising part, not the spending part. Maria, is there anything you want to say about this? Or are you going to? All right.
Unless somebody has
I think
questions.
most of you know that we raise a pretty level sum every year and then spend what we need to. So, any discussion on this question? Seeing none. Paul Normandale.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Is anybody going to go over the capital fund items at this time? The reason I'm asking is I noticed that last year in the capital fund that we had a bond payment for the gravel pit. And this year I noticed that it's in the highway fund, highway department fund. And it seems to me that if we're paying for our fire trucks and things that last for an extended period of time through the capital fund, that the bond payments should also be reflected in the capital fund, because we're paying for that over, I believe, a 20-year period, but maybe it's longer. But it's an extended period of time, and it's definitely a capital item for the town. So that's, and I didn't know, perhaps the select board could answer the logic that went into that. Thank you.
So the select board is interrogated as to why the bond payment for the gravel pit has been moved out of the capital plan and into the budget.
That was a discussion with our town treasurer, Charlotte, and it was recommended that we put it in the budget as opposed to the capital plan. Charlotte,
do you have anything to add to that?
Well, I thought that because of additional items that the select board had chosen to add to the capital fund that tend to change from year to year, and this is going to be steady for the next 25 years, that the amount of money that we would have to raise to put into the capital fund to cover the bond payment, in addition to other items that were put into the capital fund new this year, like fire department things, that we just decided we'd move it into the highway fund.
So you were asking for information, Paul. I think your question has been answered. Is there any further debate on the motion to raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes for the capital fund? Okay, the motion is that we raise the sum of $210,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the capital fund for future capital needs. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay or no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have funded our capital fund. Article 5, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
Is there a second? Yes. It's going to be easy for you.
Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000 and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there someone who would like to speak to this on the select board? This is traditionally a time when we look at the capital fund page in the town report and explain how we do this. Hearing nothing from the select board, is there any question from the body? Jody Normando. I shouldn't say your name because I'm wanting you to say your name. The woman in stripes.
Jody Normando. Why don't we, I move that we look at the capital plan and get it explained by the select board.
So you have made a motion to look at the capital plan and have the select board explain it. I cannot accept that motion while this other motion is on the floor. So I think we need to finish what's on the floor, and then if you would like to make a motion that the body request the select board to explain things now or soon, that would be okay.
May I request that the select board explain it?
Would you like to explain something now? Very good. Louis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. After 16 years with the 2004 loader, we're planning on purchasing another loader for $150,000. There's also in the capital fund, we're going to be asking later on for a flail mower for $22,750. We've got the fire truck payment in there. The fire truck we purchased in, I believe it was 2018, and that's going to be $69,827. And then this year we're going to be asking again to put $4,000 in for fire department for their gear. And that's why this year, if you look at the bottom taxes raised, it's $210,000. Normally it's $170,000. We've been trying to keep it at $170,000. But with all those taken out, that would have dropped it in 2 years to almost about $100,000 or less. Actually, it was less than $100,000. So that's why we jumped it this year to $210,000. We're going to hopefully do that next year also. And then further out, we'll go to $170,000, back down to the $170,000. But so with all those taken out, you can see we're going to be down to $179,089 in the capital fund moving forward. And if Lee wants to talk about the loader, I wouldn't mind having him explain more about the loader himself, if he's here and not gathering sap. Thank you.
Lee is here, although unless the body has a question about the loader, I don't think we need to impose on him. Rick.
Thank you. Richard Mills, Hague Road. Can you explain the decision to paying a loader outright versus funding it over a term, like the fire truck spread out over 5 years versus the loader is being straight? Obviously, there's interest, and it all ties into the overall budget, but How do you guys come about that decision to pay outright?
The select board is interrogated.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like to answer that question. This is Lewis White again. The $150,000 for the loader, if you look at most all the town equipment, instead of having interest, this is why we have the capital fund, is so we don't have the interest. We did discuss with the fire department, and I'll get into that later. We don't want to do this with the fire department anymore either, because the interest does add up quickly. So their next truck, we're going to try to put in the capital fund further out. So it's going to be paid for up front to get rid of the interest. So you do see the truck in there, yes. That's the way we had been doing the trucks in the past. This select board had discussed not doing that in the future, trying to pay for it to not have the interest.
The motion on the floor is to authorize the purchase of a payloader. Is there any further discussion? Yes, Cliff.
This is page 28. I'm Cliff Adler. Nobody's, I don't think, Louis, you mentioned that. People are kind of flipping through. We're on page 28.
The capital plan is on page 28 if you have your town report. Thank you, Cliff. So it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a payloader at a price not to exceed $150,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and we have purchased a payloader. Article 6, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Louis.
No problem.
It has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. And I just remembered I promised Charlotte that I would let her say something else about moving last year's gravel pit bond payment into the budget. You had something to add to that.
I just wanted to add, since my brain works slower than my mouth sometimes, when we were talking about putting the bond payment into the highway expenditure fund, it seemed like a good idea, because basically we're paying for our gravel, and out of that bond, we have a zero for the gravel now, but we put the bond payment in there. So it sort of offsets that a little bit better, if that makes any sense.
So we used to have a large number in the budget for gravel.
And
we
now
don't
we have-
anymore because we own a pit, and
Right.
so the bond payment seemed equivalent.
Right.
Okay.
Close.
Thank you for
Seemed
that.
like a good idea.
So the motion on the table is about purchasing 2 sets of gear for the fire department. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of 2 sets of gear for the fire department at a price not to exceed $4,000, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have supplied our fire department. Article 7, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. Is there a motion?
Yes, there is, Madam Moderator. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Lewis. Thank you, Lewis.
Nice work.
It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. As a citizen, I'd love somebody to tell me what that is.
Well, several years ago, Lee made the recommendation that we, rather than put out the mowing along the right-of-ways out for bid each year, that the town could do that mowing if we had the equipment. And we purchased a lighter weight flail mower back then, and it's worked pretty well. It gives us more versatility in when and where to mow than the old system worked. But we found that a heavier duty flail mower would do a better job of mowing the rocks and stumps and occasional mailboxes that are in the way.
Okay, thank you for that, Zeke. Any discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Jody.
Jody Normandeau. Is this just a mower? This isn't one of those over the railing things?
No, it's
or
not an articulated over the rail mower.
Okay, so it's
But
just the grass.
The grass, mailboxes, anything that's in the right of way. This will do it.
Oh.
Cars, if you're parking illegally on the side of the road, you might take care.
Perhaps we wouldn't want to vote for this in that case, Madam Moderator.
Thank you for your input. Lewis, did you have something to add?
Lewis White. Jody, this is just a heavier duty. The other one was starting to fall apart. It was a 2013. We figured this is just, it's the same design, same type of mower. It's just heavy duty. So it should be more for commercial use rather than residential.
Any further discussion? Eric?
Eric Kruger. So I didn't know what a Tiger flail mower was, so I Googled it because we actually have internet here. And what I'm probably seeing is the pricing for the homeowner ones. They're like $2,000, $3,000.
Yeah, we don't want the town road crew to be pushing this by hand.
Right.
We're going to hook it up to a tractor.
The most expensive one I'm seeing on my quick Google search is like $8,000. So I'm curious where we came up with 22. I mean, some of the tractors with flail mowers are advertised for that price.
The select board is interrogated.
Lee has been researching this, and apparently there are other models in the Tiger line that you're not finding on your Google search. So this is a model. Lee's still negotiating with them to make sure it's the right mower, but this will be heavier steel commercial grade mower with a more robust gearbox and hammers and bearings.
Any further discussion? Yes, Connie.
Thanks. Connie Baxter. I'm just curious as to what is the fate of the old mower that's the one that's falling apart. Are we going to keep using it and keep it going, or are we going to sell it, or what?
The select board is interrogated, but perhaps they'd like to delegate the answer to Lee.
Thank you.
Lee, could you raise your hand high so that there's Zadie?
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, we are going to still use it. It's not in great shape, but and we're not going to get very much for trade. So we'll use it until it's pretty much junk.
Okay.
Thank you, Lee. Any further discussion? Yes, Paul.
Excuse me, Paul Normando. Does that mean we'll be able to cut the limbs off the trees a little higher up and a little further back than what we've been doing lately? I'm very concerned about that, frankly. I'm very proud of Dummerston. It has great roads, great aesthetics along our back roads, but I get concerned when I see cutting the limbs up, and it kind of shreds them, and it leaves an awful mess when we drive down the road. Now I know this stuff will grow back, but it's going to grow back like in a fuzz, and it won't have the nice appearing. And we did this on Middle Road, we did this on Schoolhouse Road. So as a citizen, I'm very concerned about the aesthetics of what we do. And I would hope that we would be more careful with how we treat the sides of the roads. Thank you.
Louis, you'd like to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. Paul, this is a flail mower. It doesn't go up to do the sides of the road. That was a different piece of equipment that did that. So this is a flail mower just to get the grass. And it does get the smaller trees, but not the tops of the trees.
We rented that piece of equipment.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure: the purchase of a Tiger Flail mower at a price not to exceed $22,750, and to pay for said purchase from the capital fund. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 8. Oh, and folks standing in the back there, seats down front if you'd like. Article 8, to see if the voters will approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Louis White. I move that we approve total general fund expenditures of $486,492, of which $319,410 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st through 2020 to June 30th, 2021. And I can't second this.
I'll second. I'm going to second.
Geraldine seconds the motion. Thank you, Geraldine. And Louis, you'll be presenting this budget to us?
Yes.
Would you like to come up here?
Sure. I just want to say something before I start with the budget. It's just the process that we went through this year. During the budget process, the Select Board took a different approach than in the past. We started the meetings in October and met with various town committees. We tried to get all the town committees to come in to present their budget to us. We met with social services twice, and we ended up level funding with them. We met with farmland protection. We decided to do the 500,000. 5,000, 500,000. What the heck? I mean, we might as well. We can buy a few farms for that. And then we met with the fire department twice to work on their funding, and it was they came in with their budget, and we discussed what they wanted, and then we asked them back, and we had 3 of their folks come back. We explained to them, they asked for $30,000 for repairs to the fire department, and we explained to them that we'd like to see what you're going to do, the actual money. They wanted over a three-year period. They asked for the gear, which you saw in the capital fund. We talked to them about a new fire truck in the future. And it was really good to talk to all these committees because we opened up a good line of communication with people, like with the fire department. In the past, I don't think there was the communication the way, it was, here's what we want, and, and we're going to just level fund you. This year, with talking to them twice, I feel that we had real good communications and that, everybody's getting somewhat what they want, not necessarily everything they want. So, if you have your town report, it is let's move to page 23. Okay, if you go to the last page, I say last page, hey, all right. If you go to page 26 and you look down at the number from last year to this year, it's an increase of $2,714. So when you have everything's not level funded because we got Sevids that I know they have an article in here, so that will raise it another $5,000 or more. But everything is, there's nothing I don't see that really stands out that people are going to really question. So if you do have questions, please ask Cindy and I'll try to answer them.
So Lewis was referring us to the general fund expenses, the total, which has gone up to $486,492 this year. Are there questions for Lewis? Jody.
Jody Normandeau. Madam Moderator, I'm going to question the BCTV assessment, and I'm not questioning having them. I think they're wonderful. But however, I've watched some of the select board meetings, and one was 4 minutes long and one was 9 minutes long. And I'm thinking that you don't really need BCTV in there, or if you can do your business in 4 or 9 minutes, maybe you ought to consolidate your minutes. I just think it's it's not a huge expense, but I think it's an expense for 4 or 9 minutes. Thank you.
Any other?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, okay.
Jody, this year we had the gravel pit that we were dealing with. There was a lot of the stuff this year was pretty quick meetings, but BCTV does do a lot, and I know you said you weren't questioning what they do, but next year there may be longer meetings with more town business. This year, there were a lot of short meetings, and I don't know. I don't know if it was the guy running the meetings that didn't get to second anything, but.
Any other questions for the select board? Yes, standing in the back behind you, Kyle. Could you wait for the microphone and start by saying your name?
Yeah, Marcy Herman Sater. I just wanted to say that there are other programs that are relevant to Dummerston. Wendy O'Connell does an interview program, and people from Dummerston have been interviewed on that. So I don't know, I can't speak any further, but I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Wow. Oh yes, in the back.
Hi, I'm Richard Cogliano. I live on Beaver Pond Road, and I'm the Assistant Fire Chief for the West Dummerston Fire Department. I'd like to just make a comment and say, first of all, thank you for voting for 2 sets of gear under the capital fund. We really appreciate it. That's something we're going to be looking to do every year as our gear ages and we need to replace it. The other thing is, part of what the fire department asked for was an incremental increase to cover the cost of inflation. We have been level funded at $49.5 for the last 7 years. I don't know about all of you, but our electric bill has gone up, our cable and internet has gone up, and our mutual aid assessment just the money we pay to be dispatched has gone up $7,685 in that time period. That's money that as volunteers we have to fundraise. So we would like to see that number, the 49.5, increased. We'd like to see that increase to $57,918, an increase of $8,418, which is the actual cost that we pay out for heating, cable and internet, power, and dispatching. That's just the added increase for those 4 items.
Thank you, Rick. Oh, sure.
Lewis White, when the fire department came to us, this is surprising to me to hear this, because when the fire department came to us and they asked for $75,000, which included $26,000 in capital expenditures. They wanted $4,000 for gear, $30,000 for improvements on the West Emerson Fire Station. When we took the numbers and you did the math backwards, they actually asked for $49,000. We threw the $500,000 in because they didn't ask when they came to this meeting for any cost of living increase. We never heard this until right now. So it's sort of surprising and sort of disappointing that we thought we had a good line of communication going, and then I'm hearing that they're throwing a number to me that they didn't give us when they did their budget. So.
You'd like to speak a second time. Is there anyone else who would like to speak to this question first? Seeing none, go ahead, Rich.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that. We did ask for $75,000. We asked for $10,000 for this year and $10,000 in future years each to cover the renovations to the West Station. We asked for $6,000 for gear. That's $16,000. And we asked for an increase due to inflation up to $57,000. When we did the math on, like I said, just those 4 items, it was actually $84,000. So we did propose a higher number, and I have the emails to prove that if anyone wants to see them.
Paul, you have your hand up. Can you raise it high so the mic runners can see? Thanks.
Paul Namando. I would like to point out that on page 19, if you look at the summary of municipal taxes that are going to have to be raised this year, if you take the difference between last year and this year, not counting the other items that are in the articles, other than the ledge crushing fund, the taxes that you'll be paying will be 12% higher next year than they were this year. So I would like everybody to bear that in mind. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to that, Lewis? Or someone else?
Yeah, that I will speak to that more when we get to the highway fund, Paul. Thank you for that, though, pointing that out.
Harold, down front, please.
Harold Noel. I'd like the treasurer to tell us what that increase would be up to the 12% on 100,000 per tax rate, so people would realize the additional cost.
Harold, I think we're going to cover that in the next motion. If the next motion is the highway fund, yes, that's where the increase seems to be. So I'm going to hold off until then before we ask for discussion on that. Harold, you're asking for an explanation of the difference between the 2 figures of last year and this year just for the general fund. So that's a difference of 2,000 and something. Do you want to speak to that again, Lewis?
Yes. Harold, right now we're on the general fund. We will be on the highway, so that if we just took the general fund, it's only the $24 or $2,700. But so when we get to the general fund, and I think Charlotte's working on that, so when we get to the highway, I bet she'll have an answer for you.
Thank you, Louis. Yes, Charles.
Chuck Fish, is Rich Cogliano's remark an amendment to the motion, or is it just a comment?
I did not hear Mr. Cogliano make a motion. Rick has raised his hand again. Hold it like you.
Sorry, parliamentary procedure. I would like to amend the motion to include the increase of $8,418 for the fire department funding.
$8,418, is that right? The motion has been made to amend the town general fund budget, adding $8,418 for the fire department. Is there a second to that motion? I see your hand. I don't know your name, sir. Paul Adler. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Rich Cogliano and Paul Adler to add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department. Rich, you've spoken a couple of times, but if you would like to explain this again, I won't count that.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. As I said earlier, we looked at 4 categories for things that have had inflationary increases. Dispatching, the cost of being in Southwest New Hampshire District Fire Mutual Aid, which is our dispatch center, is the most significant at an increase over the last 8 years of $7,685. We also have an increase in Southern Vermont Cable, which, let's face it, I don't know if they're going to be around in another year, of $226 in the last 7 years. Green Mountain Power has gone up $767 in the last 7 years. On the good side, since we've switched over to propane at both our stations and we've renovated the center, our heating costs have gone down $259 in 7 years. So the total in just those 4 categories, dispatching, power, cable and internet, and heating, the total increase is $8,418. Now that's not an increase in the cost of gear. That's not an increase in the cost of equipment. That's not the increase in phones. That's just the increase or insurance actually. All of that we still have to fund. So we're not looking to be 100% funded. Our total budget, as I said, has been level funded since 2012. We pay $90,500 to operate our station, to operate our department. That means we have to raise 46% of our budget by fundraising. The same volunteers, several of us in the room that stood up earlier, that are going on calls, going to car accidents, going to fires and medical emergencies are the same ones that are flipping pancakes and writing fund drive letters. We get nothing. So we are asking to help us flip a few less pancakes, play a few less rounds of golf for our golf tournament, which is happening September 12th. So that we can stay viable and stay operational. That's all we're looking for, is just an incremental increase to cover some of our increasing costs over the last 7 years since we've been level funded.
The motion on the floor is to amend the main motion, the general fund budget, by adding $8,418 for the fire department. Louis, you had a comment you wanted to make?
Yeah, Louis White, thank you, Madam Moderator. I understand they're saying 46%. The town paid, we have a payment this year of $30,145.80 for the fire station that was built a couple years back. Another $71,952.30 for a fire engine that we purchased. So, and then on top of that, you've got the $49,500 that we gave them. And without the $49,500, we're at $102,098.10. And then you can add the $49,500 on top of that. I was really hoping we were going to work with the fire department a little closer than this, and to get to this point where everybody was happy to. But we're already at a 12% increase this year, and to add this onto it, and then we're going to have another article for SEVEDS coming up, which is going to add even more to it if it's approved. So I'd really like to see people turn this motion down.
Geraldine, you wanted to add something?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Geraldine Wilson. So I'd just like to affirm the process that Louis, our Select Board Chair, followed this year of having each of the committees come and meet with the Select Board. It was really awesome, and the Fire Department as well. And I have to say that I am in great appreciation for our Fire Department and what they do. I would like to help support them so that it's not the same people out fighting the fires that are also flipping the pancakes. So I would encourage us all to really get involved in a lot of ways to support our Fire Department. And I'll say in terms of the process, I've been on the Select Board 5 years now. And this was the first year where the Fire Department really came and presented a budget, and I think it really reflects a shift in what Dummerston is, the town is organizing itself around in terms of a relationship between the town and the Fire Department, and I look forward to supporting that in whatever ways I can. I would say that the mistake, if you'll call it that, was that when the Fire Department came to present their numbers to us, they didn't give us any paper with things written down. It was all verbal. So then we were left as a Select Board to go back and write down what we heard. And so if there's a discrepancy that you're hearing in what Rich is saying they presented and what we're saying we heard, there very well could be. It's up to you, the voters of the town, what you do in terms of the amended motion that's on the floor. The typical protocol of your Select Board is to level fund things and then allow the town to say, yes, we're willing to pay more. We take it very seriously that we're spending our money, and so we don't take raises lightly. But I just want to end by saying that I really look forward to supporting the relationship between the town government and our respected Fire Department.
Harold, do you have a question on the motion on the floor, which is the amendment?
The amendment.
This is we're considering the amendment right now to add money to the general fund budget for the Fire Department.
I'm asking for a paper ballot on the amendment.
Okay. To have a paper ballot, we need 7 people who want that. This does not mean that discussion is over. We're not calling the question. But could I have you raise your hand if you support a paper ballot on this amendment to add $8,418 to the general fund for the Fire Department? I see more than 7 hands, so we will do a paper ballot. But more discussion on the amendment on the floor before we go there. I saw your hand, sir.
Thank you. Eric Lineback. I want to just make a comment as chairman of the Dummerston Energy Committee and note that the Fire Department has reached out to us several months ago about apparently their doors and their windows are quite old and the building is not very efficient. So I think it's germane to this discussion to point out that we should need to look at ways to reduce their operating costs. I'm not sure how much, new windows and doors and insulation might do, and of course there would be a cost to that as well, capital cost. And I just want to encourage you and your fellow firefighters to. We did send a lighting report. We went over there and did a review and costed stuff out, sent that report. Haven't heard anything back from you yet. we want to encourage you to interact with us and help us help you. So, thank you.
We're discussing an important matter, but I'm going to interrupt it for a moment for something potentially even more important, and that is that the kitchen needs to know how many people are going to be having lunch here today by 11 o'clock, which is very shortly. So kitchen staff, can you come out and look at this number of hands? Michael, can you knock on the door and ask them to please come out? Thank you. Kitchen, can you come out and look at our raised hands? Now, raise your hands if you're staying for lunch. What do you think, Larry? Tell us when we can put our hands down. So you have enough sandwiches, but not too many. Sounds good. Thank you. So we are still talking about the motion on the floor, which is to amend the general fund budget by a total of $8,418, adding that for the fire department. Molly, would you like to speak to that amendment?
Hi, I'm Molly Stoner. My question is about the history of this sort of binary funding. I'm curious, I don't see fire department funding as optional, so I feel a little bit of trepidation about part of it being raised privately and by the workers who are busy doing the work. So I just don't know the history, and I'm curious if anyone can speak to that. And then this probably isn't Robert's rules, but I'm interested in exploring that question of, is this the best way to move forward at another time?
Is there anyone who could speak to Molly's question about a binary relationship and us funding the fire department? Different towns do it differently. If you'd like to specifically answer the question, Rich, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry I'm taking up so much time. So to answer your question about why two different funding sources, every town is different. Our town, we choose to have an independent volunteer fire department. We are not a town department. Brattleboro is a town department. Putney is a town department with an association. So every town is a little bit different. Ours really was a bunch of neighbors that got started in 1950 that got together and said, hey, we need a fire department here in town. So they fundraised, they did all that work themselves. They built the trucks back then, back when you could get away with things like that. Now we have laws that say you can't do that. So part of it is, in the 80s or so, we started saying, look, there's a lot more costs to this than what volunteers can do and fundraise. So we asked the town for funding. Starting then, the town started buying our trucks on a 7 or 8 year cycle. So that's where this binary process came in, is that to run a fire department is expensive. And to 100% independently fundraise it is very, very difficult. So we asked the town for help decades ago, and here we are today. So, does that answer? Thank you.
Any further discussion on the question? Greg?
Thank you. I'm Greg Brown. I have a question, Madam Moderator, and I guess it's also a concern. At some point in the future, the fire department, bless their hearts, and I have no complaint about the fire department and what they do, except that you can't build a budget in somebody's head and just leave it there. You got to put it on a piece of paper. Otherwise, we run the risk of running into the same kinds of problems that we're talking about now. How much is the addition that you want to hear or that you want to have to the budget? Oh, by the way, it was never written down, and so there's some confusion about how much the amount really is. It's just not a very good way to run a railroad. And so I would hope in the future that the fire department and the select board would have good communications. And apparently this year was a good step in the right direction. I applaud that. But you just can't go on unless you put some stuff on paper, so that there's no question about what the amount is, what it's for, what the timing is, and what have you. Thank you.
Geraldine, did you want to respond to that? Okay. Anything else? Yes, Eric.
Eric Kruger. So this body, Madam Moderator, has a long history of people proposing large changes to the general budget and long discussions of them. And so I'm just proposing, it's not an official proposal, I'm mentioning the possibility that perhaps we would consider some less than $8,418 in this cycle, with the caveat that perhaps there could be greater coordination between the fire department and the select board to achieve the funding level that they are seeking in subsequent budgets. Because I agree, it is a pretty big number to spring on the day of the meeting.
So Eric, I'm hearing you say maybe we want to consider an amount smaller than $8,418, is that right? But you have not given an amount. There's a complicated thing that we can do, and I forget the name of it, but it's where we started an amount that's low and keep raising it until we don't have a majority saying yes to that amount anymore. I wonder if that's something that you want to propose.
I'll respond to that. Because we've already had a paper ballot called for this amendment, I don't see that as feasible. I will leave it up to somebody else to amend their amendment or to amend the amendment. All I'm suggesting is we can talk about this for another 30 minutes. We have a short meeting this year. But if that number was less than 8,400 on the day of the town meeting, I think it might be palpable to more people. So I'm trying to support the fire department in their intent and get them some money without seeing it shot down because we were given a big number.
Mm-hmm. Eric, we can amend the amendment. And having a paper ballot on the original amendment does not preclude us from doing that. So I'm going to rule, but I invite dissent, that we will start by doing a voice vote at $2,000 and moving up until we no longer have a majority. And yes, Paul has a point of order. Sadie, could you bring the mic?
Madam Moderator, I don't think that's an appropriate way to do this. And I don't think the moderator should be directing the body as to which way to approach this, the solution to this problem. I think it belongs with the body to make that decision.
Yes, it is the moderator's prerogative to rule, but it is the body's prerogative to overrule the moderator. I'm going to take a 45-second break to look at my cheat sheets here and make sure that what I'm proposing we do is the right way to do this. Bev, I see you have a comment in the back. Do you want to go ahead?
You know, Dennis and I have been loyal supporters of the fire department for many, many years. And it's a very important thing. And since the fire department is a self-supporter and the town is supporting them, I think it would really be wise to encourage the fire department to work more closely with the select board in preparing financial information. And it would be really lovely. I can tell you from volunteering with fundraisers that it's a very, it brings the community together. It makes you feel like you belong to something. And I'd really encourage community participation in fire department fundraisers.
Suzanne in the back.
To me, actually, the number seems fairly small in the overall budget and in what was asked for by the fire department, whichever version you're looking at. And I appreciate the processes, the changes in the process and the things that Geraldine outlined and where the glitches might have been. And I'd like to suggest, I don't know if this is appropriate with this amendment, that we table the amendment and really just be more careful next year and just vote the straight amount that we got from the process that was the new improved process this year, and not consider this any longer, this added for 20, what is it, 8,000 plus.
Thank you, Suzanne. Louis, if you have a point of information, otherwise you've already spoken to this a couple of times. No? Okay.
I'm going to call the question, but
Anybody can call the question. Okay.
I'll call the question then.
And I'm going to back up a sec. So I've found this, it's filling in the blanks, but the reality is that I have not had a specific motion to do this. I'm looking at you, Eric. And other comments have been made up here that I think are useful. So I'm going to ask the body, would you like to vote on the amendment that's on the floor, which carries a figure of $8,418? And if we do vote on that, we'll do it by paper ballot. So my question to you is, do you want to vote yes? Let's just end this discussion and go ahead and vote on the amendment by paper ballot? Or do you want to not call the question and consider looking at this process of filling in the blanks, where we look at where the body might like to approve a smaller number to then vote on by paper ballot? Is this a point of order, Okay, Jody?
Jody Normadeau. Isn't calling the question a non-debatable question, and we just have to vote on that or not?
Yes, and I'm essentially asking us to do that. If you vote to end discussion, then that's calling the question. And if you vote not to end discussion, instead to do filling in the blanks, we can do that. So, there's kind of two things. The question has been called. Harold, you're right. Okay, let's go that route. Good point. Who seconded? Eric Kruger seconded. Louis called the question. Eric seconded. Okay, we'll go that route because you're right. That's not a debatable motion. Okay, so if you would like to end this discussion and go ahead to the paper ballot, voting on the figure of $8,418, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed to calling the question, those who want to continue discussion, signify by saying no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The question is called. So, for a paper ballot, those whose last names...
Point of order?
Yes.
I don't believe Harold called the paper ballot for this motion. He called it for the other vote. For the original. For the original.
Not for the amendment.
He did not ask for a paper ballot for the amendment.
Harold, you called for a paper ballot on the general fund approval? Not...
I called the paper ballot at the time the $8,000 was asked to be increased, and it's to be voted on that article of increasing it, the budget.
Yes.
By 8,000.
That's what I understood you to say. Thank you, Harold. So we're going to do a paper ballot on the amendment on the floor. What you're voting on is, shall we add $8,418 to the general fund budget for the fire department? If you want to do that, you're going to write yes. If you want the budget to stay at it as it is with no increase for the fire department, vote no. Those whose last names begin with A through K come to this table. Those with last names starting with L to Z to this table. Who's got the books?
It's A through L.
L, okay. A through L at the first table, A through L, and M through Z at the second table, M through Z. Vote yes if you want the increase for the fire department. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. Please take your seats. We have the results of your vote. There were 147 votes. 77 voted yes to add the money. 70 voted no. So the amendment passes, and $8,418 has been added to the general fund budget for the fire department. That brings us back to the main motion on the floor, which is Article 8. Charlotte, can you give me new numbers? Now that the motion has been amended, I'm thinking we have a budget of, somebody got their calculator out? Can you add $486,492 to $8,418? I think that's $494,910. Okay. And how much of that needs to be raised by taxes? We need to add $319,410 plus $8,418. And that looks like $327,828. Is that correct? Yes? All right. Thanks to the Dummerston School for those lifelong citizens who learn their math here. So, Article 8 has been amended. The question on the floor now is, will we approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. Is there further discussion on the main motion regarding the entire general fund budget? Are you ready for the question? Looks like you are. All in favor of the motion on the floor, which I will repeat, is to approve total general fund expenditures of $494,910, of which $327,828 shall be raised by taxes and $167,082 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed your budget. Thank you. It is 11:39, and I see 4 legislators here. So we're going to take a break from articles and invite our legislators to come speak. I'll be positively rude and say that people will probably stop listening at noon when it's lunchtime. So however you want to divide up your time, be our guests.
Hello, Dummerston. It's good to be home. Thank you for giving us a few moments of your time to talk with you. I'll try to keep it as quick as I can because it sounds like lunch is right around the corner. This week that we have off, it's really nice because not only do I get a chance to catch up on all the home improvement projects, but it gives me a chance to actually sit down and talk with folks without feeling any sort of rush or anything like that. So, all your legislators are home for the next week, and feel free to reach out to us if you want to talk, and we're here for you. And I wanted to start off by just mentioning that the Windham delegation is down by one member. The former representative from Rockingham, Matthew Trieber, recently resigned, as many of you probably know. And over the last year and a half, Matt became a really good friend of mine, and he had this way of criticizing just about every single piece of legislation, but it was good in a way because he really knew how to analyze things. And, no law is perfect, but he helped bring them as close to perfect as possible. So he's definitely missed. And I also wanted to share just a quick story about last year, my first year as a freshman legislator. And, I had a few assumptions about how things happen in the State House, just like all the other freshmen did. And one of the assumptions that I had was that in the General Assembly, you have Democrats sitting on one side and you'll have Republicans sitting on the other. That was just how I figured they did it, because that's how they did it in Congress. And so tradition dictates that new legislators get their seats assigned to them, whereas returning legislators pick their own seats or go back to their old seats. So on the first day I had my seat assigned to me, I went and I sat down and I looked around me and I realized I didn't recognize anybody, and that's because I was sitting right in the middle of the Republican caucus. So I thought to myself, I was like, did I make a mistake here, or did somebody else make a mistake? What's going on? And ultimately I found out that it was not a mistake, and that in our State House, legislators get mixed up regardless of party affiliation. And even though I was a bit nervous at first, I'm actually very glad that it's set up that way. The reason being that over the last year and a half, I've had some of the liveliest debates and conversations with my friends from across the aisle. I challenge them and they challenge me, and all of us together are able to think about the different perspectives that we bring to the table. And what is additionally important is that all these conversations are always carried out with mutual respect and honesty. We occasionally make fun of each other, but overall we're actually very respectful, and it's a trait in our State House that makes me especially proud to be a legislator here. And I also think it's reflective of the broader picture, in that right here in communities like Dummerston, we may have a diverse array of opinions on how things should be done, but we generally engage in our conversations with respect and honesty. And I'm fully confident that tradition will continue into the future. Now, moving on from that, I just want to give you folks a brief rundown of some of the pieces of legislation that we've been working on. So as you may know, the Global Warming Solutions Act passed with a strong showing of tripartisan support. Some of my thoughts related to this are that while there's a sense of immediacy in how urgently we have to act regarding climate change, it's also important to maintain some sense of hope that we'll have a clean future for the next generation of Vermonters. And one of the indicators of hope that I witnessed on the floor was the general tripartisan agreement among all the majority of legislators that climate change is real and that it will first affect our farmers as well as folks living in poverty in this state. And so this is a bill that will allow Vermonters to hold the government accountable through the judiciary for its climate emission goals, while also creating a plan that includes strategies and programs that will aid in addressing climate change and building resilience. And just several days ago, the Cannabis Tax and Regulate bill also passed in the House. And the reality that we all know is that marijuana has been legal for years, but there is zero regulation. The lack of regulation creates a variety of challenges, both as it relates to legality, safety, and consumption. The lack of regulation also ensures that all the money that people are spending on cannabis is going into the black market. And I will be happy to support legislation that prevents money from going to folks who may also be trafficking other drugs in our state. Now, the role I played in this legislation was directly related to highway safety. What I told people is that I don't like any drugs whatsoever, so I know I'm not very fun at parties, but I do care a lot about highway safety. So as a former trooper and drug recognition expert, I weighed in on the logistics and usefulness of the training and helped create provisions that would allow for more training for police to identify drug-impaired drivers. Overall, I believe this is a bill that will keep recreational users safe from potentially tainted black market products. It will bolster our tourism economy, and the licensing options that are available will provide farmers with an additional moneymaker if they choose to go that route. And the other topic that I wanted to talk about is something that's a bit more local related. As we've all heard, we've heard about the car break-ins that have been happening, especially in Brattleboro, and I know we've had a number of car break-ins here in Dummerston. So currently there is a strange loophole in Vermont law where a person can enter another person's vehicle without their consent, and it's not a crime. So right now, if anyone left their car unlocked, I can go into the parking lot, take a nap in your back seat, rummage around through your documents, or just hang out, and it's not a crime. And so I want to say that I fully support restorative justice. I support closing that constant pipeline to prison, but I do believe that people have an expectation of privacy for their vehicles, and they also have an expectation that they'll be safe if that privacy is violated. So I have started working on legislation to make it unlawful to to intentionally enter another person's vehicle without their consent. There's no jail time attached to this because it is a big problem, because we don't want to increase our prison population, but I do believe that police should have a way to intervene when people are rummaging around through your vehicle. So, like I said, I'm going to keep it quick, and I'm going to pass the mic off to my district mate, Mike Merwicki, and I do just want to say that it's been a true honor and privilege to serve all of you in Montpelier, and if you have any questions, I'll be around for the rest of the week. So, thank you.
It's almost afternoon, so I'll say good afternoon. And I know that we are standing between you and the best lunch around, so we'll try and be brief. Thanks for the opportunity, Cindy. Thanks for offering us a break here, and to everyone here. It is great to be back home here. When I'm up in the north, I refer to home as the Southeast Kingdom. And it gets people's attention. And somebody from the Northeast Kingdom said, "How could you do that?" I said, well, Governor Aiken of Putney is the person who coined the term, so being from Putney, I think we can appropriate a little bit there. We're at the point in the session, mid-session, we're almost at what we call crossover, and that's when bills have to get from one side, either the House to the Senate or vice versa. So it's a busy time. We've been working on a lot of things. I especially want to affirm what Nader said about the Global Warming Solutions Act. I think what we do, we have to balance the needs of today and the future. And as a new grandfather, my daughter gave birth a year ago, it is so much more essential for us to make sure they have a future. When we go camping, we're told, leave it cleaner than you found it, and we certainly want to do that with how we treat the earth. You know, there's an old saying, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago, and the second best time is right now. And it might have been good if 20 years ago we did some of these actions, but we didn't. So now is the best time to do it. And we're looking forward to using the structure of the Global Warming Solutions Act. It brings things together with a coherent plan, and then it keeps us on top of things because there's structures in there where citizens can have cause to action. There's a lot of bills that get drafted. We're not going to go over all of them, but we do have a full report on our website, wyndham4.net, and on the legislative website if you want to get more details and dive into the weeds there. One of the things I want to mention before closing, though, or there's just two quick things. We've gotten a lot of questions about how secure are Vermont elections. Jeanette chairs Senate government operations. I sit on House government operations. This is a really important question, and we can feel good about the work our Secretary of State, Jim Kondos, has done in this area. He has assured us that they're taking every precaution they can so there's not a cyber leak, but the bottom line is we have paper here in Vermont. And yeah, a lot of states wish they did now. And I hope as we go across, we realize across the nation that this is a good thing to do. Lastly, I want to hold up a concern many of us are looking at. There were some headlines early this year about the Brattleboro retreat, that they're having some challenges, some money challenges. And the reality is their situation is not much different than most other rural hospitals in Vermont and across the country. The reality is the cost of providing these services isn't matched by what they're getting from the government and insurance companies. And we're going to have to reckon with this. The good news about that is our delegation, in terms of the retreat, really came together and did some good work working together. And that's one of the things I want to highlight. We're busy working, and we're working on your behalf. The retreat is an essential piece of our mental health system, but it's also the biggest employer in the county, over 800 jobs. Now, there's a whole other conversation people might want to have about what's happening there in terms of quality, what's happening for the workers. But the reality is this is a piece that we need to make sure continues. And as a delegation, we're set. We're going to work and keep doing that. I'm going to hand it off now to Senator Bratt. And thank you again. I appreciate the opportunity to serve you and to serve with these good people. So thank you.
Hello. So those of you who don't know me, I am Senator Rebecca Ballant. I am one of your 2 senators for Windham County. I live in Brattleboro, and I am the majority leader in the Senate. And before I get started on my remarks about my work, I wanted to just let you know of an important phone number. I know many of us in Vermont think of ourselves as global citizens. I know many of us travel. And the Vermont Department of Health last night put out a number that you can call if you've been traveling outside of the country and you wonder if you may have been exposed to coronavirus. The number is 802-863-7240. And I mention it because the health department lab now has the test for the virus. Currently, nobody in Vermont has been diagnosed with coronavirus, but as of last night, there was a case in Hanover, and so it's just a matter of time. So if you have been traveling, you might want to call that number and just find out if you should be taking other precautions. I was trying to talk about it with my kids last night, and they said, well, if we don't have any cases in Vermont, why are we worried about this? It takes many weeks to know if you've been exposed, and we have many folks who are at risk. I have a very big elderly population here in Windham County, and I'm very concerned about that. So if you could do that, that would be a great help to your fellow citizens. The other thing I wanted to say is I usually go to other town meetings today because Senator White and I split it up, and I do a bunch of meetings and she does a bunch of meetings, but I realized I hadn't been to Dummerston Town Meeting ever since I've been elected, and I was married in Dummerston, and I have a special place in my heart for the Grange, so I'm very happy to be here with you to tell you a little bit about my work. I sit on economic development and finance in the Senate, and in Economic Development Committee for the last few years, we've really been focused on housing. And in the last biennium, we passed the largest infrastructure investment in housing that the state of Vermont had seen in over a decade, and we were able to leverage over $100 million of investments, creating 800 new housing units, which is great, and there's still a lot more to do. We went back to the treasurer this year to say, would it be possible for us to leverage another bond? She said that she was concerned about our debt ratio and that was not going to be possible for us. So we're looking at other avenues. And the one thing that I wanted to tell you about is we're looking particularly at the issue of tax increment financing. And I won't bore you with the details, but I will tell you this. In the past, larger towns and cities in Vermont have been able to participate in our TIF program, which allows them to get supports from the state to leverage money to do infrastructure upgrades in their towns and cities. And what I mean by that is water and sewer that will allow you to build more housing units or more businesses. And these haven't been available for smaller towns. So we're looking at creating what we're calling a mini TIF program so that Dummerston and maybe Putney and Townsend and Jamaica might be able to make these investments that is not possible just on the resident tax base. So stay tuned for that. The other work that I'm very proud of that has happened in the last few weeks is the work that we've done in the Finance Committee on pharmaceutical pricing. And I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor on a bill that caps the amount of money that you will pay out of pocket for insulin. We heard some of the most distressing testimony I've ever heard in my life as a legislator, where Vermonters were coming to our committee saying that they were paying $1,600 a month to be able to afford their insulin. And I don't know how many of you know about the history of insulin, but the patent for insulin was sold for $1 to the University of Toronto. $1, because the doctor who invented it said no one should ever make money off of this. It is a life-saving drug. And now it's hundreds of dollars. The price has tripled in the past decade. And what we heard is that so many Vermonters are putting off buying their insulin, they're making it stretch or trying to make it stress, and they're getting very, very sick. So the bill passed unanimously in the Senate. It caps the price at $100 for folks who need insulin, regardless of how many medications they need. Now, I can tell you the Committee on Finance and the rest of the Senate wishes that it could be even cheaper than that, because even $100 is a lot for many Vermonters. But it is unconscionable the amount of money that pharmaceutical companies are making for the price of insulin right now. So I'm hoping that my colleagues in the House will also have as much luck as we had in the Senate with getting it passed. The other thing that I wanted to tell you about is a bill that I co-sponsored regarding student loans and student loan debt and the servicers that service these loans. So the average borrower debt right now for a student in Vermont going to college is about $31,000. That's a $200 payment a month for 13 years. That means they're not investing in a home. They're not investing in a car or other important, or having a family. And so what the Department of Financial Regulation in Vermont said, there's not a whole lot right now that we can do as a state on the debt itself. We're going to continue to look at that issue, but we can go after the servicers that are making upwards of billions of dollars nationally on additional interest that our borrowers are paying by having them steered into loans with unfavorable terms. So again, unanimous bipartisan support in the Senate. We sent it over to the House. It will offer some relief to borrowers here in Vermont. And we're going to continue to look at affordability issues here in Vermont. The last thing I want to say is there are only 30 people in the state of Vermont that get to represent their constituents in the Senate, and I am one of them, and I love my job, and I'm grateful that I'm able to serve you in that way, and I very much appreciating having this time with you today. And Jeanette, I haven't left you much time before the mac and cheese, but Senator White, thank you.
So I guess I'll try to make this really fast so that you can get to lunch. And as Becca said, it is a true honor to be able to represent Dummerston and the rest of Windham County as we serve Vermont. It really is an honor. So I sit on the Judiciary Committee in the morning and Government Operations in the afternoon. In the Senate, we're on 2 committees. I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of some of the things we're working on. In Judiciary, 10 years ago, we were told that if we kept on the same trajectory for our prison population, we would have 2,700 people in prison by this year. That's a lot of people for a small state like ours. We invested in what was called justice reinvestment, and we have managed to change that curve a little bit. We now have 1,700. So we've not gone up like it was predicted. And this year we're investing in what we call justice reinvestment. I keep getting that wrong. Justice reinvestment 2. And our focus is on a couple things. And with all respect to Nodder about the new crime being created, we are looking at what really needs to be a crime, what should be unlawful and what shouldn't, and when people go afoul of the law or the rules and behavior, what are alternative ways of dealing with them other than sending them to prison? Because we know it costs $55,000 a year to keep someone in prison. For a man, it costs $75,000 a year to keep a woman in prison. We could send them to 4-year colleges for far less than that and get better results in most cases. So those are, we're also dealing with a lot of other issues, but that's a big one for us right now. In government operations, and I know that sounds like a really boring topic, but it deals with, as Mike said, elections, municipal issues, law enforcement, the military, the structure of government itself. And I will say just one more thing about elections. First of all, we're not we're not doing anything to change elections this year. Our town clerks will be very happy about that. But one of the reasons that we have such a great and secure election system with a lot of integrity is because of our town clerks, because we don't have a centralized system. We have each town clerk manages the elections in their towns, and that is a huge advantage for us in Vermont. So thank you to the town clerks. So two other things that we're dealing with is we are what's called a Dillon state, which means that towns can only do what we in the state, in our wisdom, decide you can do. You can't do anything unless we give you permission to do it. Most states are not Dillon states, so they are allowed, their towns are allowed to do anything that isn't expressly prohibited by the state. We're trying to make some inroads into changing that, and what we have is we have a municipal limited, it's a pilot for limited self-governance for a number of towns in Vermont. And I was on the select board in Putney for 9 years, and I know that select boards, although we give them a lot of grief for what they don't do and some of the things that they do, they have about this much authority. We don't allow them to have much authority. So what this pilot would do is allow a certain number of towns in Vermont to apply and have a much more self-governance for their town to make decisions without having to come to the state and say, may we please put a stop sign here? So I hope that that passes. It passed the Senate last year, and we're hoping it passes again. And the other thing we're dealing with is our emergency management systems. They are in a crisis state, and we're looking at funding for them and credentialing and how we actually support them as part of the, they started out as part of the transportation system because they were thought just to be transporting people from one place to another, but they really are part of our healthcare system, and we need to acknowledge that and deal with them in a different way. I'll say one last thing. This is the year when the census starts, and it is absolutely important that everybody fill out those forms. When you get them, and I just heard this morning that it's going to come to you in the mail and it's going to be addressed to occupant. And what do we all do when we get something addressed to occupants? We throw it out. But it's absolutely important that you not do it. There is not a citizenship question on there, but if we get an undercount, it will affect billions of dollars coming in from the federal government, because when they give us money for all kinds of things, transportation, for our highways, for our Medicaid, for many, many, many things, it's based on our population. So it's absolutely important that everybody answer those surveys and convince your neighbors to answer them. And if you have friends in other parts of the state, convince them to answer it, because otherwise we stand to lose billions of dollars. So with that, I'll just say, look at our legislative website, and each committee has a page, and you can go on there, and not only do you can you see what the agenda is, but when somebody comes in and testifies, you can look at all the pieces of information and all the testimony that's given and all the new drafts for every bill. So it's a very useful and user-friendly site. So please visit it, and like Nader said, we'll be around this week. So thank you.
Lunch is almost ready, but not quite. Does anyone have a question for one of our legislators? Jody, I see you in the back. Do we have our microphone runners handy? Yes, we do. Thank you, Zadie.
Thank you, Zadie. I want to ask all the legislators to please keep their eye on this new UVM weighting study. Yes. I'm sure you know about it. It's very important to our areas of the town. We are not getting the money from the state that we need, because we've been, for 20 years, since, I've forgotten what the act was now, but we've been underpaid for our children in poverty and our probably not the language children, but mainly the children in poverty. What's concerning to me is our Principals Association, our Superintendents Association, and those other people are trying to get you to drag your feet and not take it up. It needs to be taken up now. You will hear from all of us. I think, Burlington usually rules the day. They probably don't want to change, but it's been a very good study. I think you need to approve that study and take care of it now. Thank you.
Yes, we agree.
First of all, I just want to bet as to who would have the first question today. Yeah. So, Jody, thanks for highlighting that. And yes, it's something we want to take up. And I want to caution people, this is not simple. This is not easy. And there isn't a town in Vermont that isn't saying the same thing, including Burlington, who's been taking on 3 generations of refugees from different parts of the world. So this is a complex piece of changing our funding formula that we're going to do the work on, but it's not simple or easy.
Any other questions? I see right behind you, Sadie. Oh, okay, go ahead, Calvin. You can go first. Start with your name, please.
Hi. Those of you who know
Calvin,
me
sorry,
know
could you
that,
please start with your name? Thank you. Your name?
Oh, Calvin Farwell from Dummerson. And those of you who know me know that the topic of this question is, of course, climate change, which is the biggest issue facing all of us in the next couple of years. Specifically, I'm interested in what is happening to the so-called Transportation Climate Initiative, or TCI for short. Now, for those of you who don't know, this is a union of 12, 13, or 14, I'm not sure which, states, all in the Northeast and Atlantic coast. It's in the formative phase right now. However, it is the people in Vermont who are working on this is the Agency of Natural Resources. That's part of the administration. The fact that this involves so many states, representing about 1/3 of the population of the United States, means that this is a big deal. And any thought that Vermont's so small that it doesn't have a voice that's not important anymore. If you're a group of 1/3 of the population of the country, then the proposals for cutting down on petroleum fuels in the transportation sector, that voice will be heard. Now, I'm wondering I don't know which of you is closest to this, but what I've heard is that the governor, even though his own agency of natural resources has been working like crazy on this, the governor is leaning against this. So I'm wondering what the legislators can do to turn the governor around.
Thank you, Calvin, for the question. I want to just turn the last sentence that you said around, because we are going to take the governor on TCI. But what we've heard from the governor's office is that he needs to hear from constituents that this is important to them. It's one thing if I go in a meeting with the governor and say the Senate is behind the TCI initiative, which we are, the caucus is behind it, and we will be forcing, in a way, his hand. Because if we are part of a regional compact, but he does not sign on, we may be paying into the fund and not be getting anything back. And that's untenable. So we have a path in the Senate. I think Mike Murwicki can probably talk to what's happening in the House. But what we've heard repeatedly from this governor is he does not feel like there is urgency among constituents on this issue. So I strongly encourage you to call the governor's office if the TCI initiative is something that's important to you. But we will do our part, absolutely.
Eric Kruger. This is maybe more of a minor point than the global climate issue that was already brought up, but I know it has an impact at the state level. I've been made aware that there's a real emphasis on bringing 5G service to our state and nationwide, and there is some question as to whether 5G and its multiple locations within the state is actually healthy. And I would go so far as to say I can't get 1 bar of LTE at my house. I'm not sure how 5G is going to help me. I know it's being pushed by the industry, and I know we're trying to get access to everyone in the state, but to me, it's a misplaced priority. We need to be able to get cell coverage to everyone first before we start putting very high power frequency transmitters throughout our communities. And I wonder if you can speak to that.
Sure. Thanks, Eric. I agree with you. And the reality is, most Vermonters don't have any bars. And that's because the companies that do this have put Vermont at the bottom of the list. We just don't have the population where they're going to make a lot of money. So we all want high-speed broadband, though, and the way to do it, I know there's a survey going on. There are efforts to do coordinated efforts and create municipal telecom utilities. If you look at the example of up in Norwich, Vermont, they have created a municipal utility that now serves 20 towns to the last mile. That's the only way you're going to do it. The companies out there are only going to stay in concentrated areas where they can make the most money. So the concerns about 5G are serious, and we're looking into them, but the reality is we're not going to see 5G, if ever, for a long, long time.
Our legislators are willing to stick around for a while to answer questions from individuals. So I'm going to suggest, since lunch is ready now and we have a lot to do this afternoon, that you approach them if you have more questions. Our town meeting is reconvened. I'd like to start by thanking the kitchen for another good lunch. Thank you. I also want to thank Peter, our tech guy in the corner in the hat over there. He's got this amazing display on his screen, all the microphones, and he's doing a great job. We have had problems in the past, but not since Peter's been here, last year and this year. Thank you, Peter. And finally, our mic runners are doing an amazing job, and their only pay is a donut, so a hand for them. Okay, we are on Article 9, page 67 of your town report if you have one. To see if the voters will approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. Is there a motion?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I move that we approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1st, 2020 to June 30th, 2021.
Second.
Zeke seconds. It has been moved and seconded that we, excuse me, approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. I'll invite Louis up to review the budget.
All right. The biggest number you guys are going to notice in there is the gravel pit bond payment. Page, if you could all turn to page 20, if you have a book. If you're all there, I'll give you a second to find it. So, again, the biggest number everyone will see there is going to be gravel pit bond payment of $65,600. The select board, we decided to move this under highway. Last year's, when we had it approved at town meeting, was for the first payment to come out of the capital fund. So last year's payment came out of the capital fund, and then we decided after that to move it to the highway fund. And then if you go back up a couple, three numbers, or 3 rows, crush and gravel. That should just say crush and gravel. It should not say ledge product on there. So if you could cross out the ledge product, that's just crushing of gravel. Last year it was $50,000. This year it's $17,500. Because we're doing it per year. And right now, we're getting 3,500 yards of material for that. With the roads that we have in town, we have a little over 50 miles. We should be getting 5,000 yards, but until we do the blasting in 5 years, we've asked Lee and the road crew to, see if they can make the 3,500 yards spread out a little further. So if you take that number, if you take the 17,500 and and the other number that you're going to have to put in here, and it's going to be, I think that maybe the next article, it's going to be $18,000 for blasting, and what we're going to do is ask for that also. But I just want to let you know that 17,500 is just for this year. That 18,000 will get us out 5 years, so we'll get back up to what we need for materials, the 5,000 yards. So let me just. So if you take the difference of those, you come up with $33,100. And when you go down to the bottom line on the highway fund, we're up $38,240. And so a lot of people are asking, we heard the 12% increase. If you take what we went up here, what you also have to take up is the $40,000 we did in the capital fund that you've approved. And so you add those two numbers, and then we're going to have to take up another $18,000 in the next article, and there's where you come up with your 12%. And then when we did the fire department, that's increased it even more. So we might be up to over 13, 14% now. If there's any questions, there's all the other numbers that you did. The wages, they didn't go up much. I really wish they'd gone up more. Personal expenses, that's the uniforms and CDL licenses, that went up $700. You go to contract services, that went up $1,000. That's the $1,000 is for trees. There's more and more trees that we had to contract to have taken down instead of having our road crew do it. There's a highway structures engineering one that you guys will see that had 0 in it. We used to take that out of the structures fund. We decided to put that in the highway. And that's to, for a grant for the Leonard Road project we're going to do. So that $800 is our portion. The grant will be for $8,000, so that's our 10%. Winter wages, they went up 2019. Sand went up $500. That is because we have the carpenter pit, and with the carpenter pit, that's our normal increase. So there's nothing we could do there right now. And then the street lights went up $200. And those are your increases right there. So if anybody wants to ask me more about the bond payment and the crushing of the gravel, or ask the moderator, who will then let me speak, I hope, go ahead.
Any questions, any comments? Joyce, wait for the microphone. Here they come.
Hi, Joyce Marcel. Comment. The 12% thing, that was me kind of screaming when I first heard it. And it's a bunch of numbers here, there, and I'm just not that good with numbers. So you say we add this to that, and it seems to me that we come to you expecting to be level funded, and 12% is so not level funded that I thought maybe we should have started our discussion with that and then worked our way down, because now it's a nickel dime here, and I'm hopelessly confused, but I still don't want to pay 12% more next year in taxes unless everybody in town is earning more money except me, in which case I'll shut up.
Well, Joyce, I'm with you. I don't like to see any increase. I like to see decreases. I think everybody knows that about me. But last year, the town, we did vote to go into this pit with the town of Putney, and this bond payment of $65,600 is a real number that we have to pay. And I know I'm not going to see, well, I might see the benefits of it, because 25 years out, this is really going to show. So it's thinking of the future of the town of Dummerston, really, a lot of it. We will see it when we hit the sand. So it won't be 25 years before we actually see, reap some of the benefits of this.
Yes, Paul.
Thank you. Paul Normando, Dummerston. Can you help me out on page 20 on the Highway Fund under actual FY19? If you take the difference between the budget, this is on the expenditure side, if you take the difference between the budget FY19 and the actual FY19, it looks like a little over $50,000 surplus there. Now, if you flip the page, wait a minute, I need to find the revenue side. Oh, if you go to page 17, and you look at the highway fund under the revenue side, the budget in FY19 was 528, and the actual revenues were 540. And that looks like a $12,000 increase. So if you take those two items, what happened to the surplus? Did it get transferred to this year, last year, next year? It seemed like that would be a big help if those are real surpluses in our tax situation that Joyce was talking about.
I guess what I'm oh, sorry.
No, do you want to answer, or shall we ask Charlotte to answer as treasurer?
Okay.
By state statute, all surpluses from the highway fund need to go to the following year and are not held for 2 years like we've been doing it. If you look on page 12, the fund balance for this year was $62,000. That's what we had left over for the highway fund, but that will be used in this year's budget.
It'll be used in this year's budget.
Used in this year's budget.
So that will lower the anticipated 12% increase, is that right? Or
Well, we are not to use that to offset the following year like we've been doing and like we do the surplus for the general fund. So it allows the road crew to have some more flexibility, like we didn't use. Lee was able to combine several retreatments, several paving jobs into one bigger job using this surplus. So it's already been voted for last year. It was approved. And the surplus will be used in this year's budget.
but why doesn't it reduce if it's used in this? You're saying this year, the current year that we're in.
This current year's budget, instead of being held over to offset next year's budget.
Yeah, my recollection was they used to not apply to the immediate following year. They used to apply to the subsequent year, which would have been this year, the next year.
But state statute says that it has to, only the highway fund, that money has to be applied to the following year.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? The motion on the floor is to approve total highway fund expenditures of $563,232, of which $435,632 shall be raised by taxes and $127,600 by non-tax revenues for the period of July 1, 2020 to June 30, 2021. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the article passes. Article 10, to see if the voters will establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A.
Lewis seconds. Terry made the motion. It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. Who would like to explain this? Terry?
Now that Putney and Dummerston own this gravel pit together, and it was voted last year, we own it. We're going to have to be blasting in 5 years. This is just to allow us to establish the fund. The next article will be about the money, but we don't have a fund yet. We need your permission to get one.
Any questions, comments on this article? Yes, Ed.
Thank you. Ed Anthes. Could you clarify for me, is this just blasting in the pit or is it blasting on roadways?
Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. That is just in the pit.
Any other questions or comments? Are you ready for the question? It has been moved and seconded that we establish a highway blasting and ledge crushing reserve fund pursuant to the provisions of Title 24, Section 2804A. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And now Article 11, which will fund the reserve you just created. Article 11, to see if the voters will raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator, I move that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing.
Second that.
Lewis seconds. We've got a real rhythm going here. Okay. It has been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. Are there any questions? Paul. Sorry, guys. Over here, Paul.
Thanks. Paul Normando. I'm just curious, what is the goal of the fund? Are you planning on doing $18,000 a year for the next 5 years, which would make a $90,000 fund? And if so, how do you expect to, how much is it going to cost per year going forward for the blasting that will be taken out of the fund?
Terry, do you want to answer that? Lewis?
No, go ahead.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh, sure.
Lee Chamberlain. Yes, the goal is to have, like Lewis said, 5,000 yards of gravel for the 50 miles of road. So this is the bank run would be 3,500. This $18,000 would actually crush 1,500 yards. So yes, we're looking to add to that every year. And in the 5th year, Putney and us will blast the ledge. The reason we have the fund, so we do it on the 5th year, we get a better price for blasting rather than doing it yearly.
Sorry, Paul. Anybody else have a question or a concern? Paul, you'd like a second time? Does anyone else want to speak first to this question? Okay, go ahead, Paul.
I just wanted to follow up on Lee's answer, and perhaps he could expand on it. It's just that how many yards will we get for $90,000, and how many years will that last?
Lee Chamberlain. That's 1,500 a year, so times the 5. So that'd be 3,000 with Putney and us going in per year. So that'd be 15,000 yards of ledge that we will blast in 5 years, or we're hoping to.
And Dummerston gets half that.
And Dummerston gets half of it, right? And then that will last for the 5 years, and then we have to do it all over again. We'll save up for another 5 years, blast another. When we bought the pit, this was all in the spreadsheet, and it to show the rate of return on the gravel pit. So we knew that we'd be paying a little more now, but right, when we get out of Carpenter Pit, move to there, our savings will be a little bit bigger. In 25 years, then we'll outright own it. It's for the next generation.
Don't we all? Any other questions on the motion on the floor? Okay, the question before you is, it's been moved and seconded that we raise the sum of $18,000 through taxes and appropriate said amount to the Highway Blasting and Ledge Crushing Reserve Fund for future blasting and crushing. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And there's just got to be a lot of little kids out there who are going to love the name of this fund, blasting and crushing. That'd be great. All right, Article 12, to see if the voters will vote to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. And I believe that heat pump was in the town office. Is that right? Okay. Is there a motion?
Yes, Madam Moderator, thank you. I move that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings.
I'll second that.
Geraldine moved and Lewis seconded. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any questions on this? Yes.
Hello, Maeve Jenks. I had thought of this last year, but was just too nervous to say anything, so bear with me. I was wondering if we might be willing to get a new sign. I feel like it was talked about, maybe.
I'm sorry.
A new sign for our town office. We're doing all these upgrades to make it look nice. And while I love the idea of our sun-burnt wooden sign, it's beautiful, it's really hard to read. And I thought maybe while we are putting this in our budget to make the updates to our town office that's needed, maybe we could also get an updated sign to show the pride that we have in the building that we're putting money into. That's all. I don't know an amount. What does that cost?
Maeve isn't sure what the amount is, and I'm guessing that after the heat pump went in, you had a specific sum of money, and is that specific sum that was left over used in its entirety? There's extra money left over. Okay. So, Maeve, I wonder if you'd like to make a motion, we'll call it an advisory motion, that we would encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign.
I will make an advisory motion that we encourage the select board to use the leftover money to improve our town office sign. Good.
Is there a second to Maeve's motion? I saw a hand over there. What's your name, sir? Maeve? Yes.
Michael Silverman.
Thank you,
I'll
Michael.
second the motion.
Michael Silberman wants to find his way to work, I think. Is that right? He made the second. Michael is our zoning administrator, if I remember correctly, so I'm teasing him. No? Lister, sorry, thank you. Sorry about that. So there is an amendment that has been moved for Article 12. It's an advisory motion to add to this article that we encourage the select board to purchase a new town office sign. Is there any question or comment about the amendment that's on the floor regarding a new sign? Looks like you're ready to vote on the amendment. So the motion on the floor is to advise the select board, encouraging them to buy a new sign for the town office. If you vote yes, you want the sign. If you don't want a new sign, vote no. All in favor of advising a new sign signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Good job, Maeve. The select board is encouraged to use some of this leftover money to buy a new town office sign. So now we're back to the main motion, which now I would read as, I move that it has been moved and seconded to authorize the following capital expenditures in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, $750 to strip and wax the town office flooring, and $1,500 for the attic cleanup, and encouraging the select board to buy a new town office sign and to pay for said expenditures from the capital fund's unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any further discussion? Paul, your hand is up. Can you raise your hand so the mic runner knows where to go? Thank you.
Hi, Paul Normando again. Much as I felt that the gravel pit payment should be in the capital fund, I feel that these are not capital items and should be in the operating fund. I just hate to see the capital fund nickeled and dimed to death for items that should be part of general operations.
The select board is interrogated.
This would be using funds that were voted on last year, but not spent because we got a better deal on the heat pump. That's where the money is. You got to go where the money is sometimes.
So Zeke is saying that this is leftover money from a capital purchase. Paul prefers to see it come out of operating. He doesn't see these as capital expenses. I have not heard a motion. Louis, do you want to say more?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, excuse me, Madam Moderator, Louis White. I just wanted to expand on that a little bit, Paul. We want to do this for this year, so if we went and did it, it would be on the next year's, because the painting, we had $5,000 budgeted for the road crew to do it. They weren't able to do it, so we put it out to bid, found that it was going to be $900 more, so $5,900, and that's why we did it there. And trying to get this, we've got bat problems up in the upstairs, so we want to get it done as soon as possible and not have to wait until after June to do that. That's another reason why we did this, and the money was there on the savings.
Any other questions, comments? Yes.
My name is Paul Adler. I somewhat agree with Paul. Why can't the money be transferred so that it comes under the appropriate line?
So, Paul, you're suggesting that the money be transferred from the capital fund to the operating fund in order for the expenses to come out of the operating fund. You know, I'm not going to accept that as a motion because the money was originally voted for capital funds, and I think you could argue that these are all improvements to our capital property. But I welcome anyone to challenge me if you feel like we ought to go with that. Susan Dagler in the back.
Susan Dagler. I agree entirely with what Paul said. I think these are maintenance items, not capital improvements. Capital improvements are bigger things like a roof or new siding, and I think that things like this should be paid for from regular operating budget, and that when there is money left in the capital fund from something that came in under what was approved, I think it should stay in the capital fund for future capital expenses. We're buying a new payloader this year. If instead of $150,000, we spend $145,000, are we going to be nickel and diming that extra $5,000 next year? That's my feeling on it. Thank you.
Down front, Chuck Fish.
We have here today Ruth Hoffman, who worked for the IRS for many years.
You mean the woman with the arm across her face?
The woman with the arm across her face, but a big smile on her face. and she's an expert on what can be called a capital expenditure. So we might see if she has any light to shed. I would have agreed with Paul and Susan, but I think Ruth has another slant on it, which may just complicate things enormously.
Ruth, it sounds like you're being interrogated. Do you choose to respond?
Okay, I'm Ruth Hoffman. I'm also one of your town auditors.
Can you put it's on? It just needs to be near your mouth, Ruth.
Okay,
Yes.
better? Okay, I would split the difference here. We already have the complete building outside painting as a capital item, and I think that is a capital item because it extends the useful life of our building. The attic and the floor are not in our capital plan, and I would agree with Paul that we shouldn't take capital money for operating expenses, and we can't transfer capital money to operating expenses. They're separate categories, and I just wanted to point out, if people look in their booklet, in the first 12 pages, you can see all our special funds and what came in last year and what went out, and it gives you a better picture of our capital fund. So as auditors, we worked hard to make sure those reports are available, and you can see what the total capital fund actually is, what we spent last year, what we took in, and what's still in the capital fund. So that's my personal opinion.
So Ruth, tell me if I have this right. You see the additional cost of painting the exterior as a capital purchase, but you do not see the flooring and the attic cleanup as a capital purchase. What about the sign out front?
I don't know what the sign costs. There's also a general rule that depending on the expense, certain expenses are always a current operating expense if they're less than maybe $1,000. I'm not sure on that number. So I don't know about the sign.
Thank you. Charlotte, do we have a number over which something is considered a capital expense? Okay. So, Paul, do you feel like you made a motion? Or do you want to make a motion? Do you want to make a motion that, for example, we only take the $960 out of the capital fund? And if
we're going to pay for it one way or the other, but my reaction is that this should not be standard practice in terms of taking operating items and sticking them in the capital fund just because it's convenient and that's where the money is.
Paul, I'm sorry, I was actually looking at Paul Adler, who raised the issue to begin with. Yeah.
I apologize.
Sure.
Hi, Paul Adler. No, I don't necessarily, think that we need to make a motion on it, but I think that we need to delineate clean lines of where things are in the budget. Because if we start jumbling things now, it's just going to compound.
Okay. So, we have no amendments on the floor. The main motion is still on the floor, which calls for the additional painting, the stripping and waxing the floor, and the attic cleanup and a new sign to come out of the capital fund on expended monies. Are you ready for, Ruth has a comment to make?
Okay, Ruth Hoffman again. Since I think we need to fix what we're doing, I would make a motion to amend the motion to only expend the painting money from the capital fund. However, you want to fix that to be the legalese.
Well, would you like the rest of it to come out of the operating fund, or do you want to make a motion that we only approve the 960 and the rest we don't address?
So, point of order. To spend current money, we need a motion at the meeting? I mean, if we just spent money on the floor or what the select board does, we don't ordinarily line by line approve how much is maintenance.
That's
I would think
right.
that they have the authority, the judgment to whether they should expend our operating funds.
They do, but this article is about using capital fund money, which is why I'm asking, do you want to change the entire motion to simply say $960 out of the capital
Yes.
fund?
Yes.
Okay. So Ruth has made a motion to amend the main motion so that the new motion would read, we authorize the following capital expenditure, single, in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020, $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building, and to pay for said expenditure from the capital funds on expended monies from the heat pump cost savings, meaning we remove the flooring and the attic cleanup from the motion, from the original article. I'm sorry? Oh, yes. And remove the sign. Thank you for the reminder. So that's the motion on the floor. Is there a second? Harold, you're seconding? Okay, so Ruth Hoffman moved. Harold Newell seconds. Conversation, yes. Chuck?
Chuck Fish. The other money then that's left behind in the capital fund, does that mean that would have to be spent on more obvious capital expenses?
Yes.
It's not legal to arbitrarily transfer it to the operating fund, is that correct?
That is correct, and that is why the select board put this article on the warning.
Yeah.
So you're right, the money, other than the money for the additional painting cost, would remain in the capital fund to be used as the body votes in future years.
Does it make sense to think that if they keep it in the capital fund, so it will reduce somewhat the cost of fire trucks, et cetera, and then they have to find money which would come out of the operating fund to do the other jobs, then in the long run, you come out even anyway. It's just you spent money out of different funds. You aren't spending any more money doing it that way, are you?
That is correct, but the point is that we have approved certain things for the capital fund, and you can't just move money around.
No, I'm not suggesting moving money around. You spend the money that's left over for capital expenditures in the future. And you find money elsewhere for waxing the floor. In the long run, you end up spending the same amount of money, I think.
Yes.
So, nothing to it.
Yes, Zeke?
We don't have any. Now, we checked the couch cushions before we came here, and we don't have
Get close to the mic.
we don't have those funds that we can just dip into from our general budget.
I don't see any other hands. There's a motion on the floor. Oh, Lester?
I'm a little bit confused.
Could you start with your name, Lester?
Lester Dunkley.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit confused about the savings of because you have a heat pump. Is that because you're not using the electricity or what's going on there? And if it's a savings, you're not spending on an electric bill, that means you could probably use it to do the rest of it. Am I correct or not?
Nope, that's not exactly right. Louis, you want to answer that?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. When the Energy Committee came to us last year, they proposed that we do $10,000 for a heat pump for the town office. And then when we looked further into it, we did something a little different. We bought a heat pump, but it was only $3,600. We got a $400 rebate on that, so it came to $3,200. So what we were asking for was to spend some of that $6,800 savings, but I understand what everybody's saying, and I sort of agree with them that we did a poor job of budgeting those items. We should have thought of that and put it into our budget. So the waxing should have to wait till next year or the following year, and the bat stuff will have to wait until the following year so the select board can put that, and the sign will have to wait and be put into the next budget, because we were trying to see where we had saved money this year, and that was one of the savings, so we thought we would use it. We were thinking that was, you know, for the building, but where I guess you should have a certain number. So our mistake as far as I'm concerned, and I see some head shaking, so.
And the other little detail, we're voting to spend monies in this current year, and we're talking about a budget in the next year. And that gets me a little bit more confused on what the heck is going on. So I'm suggesting that you postpone or whatever you got to do to this whole thing, and let's just leave this money in the capital fund where it's supposed to be. Thank you.
So Lester would like to amend the amendment. No, that's not really it. Lester, if you want to not spend any of this money this year, then you would want to encourage people to vote down the main motion. We're still considering whether to amend the main motion. Does anyone have a comment on amending it to drop everything from the motion other than the exterior painting, $960? Any other questions on that? Okay. So the question before you is, do you want to amend Article 12 to only authorize using leftover capital funds to cover the $960 cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and using this year's capital fund money to do so? So vote yes if you want to authorize that, and if you want to drop everything else out of the motion. If you want to keep everything in here, including the new sign, vote no. All in favor of the amendment on the floor to fund the $960 only, signify by saying aye. All opposed, say no. We need a division of the House. I couldn't tell which had more, so I'm going to ask all those who voted yes to stand, or let us know if you need a card because you can't stand. Eliza, will you count this section? Zeke, will you count the middle section? Terry, you want to count the left section? If you are not a voter or you're just hanging out in the back, make sure you're not counted if you're not voting. Standing means yes. I like the amendment of dropping everything but the $960 for painting. Okay. 11. 21. 21 is 43. Please be seated, and all of those voting no, because you want the motion to continue to include all three items plus a sign. Wow, now it does seem more obvious. Okay, no. Everyone stand and stay. Standing, do you want to, can you count that again? Sorry. Eight plus you, 9. Okay. 6 plus you is 7. 11. The ayes are 43, the noes are 27. So the original article has been changed, and the motion on the floor authorizes the select board only to spend the $960 on the additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office. So Lester, you want to vote no as we vote on the main motion because you don't want any money to be spent. So we're back to the main motion. I'll read it through. This is what we're talking about now. It has been moved and seconded that we authorize the following capital expenditure in the current fiscal year 2019-2020. $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and to pay for said expenditure from the capital fund's unexpected monies from the heat pump cost savings. Any further discussion on the motion on the floor? Yes, Calvin. We have a new mic runner, Maisie Golding. Maisie Golding there.
Just to be picky, you could remove the S's from the words expenditure.
I believe I did. Maybe I didn't speak very clearly, Calvin, but they're crossed off on my paper. Ruth, right up here.
Just to make sure, the word you said was unexpected, not unexpended, so that the motion is correct, that it's
Thank you,
unexpended.
Ruth. Ruth is correct. I misspoke. I said unexpected. The correct word is unexpended monies from the heat pump cost savings. Thank you. Any other questions and corrections, comments, anything? Yes, Ed.
Ed Anthes, well, you got me with the anything. I think this probably should have gone with the previous amendment, but it seems to me that that stuff in the attic is a health and safety issue, and I'm not clear on how the select board can access funds, but I would like to be assured that we who visit the town offices and those who work in the town offices are not exposed to bat excrement for the next year and a half until the next fiscal year comes around.
Can we all by unanimous consent agree that we're going to encourage the select board to do whatever they can and perhaps prioritize that over some other things in the operating budget? Or do we want to make a motion out of that? Yes, Zeke.
Hey, how about we take some unexpended funds from the capital fund? Yes, unexpended.
Okay.
Can I make that a motion?
Ed, if you want to make a motion, let me know. Ed has left it to the good graces of the select board to use their discretion in trying to get that work done. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The question on the floor is, we authorize the following capital expenditure in the current fiscal year, 2019-2020, $960 additional cost of painting the exterior of the town office building and to pay for said expenditure from the capital funds on expended monies from the heat pump cost savings. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we have a painted building. Thank you. Article 13, to see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there a motion?
Madam Moderator. Madam Moderator, I move that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Lewis seconds. Any discussion? Seeing no hands, it has been moved and seconded that we grant tax-exempt status to the Evening Star Grange for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And the Evening Star Grange is exempt, and we'll get another good lunch next year. Yes. Article 14. That's not mine. To see if the voters will grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Mark.
I'm Mark Brown, and I move that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840.
Susan Dagler, did you do the second? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. Is there any discussion? Billy.
Billy Slade. I'm the executive director at Green Mountain Camp, and I just want to offer an invitation to everybody here to come and see what's right here in your community. We're celebrating our 103rd year this year. Last year we employed 8 Dummerston teenagers. We had nearly 400 girls come to the camp, and it's a wonderful treasure right here in Dummerston, and a lot of you probably don't even know where it is. So I want to invite you to come, check it out, see what you think. Lots and lots of changes have happened over the last 10 years, and it's a really exciting place to be a part of. So thank you.
Any further comments, questions? Seeing none, it has been moved and seconded that the voters grant tax-exempt status to Green Mountain Camp for a period of 1 year, pursuant to the provisions of Title 32, Section 3840. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 15, shall the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region? Yes, your name. I'm sorry, Christophe, say your name again, please.
I'm Christophe Gagne.
Christophe Gagne, thank you.
Madam Moderator, I move that the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region.
Is there a second? Greg, was that you? No. Who did the second? Oh, Alex. Alex Wilson seconded. It has been moved and seconded that the voters in the town of Dummerston appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SEVEDS, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region. Is Sarah here, or Christoph? You are. If there is no objection, we will allow Sarah Lang, who is not a Dummerston resident, to give us a little background on this motion. Hearing none, Sarah, you may speak.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'll try and keep it brief, and I'm going to stand up here so you don't have to turn around. My name is Sarah Lang. I am a project manager at the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. I also have my colleague here, Alex Beck, who does workforce development with the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation. This year, we are at 16 town meetings across the region. We ask every town to help support the work we do. As of a minute ago, we have 10 towns that have approved our funding. I've been here the past 2 years. Dummerston has approved our funding those past 2 years, so thank you very much for your continued support. I just want to give a few high-level points and then some town-specific points for your pleasure. So BDCC, the Brattleboro Development Credit Corporation, is one of 12 regional development corporations in the state. We are the boots on the ground, economic development and workforce development for the region. SEVEDS, the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, is our sister organization. They are the think tank. They do the long-term strategy and planning. So SEVEDS does the long-term strategy. BDCC takes that and implements projects and programs. We are looked to by state and federal agencies as models for regional economic development in our programs, our systems, and our projects. The work we do is very complex, and SEVEDS allows us to go and innovate with our programs and our projects that helps sort of address these complex issues we see in the regional economy. I'm super proud of the work we do. All of our staff are super hardworking and dedicated to this region, so I'm really proud to be a part of it. Some town-specific things. We typically go to at least one select board meeting a year. They're open to the public, obviously, but not all public attends those. So we also did hold a public info session. We had 3 residents from Dummerston come. Great conversation, and hope they learned a lot from that. We've worked with a handful of businesses in Dummerston. I'll just name them. If you have any specific questions, I can answer that. We've worked with Hermit Thrush Brewery, Vermont Photonics, Landmark Trust, and Open Book Learning. What I want to spend a little more time on is the school population. The children are our future, as we know, and we recognize that at our organization. There are 26 Dummerston students at the CTE, and there are 56 Dummerston students at the Brattleboro Union High School. All sophomores across the region are invited to our sophomore summit, where they pick a career track and meet with professionals in that sector and get to learn about what it means to work in that sector. At CTE, we piloted a program where we do mock interviews, resume and cover letter writing, professional behavior intensive. That was piloted this spring. They're gonna blow it up, and they're developing curriculum as we speak. Teachers will be trained on it in the fall, and then hopefully 2021, it will be implemented in all of the classes at the CTE. For Brattleboro Union High School, we've taken the kids on 9 field trips, or field trips to 9 employers. That's healthcare, manufacturing, forestry, renewable energy, construction. And last but definitely not least, we've developed a alternative pathways workshop. It's for juniors and seniors who might not have a plan for after graduating high school. So it's open to all juniors and seniors, but specifically for those students. We cover career clusters in the Windham region. We highlight employers that are hiring quality positions. We help those students apply for those jobs. And we also bring VSAC in to talk about financial resources. There are annual reports on the back table. If you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak and continuing to invest in our region.
Any comments, any questions of Sarah or otherwise? Yes, Christoph. Behind you? Oh.
It's okay.
I'm Chris Gagne from Hermit Thrush Brewery. I just want to speak to the behalf of SEVEDS and BDCC. I really feel like their economic development objectives are in the right place and valuing people. And they have helped us grow our business quite a bit. We have one facility in Dummerston over on Putney Road near Brattleboro, and we're very happy to have the region's support.
Any other comments or questions? Yes?
Yes, Maeve Jenks again. My only question is, how does the amount that you're asking compare to the other towns? Are you asking an equivalent from every town, or is it population-based? I was just curious how that fits in.
Sarah, we need a microphone for Sarah.
Thank you. That's a great question. So we ask every town for $3 per person. So the amount is $3 times the population.
Any other comments or questions? Are you ready for the question? Oh, no, Paul.
Hi, Paul Namendo. In years past, I've been a strong advocate for funding SubEd's request. In spite of the good work that they do, I would like to amend the motion to supplying them with $3,000 instead of the full amount. And I make this motion with the thought that at this point, prior to this motion, prior to this article, our taxes are going to be going up about 12.8% on the municipal side. And that doesn't take into consideration anything that's going to be coming down from the school budget, which is also going to be an increase in our taxes. And the school budget is 83 or 84% of our total tax bill. So we're talking about 15 to 17% of our tax bill. But with all that in mind, I think it is prudent, the fact that the municipal side will be going up 12.8%, to kind of still show us support for what they're doing, but yet modify it in light of our existing situation.
So there's a motion on the floor to amend the primary motion, reducing the amount for SevEds to $3,000. Is there, Harold, you're seconding that? Okay. So what we're discussing now is the amendment of lowering the amount from $5,592 to $3,000. Does anyone wish to speak to the amendment that is proposed? You're ready for the question on the amendment. Okay, the question on the floor is, shall we amend the article, the motion, to read that will appropriate the sum of $3,000 to be raised by taxes for the support of SevEds? All those in favor of the amendment to reduce the amount signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. It sounded like the no's are louder, but maybe they were just louder. Do you wish a division of the House? Yeah, I'm seeing a few nodding heads. Okay. A division of the House, just like we did a few minutes ago. Please stand if you vote yes to reduce the number to $3,000 from the higher number, and remain standing. You may be seated. Okay, all right. And if another, so 2 plus 1s? Okay. If you want to vote no because you want the amount to stay the same, please stand. Again, if you're hanging out in the back, make sure you're not counted unless you're actually voting. The votes that were yes to reduce the amount were 32. The noes to keep the amount the same were 40. So the amendment has failed, and the motion continues with the original figure. So now the motion on the floor is, shall we grant tax exempt? No. Shall we appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SevEds, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Windham region? Is there further discussion on the original motion? Harold? Could someone bring a mic, please?
Harold Newell, can I ask the treasurer now what the increase will be on the total figure for the town's municipal tax rate?
Are you asking about the tax rate, Harold?
That's correct. On 100, what will it be on 100,000, the figure increase?
Okay. Charlotte, the treasurer's interrogating.
Without the sevens included, it is 43.8. Am I on?
Yes.
Okay. Without the sevens included, the current tax rate will be $43.80 increase on 100,000. With the sevens, it's $45.90.
$45.90. So Harold, the answer is without sevens, it's $43.08 per $100,000 of value. 80, thank you. $43.80 without the sevens allocation, and with it, it's $45.90. So that's an increase of $2.10 per $100,000 of real estate value. Yes, Chris.
Hi, Chris again from Hermit Thrush. Just to quantify a bit of our experience in interfacing with the BDCC and SevEds, we in 2016 were not a Dummerston taxpayer, and we currently are. And it's been a minute since I've looked at it, but I think we pay around $14,000 a year in taxes for our facility. If SevEds was less well funded, we would be less well likely. So I just wanted to hold a numbers side candle to economic hope and increasing employment.
Any other comments? Further discussion? Joe?
Joe Little. I'm with Park Place, and I'm at the Brattleboro Savings and Loan, and I would encourage, passing the article at $5,000. The Sevens does a great job, and what they're doing for youth is not duplicative of anything else that's going on. And I think we really need to do this for the young people, as well as getting businesses started. So I would encourage everyone to vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Everybody hear that? Okay. Any other comments or questions? You ready for the question? Okay. The motion on the floor is to appropriate the sum of $5,592 to be raised by taxes for the support of Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies, SevEds, to provide workforce and economic coordination services to the Wyndham region. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Article 16, other business. Let me catch up with myself here. Okay. I'm going to start here with the Select Board. I believe Geraldine and Zeke have something they want to say. Is that correct?
Yeah, so Geraldine Wilson. I would just like to mention that this is my 5th year on the Select Board. Next year will be my 6th year and my last year. So although I could run again, we don't have term limits. I just wanted to let you all know that my position will be open, and may I speak for you, Zeke?
Well, I think I could speak for myself.
Okay, good. I'll let you speak for yourself. This year, since we had an open position with no one running, I did do a number of make a number of calls and talk to people, and I just wanted to say to everyone here that being on the Select Board is a really positive experience. It's probably less work than you might think it is. It gives you an opportunity to get to know people and understand the workings of a small town, which I was quite unfamiliar with and am now much more familiar with. And it has made me incredibly proud of our town office. So I would encourage you all, even if you think that you're not the kind of person that would be on a select board, to consider yourself as such and talk to your friends and neighbors. And it would be great to have multiple names on the ballot so that we have a true democracy and have the choice. And the last thing I'll say is we really want our select board to represent our town. So think about that, about being represented on the select board by yourself or by friends, neighbors, and others.
Well, I have another year left to my term, but I don't remember how long I have been on the select board, so I think that might be a sign that maybe I've been on long enough.
Christina, you had something you wanted to talk about.
So Cindy encouraged me last year to make the school...
Christina, state your
Oh, sorry,
name.
Christina Naylor, sorry. Cindy last year encouraged me to try to make the school board portion move more quickly, and I think we have complied this year. So I just wanted to update. I am currently serving on the WSESD school board, and I just wanted to update the town very briefly, Cindy, on kind of the past year and what's been going on with the school. It's obviously bittersweet for me to be standing here instead of there presenting a full budget to you, but you will have an opportunity to vote on that budget March 17th, 6 p.m. in the high school gymnasium. There'll be an information session on March 10th, and I think that's at 6 o'clock, but look it up on the WSESU, and there's all kinds of communication council work pushing that out into the local paper. It is a $51 million budget, so it's where your vote counts for a lot. If only 10 people show up, you are responsible for passing $5 million worth of spending. So if you're on a power trip, that's the place to go. We actually got our budget completed in time so that there's copies of the school budget on the back table. It's in gray newsprint to save on our printing costs. Thank you. Thank you. I have also made a pamphlet, so in case you missed my long and laborious explanation of budgeting, I have tried to replace myself with a flyer. So in this flyer are 4 easy steps to understanding the tax bill, links to how the education funding happens and how to calculate your own tax bill if you're curious how this affects yours. I don't have Charlotte at my side here to say what every change would cause, but you can do that actually online. There's also, I want to direct people's attention, our legislators, and I grabbed every single one of them, and I think Jody spoke to it earlier, is that the legislature is considering changing how we weight pupils in calculating our equalized pupil expenditure. What did that mean? So what that means is that you get a little more state support when your students have a little more need. And that is a requirement of the law, Act 60, that was passed in 1997. So they made a guess as to what it cost to educate pupils, and after 20 years, the legislature decided, hey, what does it really cost to educate children who are economically disadvantaged, who are learning English, or students who live in rural communities? And they funded this study, UVM, and I think it was Rutgers did this study, and it turns out that people in the WSESD have not been compensated fairly for the students we have. And if the funding study had been pushed through last year, our tax rate, our unified tax rate, instead of being $1.71, would be $1.53. That's a huge difference for our district. Of course, that money's coming from somewhere. And so the legislature needs to hear from people in the community that these changes should be put through more quickly, because a lot of people are saying, let's wait on this because there's winners and losers. But I think we have been unfairly supported by the state for the students we have in the WSESD. So in this pamphlet, it explains all the words I just said and gives you contact information. And the school board, in our last meeting, passed a resolution supporting moving forward with the weighting study unanimously. So if you get 8 people from 4 towns to unanimously agree on something, that is progress. I also, while it's a bittersweet moment, I have some happy moments, and one of them is to make sure that everybody gets to put a face to the name of our new principal, Julianne Egan. If we could give her a nice warm welcome. So one of the very last things the Dummerston Town School Board did was to hire our new principal, Julianne. I've had the pleasure of knowing Julianne for 16 years. She's an incredible educator. It was a really good feeling. I see my fellow school board member, Michael, going, yes. It was quite a note to go out on as we were dissolving, that we could hand over the school to Julianne's incredibly capable hands and know that our school is under great leadership in this era of transition. Onward, I also want to thank the community for passing the article amendments. It puts in place the school cannot be closed without a vote of this town. Grades cannot be removed from the school without a vote of this town. And I think that was one of my priorities, to make sure that what I heard coming from the communities as a major concern of Act 46 was addressed. So I appreciate everybody who got out, understood those very hard to read articles and helped us pass them, and they passed in all the communities. So that really bodes well for moving forward. Let's see. I also want to mention that another article amendment that was passed created leadership councils. It is a way for the local community to have connection to the school board that moves around all the time and is a little less accessible, unfortunately, than our Dummerston Town School Board was. So if you're interested in hearing what leadership councils are doing, it's on the school website as well as the WSES website, and there's agendas and minutes for those meetings. You're welcome to attend and visit. If you're interested in serving, you should contact Julianne, who you just met. I want to let you know that I was very concerned. This is the end of my tenure. I was very concerned because we have a great board now. The WSESD board has really stepped up and done the work of representing all of our students. And I'm thrilled to say that we have 2 people who are running for those positions in Dummerston, no write-in candidates, and I'm thrilled to know that there's somebody stepping into the position from Dummerston. So we'll now have Thomas Nolan, because they're uncontested, Thomas Nolan and Michelle Green will be serving you, and I don't see, Thomas was here earlier, I don't see Michelle. But you'll find them when you have questions, I'm sure. It's a small town, you can't hide. But I'm very excited for the people that have agreed to serve. So I'm around if you have any questions on your taxes. I shouldn't have buried the lead on this. Your taxes the tax rate will increase. Hold on, let me get my numbers in front of me, because I'm sure Paul and Jody will have questions. The tax rate in Dummerston, if the current budget passes, will be $1.67. Which is the lowest. We have a good CLA. We have a favorable CLA, which is defined here in full writing. So that's an increase, I think, of it's a 1.8% or so increase over our rate from last year. Other towns have not had good CLAs, so their numbers are going up much more. But it's in the pamphlet, and I thank you all for the opportunity to serve. It has truly been a pleasure to serve everyone in this community, even when I didn't agree with you. And I would have stayed serving on that Dummerston board till you had to, pull me out with the new payloader. So thank you all.
Mary Ellen? Mary Ellen, I need you to use the mic. Thanks.
Sure. I'm Mary Ellen Copeland, and I'm with the Dummerston Conservation Commission. And we've been doing a lot of work with maps in the town plan. It says that we're supposed to develop a ridge line overlay for the town. It's upside down, yeah. And that we're supposed to develop a ridge line overlay for the town, and we happen to have a wonderful map maker on the Conservation Commission, and he kept bringing in maps, and we're trying to figure out what's a ridge line in Dummerston. And one night he came in with this map, and I thought it was worthy of being shared with all of you. We did have a map program in the fall, and we had 60 or 70 people come over to the basement of the church, and we had maps all around, and we looked at maps. So probably have other meetings like that, so try to get out to them. But I wanted to bring your attention to this one because it's a particularly interesting one. Back in about 1940, there had been some big floods, and the people down in Connecticut and Massachusetts who were trying to build homes in the floodplains were really upset because every time we had one of those big storms, it flooded the floodplains, it flooded their homes. So they wanted us to put in a dam right here. And this dam is right at the metal bridge. And if they had put in that dam, it would have impounded the water all the way. This little line is the West River. Instead, we would have the West Lake. Here's East-West Road. You would have to go up to Camp Art to where it hits Green Mountain Camp Road to not be in the water. Green Mountain Camp would not exist. John Anderson would be sitting right on the edge. Where you turn up to Hague Road, John Anderson would have been sitting right on the edge. I don't know how you would have gotten to my house at all. So if you want to take a look at this map, right now, if we had this dam, 141 buildings would have been submerged. At that time, there were 61 that would have taken out 5 cemeteries, 30 miles of road. All of Route 30 would have gone, all of the West Dummerston Village. So you might think to yourself, how did we stop it? And we look to that, we think about how did people solve problems in the past in the community. And interestingly enough, there's a picture. This is what they did. They met the federal agents when they came, and they were there with their, what kind of guns were those? This is what they did. And we're trying not to solve problems in Dummerston that way. We're trying to learn and teach. Ah, okay. I can give it to you, Emma. So that's one of the fun things that we figured out. We've had a lot of other kinds of meetings. We had a great meeting in this room where 80 people came and heard the bear specialist from the state come. And we had a program in the fall where the state biologist came, Kim Royer. We had the state geologist come. We had maps all over the downstairs of the church. We had somebody that was here from the Southeastern Vermont Museum, and we had wild animals in here, and we had about 60 people. And so we've had a lot of fun with our programs. We have one coming up on the waterways of Dummerston. And we have one coming up on monarchs, a big program on monarchs. So that's what we're up to. A lot of you have made contributions so that we have the money to pay to have all of these filmed, and we appreciate that. And the money also goes to support programs, environmental education programming here at the school. So thank all of you for that.
Bill in the back.
Bill Schmidt, speaking for Dummerston Cares. Cares is an all-volunteer organization that exists to do what it can to help all Dummerston residents stay well and get weller. A person who's gotten weller is John Warren here, who's a steadfast member of our Tai Chi classes. So we have Tai Chi classes, yoga classes, and for those who can't do Tai Chi or yoga, too strenuous, takes too long, we're going to have a seated Rumba class this spring. 2 sessions for people who want exercise but can't do things like Tai Chi and yoga. So these will be 2 sessions at the Grange, late April, early May. And all I can say is that if a person knows how to sit, they can do seated rumba. It's to music and a lot of fun. So we're going to do that, and hopefully in May and June we'll be having some hikes and walks, and all are invited to participate in those. We also, this month, will be working with the school here to put on, I'm going to sit down because I'm kind of shaky. We're going to put on a program called Screenagers. It's an hour-plus long film that is about what computers, smartphones, tablets do to the development of brains of children and teenagers. A very good film. It was shown at Academy School last year, and there was some good discussion afterward, as there will be discussion after the showing this year. It's on March 19th here at the school from 6 to 8. And we're really looking for a good turnout because it's a solid subject that needs attention and thought and discussion by families and all of us who have an interest in the future of our children. The last program I would like to mention that's in the works is a chronic pain management program. There are more people with chronic pain in this country than those who have heart conditions, cancer, and diabetes. We know there are people with chronic pain in Dummerston. This is pain that people have had for more than 3 months. It may be shoulder pain, back pain, neck pain, from arthritis, from post-surgical and post-surgical recovery. So this is going to be a program we're co-sponsoring with the Brattleboro Hospital, the Vermont Department of Health. It will be 6 sessions long, 2.5 hours each session. A serious program for those with chronic pain. Those who have been through it, through this program, tell us it has helped them quite a bit. So we wanted to let you know about these programs. And if you want more information, there's a flyer on the chronic pain management program on our table out back in the hallway. And there's also information on all of CARE's other programs and services. You can get your questions answered by calling the CARE's message line, 257-5800, or emailing CARES. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Wow. Jody.
You all heard that Christina was retiring. And this is a huge loss to Dummerston and fellow board members, etc. I want to tell you a little bit about Christina. She joined the school board a few years ago, the Dummerston School Board that was, and she quickly became chair of that board. She went on, when we were fighting Act 46 and merger, she organized the committees for alternative governance structure, and she ran that also. Then when we did get merged, she was part of the transition board, and then she ran for the merged board. And she was elected chair. This last year has been horrendous for her. She has been amazing. She's not only chair of that board, She's a part of the WSESU board. She got elected to the Vermont School Boards Association board that meets up in Montpelier once a month or more. Let's see. And she's been on several of the committees of this board. Meanwhile, she's been working full-time, although her husband, Kelt, wasn't sure that she was working full-time, in her family business. And she's been on the Green Mountain Camp Board, and I think chair of that. No, she says she wasn't chair of that. And so in the meantime, she's been taking care of her family, raising 2 children who are in high school. Her husband, Kelt, and family will be glad to have her home. Her retirement is Dummerston's loss, and we all wish Christina well.
Roger Turner, I saw your hand up. Can we get a microphone down here?
I was just going to say what Jody said.
Yes, I'm sorry I forget your name. Yes.
I'm Sue Kern. I'm representing Lydia Taft Bratt Library Board. And I was going to give you a very quick rundown of how we've been doing this past year. We are seeing more continued use of the library, more library users, more circulation. We have changed our library hours by public input, and we are now open 3 afternoons a week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday morning, with volunteers from 10 to 1. We put a second little free library in the school. It's right out across from the principal's office. I think it's been very well received. The first one is on the porch at the town hall, at the town office. And it's all donations that go into it, and one of the board members actually take care of this. There's a new librarian who we could have met because she was here for a while, but had to go to open the building at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so you missed her. Her name is Dina Marger. A lot of our regular library users have been coming in to introduce themselves to her, and please stop by and meet the new librarian and pick yourself up a library card if you don't have one yet. And last thing I have to mention is that we do have our annual spring fundraiser, our book sale and silent auction. That's the 3rd Saturday in May every year, May the 16th. So I hope you'll stop by when we do that. Thank you very much.
Katie, in the front here.
I'm Katie Berg, and I'm on the board of Dummerston Cares. And here's something that I'm going to read that people maybe didn't know. It's to the residents of Dummerston from the Putney Food Shelf. The Putney Food Shelf wants to be sure that you know we are also a resource for residents of Dummerston and the surrounding area. Please help us ensure that we are reaching those who could benefit from our services in your community. Our mission is to provide supplemental, healthy food to area people in need. At the Putney Food Shelf, you are likely to find fruits and vegetables, including local in-season, milk, eggs, pasta and sauce, beans and rice, meat, fish, gluten-free options, and more. The Putney Food Shelf is open twice a week, every week of the year. Tuesday from 6 to 7 p.m. and Saturdays from 9 to 10 a.m. We're located in the Putney Community Center at 10 Christian Square if you use the side ramp. Shopping is anonymous, and there is no proof of income needed since we work on an honor system. In addition to open hours, on the 4th Thursday of every month, There's a produce drop at Putney Meadows parking lot. That's from 9:30 until 10:15 a.m. This is provided in collaboration with the Vermont Food Bank, with several pallets worth of fresh produce delivered. It is free and open to all. Bring your own shopping bags. You will find additional information at putneyfoodshelf.org and in our 2019 Year in Review, which you can pick up at the Dummerston Cares table here at the school and at Town Hall, but the Putney Cares table is right behind in the corridor. The Putney Food Shelf is very much looking forward to collaborating with Dummerston Cares to expand our outreach to Dummerston. Thank you.
Kyle, the woman in the back. Yes, you had your hand up. Kyle, the woman in the back.
Hi, I'm Akara Draper. I'm one of the coordinators for the Rides program for Dummerston Cares. And we are always, always looking for drivers. And I want to tell you what that gig looks like. So when we get a request to take Dummerston residents to either Cheshire or Dartmouth Hitchcock or BMH or occasional shopping around town or to a dentist or an eye appointment, you get a Dummerston Cares driver. And how you get that, they're all volunteers, and I'm coordinating them, and I'd call you up and I'd say, gee, we've got a client that needs to go to BMH next Tuesday. Can you take them? And it's going to take about an hour, and then you take them home. You get to say yes or no. Every single time you can say, oh, no, thank you. But the more drivers we have, the better I can cover the need of this community. So it's really critical that we, like this winter, we were down to 3 drivers, and that's just too much for those 3. But if we had 10 drivers and even 6 said no, there's just someone new driving all the time. So I think that's all I have to say. Oh, you can choose how often you want to do in your application. I want to drive once a month. Okay, if you want to drive 2 times a week. If you don't want to drive in snow or rain, you can pick any kind of condition you don't want to do. So that's my encouragement. Please become a volunteer driver for Dummerston Cares.
Thank you.
And you can sign up at the table out there.
Okay.
Or call us.
Chuck, you want to raise your hand? Thank you.
Chuck Fish. A couple of remarks from the Dummerston Historical Society. First is that on the table, long table at the back of the room, there's a strikingly handsome T-shirt with a picture of the covered bridge. And you may buy one if you'll speak to Jody or Norman Doe or Gail Sorensen. It's guaranteed to raise your social status and your general acceptability in public if you were to wear it. The second comment is equally important and maybe more important, and that is that the Historical Society is very grateful to the many citizens of Dummerston who have contributed to the repair, to the salvation, actually, of the Historical Society schoolhouse in Dummerston Center. And equally grateful to the town of Dummerston, who generously contributed money at last year's town meeting. So with these funds, we've been able to do major structural repairs. We've graded the land around the building to improve the drainage. We've installed gutters, and we are using dehumidifiers in the crawl space to try to dry out the area. Some monitoring is required. That goes on regularly. There are some uncertainties about how it's all going to work in the long run. But the direction is good, and the building is saved. And for that, we thank you once again very much.
Thank you. Real quick, again.
Could you start with your name, Eric?
I'm sorry, Eric Lineback. As Energy Committee Chair, I would like to officially thank Stan, a.k.a. Smokey Howe, who I don't see here, who has served on the committee for many years, long before I joined, and contributed immensely. The guy loves, he's still around, crunching numbers and doing research, and has really been a key member of our committee. He's, our meeting last night was his official last meeting, so I wish him well. Again, he's still around and in town, but he's just not going to be helping us on the committee anymore. And in light of that, I would like to also plug the Energy Committee to all of my fellow residents. Anyone interested in joining us, helping us, we would welcome that, so get in touch. Thank you.
Ed, down front.
Thank you. Ed Anthes, speaking on behalf of Green Mountain Conservancy and our Deer Run Nature Preserve project. Last year, you'll recall that town meeting gave unanimous support to this project, and I'm happy to report that in December we closed on the first 287 acres of the nature preserve. So that land is preserved in perpetuity for all of us. It's open for recreation, for hiking, for hunting. You can access it on Camp Arden Road. We are entering the second phase, raising funds to purchase an adjacent 626 acres that will include 2.5 miles of West River frontage. That land is in Brookline and in Newfane. But when you get the chance, come out. There's a trail that's 2.2 miles from Camp Arden Road up to the summit and back down again, another 2.2 miles. You can see the covered bridge from high on the hill. And beautiful old trees, so try to come out.
Anyone else? Yes, Calvin.
While we're on the...
Calvin, your name?
Oh, Calvin Farwell. While we're on the subject of Dummerston Cares and recognitions, I want to say that Bill Johnson, who is not in this room right now, probably he's not here because he's busy moving from his home on Sticking Brook Road to an apartment in Colony Mill in Keene, back near Bill's roots. Bill was a very active a very active participant in a number of committees, including Dummerston Cares. I think he was one of the founders, isn't that right? Yes. And he went about his business fairly quietly, so maybe many of you never got to know him. But he is an octogenarian himself, and so he deserves a rest. If you ever see Bill, just pat him on the back for all he's done.
Roger?
Thank you, Roger Turner. We are down to kind of the very end, but if any of you haven't taken advantage of doing the broadband survey, which is being provided, tablets are being provided to do it in the back hall, please do. It's to determine interest in and potential for creating a communication union district in this area to try to run broadband to last mile. So particularly if you live up away from the road and you haven't yet, away from the main roads, and you haven't yet filled out a survey, please do that. It's also available online. If you go to the wyndhamregional.org website, it's available there. Thank you.
Yes, Maeve?
Maeve Jenks again. I wasn't going to speak, but we're all giving acknowledgement. I just wanted to say thank you to our auditors. I did it for a couple of years, and it was just too much, and I had to back away. And so I know Charlotte acknowledged the work that went into making our town report, and then it was unfortunate we didn't get it in time, but I started to clap and realized I was the only one. So I just wanted to take a moment to specifically acknowledge those that audit these reports every year, and monthly and quarterly, and then make this report, because it is not easy, and it's paid but basically volunteer. So I just wanted to say thank you very much. And if we can clap for that, and then I'm going to talk again. Sorry, I'll be very quick. I also just wanted to say that I am part of our recreation board, and while we would love to do more, and when I joined the board, I was all gung-ho about the things that we can do in our community and get involved recreationally, we are not manpowered enough to do more than just run the youth sports program, which consists of soccer, basketball, and baseball, which I promise takes a lot and is very rewarding. The thought that a lot of these children who learn these sports and learn how to have a team and have self-confidence, I'm involved with every sport, and it's why I keep doing it. And but I ask that people look to get involved. We're always looking for more hands and coaches and referees. So if you love a sport or you wish that our town did more with the recreation board, please reach out, get in touch with us. Anybody in the town office knows how to reach me specifically. And we would love your input, and we would love to be able to do more for our town. We're just limited with our time and resources. So thank you all as a town. I love living here and being a part of this, and I appreciate you all.
So over the weekend, I was listening to the mainstream media and was...
Sorry, Eric, could you state
Eric
your
Kruger. Sorry. I was listening to the mainstream media and was slightly overwhelmed about all the discussion about the coronavirus. And I actually emailed the select board, who responded within a matter of hours, saying, I'm going to bring up this topic at town meeting because my understanding is that due to the way our government is structured and budget cuts and what all and so forth, that the response to such an incident in our community would be really left locally. We're not going to get a lot of support from up above. And I'm heartened by the fact that Dummerston has spent time and effort on what we've traditionally called resilience, whether that be to a natural disaster or a weather disaster or something like that. So I feel fairly confident that Dummerston's a step ahead of those poor souls in New York City. But I started to jot down the number that was mentioned by representatives for the Department of Health if somebody had a concern about their exposure or their travel, but I didn't finish writing it down. So I have 802 on my paper here. And my request to the select board is that somewhere on the town website or in the town documents, when somebody Googles coronavirus Dummerston, there is a link to whom they can call if they have concerns. And also that we think in advance before we go to Brown Roberts and try to buy the N95 masks that are out of stock for 4 months. What do we really need to do as individuals and as a community so that if we find ourselves housebound or limited geographically, what we can do to help each other and help ourselves so that we ride this one out a little bit better than other folks. My understanding is in the end, we'll probably be all right, but there's going to be some social disruption that we're not accustomed to. And so I think it bears everyone thinking, what can I personally do and what can I do to support my neighbors? And having a phone number to call if you have questions, even if it's busy all the time, is one step I think our town can take.
Eric, I believe that phone number is 802-863-7240. Anyone else? Anyone else has something to contribute today? Oh, Terry, sorry.
Terry Chapman, I move to adjourn.
I'll second.
Second.
You got that?
Yes.
All in favor of adjournment, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned. Have a great year.
Good morning.
You can hear us all okay?
I think so.
Good, okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Representative Malone is here to present the bill. And we're relating to the education of children of parents who are homeless. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're on the floor.
Thank you. Martin Malone, representative from South Burlington. I'm here to do a brief introduction of H638, which on its face is a fairly straightforward bill, but that I just doomed it. Because, of course, once you guys get into it, I'm sure there'll be all sorts of issues that you'll have to deal with. But in any event, Patrick Burke, the principal from South Burlington, who's on the phone to join us, he and I were discussing this probably last fall when he raised this as an issue, that a child who is at school who has been homeless, that individual can really go to any school, but in such a situation, that child could be at a particular high school, establish some routine, some semblance of normalcy in his or her life, and then happily, the parents or guardians could find a permanent residence in a different location, a different district. And under the current law, that student would have to transfer to that other high school. Which the problem is that a child like this has dealt with a lot of adversity, and it may be better for that individual to be able to complete high school in that school where he or she has started. I mean, that's the crux of the bill, is to be able to allow that to happen if the student has gone through sophomore year, so has established those relationships in high school, that student should have the opportunity to finish high school at that particular school. So that's the crux of it, and I'm happy to take some initial questions, and we'll probably defer all the hard questions to Patrick.
And I neglected to say that Patrick Burke is on the phone with us this morning. Any questions?
I'm just trying to pull up the bill, but Martin, I know we have talked about this before. There is provision in the bill for the parents to be involved in that decision, right? I'm sorry,
Yes.
I'm just looking for that language.
It's towards the end. It's on, I believe, around line 17 and 19 on page 3.
Unless the child's parents.
Yes, okay.
Right. So there's
So
a
there's
decision.
sort of a buy-in process.
There is, yes. That's correct.
Okay. The only other question I had, I don't know if this is more for Jim, but did receive an email from Amanda Garces of the Vermont Human Rights Commission, who had requested that we consider changing the word parent for caregiver or guardian to address the interests of kids who are being raised by grandparents, aunts, uncles, and friends.
Yeah, I think something along those lines makes sense.
About.
Yeah, we certainly want to have whoever is in charge of that child's upbringing to be involved in that decision. So I think that would be a fine change.
You described this as it would allow this to happen.
and I'm sorry I haven't read through it in great detail, but essentially it would take the decision out of this. Right now, a school has sort of the leeway to allow it to happen anyway.
No, not really.
Not really?
Right. Sorry to interrupt. But
Yeah, so I can leave that for Patrick, but very, very quickly, I understand that a school can have transfer students, but the student is not counted as one of the students in that school. Right. And in this instance, it would be. So the money would follow or stay with that student.
So it boils down to residents.
Right. So.
All right. And it would require then a school to allow this to happen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. So if there are no other questions, I'll run off to my other meeting.
I could share just like a scenario of what this looks like in practice, and then.
So Patrick, you probably should say your name for your. Sorry, I didn't mean to take your.
No, that's okay. Patrick, can you introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Sure, I'm Patrick Burke. I'm principal at South Burlington High School.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Sure thing. So, I mean, without going into too much detail about the actual language of the proposed legislation, the reality for us is that what happens is we'll have some students who will, one way or another, kind of lose their permanent housing, and they'll end up classified as homeless. And because there's a federal law, McKinney-Vento, which you may be familiar with, which allows for homeless students to maintain the educational residence in the district that they were originally enrolled in when they became homeless. So we do have already, we'll have students who are residents of the city of South Burlington, they become homeless, then let's say that they end up in a shelter in Burlington or in a hotel in Colchester. They can continue to enroll in South Burlington because of McKinney-Vento, which is a federal legislation or regulation. But then what can happen is they can then find a permanent residence, and let's say they find a permanent residence in Winooski or in Burlington or Colchester, and then we're in the situation where it's like, okay, now you've lost your educational residency that you had because you lived in South Burlington, and you've lost your McKinney-Vento status, and so now you need to transfer to Winooski or Burlington or whatever. And you know, my perspective is that, like, it's obviously, it's hard enough for these young people, and I also understand that, like, maybe if it's somebody who's in 6th grade or 7th grade, it would be fine for them, and probably beneficial for them to enroll in school in the town in which they're residing. But when it comes to someone who's really playing out the end of their educational career and has established relationships at a high school, probably with social workers and guidance counselors, let's let that kid finish and not create another bump in the road for them. And the way that we can allow for that to happen is for them to be able to maintain their educational residency in the community that they had established it when they became homeless. So that's it. I mean, it's really, and it's unfortunately something that happens more than you would think, and particularly in South Burlington, where the housing market is very tight. We have a lot of, not a lot, I mean, I don't want to overstate it, but, they are memorable situations where you really feel like, you want to be able to support the student and help them finish what they started in your system. And that's it. It's really that simple, and I explained that to Martin, and I don't like being in conversations with families where I have to say, like, I'm sorry, we would love to have your child stay here, but they need to transfer to wherever.
Patrick, Representative Copley, do you find that this is a growing problem in our schools? Have you spoken with other principals throughout the state? Thank you.
Thanks, Martin.
No. No, I haven't spoken with other principals. I would suspect that that this issue is one that, as the your more populated areas in the state, it's more significant, and so I would suspect. Perfect. Now we're doing morning announcements here at the high school. So I suspect that, and a lot of times in Chittenden County, like even where the lines are drawn, is difficult for people. So I've got folks who are like, look, I'm going to stay homeless until I find a place in South Burlington. They think they find a place in South Burlington only to learn that, oh, it's actually not in South Burlington. It's in the south end of Burlington, or and something like that. So I think it is more common in Chittenden County, probably also in your more densely populated areas that have multiple school districts that make up like a metropolitan area. So it might happen down in other parts of the state, but I think it's something that happens up here. It's hard to move out of the Newport, the North Country Union School District. It's like, I think it's like 100 miles, so
Very true.
I would suspect that they experience this a little bit less than we do. But, and again, I don't want to overstate the number of times this happens, but it does, it's not infrequent, and it is a situation where I really feel like we can just fix it and help out kids and families who are already in a tough spot.
Peter, did you?
Yeah, and this may be a better question for our legislative council, but I'm just wondering if this is a system that could be gamed in some way. In other words, you live in South Burlington, you've got a kid who's completing 10th grade, you sell your house, you live with grandma and grandpa for a couple of weeks to rendering you homeless, and then you move to Winooski, and then you can sort of claim this, even though what you've really done is just sort of moved, found a loophole to keep your kid at the high school that you were just in. And I don't know, are there legal definitions of what is homeless? And so I'm just curious if this system can be gamed in any way.
Is that for me, or is that for legal counsel?
I don't know who the best person is. I guess if you have a response, that would be
I have a response.
Great.
I mean, to be honest, I don't see how that, even that situation, I don't see how that games the system, because all that's allowing to happen is for South Burlington to continue, or for that family to continue their educational residency for their 10th grade or beyond student for the final 3 years of that child's educational experience. So even in that case, like, Winooski's not losing a student. The money's going to South Burlington already anyway. And so, I mean, that's kind of the next layer to this issue are other families, mom dies or dad takes off and they lose their house and they're now housing insecure, but they aren't homeless, and they have that exact situation that you just described. We're telling those kids they have to transfer also, which is, if you ask me, nonsensical, but at least this bill takes care of students. And I don't know. I read the proposed bill, and it looked like there's some language in there that talks about what it means to be homeless. I know McKinney-Vento has definitions of what it means to be homeless, but I don't have any concerns about anybody. The educational residency in itself is an interesting dynamic because especially at the high school level, because there's no if a student moves, it's almost like when my students move to Winooski and want to stay enrolled here, well, Winooski's not losing a student; it's the student stays enrolled here. I don't really. I mean, if you ask me, that should be okay too, and regardless of the reason. But for now, I think it would be nice to take care of the kids and families that are clearly in crisis, much less as opposed to other students who just are experiencing disruption.
Thanks. Thank you, Patrick. Any other questions?
Yeah, I got one.
Caleb?
Yeah.
Caleb? Go ahead.
Representative Elder here. Just curious, how many students do you think this might apply to roughly over like a, it could be over a 5-year period even? I mean, and I know these dynamics are changing in schools, but over the past 5 years, is this kind of a problem that exists in single-digit numbers or in dozens? I mean, can you just kind of give me a sense for the scale?
Yeah, I was going to say 10, but
okay.
So yeah, I would say 5 to 10. 5 to 10 students.
Over the past maybe 5 years or something, or would you say that?
Yeah, I think we have 1 or 2 a year that probably fit into this category, and as you're saying, that dynamic changes.
And your school district, how many students or equalized pupils or whatever measure?
Oh, I mean, I have 940 students at my high school, like bodies. I don't know what that translates to.
Right, okay, but at the high school is...
Yeah.
Right, all right.
Well, Patrick, Representative Kupla here. I serve on the Child Poverty and Strengthening Families Advisory Board, and I think the information that I received is that this is a problem that's growing due to poverty in our state, and homelessness is growing as well. So I would suspect that we're going to find more and more of these issues popping up with our schools. And I certainly thank you for your testimony. And if there are no more questions,
sorry, I do have one question. Yeah, this is Representative James from Manchester. One of the first things I asked Martin about was this clause at the very end about basically getting parental and district buy-in, so that, I was envisioning, I guess, a situation that I didn't think would be ideal, where maybe a student was being allowed to stay in that district against, over the wishes of his family or over the wishes of the receiving district. And I just wonder, if you've seen that scenario or how you would see that playing out. I guess I was very happy to see that the parents had a voice here, and wonder if you could reflect on that just a little bit.
I think it's, I haven't seen a situation where the students and family did not want to stay in the district where the child resides. I think what would make sense, to your point, would be that if they want to have their educational residency shifted to where they now have a permanent residence, of course they have the right to do that. I'm not certain that it necessarily would benefit or would have the impact of the intended legislation if you give my school the option to say no. I think that when the student has established educational residency as public schools, it's our responsibility to educate them regardless of their situation. And so this legislation should give that student and family all the rights that a resident of South Burlington would have in terms of accessing a free, appropriate public education in South Burlington. And I say that because, honestly, there are times when, obviously students and families who are in crisis and are experiencing insecurity relative to housing, there's often affiliated difficulties that can make my life harder, can make a school's life harder, but that's our job. And we should, not create an additional hurdle for those students. I mean, I think if you really looked at a student who's in that situation who's already finished 10th grade, the chances of them not completing high school just completely multiply exponentially if you're now telling them that they have to enroll in a new school that has maybe different graduation requirements, where they have no friends and they don't have a social worker, or they don't have a guidance counselor. And so I don't think my schools, if this legislation passes, I think those students it shouldn't be up to me or other high school principals or school boards or whoever makes those decisions to
judge counsel on this issue, or?
I can walk through the dogs, right?
Okay, that would be great, thank you.
Okay, so let us start with existing law. So on C1, line 18, oh sorry, for the record, Jim Damer, Judge Counsel, walking through what is this? H what?
638.
638, thank you. Okay, so E1 on line 18 says, for the purposes of this title, the legal residence or residence of a child, parents who are homeless, is the child's school of origin, which I'll come back to, unless the parents and another school district agree that the child's attendance in school in that district, will be in the best interest of the child. So already we have in law this involvement of a parent and the school district to make the decision, which is replicated below. The reference to school of origin is above. That definition is on line 12. It says, as used in this section, school of origin means the school in which the child was enrolled at the time of placement into custody of the Commissioner for Children and Families, or in the case of a student already in the custody the school the student most recently attended. So the default for a homeless student is school of origin. Okay, the definition of a homeless student is a child of parents who are homeless. Means it's child whose parents lack a fixed, regular, and adequate residence, or have a primary nighttime residence in a supervised publicly or privately operated shelter, etc. So this bill doesn't deal with what happens when you're the child of homeless parents. It's already in law. This bill deals with what happens when the parents are no longer homeless. They were homeless, now they're no longer homeless. What happens to that child? Okay? So 9 says, notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary under this section, if a child of parents who are homeless was enrolled in completed grade 10 in a Vermont public school, and the child's parents either during that academic year or during the following 2 academic years are no longer homeless, and take up residency in a school district other than the school district in which the child enrolled in completed grade 10, then the child shall be considered to be a legal resident of the school district in which the child completed grade 10 for such time that it takes for the student to graduate from high school, unless the child's parents and another school district agree that the child's attendance in school in that school district will be in the best interest of the child. Picking up from the earlier language about being homeless and having the parents be able to override the school of origin. Okay.
Questions? Peter?
I'm just running through various scenarios in my head, so I'll try to do this one thinking a little bit out loud. So you are a non-operating district that tuitions all of your kids. Let's just take one of my towns, Hancock. Your family who lives there, Hancock tuitions your child to Harwood. You become homeless, and then you move to Virgins.
The parents are, yeah, okay.
Would this obligate Hancock to continue to pay tuition for this student to attend Harwood?
I would say yes, because the student is entitled to continue his or her education at Harwood for 2 more years.
Yeah.
And the only way that happens is through the tuition payment. So, or does it talk about tuition here expressly? And that's the result.
Challenging. So, this bill relates to high school
10th grade. Yeah.
10th grade.
And then having 2 more years, or as long as it takes to graduate from high school.
How does this issue, are we not including children in an elementary school who are homeless?
No.
No, grade 10. Said grade 10 on it, I think.
Yeah, grade 10.
Well, that's what the bill reads.
Yeah.
My question is, what about all the other kids who are homeless?
I think maybe there's a presumption. Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, go ahead.
I mean, I guess my interpretation is that with a younger kid, it's just maybe not even possible. You know, that you'd have to essentially be going where you're. That maybe a kid in 11th or 12th grade might have that degree of mobility to get from Winooski to South Burlington, or that's what I was kind of hearing. Maybe I've got that wrong, but just that the practicality of doing it, and also doing it over. What do if it happens in 4th grade, you're going to keep this kid in a different district than the one they live in for 8 years. That's what I was picking up as just.
And they would have the time to build those social and support networks.
Yeah.
Well, to me, the transportation for elementary would be the biggest thing. Mom and Dad would, I'm sure a bus is not going to come out of a district to take you to another school. So we're back to being rural and not having transportation for young people.
Any other questions? Casey?
No, I'm just thinking about what Peter said, and that's really kind of that scenario. They're paying twice, basically, because Virginians is still paying.
That's right.
Wherever they live, that property tax is going to schools.
Why are they paying twice?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
No, I didn't say they were paying
not
twice.
twice,
That
but
the community that's tuitioning is now tuitioning a student that no longer lives in their community.
In their community. So technically, if they move into a house that they're paying property taxes on, that property tax, regardless, is still going to their dads.
They could say they're renting an apartment.
Right.
Well, actually, that's a really good twist. I hadn't thought about that. So the parents no longer living in Hancock in your scenario. So usually it's the parent's resident that decides where the child goes to school. So the child, if the parents move from Hancock to South Burlington, right? I think then the kid still gets to stay in the school. I'm not sure what school district that would.
Harwood, let's just say.
Harwood.
They're not. I mean, it's a tuition town.
Okay, so they get to go to the school they've been in. But in terms of who pays for that, I don't think it would be, because parents don't know where they live there anymore, so that doesn't make sense.
Got it. I think it would be Harwood under this bill because that's now the student's legal town resident.
And Harwood would be counting them as an equalized pupil.
That's what I was.
And they would be,
which they wouldn't be if they were being tuitioned.
because you only count, for ADM purposes, you only count students of residence.
Yeah.
And the kid would be a student of resident of Harwood.
Well, I guess if we were to move forward with this, I would maybe
clarify
Clarify that.
Yeah.
glad we discussed that a second time.
Well, I think it can get sticky, especially if it gets into greater volumes. And, I co-sponsor this bill. I think it sounds like a good idea, and I think it's based around basically compassion and wanting to keep the momentum someone has with these services as they finish up high school. So I'm all for that, but it gets really tricky, right? And if you're talking about Chittenden County, if you're talking about South Burlington and Winooski, you're talking about different housing costs. You're talking about something that could be created to be kind of helpful for a small number of students, but then could, but now nobody's looking to be homeless for any period of time just so they can move. But it is true in the case that Kathleen was talking about, what if a student is homeless and is then placed actually with a new guardian who doesn't live in that town? In some ways that would be a benefit, that you say, hey, well, I'm being placed with a new guardian in Richmond, but I'm going to be able to keep going to South Burlington. It's fine as long as just a couple kids do it. But as soon as, anybody, starts to say, oh, well, this is like a good way to kind of keep kids in this district that's really desirable, and with people that are in all kinds of different communities with different tax rates, it just takes the CLA. It could really make things tricky if it ever crept to more than like 1% or
people
even
who
less.
try to game the systems.
Any kind of gaming of the system would need to be guarded against. carefully. But I like the basic concept.
Any other questions? Well, thank you, Patrick.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
You too, Jim. Thank you.
Back to the team. I wanted to go through, before we go through the bill, we've got basically a dumpster fire on the current definition of teacher requirements.
Yeah.
So before we go through the bill,
Oh, I thought we had like a literal, like we had like that. A dumpster fire.
yeah. Which, so I wanted to go through current law and rule with you to see where the issues are. Then we get to that section, we can have a more robust conversation about what to do about it.
Thank you.
Because I'm not sure what to do about it, frankly, and it's confusing.
There was a dumpster fire at Burlington.
Yes, that's why it was.
Be clear.
Well, it's an expression for a reason, you know.
There we go.
They do burn.
Okay, so let's go through current law. This is 829, the statute on pre-K. And this is a qualification requirement. It's called pre-qualification in current law. We're not calling it that, but what it says is that a program of pre-K education, whether provided by a school district or a private provider, so covers both, shall have received, and then it has the accreditation requirements, right? And then they have to have a licensed provider, question mark, there. It's not clear what that means because we don't use that term in the statute. It's not clear what license means, by whom or whatever. Okay, that's a question mark. So a licensed provider shall employ,
Oh, gosh.
shall employ or contract for the services of at least one teacher who is licensed and endorsed, etc. Okay, it doesn't say how many hours. It doesn't say what the teacher has to do. Okay, and you're not sure actually who it applies to.
Is licensed provider just, are they trying to just?
So can I help with that? So the way that the CDC regs are set up, there are licensed center-based child care facilities, and then there are licensed and registered family child care homes. And whether they're licensed or registered depends on their size and their ratios. So when we see licensed provider, we're wondering, does that mean all licensed facilities, meaning the licensed center-based and the licensed family child care homes? And then on 3, line 13, registered, does that only mean the registered family child care homes? Or was it just unclear at the time that it was drafted and somebody was using licensed provider as a shorthand for center-based facilities generally, and registered home provider generally to mean all home family child care homes? We're not sure what the original intent was.
Was it pre-qualified? Was it just meaning pre-qualified providers?
These are the requirements to become pre-qualified, right? And it's supposed to apply to a school district and private provider. So is the school district a licensed provider? I'm not sure about that either. So anyway, there's a lot of confusion as to what this means.
Yeah.
It comes to this one here. This one says that a registered home provider that's not licensed and endorsed. Okay, a home provider is not licensed and endorsed. A teacher is. So I'm not sure what that means because it doesn't really make sense.
But like you could have a teacher who owns a home center, and so but that's not necessarily the norm.
Right, that's what, well, that situation could happen, and that's what we were talking about this morning when we were going through this language. But the way that the bill defines a private provider, it defines it as a program, not a person. So even in that situation, this language is a little bit unworkable.
So it's true too. The registered home provider that is not licensed and endorsed in early childhood education shall receive regular active supervision and training from a teacher who is licensed and endorsed. Okay, it doesn't say how many hours, but it does say what they have to do. So it says supervision and training. So unlike this one, which doesn't say what the teacher has to do, at least this one gives some direction that it's about supervision and training, but it doesn't say how many hours. That's current law. Okay, current rules. This is Rule 2605. So it says that in addition to being applicable early childhood program licensing regulations, etc., here are the staff requirements. So teachers in pre-K classrooms in public schools shall hold a valid educator license with an endorsement. Okay, doesn't say what they have to do. Doesn't say how many hours. Okay, and then it goes on to say private pre-qualified providers are Sarah-based. Okay, shall employ for the services of a licensed teacher. It says that it has to be for 10 hours. It doesn't say whether the teacher has to teach or supervise, so we're not clear as to what the teacher has to do, but 10 hours has been put in by rule. And then the operator of a family child care home has 3 options to meet this requirement. The first option is that the operator holds a valid Vermont educator license up to this point. That's one option. Or B, the operator employs a contract with the services of a teacher who holds that license for at least 10 hours per week. So that tells you that it's 10 hours, but again, doesn't tell you what they have to be doing in the classroom. And then
just to make it clear, we're talking about a home-based one, not a center. And we've been talking about 3 hours. That says 10 hours.
It says 10.
And 3 was somewhere in a statute.
It's coming next. So there are 3 options of applying here. 1, the operator holds the license. 2, you have 10 hours of teaching time, or 10 hours of teacher time, not teaching necessarily. And then C, the program receives regular hands-on active training and supervision from a teacher who holds a valid Vermont educator license for at least 3 hours per week.
So just to clarify, then A is if you're licensed, B is if you have someone coming in for 10 hours, and C is if you have someone coming in for 3 hours provided supervision.
All 3 are options for that.
All 3 are options.
So when we talked yesterday after your committee meeting about maintaining the status quo. This is the status quo.
Yeah.
And this is really confusing. Yeah. So as we try to put the status quo into this draft, into the format of this draft, we're not even sure that we got it right, frankly. So we'll go through it, but that gives you the background for why it's difficult.
Jim, what's the difference between B and C?
B and C, so these are all options showing up here for all options for a child care home.
Right, but B says 10 hours in contract.
Yeah.
And then C says 3 hours with a teacher. So why would you?
Because I think with this, I interpret this, and this is my own guess, that the 10 hours here is really for direct instruction, because this one's for active supervision and training. So if you're not going to do 10 hours of direct instruction, then you have to have someone. So that's just my guess as to what that 10 hours means.
So why would you pay somebody?
Nobody would do this. I think nobody probably does this because they can either do it by having the operator license or get 3 hours.
Well, it's interesting that C doesn't even refer to contracting or employing. It just says receiving. Like you could, I guess it's hard to be supervised by somebody you don't have a contract with, but it's just interesting that you say employs your contract with the services, and then down below just say, hey, you receive it. You can just have a friendly licensed teacher that swings in. You know, it'd be interesting to see how often that is happening.
I think there is a solution to all this, which is
Thank you.
which is not in the current language of the bill. I'm not sure how to approach the current language of the bill, but you do have the back of your bill, this group that's studying all this stuff. I think we can put back in there, we already have language about recommendations as to how things should work. We should be more specific back there and say, how should it work for center-based, for home-based that has an operator with a license for that one. All the variations, and get a recommendation a year from now as to how it all should play out for all these categories.
So we will be getting, if and when this bill ever passes, we would be getting a report back on sort of current practice. And then this would be asking what is our best practice? What's the recommendation for best practice?
I think in a bill we might have it imperfect, but going forward, hopefully we'll get it right because we got a recommendation.
Did you just say proficiency?
No, no.
No.
I did not say proficiency.
No. Okay. Thank goodness.
I'm avoiding that topic for now.
Yes.
Okay, so that takes us, are we okay with this? Can we
Yeah,
move on?
okay, so it's very clear that going back to what's currently in the statute is not very clear.
Yeah, or enroll.
Or enroll.
And we, Jim, what you're saying is we can't solve this easily. The better approach would be to let the sort of study committee.
I think two things. I think the study committee would be great to get a recommendation no matter what, maybe going forward, I think. But the solving it currently, maybe the agencies can, because there's practice happening out there, and we should probably write status quo to reflect current practice. I'm not sure what that even is, so maybe we can approach it that way for this draft.
I think that sounds, I do with you. I think that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, we've tried. We'll come to what we've tried to do. Yeah. Okay, should we go into the draft?
Yeah, sure. Thank you for clarifying
The
that.
confusion.
I was just expressing the confusion. I wasn't clarifying. All right, where do we start here? Page 2. Okay. All right, so we have this definition of pre-K education. We used to have more words after this last word standard here. That was talking about how you go about teaching pre-K with qualified teachers, etc. That's been taken out of here, and you'll see it later on in the back of the bill as we talked about findings and purpose behind the study that you're doing. There's a whole new subsection on that, and you'll find that language back there.
Yeah, I'd like to advocate for having Vermont Early Learning Standards being capitalized.
That's not how they write. They have very, you talk about how you write bills and where things get capitalized. We don't have control over that.
Yeah, we have.
As long as they know there's a document that people should be using called Vermont Early Learning Standards.
Okay.
It's a specific document. It's not just something random, just. If you read that, would you know to go to that document?
I wouldn't even know what the document is.
Oh, okay.
But we could probably cross-reference it.
That would be great.
Where does it live? Is it living on a website like with ALE?
I'll just ask them if that's necessary. This is the conventions that they use. They even added a few years ago that some things were capitalized. They used to have nothing capitalized.
Well, this here is current law.
Right.
So whatever they're doing now is changing it.
I personally don't see the need to do that. I don't know if other people do.
I guess I would be concerned if you capitalized it. We are getting really down here in the weeds. Then it would limit it to just the document and wouldn't be allowing in other standards that might exist that aren't in the VELS document. To me, this is more inclusive of not only VELS, but any other early learning standards we might have.
Can we put that aside for now?
It's probably one of the most important things in this bill as far as I'm concerned, but.
It actually comes later in terms of how they assess progress and the data that they take is addressed elsewhere. But we'll deal with that later.
Okay.
All right. Then we're going to go up to up here. Okay. So we define what it means to expand a pre-K program. So it says it's used in the subdivision 4. The expansion of a pre-K education program means an increase in the number of children served in the program, where the increase would require additional teachers or classrooms. And that's the definition from the state board rules that Sandra gave us.
Require additional teachers and classrooms.
That works,
We agreed.
Okay, here we get into the dumpster fire, and I'll give it to Kate.
Okay.
I was there. So
what we've done is we still have it broken down into 2 paragraphs. And then the first paragraph deals with just center-based childcare programs. So if you remember, the existing language talked about licensed providers. A licensed provider technically is a family childcare home. It could be because they can be licensed. But we kept all the family childcare home together in paragraph 2. We were thinking that was closer to the intent. So in paragraph 1, for a private provider that's regulated as a center-based childcare home, employing or contracting for the service of at least one teacher who is licensed and endorsed in early childhood education or early childhood special education. This doesn't say anything about what the activity is. Is it direct instruction? Is it supervision? It's silent on that, and it doesn't say anything about the hours.
As in current law.
As in current law. Second paragraph, for a private provider that is regulated as a family child care home. The word regulated encompasses both the licensed and the registered homes. And it says, so for a private provider regulated as a family child care home that is not operated by a person who is licensed and endorsed in early childhood ed or special ed, so somebody without a teacher's license, the provider shall receive regular active supervision and training from a teacher who is licensed and endorsed in early childhood education or in early childhood special education. So if you're a family child care home, you don't have a teacher's license, the provider is shall receive regular active supervision and training from somebody who does have a license. It doesn't specify the number of hours.
So in current law, that was the one where it was 3 or 10, right?
It was, yes, it was broken into 3 different categories.
Under the state board rules, not under current statute. This reflects current statute. This, we think, reflects current statute.
So this could actually take us backwards if possible.
Meaning?
Meaning that the amount of time that had a teacher in the classroom could be reduced.
So right now the current statute doesn't say anything about hours. It's all in the rule, and this doesn't change the rule.
Right. Oh, I see.
Didn't have 3 hours in staff?
No.
No.
Or 10.
Okay. Caleb?
No, go ahead, Caleb.
Right. I guess that part of that was my question that Chris asked, but I had a comment kind of from before after we looked at the situations that currently exist, which is in some ways it makes sense given how much variety you saw on your 28 program tour, and we can see just on the Addison County tour that I was part of that one day, it in some ways makes sense that we could see the level of just permutation that we see within these programs, because these rules are, between the rule and the statute, it is pretty open to interpretation, and that does seem kind of borne out by our current marketplace.
And we will be looking for recommendations to tighten this up in the study.
My question goes to line 16, I guess. What does regular mean?
Line 16.
Line 16?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, is
it's not
active supervision, regular active supervision?
It's not a defined term, but it comes from your existing law. So it's what you currently have in statute, regular active supervision and training.
And then the rules that define it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, regular means 3 hours.
Yes.
Per week.
Yeah.
That's the rule.
Yeah.
Or 10.
Or 10.
So I'd be curious if the agencies come in and tell us that this is not reflecting current, their view of current law or practice. It'd be useful to know.
Yeah.
I think because we're guessing as to, we're not guessing, but we're trying to use our best interpretation. Okay. All right. So moving on from that. So the public side, so now we're on the public requirements. So again, we've gone back to just put in the current law for public programs, which is that to employ or contract for the services of at least one teacher who is licensed and endorsed. So under the previous version of this bill, last version, this had that it had to be direct instruction, and it had to be teaching for the full day of the program, That's not what current law says. This is what current law says. So we're going back and putting that back in again, trying to keep the status quo.
I'm sorry, that's just for the privates, right?
This is public, we're in the public.
Okay,
We're in the
so
public.
we definitely, there's some challenge I'm hearing to that if we include that language, does that mean that we also bring the whole agency of human services back into oversight?
With the stars part.
With the stars part.
That's not what this is, though. We're not there. This is the requirement to have a teacher in the class.
Okay.
So the last version of the bill for public programs, it said that the teacher had to provide direct instruction and had to be there for the entire day.
I guess I'm going up
Yeah.
to lines 1 and 2.
Yeah. So and we reverse back to current law on this. So there's no talk now about direct instruction or on a number of hours. This up here, this qualification requirement, this would pull if you want to comply by getting 4 stars. You have to, as a public provider, have to comply with AHS's requirements under that program.
Is there a way to make sure we're not dragging the whole agency over as well? That's what my concern is.
So you have language, could we skip to page 11? Page 11, when we talk about regulatory oversight and rules. We have on line 10, AOE shall have sole regulatory oversight of pre-K education programs offered by public providers with the exceptions that we have 2 exceptions. So the first is you receive CCFAP, then AHS oversees compliance with CCFAP, but the second is if the public provider chooses to satisfy program quality requirements using the 4 stars, then DCF shall have regulatory oversight of the provider's compliance and stars only, not the whole program, but their compliance with stars.
And that would be the public school's choice.
Yes.
If they want to do that.
Well, it's a choice between, you're really going to have a choice between stars and AC.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not sure how intrusive stars oversight is. I just don't know. Maybe that's for the agencies to testify on.
I know that's a concern, flag it as a concern that we've heard. Because I think the reason to have the stars was that it was something that parents could compare, and the stars was useful for that. But if there's just that concern, we'll have to find out what that means.
Okay, so then we go on from here.
So you were on page 7, sorry.
Yeah, but there were no
changes.
No changes.
Just there's really not, it doesn't seem plausible that AOE could administer STARS qualification. I mean, that doesn't seem too credible, right? So it's sort of like if a public program wants to have the STARS, I don't really see that there's any other way for them to get it than to go through the people that regulate STARS. So maybe it's just like if NACI is the other option, maybe the question is like, is NACI going to work for the public schools? And
It's a much higher standard.
so do we think the public schools are going to want the STARS?
It's a question that we'll ask them. Let's hold that when we get the books.
Because that does seem like a pretty big threat to trying to bifurcate our regulation.
And we have the school boards in the room, so we'll be asking for feedback from them on that.
Okay, so you asked for findings and purpose. Can you do it? This is usually
Sure, I can do this. So we had talked a little bit about language, legislative intent around the direct instruction concept. Why are we asking for all this information back? So in subsection A, you're kind of building your case as to why this information is important. First, in subdivision 1, pre-kindergarten education is provided in Vermont through a mixed delivery system by a combination of private providers, which are regulated either as center-based child care programs or family child care homes, and by public schools. In subdivision 2, a private center-based provider is required to employ or contract with a teacher with a valid Vermont educator license and an endorsement in either early childhood education or early childhood special education, which we're calling for the purposes of this section a qualified teacher. A family child care home is also required to employ or contract with a qualified teacher unless the operator of the family child care home is a qualified teacher. Subdivision 3, while public schools retain qualified teachers to provide direct instruction to pre-K students, under current law, private providers retain qualified teachers to either provide direct instruction to pre-K students or training and supervision to the provider, staff, or both. Subdivision 4, the General Assembly finds that it is best practice for pre-K education to be delivered through the implementation of high-quality, effective, direct instruction by qualified educators who use evidence-based practices within intentionally designed early learning environments.
Which is pretty much the language that came from.
Yeah, correct, yeah.
Subdivision 5, however, the General Assembly recognizes that there may be some challenges to requiring private providers to retain qualified teachers to solely provide direct instruction, which may include a lack of qualified teachers in Vermont and the financial impact this requirement may have on private providers and families. 6, therefore, the General Assembly is commissioning the study under subsection B of this section in order to better understand the issues and concerns that may arise if private providers were required to retain qualified teachers to solely provide direct instruction for all or portion of the pre-K education hours that are publicly funded.
Well, I'm just going to talk. I was waiting to be recognized.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'm just being polite.
You were.
Typo and solely. Sorry, I'm an editor. You've got solely spelled wrong twice.
Thank you.
Sure. Going up, the thing I'm confused about is that I thought I saw something earlier. It was one of our yellow highlighted sections that implied to me that licensed teachers were not required to provide direct instruction at public schools. And that was news to me, and I don't know where I thought I saw that already.
Well,
I should have flagged it at a time. I'm sorry.
It's here. Let's see. While public schools retain qualified teachers to provide direct instruction, it doesn't say they're required to under law, but they do in fact, right? So I was careful of wording that sentence, not to make it like a legal requirement.
Okay, so up above where I saw that it looked like they weren't required to, that in fact is true, but they all do. In practice.
Under current law, it's not clear what they're supposed to do in the public classroom.
So I'm dragging us back into the flaming dumpster.
Yeah, you are.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, you are. But
Sorry about that.
But this phrasing here is a little bit carefully drafted, not to say it's a legal requirement, but I do believe that qualified teachers are teaching
Under contract, yeah.
in public schools.
Yeah.
So that's why I wrote. And then this says under current law, private providers can either do either direct or supervision. So I think it's correct. Makes sense? Yeah, sure.
Sure.
I understand what you said.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay. Then going on to B. B is where we have the language of the study, which we've been through before. Number of teachers who are qualified, etc. But there's some new language here. And that new language is in 8.
Oh, sure. So this is all the different factors that are going to be looked at in the study, and there's a new one on 8 recommendations on how many hours of direct instruction by qualified teachers should be required in center-based childcare programs and family childcare homes if they're qualified under this act, taking into account the General Assembly's goal to have pre-K education be delivered through the implementation of high-quality, effective direct instruction by qualified teachers who use evidence-based practices with intentionally designed early learning environments. That's that same language.
And this is where I think we could do more. So this is where I think we could say, recommend, but recommend it not just like for these categories, but list out by list, regular center-based, family homes that have an operator who's licensed, family homes that don't have it. So make sure that they're looking at every category.
Right.
How many hours and what they should be doing, teachers should be doing in those settings.
And we're already going to get information on what they're doing now. So
Yeah.
we're going to have that information of what it looks like,
Yeah.
what the land is now.
Yeah. So this should be revised a little bit further, I think, just to put that list in. Yeah.
Great. Sarita?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, again, I think it might be helpful for us to have a definition of evidence-based practices, because just about every evidence-based practice, every practice is evidence-based, it's just whether it's good evidence. And there was a really good definition of evidence-based. Not in here, but I'm just wondering, when we say evidence-based, what do we mean by that? Is it, validated? Is it?
I don't know actually what it means. I mean, it came from language that, but I'm sure there's a definition out there that could be used. But I'm not sure what
we
it is.
saw a definition a while back that I thought was excellent when we were looking.
It was embedded in the definition of structured literacy.
Yeah.
Part of that was around evidence-based. Was part of that
I
definition.
really like that definition, and I'm just wondering if we could use that that's what we mean when we say evidence-based. This is what we're using.
I would imagine that that if someone has evidence, people have evidence that vaccines will kill you. People have, and I'm jumping into your fire along with Kathleen.
Well, what would the harm be if you just had a reference to a definition?
We can look for one, and I'll task you to see if you can find a good definition.
Okay. Well, okay, Jim, you know the definition that I'm talking about?
I know it's in the social literacy bill.
Right.
I'm not sure if it defines evidence-based, but it uses the term, so we should.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll look too.
It's in that spreadsheet on the evidence-based, on the literacy bill. The other change here is on page 26. This deals with the census-based funding advisory group, which is doing a few things. Remember, it was looking at pre-K students to ensure that they attend an out-of-district program. They still get special services. And 2 below here, which you can't see, talks about making sure we're not paying twice for the education. But now it says up here that the advisory group, in collaboration with private pre-K education providers, pre-K coordinators, and pre-K teachers, where representatives of each of these 3 groups are selected by the advisory group, where each group represents different geographic regions within the state, shall study. So it's a collaborative effort now with those groups. And
So the advisory group was adding those people, or they were consulting with those people?
consulting with them.
Consulting.
Yeah. In collaboration with
In
them.
collaboration.
Yeah. And then we have a placeholder for section pre-K coordinators grant program, which is to come. And then we had to adjust the effective dates a little bit to reflect section changes. That's it.
This is why we pay you the big bucks. Thank you.
Section 8 language to come, is that responding to the testimony from Let's Grow Kids? Pre-K coordinators are a great thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's part of the whole process of scaling up what's going well. Wow. Thank you. Thoughts?
Well, I like the legislative intent and the study. I like how that's all worded. I'm happy we added that.
Quiet. This is kind of amazing. Yeah.
Yesterday I read through Lori Connor's, she
Yeah.
sent New Mexico's pre-K 2017-18 annual report that I got partway through yesterday. But it's pretty detailed report on what's going on in pre-K, and I wonder if we'd ever get to that point where we would have the AOE providing a report like that.
Well, the AOE, did we left this as an outside report? Did we do that, or did we? I can't remember who's doing this. Is this something that the agencies are going to be providing, or is this something they're asking an outside group to do?
Agencies doing it.
Agencies are doing it. Okay.
So, but it's a different report than this. This would be just an annual report. This New Mexico report is just an annual report on how the pre-K program is doing, and it looked pretty thorough.
We get it. We get an annual report now, but I believe that they might be sunsetting it upstairs in government operations. So I think we need
Why
to.
not?
I'm not sure what's happening with that. Whether
If
we
you
want
have
to
a
make
chance,
sure
just kind of scan
create
through
a
that, 'cause
new
it's
annual
pretty
report.
impressive.
I'm very happy to send this to Lori, this bill to Lori, and get her feedback. I think I do need to see what's happening with the report. I'll see if I can find the notice that I got from GovOps that they were planning to sunset that report. It was an annual report, and they were looking at repealing it or sunsetting it. And I'm not sure what so that report was probably in 166, right? The request for that report
Probably, yeah.
was in 166, or it could have been even in 52 or 62.
I can find that for you if you want to.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. That'd be great. Thank you. Because I do think this is something we're going to be wanting to continue to get feedback.
Okay.
So too. As we go forward. Okay, so I think we will just get. We need to work on the pre-K coordinator grant program. I'm assuming that would be money that we would take off the top of the ed fund, along with any other matching funds that came from other organizations that might help with that. And how we set that up, we need some guidance.
Lots of
But I really appreciate this work. How are we doing?
Improvement from where yesterday's.
Yeah. This is not everybody is going to be happy with everything. It's not going to happen. My experience is when everybody hates it, we've got it right. But I think that we're working towards something that's a little bit better than that. Everybody will hate something. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think so. So we would like to get some feedback from the school boards, from the privates on this new plan. What else do we need to hear from the agencies? We are going to be hearing from the agencies this afternoon.
Good.
Do you want to respond to this now? No, you probably don't want to respond to this yet, right? No, okay. You want to do something like you prepare?
Maybe read it,
Yeah, maybe read it. Always good. There is some good news that there may be some hope coming from the Commerce and Economic Development Bill to help with workforce development. So we'll be following that. That can help with child care and pre-K. We have.
Just a quick thing. Just in H270 at 2014, which is what turned into 166. The only report I'm finding in there is a report on enrollment and access, which was due January 1st, 2018. That would have been coming from AHS and the BBF Council.
Okay, so we want that.
Yeah, so I don't know if that ever came in January of 2018.
We got one, the report that we went through the other day, it obviously does not come in January. This year it came in May.
But this kind of refers to it almost as a one-time, so I don't know if this is the one you're talking about. It doesn't call it an annual, it just says it's 2014 when they write it and they're gonna come back in 2018. So I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, I don't see that annual in the bill.
The earlier pre-K bill, I've forgotten what number that was.
62?
What was that number?
62, I think.
62, yeah, 62. There might be something in 62. We could ask for that. Let's look at what we want for an annual report. And Sarita, you're going to work on evidence-based definitions.
And how do we leave it with bells? What are we gonna, like, referencing bells? Because if those are our standards for Vermont standards,
Right.
why won't we be
It's a drafting convention. It's a drafting convention.
Thank you.
Okay. It's a drafting convention. They don't, if you go through, you'll see a lot of things you say, why isn't that happening?
No, can't we put it as a reference? But that,
I don't know.
because it's
What if, do people want to put that, who wants to,
there are
Rita wants
standards,
that
there are
reference?
standards.
To me, it's clear, but
I just think we need to follow the proofers and the drafters, their conventions, because they're trying to make uniform our statutes. And so what we perceive to be the correct reference is not what our drafters are telling us. And what they say goes, because it's in the green books. We control the substance, but they really control the presentation. It's like if you write a book, you listen to your editor.
Okay.
Yeah, which is tough, but...
Can I just read the introduction to the VELS standards? Can I just read it? It would take 2 seconds to this whole curriculum document. Early experience matters, whether at home, with family, childcare, preschool, kindergarten, primary grades, neighborhood, and community. The importance of high-quality early childhood experiences that are research-based is the foundation for school success and lifelong learning. VELS, the Vermont Early Learning Standards, make explicit the goals for each and every child's learning and development from birth through grade 3. Think of VELS as a roadmap that helps to guide understanding of what a child may know and do across the early learning years. So it's very specific in all different areas. And I think that's Vermont. That's the standards. Like we have standards, we have K-12 standards, we have early childhood standards. That's what we should be implementing. I don't even know if we know that if they're being implemented in the private sector. So
it's all through. Definitions are in the pre-K rules.
Yep.
A definition is developmentally appropriate, and it has to do with being aligned with Vermont Early Learning Standards. So here it is, what pre-K kindergarten education is. It's Vermont Early Learning VELS. It's all addressed in rule.
Okay.
And I'm with Dylan that I don't want to go over the drafters and the way that they've actually added more. The agency and secretariats now has now.
It's not like that's not important to me. What's important to me is that in private sectors and public sectors, I assume in public sectors they're doing this.
Yes.
What I don't know is in the private sector, if they're following these,
It's part of TS Gold.
And who's monitoring that? Who's making sure that they're following these standards?
The agencies, and they have a report. There's a report on that. And I think was it in that report that talked about meeting the standards in the way that we saw yesterday? Agency of Education, TS Gold results.
Sorry, for the record, Ted Fisher, Vermont Agency of Education. What was the question? I apologize.
The data on VELS, on TS Gold.
Yeah, we provide a report annually, and that was the one, if I remember correctly, and I'd have to check because I'm relying on my memory here. That's the one that it's due in January, but we use fall data, and the fall data is never available in January, so we give it to you in April.
It's the one we got.
And we'd love to change that.
And we got it in May, and we were looking at it yesterday. Okay. That was the one that we had up. So I do want to appreciate your
just want some
wanting to make sure that children are being assessed, that they're following standards, and it's happening in the public and private.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to state for the record that we interpret this subdivision 2 of Section 829 as to mean the Vermont Early Learning Standards in capitals.
Yeah.
I think it's maybe a branding question a little bit, but yeah, the document lives on our website.
And then you monitor, you make sure the private schools also into and see that
That's
they're...
a good question for Kate Rogers, but when we read the statute, that's what it means to us.
When we did the tour, the private providers were talking about some of the challenges that they've had in doing it, but they are doing it.
Okay. Just consistency, that it's just being implemented consistent throughout the state. That's all.
I do appreciate your wanting to make sure that those things are there. Okay. We are now up to page 112. That is Mark here? Mark is here. Great. This is going to be an update on, these people are invited. Were you prepared to testify, or are you here listening?
Yeah, I'm mostly here to listen.
Okay.
But,
Okay, so I think, I see Faye, right? Hello, good morning. Hi, and I have on the list, I have Hunger Free Vermont, I have Waite River Valley School, and I have South Burlington District.
Yes.
Burlington District, excuse me. So I think probably those are the people we want to hear from. Absolutely, great. So Honor, perhaps you could start? And we have to be on the floor at 10:30, so.
Good morning. For the record, I'm Honor Horton. I'm the Executive Director of Hunger Free Vermont. I'd like to thank you, Madam Chair, and committee members for making some time for us today to talk about H12, a bill to provide universal school meals to all Vermont public school students. We sent to you yesterday I acknowledge, long and dense document that goes through the impacts and our and Public Assets Institute's cost assessment for universal school meals. And my understanding is that the committee in particular wants to have some conversation today about the preliminary cost estimates and some of the other issues that were raised the last time that H12 was discussed, and some of the data that Mark presented from the JFO. So that's what I'll